All right. So, I'm System Chalk. I am a broadcaster who's been streaming Cultist Simulator since back when it was a prototype on the sort of indie game site Itch. So, Weather Factory have very kindly invited me to share their game with you on the Steam page. Currently, the game is on sale, so it's, I believe, a 66% discount. And then there's a couple of other sort of events and items that have come up. Which I'll try to talk about as best as I can, but there are some things that maybe I'm not as informed on. But I think the developers might be hanging out in chat and just giving you some information of what's going on. But yeah, so the base game of Cultist Simulator is 66% off. For those of you wondering what's going on with some of the other items on here, the Anthology Edition is basically everything. So when you back this game on Kickstarter, there was sort of this deal to give a sort of the lifetime stream of DLC. So it's kind of equivalent to that. If you're wondering why I suspect if you're taking a look at your Steam page right now, you'll see that it's 63% off, and that's just because the individual DLC is half off. Some of you may also be noticing that there's a big price jump between the Dancer, the Priest, and the Ghoul. The Dancer, the Priest, and the Ghoul are going to be very similar to this first legacy that I'm going to be playing on here, whereas the Exile does this huge transformation in terms of the way that the game works. Now, I am a very, very big fan of this game. I have a feeling that might be one of the reasons why I was invited. I should mention that I am being paid for this, but my enthusiasm for the game certainly is genuine. It is only enhanced by the fact that the developers have invited me to share this game with you. But basically, the Exile is very, very different from the base game. I think it's excellent, but if you're wondering why there's a sudden price jump in terms of the Exile, it is essentially because, in my view, you can almost see it as kind of Cultist Simulator 1.5. Now, I suspect probably a number of you who might be watching this broadcast in terms of making a purchase decision are probably going to want to see what the game is like. But I wanted to maybe just give you a bit of a breakdown in terms of what kind of what you're looking at. And if you're somebody who kind of likes to have the complete experience, the Anthology Edition's probably your best bet. I believe you have the option of buying the bundle after the fact. So if you enjoy Cultist Simulator and you decide you want to jump the whole way, you jump in with both feet, then I believe you can pick up the Anthology Edition afterwards. The other thing that I wanted to talk about kind of early on is that Cultist Simulator has grown quite a bit since I first started playing it. So in addition to the fact that the game is complete and it's been getting updates, in fact it's still getting updates to sort of support some issues that people have been talking about in terms of the comments in the feedback. The world has grown in terms of the types of products that you can get for it. So Weather Factory have built sort of this Etsy store where you can get physical merchandise related to the game. So I've got a pack of playing cards beside me, which are themed along the lines of Cultist Simulator. But this has now also involved extending the world to a number of other games. So what you may notice here that there is a tabletop bundle for Cultist Simulator. And this means a game called The Lady Afterwards. Now, The Lady Afterwards is a digital edition of this game. The original product is actually this big sort of physical, you can almost think of it like a murder mystery party if you don't do a lot of role-playing. If you do role-playing, then just think of it as a tabletop role-playing game. So in this case here, the game has now been extended out to basically a physical game, a tabletop game that you can play. My understanding is The Lady Afterwards is intended to sort of be a one-off event. So there's sort of, I guess, story events that will occur. I've not personally played it yet because, I don't know, I feel tabletop is discrimination against the lonely. But in this case here, there is, for those of you who just want a set of rules, The Lady Afterwards Digital Edition is available on Steam. But the full product is actually this wonderful box full of, scents and physical pages and all sorts of wonderful things inside of it. And on that note, Weather Factory does seem to be expanding their world basically into our own world. And so today, I believe there have been a bunch of tickets which have gone online for a kind of an event that they're putting together called The Locksmith's Dream. Now, this is something that takes place in a physical space. There's a building that they've rented. I'll actually maybe just put the link inside of chat so that you can so that you can see it. It is definitely it's more costly. So again, this is a physical event that people will be attending. They'll be staying overnight in a place. But this is definitely the sort of thing that I noticed that particularly the audience of Cultist Simulator seem to be really into. That it's not just that it's a strange little card game that you can play anymore, but actually it's a world and a series of events and sort of these special things that you can experience. And so I believe basically around the time that this broadcast started, those tickets were made available, and I know that some of you may be very interested in something along those lines. Finally, we are getting towards the game itself. There is one other digital game for people like you and I who might enjoy playing, just playing games on Steam and other digital platforms. They are currently working on a game called The Book of Hours, which is a little bit less intense in terms of the difficulty than, say, Cultist Simulator. But it is going to be a game that takes place in a library called Hush House. So that is something that's currently available to wishlist on Steam, but it's not done yet. So I'm sure you can follow Weather Factory and see what's going on. Now, one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about all of these details is not just to sell you the stuff, because I don't get a commission, regrettably, but it's to maybe just explain a little bit about what this game is. There can be this very annoying way of talking about products. It's like you have to experience to understand. But Cultist Simulator is a lot more than just moving cards around on a table, and that's going to be something that we keep coming back to over and over again over the course of playing this game. And I think it's a little bit easier now to explain what's going on by being able to sort of point to some of these other things and saying is like, this game and this world known as the Secret Histories that this game takes place in has a number of products that are sort of intended to be experienced in the real world. And that's a bit different from what you might normally see in terms of something that you see, on an average Steam game. And the other reason is I got a bit lucky when I loaded up Cultist Simulator. There is something known as the Enigmas. And I think part of the fun of the Enigmas is to let people figure them out on their own. But to just give you an idea of some of the stuff that comes up in the game, every once in a while you'll see a door like this. And if you click on it, there will be a web page that you go to. And it sort of explains that there's sort of this other little side thing that you can do. And it will involve maybe reading certain things or following certain links. And it basically is just another little mystery for people to unpack, for people who kind of like these unusual games or these things to sort of chew on for a bit. And it's just an indication of why I find games like Cultist Simulator and developers like Weather Factory so special. So maybe we'll just take 1 second here to talk about who is responsible for all of this, and then we will finally get around to playing the game. It's been about 10 minutes. Everybody's had a chance to get inside. And we will begin our descent. So design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan. UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar. Art by Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clockwork Cuckoo, Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Sullivan, Brent Barkman, and Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. Audio by Soundcuts. Additional writing, Lottie Bevan. Additional coding by Chris Payne, Fraser McCormick, Mark Gagne, also known as Lyra Zyder, who created a wonderful tool called the Frangiclave, for those of you who like to dig into the details. Hannah Rose, and I think it's Chelnoke. My apologies for pronouncing that incorrectly. Callan Porter did additional design, marketing, and PR by Claire Sharkey. Now, I cannot do justice to the localization team, but it is worth saying that this game is now no longer just in English, that there is Chinese localization, Russian localization, Japanese, German, and of course, special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and then a number of others. And of course, most importantly, literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Now, if there's been any chat interaction, I have not seen any inside of my windows recently. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I definitely welcome people to have some back and forth if you like doing that with the game and with the broadcaster. I do my best to just keep an eye on everything that's going on. So if you have been chatting, I haven't necessarily seen it. I'm just going to type a quick test. Okay, so it's working for me. And if you have any questions about the game or anything that you want to say, just type that in there, and I will be happy to go back and forth with you. So there's not that many options on the front page. We'll just hit the begin the game, and we'll see what Cultist Simulator is about. The aspirant, alone in this chilly city with my useless education and my dreams. What now? Could I become something more? So there's a couple things about how this game starts that I find kind of nice in terms of bringing the game on. There's a common statement made about this game that says it doesn't have a tutorial. And it doesn't have a tutorial in the traditional sense, but I think this game does a really nice job of sort of easing you into the experience. Now, if you can just give me one quick second here. I personally like, I don't know, I like sorting out my board. I like making some decisions in terms of where everything goes. And this especially goes for the placement of the, I don't know, the regions that capture certain cards. And of course, most importantly, this is a bit of a role-playing game or a narrative game, and so you can go without a name for a character, but why would you? So we're going to give our character a name, and we're going to call her Anne Wilkes. All right, so we only have a couple of options available to us right now, and this is a little bit about how, this is going to be a nice little indicator about how Cultist Simulator communicates information to you and basically how to make some sense of this particular game. Right now you've got one card, we'll call this a verb, we've got work, and we've got menial employment, a precarious position as a hospital porter, miserable, but that's all that you can find right now. You can click and drag these things across the screen. One comment I'll make is that there's been a change to the UI recently. So if you are finding that the current setup isn't exactly working for you, you can go under Clarity. You can actually change the grid snap size. So with 2 items, it's maybe not quite as quite as important, but I think there have been some recommendations that a half card is sufficient. I've currently found that 1/8 works for me, but if you're finding that the cards are a little unwieldy, I highly recommend just going into that clarity setting. But of course, why would you care about the grid snap if you don't know what to do? So one of the first things that you can learn about a Cultist Simulator is to read everything. You're not necessarily going to understand it every time, and that's fine. That's almost by design. We'll talk a little bit about why I think that's a good idea. But one thing that you can do to make life a little more easy for you is to take the time to see specifically what types of cards you're dealing with. So just below the description, you're going to have different aspects for the card. So menial employment has the aspect job, which is an arrangement to exchange one's life for money. And you'll also notice that as I've picked up this card, you'll see that there's a little outline around the verb. Another thing that the game can do to help you out is you can click on the empty slot and it'll give you an indication that there's a card that could go inside of it. Alternatively, if you take a look, it says work, something that I can do, something I know, or something that I am. And it will tell you that it'll accept these types of cards. So abilities, benefactors, desires, rights, and jobs. But what it won't accept is scholarship. So with all of that in mind, one of the things that will be very helpful in terms of trying to make sense of some different cards, because this board is going to get pretty full pretty quickly. One of the things that you can do to try and have a little bit of sanity imposed on the board is just simply to take a minute and think about what you're dealing with. If you're not clear what a card represents, you can just always take a look at its aspects and see what's going on. Now, there may not be a tutorial, but it's really clear what we need to do. We have one card, we have one verb. Take the card, put it inside the slot. Another shift at the hospital. Another shift, mopping the darkened hallways, delivering posts to hollow-eyed invalids, trundling corpse-laden Gerties to the basement. And you'll notice that time is passing. So this game is a little bit like a clicker game, where basically you will take an action, it'll take a certain period of time to run. Now what you may find helpful, we've already got time going by, you can hit the space button, or you can hit this pause button here, and you can take some time to think things through. I'm sure there's a fun little challenge in terms of trying to get everything done in real time, but I definitely struggle to get through all of the dialogue, reading that out loud while I play the game. So I'm going to take some time to pause over each event. So something happened at work. Halfway through your shift, the head porter beckons you aside. "We won't require your services any longer," he says. "Here, your last payment. We've paid you through the end of the month. I have lost my job. At least now I have a little time to rest, and my health improves." So the dream verb is unlocked. We have some money, and we've got some health. Now, if you just hit the collect button, they're automatically going to go to this little region up here. You'll also notice that the dream verb went up to the top. So in this particular case, this is why I was taking the time to move these around. I like kind of having a nice orderly desk. Perhaps you prefer playing the pack rat challenge. However you handle it, though, that's what these two little regions are for. So we've got some new cards, and following the principle that we talked about, let's take a minute to see what these things are and what they're about. Health. This is my body. There are other bodies, but this one is mind, and my mind needs it as a fungus needs soil. And then you'll notice that there are some square brackets here. With enough vitality, you can gain more health. So you can definitely think of the square brackets as a message from the developer telling you what's going on and why this particular card might be important. But as we talked about before, there are actually some other bits of information that you can find useful here, which are the aspects. So health has the aspect ability. Remember that our job as a hospital porter had the aspect job. Brain or heart or hand or eye. Most of us are born with some of them. Health also has the aspect heart. Now, I'm not going to go too far into heart, but we will read the description at least. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Finally, aspect ingredient. Fuel, ointment, pigment, patience, all are consumed in time. So in this particular case here, we've got a representation of our overall health. We've, gotten a little bit better after being let go from our job. And you can sort of imagine how you might consider health to be an ingredient, or how it might be an input to some other activities. In fact, you might wonder, well, if I pick up health, am I going to see that in the job? And absolutely you are. But we're not going to do that quite yet. There's other things that I want to take care of. We also want to talk about funds. So funds, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. So this also has an aspect, ingredient. We've already covered ingredient, but definitely funds are probably more directly related to... Oh, that's unusual. Funds are a little bit more directly related to the sort of thing that we might think of as an ingredient or an input to some kind of process. So enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. Finally, let's take a look at the dream verb, because this is another action that we can take. Recall my dreams. Once again, I dream of a glow beneath the filthy skin of the world, the light through the black wood, the pale door, the old man. So I'm going to take a second here, and we will put that health card inside of work, and that's just mostly because the game gave us the option. It'd be nice to take a look and see what happens. Backbreaking work for meager pay. Is this the best I can do? Well, right now, yes. So already you kind of got the beginning of an interesting story here. You've got somebody who was working as a hospital porter, they're let go of their job, the inciting incident for English majors among you, and all of a sudden you're having dreams. In fact, in just a couple seconds, we'll learn a little bit more about the types of dreams we're having. It began when I spoke to the old man in the hospital. He knew my name, but he's dead now. The pneumonia. Why do I dream of him still? What is the cobalt light in my dreams? Time is now passing. And we've gained contentment. I'm happy, I think. Contentment defends against dread, but contentment doesn't last. Contentment takes part in Lantern, which is life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and the light above it. There's the passion card. Oh, sorry, I should be reading the other aspects. So it takes part in heart. It has the aspect heart, so much like our health verb. And finally, this is a new type of card that we've encountered. We haven't run into one of these before, but this is influence, an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. So you'll notice here that there's a bit of a timer on contentment. Contentment doesn't last, regrettably. And so this is a card that's going to go away if we don't do something with it in a certain period of time. In addition, we've gained passion. So dull minds are never either intuitive or mathematical, Blaise Pascal. With enough glimmering, you can study to gain more passion. Now, we haven't seen glimmering yet, but the game's at least given us an instruction in terms of how we can get more of it if we so choose. Passion is much like our health in the sense that it has the aspect ability. This has the aspect of moth, which we haven't encountered yet. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. And finally, it's also an ingredient. So we can collect the cards. If you prefer hotkeys, and generally I do, but I notice when I'm broadcasting it's a little bit easier to use a mouse, just it's clearer to people what I'm doing. We can collect, and they'll wind up in that sort of little region to deposit the cards. So I'm going to take the passion and just put it beside some of the other cards. Now notice that we have the option of putting our passion in the dream. We also have yet another verb to play with. A change in the air. I need funds to live, but perhaps this recent upset in my circumstances is a secret blessing. Is there something to my dreams? Is there change in the air? So I'm going to leave the dream slot open for a little while. Now this is me just taking some knowledge that I have about the game already. I'm going to maybe take a chance here to show you a couple of actions that are maybe not necessarily obvious for the game. But in this particular case, I highly recommend that you experiment. One of the things that I always feel a little cautious about, let's say, is turning these videos into the type of tutorial that says directly, this is how you must play this game. One of the great rewards of Cultist Simulator is the chance to sort of play around with things, figure them out, and have the aha moments. I think that's basically kind of what I wrote in my review for this game. And I definitely believe that some of the greater rewards of this game are definitely a chance to sort of wrestle with these problems and find them on your own. And more importantly, I'm a very cautious kind of player in this game. So if you want something that's maybe a bit of a quicker experience, you may prefer to just kind of take a chance on certain actions, as opposed to me, where I'm going to be a little bit more cautious in terms of my approach. But we do have another verb that's coming up. This is a bit unique compared to the... Well, it's different to the other verbs here. So this is just the passage of time. Time, the sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live, or I will become ill. So what's important here is that every minute, rent basically becomes due. You can sort of think of this as a, whatever necessities you have, whether it's groceries or your lodgings. The game's not going to go so detailed that you need to take care of every single bill. There's other things that you need to deal with. But essentially here, what we have is a card that's going to take funds from us basically every time that it can. The reason why I take the time to talk about this is that it's the first time we've encountered this little magnet here. So if you see a magnet on a card, what that means is that if there is a card of that type on the board, it's going to sort of gobble it up as soon as it can. That also means if it's residing in a verb and it hasn't sort of turned over, so you'll notice how there's this timer here. If I had a card in the study slot here, if at 24 seconds the card were to still be present, then it would sort of get absorbed into the verb and it's safe. But if I had it placed, it would be picked up. This will maybe be a little more obvious when this is definitely going to happen to me as I'm playing the game. But maybe as an example, if this had a magnet for contentment instead of funds, this contentment would be picked up off of the board, and there's nothing that I could do about that. So sometimes it's inconvenient and sometimes it's exactly what you want. But we've also had our labor. So the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I gained some vitality for that, and I've also got some funds, enough to support me for a little while in adequate comfort. Now, vitality is a new card. So again, what I'm trying to do here is instill this principle of taking the time to understand what you're working with. There's a lot of cards in this game, and sometimes, you may not necessarily want to read everything. But especially if you're learning the game, and especially if you're stuck, most of the time what you're going to find is the way out. So obviously you can always ask friends, or you could do an internet search, or there's a Discord community and a Reddit community. There's a number of different ways of getting help. But like I said, one of the greater rewards is to be able to just kind of wrestle with some of the stuff on your own, particularly because if you just get a straight answer from someone, that's going to solve the problem that's immediately in front of you, but it's not necessarily going to equip you to sort of solve some of the subsequent problems you might run into. And so in this case here, getting stuck is actually part of the game, and it can be enjoyable in its own way. So in this case here, vitality, exercise, or something rarer has invigorated me. Use with another vitality to improve your abilities. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused, and it takes part in heart. This is advancement, a taste of what might be. With enough of these cards, you can grow an ability. And finally, it is an influence. So you'll notice that it's running, there's a timer running down on it. So I'm going to take a second here to tidy my cards a little bit. I may not let the vitality live there. So one of the reasons I wanted to leave the dream slot open and basically just keep things, just take a second here, is that I wanted to highlight something that I pointed out before, which is how the game can give you some information about what cards you can place in. Again, as the number of cards grows on the board, trying to brute force your way through a problem is not really the most efficient. So what we can do here is we can take Dream. So we can click on Dream and we'll notice that we could put funds, we could put health, or we could put passion. I'm not necessarily going to do all of these things, but it is just an indicator, you know, if you want to know what happens when you put funds in Dream, when you play the game, you can maybe try that yourself. You know, maybe even get a description about what's about to happen when you put a certain item inside of a slot. Alternatively, if you prefer to read, it says here, a direction for my dreams or a trouble to recover from. So in this case, it'll take abilities, it'll take funds, it'll take ways back through dream, it'll take desires, and it can also take ill health. So in this particular case here, let's take a second and think what might happen if we put fatigued. So in this case, I can't use the health. What might happen if we put health inside of a dream? Logically, you might think that, well, this probably means that I'm going to be resting. So let's see if that's right. Nap to recover from fatigue. I just need a little time to recover my energies. And that's exactly right. This is maybe one of the lesser known, well, when I say lesser known, it's just maybe something that isn't as obvious to people. But in this case here, if you need to get your health back quickly, you can give up Dream. You can basically forego whatever other option you had with your Dream slot. And in this case, instead of waiting a minute to get your health back, it takes 30 seconds, which in some cases can be very helpful for you. And this is just an example. I know I'm really making a meal about some of these early steps, but I wanted to just take a second here to highlight that even if it doesn't seem obvious at the time, or maybe if you haven't tried something before, there definitely can be some value in just playing around and seeing what you can do. Okay, so let's also take a second here and say, do I want to maybe do something with my work slot? What options do I have with that? Well, we could put passion in to see what happens, or we can wait to see what happens after a change in the air. I think I'm gonna use passion with work to see what happens. So paint. I used to paint. I could paint those sites I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. And in this case, I'll hit S for the start. Now, what I wanted to do here is highlight the other kind of special slot. So remember how we talked about how there's a magnet for this card? It basically means that if you pick up or if there's a card of a certain type, it's always going to pick it up regardless of whether or not you want it to. This is not the same, but it's an equally important message. So in this case here, we're calling this slot yearning. So if I am restless, perhaps this is what I want. And the little matchstick here indicates that it consumes its contents. So this will accept restlessness, which we don't currently have, but if you do have a restlessness card, you can put it inside this slot. However, you are going to lose that restlessness. It will consume the restlessness once you put it inside. You can definitely expect a lot of cards that use funds are going to have that consume sign on it. So those are what those different definitions mean. Of course, we don't have restlessness, so we're not going to do anything. We're not going to do anything about that. We have 5 seconds more of contentment. All right, new event and study. A bequest arrives. A letter from a solicitor. The old man at the hospital, the one I dream of, has named me in his will. I'll hear more soon. And I am refreshed, so notice we've got our health back. Now, we can't use it right now because we're currently painting, but if I wanted to go back to the work site, make some money, I would have that available to me a little bit earlier. All right. The old man has bequeathed me a sum of money and a packet of peculiar papers. Poetry, riddles, metaphysical speculations. For the first time in months, here's some fuel for my reason. So this unlocks the study verb. We've had the study verb on the table before, but in this case, we're actually able to use it now. And let's see what was inside the package. So we've got funds, 9, so that's good for us. That's going to last us a while. Remember, the timer goes by every 1 minute, so this basically gives us about where we are right now, let's say about 10 minutes of activity. And then we've gained some reason. So, a bequest. A package of peculiar papers from my correspondence executor. I must study it using passion or reason. And finally, reason. No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under the conditions of absolute reality. Shirley Jackson. Hello, is it Lok Bevbaran? I'm not sure what SOPA is, but welcome. How you doing? If you can just give me 1 second, I want to just register a quick complaint. No. I don't know. I'll say it out. Lottie, I don't know if you're in here. Just sending you a quick message out of over something that I noticed, but okay, sorry about that. So, one of the reasons I wanted to take a second to pause here is a lot of Cultist Simulator is going to take place in kind of the back of your head. So, as satisfying as it is to organize a desktop and as fun as it can be to sort of just see some very nice writing and to hear some strange stories and summon the alien gods and abduct people and just do all the sorts of things that you want to do in a video game. I think there's some value in taking a minute and thinking a bit about who this character is. And to me, one of the great rewards of this game is to kind of relate it to your own life. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be a source of deep soul searching, although I do tend to notice that I wind up sounding like sort of a 2-bit kind of life coach or something like that sometimes while playing this game. But what I mean is that, you can think a little bit in terms of the story that's been told right now. We started off as a hospital porter, and, we're kind of carrying on. It is pure drudgery. We have literally nothing that we can do but just go to work, right? I think for a lot of people that is, you've probably had at least one point of your life where it feels like that. You show up to work, you go to sleep, you show up to work, there's really nothing else going for you, and you just simply cannot see any other way around. And in this case, for this character, something that a lot of us would probably consider to be a very uncomfortable sort of happening, to lose our employment, basically, come into the office, you're paid up for the month, but we don't need you anymore. This has actually led to sort of a series of events that may or may not be beneficial for us. I suppose we'll have to see whether or not things turn out for this character. But notice what's happened ever since then. Our health has improved, so we went and found some work to do. We did some manual labor with our health, but it's allowed us to dream again, and that can take the form of care. It can mean that we take care of our health, but it also means that we are having these dreams, and specifically we're recalling these dreams. And the game, in fact, told us that we started having these dreams when we were talking to a patient that we'd run into. And all of a sudden, this package has arrived, right? Some lawyer stops by and has dropped off a fairly sizable amount of money. I mean, it's almost 5 times as much as we currently have available to us. And there's a whole bunch of papers and not only do we have a passion now, which we're turning back into our old hobby of painting, but we now have something for our mind to chew on, right? We're no longer just somebody who's visiting the hospital and doing what is required in order to maintain our existence. We actually have some choices. We have some ambitions and priorities. And essentially unpacking what these dreams mean and seeing maybe what's lying just beneath the skin of the world, that is essentially going to be what this game is about. Now, what the dreams mean to you in terms of your own life, that can actually be where it's very fun to sort of reflect on the game and what's going on. But the reason why I highlight this is that if you just see this as kind of pure text to be kind of consumed and moved on to the next thing, sometimes you can miss the kind of the flow of what's going on, the sequence of events. And that can be fine because, you know, it's a little bit like going into a lecture, right? Sometimes maybe your attention will drift and then the lecturer says something that brings you back, you know, and to attention. So, you know, you wind up going off into a vault somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa and it's like, okay, yeah, no, I need to be paying attention now, you know, or I'm going to die here. But this is, to me, kind of the foundations of a good and interesting story, right? You thought of nothing but your job as a hospital porter, and now you've sort of been given this key to a much wider world, and essentially you're going to be dealing with that, reckoning with that throughout the rest of the game. But the game did encourage us to study the bequest. That's exactly what we're going to do. Now, if I want, I did say that I could study it with reason or passion. It'll take 4.9 seconds for me to get my passion back, but in this case I'm going to take the reasoned approach. So am I a passionate individual or a reasonable one? I should also mention that there will sometimes be decisions that you make in this game which will put you down a particular path that cannot be changed. This is not one of them. Some of the things that will happen as a result of me studying by reason, those are not necessarily going to be they're not locked in. So don't feel like you're giving up too much. But the other thing too, right? It's life. Do something exciting. Try and see what you're made of. So I will examine each item with meticulous care. Excuse me. I'm trying to keep a bit of fruit so I can go for a longer period of time. I found a customer. She'll probably hang it in her spare bedroom and never look at it again, but the money is good. Sometimes a painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So it's actually rather decent money. So we'll put that glimmering down below. Now this is actually going to be a little awkward for me, but we'll see if we can make this work. So my emotions run higher than usual. There are things that I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So this is kind of equivalent to vitality. We're actually going to be unpacking these a little bit later, and I do want to make some progress in the game, so I'm just going to leave it there. But as usual, there is some value in taking a look at the different aspects that a card has, and you'll notice in this case it has Moth. It's still an influence and an advancement, so it's quite similar, but you can sort of see how why I'm saying this is kind of an analogy to vitality. Let's go back to the worksite. Unskilled labor. Back-breaking work for meager pay. Is this the best that I can do? From a purely mechanical standpoint, I also just wanted to take a second to highlight that so for me, I kind of like taking the time to think about the game. I like taking the time to think about my actions. But if you maybe prefer to have things go by a bit faster, you do have a fast forward option. So I'll maybe try and use that when there is a good opportunity to do so. But if you do find that you don't like waiting for the cards to sort of run through in real time, you can do fast forward to kind of make things go a bit faster. I tend to notice that if I used fast forward, I just wind up crashing into the next event like immediately afterwards. So it's not the thing that I personally like doing, but obviously this game will accommodate different approaches. My correspondent describes my dreams exactly. They use names that are instantly familiar: the house, the wood, the hours, the glory. They knew secrets beneath time and the skin of the world. A new curiosity burns in me. There is a note here, directions to a bookshop that does not advertise its wares. Alright, so we've got directions to moorlands, cryptic directions to the obscure address of a certain moorland, a dealer in the rarer sort of book. We have the Temptation Enlightenment. It has occurred to me that I hold the key to wisdom. This card will allow you to win an enlightenment victory, if you upgrade it far enough. Dreaming about it might advance or change it. So this has the aspect Desire. You might actually notice that that has come up in both the Dream and the Work slot. My ultimate aim, there will be a price. And Marks of Light. I may seek immortality and enlightenment in the hour called the Watchman. His touch brings particular appetites and marks. We've got notes on a possible collaborator. My correspondent has recorded his observations of me. He believed I had potential. He recorded his observations of someone else too. With time and study, perhaps I can find that person. Oops. And finally, the Watchman's Secret. It has been expressed like this. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. Now, this is also pretty important. This is one of the things that I think if you're going to play a game called Cultist Simulator, you're wondering when you get to experience these things. So this has aspect Lantern. Now, you will notice that we've run into Lantern before. It came through our reason. But this is a different type of card. In this case, this has aspect Lore. Knowledge of the invisible arts. I can use it to attract followers, to perform rites, to open the way to the Mansus, to seek my ascension. Lore fragments can sometimes be upgraded with study and matching fragments. One other comment that I'll put here is that this has the aspect requires knowledge. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'll need erudition or an HQ with a library. So this is not actually going to come up until you try to upgrade this particular type of lore. So not everything that you're going to see inside of the aspects is something that's immediately relevant to your current situation. But in this case here, this is going to deal with something that was added to the game after it was originally released, which is a slightly more, elaborate upgrading system. I actually think it was improved as a result of introducing that upgrading system. But if you were interested in Cultist Simulator, if you maybe tried it first back when it first came out and you didn't like the way that the lore upgrading worked, if you didn't see these notices, it's probably an indicator that you might want to try it again, just because this is something that you do somewhat often, and I'm sure you may welcome the update. But like I said, in terms of importance, this is the first bit of knowledge that we've gotten of the secret world, right? We had this note come from the person who died at the hospital. As it says, they describe my dreams exactly, and not only do we now have some knowledge of this secret world, but we've actually got their research both in terms of places where they were gaining other knowledge, the bookstore, but also somebody who was like us. And so we can pursue both of these bits of information to see if we can understand more about this glimpse. So let's study the direction to Moorlands first. Find Moorland's shop. The directions to Moorland's shop are cryptic. When one deals in the kinds of books my correspondent studied, one must be circumspect. There is one other thing I'd like to draw your attention to now. So we've had a little bit of time to get familiar with the cards and just the way that they, all of the different interactions that we have on the, on the table and such. But if you take a look just slightly to the right of the expenses, you'll notice that there is a season here. So in this case, a season of silence. These are the days of anticipation. So one thing that you may find as you play this game, particularly if you're playing alongside me, you will have gone well beyond whatever I've shown you here. Sometimes you'll notice that there are things like getting sick, or just different things that'll come up over the course of the game that may catch you by surprise and create difficulty. So one of the things that you can do to try and anticipate those is when this clock sort of turns over, you will see a new season coming up, and that will give you an indicator of what's about to arrive. Again, because the clock is a minute long, it'll give you at most a minute's knowledge. Of course, if you only check this a second before the clock turns over, you're going to get 1 second notice. So if you find that you're getting caught flat-footed every once in a while, being able to take a look at the timer every once in a while is a helpful way to just get an idea of what's coming up. And I'll certainly take the time to to do that myself. Now, if I want to dream, I could dream about my temptation. I could dream about a number of different things. But in this case, I'm going to leave the dream slot open, and I'm going to leave the dream slot open for the same reason we did last time. It would be nice to take a second to get my health back up. And this is partly just so that I can show a trick as far as how the work slot works. An ill-lit street in an ill-favored bend in a lesser river, a soft yellow light through a grimy window. Miss Moreland nods as I enter, but doesn't rise. Never ask the name of my clients, she informs me, before I have time to introduce myself. The explore verb is unlocked. So we found our first location. Oops. So the dim premises of Miss Moreland, who deals in rare and sometimes dangerous books. So this is the first time we've encountered the aspect location. Locations, everything must be somewhere, and this is here. So we'll see what we can do with Moreland's shop in a second, but in this case, it's just nice to mark when we've when we've encountered a new type of card. Usually it's kind of helpful in terms of just keeping track of maybe where we want to put them on the board. So you've got a couple of options here. If I want, I can follow up on these notes on a possible collaborator. Alternatively, I could wait with the study verb because it did mention that I'd be able to do something with vitality. But in this case, I don't think it'll take too long to find the potential collaborator. So we'll move along here. So I have a name, a description, a few tantalizing details, but there are thousand faces in this city. So 30 seconds there. Explore. Now that I found a location, I can explore it. Also notice that we have got the... Cool. I just got a quick word that I had mentioned the Locksmith's Dream, which is this real-life event that Weather Factory is putting together. It appears that the website is currently having some difficulty. It could be because the website's overloaded, and it does look like they are putting some work into that. So if you were trying to follow up on that bit of news earlier on, I just got word that there's a bit of internet business going on. All right, so notice here that we got another piece of lore. So we've got exploration. Now, chances are, if you think, like I said, you can play the game mechanically, you can think of the aspects, and you can wait for the game to tell you what to do, but you can also apply your own reason, right? What kind of a card do you think you would use with the explore verb? Well, chances are you're going to want to use that with a location. You can confirm that, again, by clicking on the empty space and it'll highlight. Maybe you wouldn't have expected that you can use a secret history, but it in fact says, actually, sorry, it is secret histories, not lore. The specific cards that it will accept actually are followers, locations, health, graveyard mouth, and secret histories. Don't worry too much about graveyard mouth. That is specifically related to the ghoul legacy. But it is going to be something that is relevant if you are playing the Ghoul Legacy, so don't ignore it forever. If you do, especially if you get the anthology edition, that is definitely a fun one to try out. Very painting focused. But let's try out Moreland's shop. Let's see what's going on there. So, explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. So going to Moreland's, as you might expect, we're going to a bookshop, and generally bookshops do not let you walk out with the merchandise without paying. So let's take some of our funds, and usually this is a nice little indicator. If you've gotten a recipe for something right, what you'll tend to find is the text will change, and you'll kind of get the next little fragment of the story. So in this case here, add to your library. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. The day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we've got another vitality. More importantly, we've got some money. Now remember that I said if I want to get my health back faster, I can nap, and that's exactly what I'm going to do here. I just need a little time to recover my energies. And if I want, why not try painting again? So I need used to paint. I could paint those sites I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. So this is maybe not a bad time for me to show you how that fast forward works. I'm not going to stick with that the whole playthrough, because personally I don't like playing that way. But this would be if you really want to get on to the next bit and do not want the game to take its normal time, you do have the option to fast forward things. So, as you might expect, when we followed up on the collaborator, we gained yet another verb, and I believe this will be all of the different actions that you can take inside of the game. So this is a nice little milestone for us. In this case, let's start with the study verb. So remember that we got the bequest, we got a bunch of money, we got a set of papers. Those papers included lore, basically something that told us the Watchman's secret. It gave us directions to a bookshop, and we've just bought a book from them. But it also gave us notes on a potential collaborator. So in this case, the result of that, and now I have an address. I'll dispatch a letter to propose a meeting. Talk is unlocked. So in this case, I've gained Mystique. This is a unique kind of card. This is something that we haven't encountered yet. Uncanniness lingers. Mystique may attract the attention of hunters. They can't use it to build a case against you, but it will encourage them to look harder. So this has the aspect reputation. Many fear their reputation, few their conscience. Pliny. So in this case here, there will be times when people will pursue you. So if you like to think in Cultist Simulator that you're sort of the villain of a Lovecraft story or something like that, it's quite natural that there is a journalist or a professor or a police officer who's sort of pursuing this particular individual, trying to find out what they're doing or where the source of the abductions are, or who's bringing all of these abominations into the world. And so having Mystique, it's having this reputation, this air about you that maybe you're not, they don't have something that they can sort of pin on you yet, but definitely you look suspicious, and that's how it is. Now, Mystique doesn't last forever. It's 300 seconds, but managing your reputation is something that you do need to do in this game. And we'll worry about that a little bit later. Right now, we will focus on what we got from our library, So I found something noteworthy, and here we have found the Skeleton Songs. Poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. This has aspect text, books are the memory which does not die, and auctionable. I might be able to auction this, although value at auction is always uncertain. So let's start building a library. We'll build that maybe on top of our lore here. It seems like a decent place to put it. In terms of your own board layouts, I'll maybe just mention that if you are so inclined, there is a way of building... Actually, you know what? Let's take the time to do it right here. Generally, if I'm trying to go for an efficient board layout, I try and associate different cards with the type of lore that they... or the type of verb that they might be done. Honestly, it's a big desk. You've got lots that you can work with here, but sometimes the fun is just putting the verbs in different locations and such. But we were also talking about finding a collaborator. So we got a verb, in this case an acquaintance. I await an answer to a letter. So in 30 seconds, that person who we spoke to will give us a reply. Now, we were talking about studying. I'm trying to remember, though, if... yes. Increasing health. So maybe I should explain what's going on here. So, oh, I think that might be a bug. Yep, shouldn't be looking like this, but we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that later. I'm sure if I actually trigger the event, it'll sort itself out. But in this case here, remember how when we read this card, use with another vitality to improve your abilities, it lasts only 3 minutes if unused. And of course, we're at 30 seconds for this vitality, so we sort of needed to use it, otherwise we would lose it. It says, I'm a brim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. This is actually the way that you wind up getting more health. Now, how could you know that? Well, you don't. The best that you can say is that the game does give you sort of an indicator in the description here saying use it with another one to improve your abilities, and I suppose if you exercise more, maybe it would raise your passion, but the more logical inference is that it's going to raise your health. So we're going to hit start. And this is one thing about the work slot. Again, I have kind of talked about how I don't necessarily like thinking of this game just purely in mechanical terms, but it is traditional for some players to want to spend a lot of time on the using the health at the start, because it happens to give them, it's a nice kind of reliable way of getting some vitality, which will mean that you're able to get your health up a bit faster. I definitely encourage you that if you have an idea of who your character is, you don't have to feel like you have to go work manual labor for a while, but it was just a convenient way for me to sort of show you how, if you want to know how to increase your health, this is a way that you can do that. So the other question is, do I want to do anything with my dream slot? And the answer is yes, but I'm not quite ready for that yet. So we're just going to take a second here and wait for our work slot to be used. I am, however, going to go to Moreland's shop, and we're just going to spend a little more money there. So it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And I guess I didn't really talk about the skeleton. Oh yeah, I did talk about the skeleton song, so we'll move that on. Incidentally, for those of you who are devoted fans of Weather Factory and their games, there is a podcast that they do called Skeleton Songs. I use the Apple Podcasts app, but I'm pretty sure it's on anything that you could, anything that you could find, Stitcher, the Google Play Store, and things like that. But if you go to the weatherfactory.biz website, that's probably your best bet for finding all of the different things that they do. All right, the reply to your letter is courteous if cautious. They are intrigued by how you found their name, intrigued enough to meet you. And so in this case, we have met a hanger-on. Now, this is one of the more disappointing kind of individuals that you can meet. They're useful in their own way, but you can kind of get the impression by the fact that they don't necessarily have much of a portrait. And the description, usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So this follower is aspect mortal. The long habit of living indisposeth us for dying, Thomas Brown. And they have the aspect acquaintance, not yet a friend, nor yet an enemy. So this is remembering that this is the last of the bequests that we got. This is really just the last little bit from the from the person who described our dreams. This was the person that they saw that had potential, someone who'd maybe understand what we were talking about. And in this case, we do have the option of talking with them if I want. It says, together we might be more. Found a mystical organization. Here is someone I might work with, a companion or a follower. But first I must give them something to follow. A society, a sodality, an order, a cult. All right. Now this is a Season of Ardors. So there are romance options in this game, trysts and interludes. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. So palm to palm and eye to eye. So if I have a character who is interested in me, someone we've developed a romantic interest with, this will take up the magnet will take up that character. All right, I finished painting to the excitement of absolutely no one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So in this case, we've tried to have this career where maybe we go and work, go to a kind of a construction site, do a bit of work, and then we use that time to support our painting. But in this case, we didn't get enough, we didn't make any money off of that painting. So maybe we're not going to be able to make a living at it. We will go back to the work site with unskilled labor, backbreaking work for meager pay. Is this the best that I can do? And we're going to wait a minute because I do want to do something with the dream slot. But we do have a new item for the library. I found something noteworthy. The Burning of the Unburnt God, compiled by Hosti Tasmain from the oral traditions of rural Persia. Now, at the moment, I don't really think there's a whole lot else for me to do with the explore verb, and we do have a decent amount of money. We do need to be careful because we're not necessarily, we're seeing the total number of funds go down over time, but of course, we go to work so that we can buy the things that we want, and right now we want some books. We've been given this glimpse. We know the Watchman's secret. Of course, we want to learn more about this world. So we'll take some time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear, and we've got some more contentment. So in this game, I am alone, but there is peace in that also. So if you're on your own, you're content. An important lesson from Cultist Simulator. All right, choose the founding principles. Tradition and compulsion, old, new, or both together. Add lore to determine your cult's founding principles. So I've begun my true work. The authorities will take an interest in it. I must be ready for them. You have begun to establish your cult. It will need a little more before you can recruit followers. So this earned me notoriety. This will actually have some implications. I wonder if we have a season of suspicion coming up. No, we have a season of sickness. Fair enough. But in this particular case here, the founding principles. So I think the best way to do this is just to jump in with both feet. You don't need to think too carefully about your cults. But I do also know that for some people, it's really tough to play a game with uncertainty, particularly if you feel like you're making a decision that's going to lock you into a certain path over time. And this is one of these cases where when you found your cult, you are going to be stuck with your particular with your particular cult. It's not the end of the world if you if you go one way and then you decide later that, so like if you start an edge cult, let's say, and then out of you play for a little while and you're like, actually, you know what, I really would have liked a Grail cult. There are going to be a couple things that you can't do, but in general, you are going to be able to, you'll at least be able to get pretty much any ending that you want, regardless of the cult that you found. It's really just a question in terms of what your best followers are going to be able to do. But the reason I'm taking the time to talk about this is that, as the card here indicates, and as the empty slot, if you prefer to use those indicators, will tell you, you will need to put some lore in here, right? What is your founding principle? And in this case, right now, we only have two aspects. We have two principles. We've got the secret histories, and we have Lantern. So if I want to found my cult now, I'm only going to be able to dedicate myself to the secret histories or Lantern. And perhaps that's not what I want to do. Perhaps I want to focus on something else. And that's kind of up to you. I will say that I kind of like running with whatever I've got, to be honest. But I think probably if you are trying to think of the best, interesting. Sorry. I think probably if you are a bit worried in terms of decisions and you want to know everything ahead of you, just keep in mind that you are going to need this lore to be able to found any cult. And so maybe you want to hold off talking to your first follower until you have all of the lore. But again, to me, that's kind of overly cautious. Anyways, I made a bit of a meal of that. I didn't mean to spend so much time talking about it, but I had talked earlier about certain situations where maybe you're locking yourself onto a particular path. In this case here, choosing your founding principles is one of those points of no return. You pick it once and then you move on. I happen to really like Lantern. I actually think this is the one that a lot of people start off with. So in this case here, I'll just take the Watchman's Secret, the one that the bequest gave me, and we will establish the Mirror of Glory, an occult society dedicated to the understanding of the light that leaks from a fiercer place. And you don't need to hit start because it's already underway. Right, I've grown stronger. I've gained health, but it'll be more difficult to gain health next time. So we have another new type of card. It's obvious enough what's going on with health. We now have two. So one thing that's nice about this, if we want to keep going to the work site, I now have a health to basically be able to juggle with my, the one that's already in that slot, which is kind of nice. But we've also got the skill, a stronger physique. I've benefited from exercise. Use this with 2 lessons learnt to gain more health. So this is aspect ability, also aspect strength. I am strong by day as well as by night. This may allow you to perform better as a manual laborer or as a dancer. Now, I don't know, I think probably for people who are familiar with this game, this is widely known, but there's actually a way that a stronger physique can help you out in terms of the work site. We do need to wait for the work slot to become available, but I will highlight that in a minute. But as far as studying is concerned, remember how when we Remember how when we improved our health, we took 2 vitality? We can actually do the same trick with glimmering. Feed my imagination. The tigers of wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my passion and gain a skill. Now, when the game says that it's going to be more difficult to improve my physique, that's true for that's going to be true for passion as well. But I'm not quite at the point where I can sort of show you how that works. But that is going to be something that I sort of plan to flag on, and we'll deal with in a little bit. Okay, I found something noteworthy. The Queens of the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the Queens of the Rivers are murdered one by one. So we've got 3 books. Eventually we'll be reading them, but of course we've been using our study verb for some other activities, particularly improving our own abilities. So if I'm busy pumping iron or, using my inspiration from painting to make myself a better artist, I'm obviously not going to be spending the time reading these books. These are a little complicated to just read on the toilet. So we're still doing okay, so we'll pick up another book from Moreland's shop. I am kind of doing what I do in real life, which is to have a big pile of books sitting at home that maybe I'm not as diligent in reading as I would like to be. In the case of Cultist Simulator, though, this isn't necessarily that bad because, of course, once you have the study verb available, you might want to read 2 or 3 of these things in a row. Terrible clarity. Our purpose demands we recognize truths that chill the spirit. I must give of myself. So in this case, it wants my reason. I must give of myself to honor the power we serve. Okay, remember how I said that there was a season of sickness coming up? You get sick in this game. And this is maybe where I'll take a second to talk about sort of the themes of this game or how it works. There's definitely going to be some other cases where this becomes really explicit. But I guess every once in a while in chat, I'll be asked the question, what is this game about? And there is a very direct answer that you can give, which is, you play kind of the villain of an H.P. Lovecraft story. You're summoning alien gods, you are conducting rituals, you are, abducting sacrificial victims. Maybe it's worth mentioning that the cults that this is referring to is definitely a more UK-ish understanding as opposed to a more American kind of understanding of cult. But in this case here, right, it's the sort of secret societies and dark magics. In this particular case here, though, that isn't necessarily going to answer why I find this so compelling. What I think it's about in the, why is this worth playing and what do I think about when I'm playing this game? It's kind of fair to say that this game, to a certain extent, is about the tension between your ambitions and maybe, at the risk of sounding a little too, airy about this, your purpose for being here, right? And everybody who's watching this is going to think a little bit differently about this. Some of you may want to become game developers, and it's the game that you want to make. Some people might want to be writers. Some people could be, actors. For my own part, I'm actually quite academic by nature. So in this case, it could just be understanding of a particularly difficult problem. Like there's just because you're doing mathematics does not necessarily mean that there's any less beauty or intricacy in terms of what you're doing. But in the end, I think this game is largely about these really core driving passions, the sort of thing that defines you, the sort of thing that maybe you would even go so far as to say is your great work. But the truth of the matter is that the real world can very often be hostile to that. Obviously, if life was entirely about everyone getting what they wanted, the world would have been full of ballerinas, right? What little girl doesn't want to become a ballerina? And so, there's some very practical considerations. You need to make money to live. You need to often do things that are not tied towards your ambition. In this case, my great enlightenment. What you need to do instead is you need to go to a job to make sure that you don't starve to death. And this game will definitely throw some hardship at you. Consider that right now we're working physical labor. If we get sick, we're not necessarily going to be able to show up to the work site and work as well. We're actually going to have to take some time to overcome that challenge. And so in this particular case here, this game is always going to be kind of embodying that tension. Sometimes you're going to be getting sick and you're going to need to deal with that. And other times you're going to be in a case where you can sort of pursue your ambitions. Now, again, I don't want to spend too much time kind of doing the English major version of Cultist Simulator. I think a lot of you are here to see how the game plays, but I also think some of the discussions that we can have about this game and why it becomes so compelling is to maybe just keep that sort of in the back of your head. Right now, this has been sort of an upward journey for this character. They met a mentor. They met someone who gave them sort of this material comfort in the form of funds. That's been turned into the acquisition of a few books. We've got somebody who we're founding the Mirror of Glory with. So far, this has actually been very much aligned with us achieving what we want. But the real world does come in, and if we don't deal with our sickness, if we don't have to deal with this inconvenient thing, we're not necessarily going to be able to achieve our goals. All right, the day is done, but so am I. And so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we've got a vitality up here. I kind of messed up by putting the notoriety where I did, but that's fine. We'll work through it. Let's deal with my fatigue. Excuse me, but notice, because we're sick, we were getting ready to just constantly go to the work site. We can't. I need to rest up before I can handle that. All right, I found something noteworthy. Gildersleeve's Latin grammar. Now I was delighted to find out, it's actually somebody who watches my YouTube channel for this game, who basically pointed out, so there's a Greek book which I'd found out was a real book, but it turns out Gildersleeve's Latin grammar is in fact a real book that you can read. I've not read it myself, but just what you need to refresh your knowledge of Latin. So that's not necessarily going to be too useful to me right now, but in this game, you will sometimes run into books that are not written in your native language, and so in this case you will need to translate them. I do like the way that this game handles the idea of translation, because it's not like you need to think of it like, again, these are occult tomes that are giving you these fragmentary insights into sort of this secret world. And so it's not the sort of thing that you just casually flip through. And so if you have a casual knowledge of a particular language, like, you are taking dedicated study. And so in this particular case for the game, you do a translation, and you are specifically trying to tease out all of the nuance inside of the words. And once you have completed that proper translation, then you set about properly taking in the meaning. So in the meantime, though, again, we want to keep acquiring books. Even though we're sick, it doesn't mean that we can't pursue our knowledge. And a cult with one member is only an unusual habit. I must have a recruit. Now, one thing I'll draw your attention to, I've so far been clicking and dragging the cards, but with the UI, some people may find that they don't want to just fiddle around with the individual cards. So if you've got a slot open, you can actually double click and it will move it to the empty slot that it thinks that you want. It's helpful if you kind of guide the game. If you've got the verb open, it's pretty obvious. If you don't have the verb open, I believe double clicking will actually move it to the available slot. But in this case here, the more you help the game, the more the game will help you. All right, feed my imagination. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. I've gained passion, but it will be more difficult to gain passion next time. Remembering this is when we put the 2 glimmering inside of our study verb. So if you've ever wondered, if you've played this game but you're wondering why you couldn't get more passion, this is how you do it. You put a couple of glimmering in. However, as much with the stronger physique, Stronger physique here says, use with 2 lessons learned to gain more health. what will happen is if you do the same trick, if you put 2 glimmering together in the study verb, what will happen is it will produce a lesson learned. And in this case, it says you need 2 lessons learned to gain more health, or in the case of passion, 2 lessons learned to gain more passion, which means that ultimately you're going to need 4 glimmering or 4 vitality to be able to get to that higher level next time. So they're not lying when they say it's more difficult. All right, a vivid imagination. My daydreams sometimes outpace my dreams. Use this with work to paint or with study, and 2 lessons learned to gain more passion. It is actually maybe worth mentioning, so that is another important detail, which is we don't have the skill when we start, but when you want to upgrade a skill, you do need to put the skill inside the study verb and the lessons learned. You can't just put the lessons learned together. But we have got to passion. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to read one of these books. So let's start by reading the skeleton songs. Poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustrations still exist somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. Now, one thing that I will just maybe comment on here, this would be apparent if you play the game a little bit, but again, I want to try and highlight cases where you're running into things that you may not get to see again. The text of these books only appears once. So if you read the skeleton songs, you're going to see this text when you read it, but you're not going to be able to take the skeleton songs, like the book will go away when you read it. Now, some of this is quite arcane, and it's maybe not going to make sense the first time you read it. I strongly recommend reading and rereading, and there's a few different concepts that are introduced here, and these are things that are going to be coming back. So for instance, the Suppression Bureau. Well, we've got Mystique, we've got notoriety. I don't think I ever actually read the description of notoriety. So certain acts are not quickly forgiven. Notoriety may allow hunters to build a case against you. And in this case, it's got level 2 reputation. But yeah, so there's the Suppression Bureau. There's this entity which is likely going to be tied to my reputation and possibly those hunters I was referring to. In addition, there's this idea of Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. Well, the Red Cup, I will definitely tell you, is something that's going to be coming up later on in the game. But what will often be true is that there will be concepts in this game that maybe have a few different names, or they're sort of tied together in ways that are maybe not necessarily obvious. And so this is one of the reasons why I encourage reading and rereading. This is definitely some of the fun, being able to sort of tease out meaning from the lore, and it's actually one of the reasons why I think this game is a bit replayable, because what I've definitely found is when I solve some of the puzzles in the game, and then I go back and I read certain lore fragments, I'm like, oh, that was actually a hint in terms of how I can solve that. So again, I don't expect you to know what the Red Cup is. I'm not explaining what the Red Cup is, because this character wouldn't know. This is the very first time they've heard of it. But what we might want to do is keep an eye out for Red Cups in the future, and then we'll gain a little bit of a better understanding in terms of what that book might have been talking about. All right, I am refreshed. So, remember how I could drag my health into the work slot for unskilled labor? Turns out that there's another way that I can handle that. I could take my skill. Remember that the work slot doesn't just take abilities. It takes benefactors, it takes desires, it takes rights, it takes jobs. But in this case, I can add the stronger physique. I guess in this case, health and skill. You wouldn't have gotten it just from this, but in this case here, you can actually improve your work performance by using your stronger physique. So I have grown strong. I must still devote my health to a day's work, so skilled labor, arms of bronze. To work then. So in addition to giving you some different text, I just want you to pay attention to what the timer says. So now it's 55 seconds instead of 60 seconds. And as you might imagine, the stronger we get, it's going to reduce the timer even more. So 5 seconds isn't maybe something to write home about, but it is a way that you can actually get a little bit more efficiency in terms of your ability to make money. Now there's other ways of making money in this game. This is just a nice little indicator that once you have strength, it's actually to your benefit to use that skill inside of the work slot rather than just throwing your health in there right away. In the meantime, we found the Victory of Crowns, something noteworthy, erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. And we'll go back to Moorlands because why not? Our rise begins. I founded my cult. This is a step to a greater power. Use your cult to recruit and promote followers. Talk with followers about your cult to send them out on cult business. So these are the things that we put inside. So a pawn, this one is loyal but lacks initiative. We get our Watchman's Secret back because, again, it didn't have that little consumption sign on it. We've got a temporary headquarters. Our business is private. We could use somewhere more secret. And the Mirror of Glory. This is my cult. An occult society dedicated to the understanding of the light that leaks from a fiercer place. You can use cults with the talk verb to recruit and promote followers and to send them out on errands and gather resources. A believer can be promoted to disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher to seers. So we'll take a minute here and just sort out the board a little bit. So we'll take our location. Maybe we'll put that by Moorlands or near Moorlands. And one of the things that we can do, maybe we'll just take a second here and think about what are some of the actions that we can take. So notice that we haven't really been using the talk verb all that much. So here it says interrogate, intimidate, beguile, instruct, recruit. And we can say, well, I'm really not sure what to do. Do I want to talk with my pawn? Well, I can. Discuss occult business with a follower. Significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Add your cult to send them out on cult business, send them after enemies, or raise another matter. Incidentally, I will maybe just draw your attention to the pawn didn't have these aspects before. Now it's got aspect follower, student, helpmeet, defender, champion, dupe, sacrifice, companion. And it has edge. This is the first time we've encountered the principle of edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. However, this individual still is mortal. Now, what we can do is, this is again just a little bit of a way that I think about the game when I'm playing it, is I say, okay, so I've not really used the talk verb all that much. Maybe there's something else that I can do with the talk verb. And we can take the italics as an indicator. I could just drop my pawn inside of it, but maybe we'll just take a second here and see what the verb will accept. In this case, it will accept summoned, it will accept immortal, it will accept the society. That's recruitment. That was introduced earlier in there. It'll accept a patron, which we don't yet have. It will accept lore. It will accept a headquarters. Place a follower in here to convert them permanently into a prisoner. Betray and imprison a follower. This one must serve another purpose now. Into the cupboard they go. Well, that's probably not a good idea to take my sole recruit and turn them into a prisoner. So in this case here, maybe the most unexpected would be the idea of lore. So let's take the Watchman's Secret and see what happens. Speak of esoteric matters. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And so after 60 seconds, we'll see what's happening. One thing I'll draw your attention to is the top right-hand corner here. I believe this is reasonably new in the game, but it's a deck that's being drawn from. So in this case, Midnight Meetings. I might find recruits, allies, or rivals. Upcoming draws, 1. So in this case here, this is actually a way that you'll wind up meeting people. And what I wanted to highlight here was the fact that I actually had this option from the very beginning. But it's not necessarily obvious that I want to do this. And it's definitely not obvious that talking about lore is necessarily going to get you another follower. And in fact, it doesn't always. It sometimes gives you something else. But in this case, I just wanted to let that stay idle and give you an idea of maybe some things that might be occurring to you as you play the game, where you say, okay, I don't really seem to be using this talk verb very much. What do I do about that? And one way that you can approach that would be to just click on the empty slot and say, oh, I've got a couple cards that I haven't experimented with here. Maybe we'll have some better opportunities following through with that. So What about the dream slot? Can we do the same thing here? Well, we can, in fact. Although I'm a little surprised to see the skill. I don't think the skill actually does anything. Let's take our passion and see what happens. Because, of course, we were talking about one of the major factors in terms of our pursuit of some of these leads that the patron had given us, or that the person in the hospital had given us, was our dreams, and the fact that sort of being discovered by them and having that bequest has sort of put us on this path towards pursuing this knowledge. So I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop and the air is silver bright. So we've dreamed. I will definitely tell you, and this will be apparent from the game, but just so that I can make a little progress. This is the process of actually dreaming, taking passion and putting it in. Now, some people really don't like it when I do things incorrectly in Cultist Simulator, but I think there's some value in actually trying out and experimenting. So in this case here, it says lore. If I engage in an occult practice before I sleep, I might find the way to a deeper dream. It's like, oh, okay, well, right now I've got the occult scrap on the table. It says it accepts lore. Let's take an occult scrap, which is, again, the aspect of the secret histories. History is the scar on the world's skin. Secret histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many pasts. I actually don't think I ever read the text for this. Secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. Remember that explore is a specific verb in this game. So right now we're going to dream, and we're going to use our occult scrap, our knowledge of the secret histories, and see if anything happens as a result of that. Also, the season of sickness has passed, so now we've got our affliction. This illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I am fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Disease has left me weak. I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover. Dream on an affliction to transform it back to health before the card decays. Now, in this case here, it is kind of telling. We've seen ill health before. That's when we're tired. But afflictions still are ingredients, and they have an aspect winter. So, which just has the ellipsis. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. Sounds appropriate. So, we'll just leave this aside here. We'll follow up on our affliction later, but notice, of course, all of our verbs are currently occupied, so there's not much that we can do. Found something noteworthy? Gartside Sanskrit reader, so even more translation. So, a lucid book which outlines a careful path through the thickets of a vast and complex language. So I just want to change the order around a little bit. So we can go back to Moorlands. We are starting to run a little low on money, but let's get one more book. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. All right, I finished early. Here's my pay. So we got an extra vitality for that. Now in this case here, it's still the same funds. That's going to cover us for the day. But more importantly, we basically get the extra time. And I think that's one of maybe the more important side effects. So if I want, I can try painting again. But I'm actually going to leave the work slot open for a second. All right, so remember we were reading the Skeleton Song, Arbella Dusk's work. The 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. And we have a red secret. So notice the little cup shape. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. This has the aspect of grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the grail honors both the birth and the feast. So this is a reference to the red cup. You can get the color, on your own, and Grail cup. So this is what the book was referring to. This is one of the reasons why I highlighted those. This isn't a deep insight of Grail. Grail is one of the principles. There are, I believe, 7? Let me see if I can get that right. So Secret Histories, Lantern, Grail, Forge, Edge, Winter, Moth. I feel like I'm missing one more. I guess it was Secret Histories. I don't know if I said that. In any case, we'll get them all over time. But in this case here, this is where sometimes there will be things referred to in these books that you don't necessarily see. And this is why I really encourage you, if you play... I mean, first of all, if you get this game, you're going to want to play it more than once. And there will definitely be times where you lose, and losing will teach you things, and that's fine. The game actually has a bit of a progression through different legacies. I'm playing the Aspirant, which is the very first one. But there, in the base game, there is the Bright Young Thing, which tends to have a lot more money. So sometimes when you play the Aspirant, it's quite common for people to starve to death. When you get the Bright Young Thing, you have a lot of wealth, but you don't necessarily have the same sort of connection to this secret world that the Aspirant does. And then when you finish the Bright Young Thing, there's actually a really common way that the Bright Young Thing is a little more... Let's say that the Bright Young Thing is a bit more susceptible to falling prey to the dangers of this world of the Secret Histories. And usually what will happen after you do the Bright Young Thing, people will tend to move into the Physician. And the Physician is actually one that does a pretty good job of giving you a decent amount of funds to kind of make sure you don't starve to death. But it's definitely one that actually struggles to get lore at the start, I tend to find. And again, your experience may be different, but this is just sort of if you watch somebody play the game on Twitch, let's say. This is just generally what seems to be the case in terms of when people play the game. In terms of the base game, there are a couple of other legacies that you get. So there is one where you actually play a detective, a member of that suppression bureau that was referred to earlier. And then when you get an Ascension victory, so it's kind of one of the ones that you'd consider to be like the big win. There are some basic wins, and then there's also the endings where you die or you fall to despair. There's in the case of the game, it refers to endings, and there are some that are referred to as victories, but it's kind of up to you to decide whether or not the story went into an interesting place or not. Even ones that you would associate with losses actually wind up unlocking certain legacies for you. And so in those cases, it might be, if you want to get a particular outcome, if you want to get a particular legacy for the next time, it may not necessarily be a bad thing that you run into that loss condition, let's say. But as far as if you get one of the Ascension victories, you will have the Apostle legacy. And the Apostle is probably what you would consider to be New Game Plus. It kind of continues on the story of the character that ascended, one of their disciples. And that's where you can get what are known as the major victories. In addition, the ones that are sort of locked behind some kind of pay, that would be the Dancer, the Priest, the Ghoul, and finally the Exile. Those are the ones that are basically, in order to make them work, they have certain cards that are unique to those DLC. So basically, if you don't have that DLC, you can't get the start with those cards, and there's not really a way you can tap into them. But those are also on sale too, but I'm assuming that probably most people are curious about the base game for this. So anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a digression. I know probably you're looking for some more gameplay. So let's go back to the study verb. We don't really have any, we do have a couple of vitality, but I'm actually going to use that vitality for something else. So let's keep reading those books that we got, remembering here that The Burning of the Unburnt God was compiled by Hasti Tasmain from the oral traditions of rural Persia. Tasmain hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. And we've got The War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580, censored edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, but numerous pages have been removed. The name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip has been stapled to the cover, explaining that Willis Ford has been excised. So we'll put this aside here. And I think I'm going to buy one more book from Moorlands. I'll probably keep a reserve of 3 funds, just to be safe. But that'll give us a nice little stack of books to get started with. So here we will grab funds. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. Now, notice over the passage of time that something has happened. So I found someone who may be a kindred spirit, but I'll need to win them over. Winning over an acquaintance requires your passion. So we had passion up here. This got absorbed in the magnet. Now, sometimes you can have passion in the dream slot, and all of a sudden it just sort of ninjas the passion away from you, and you get cross. So you do want to keep an eye out for the magnets, and just make sure that too many things that you want aren't sort of being pulled away unexpectedly. But in this case, we are looking to find someone. This is the outcome that we're looking for. So an acquaintance, come with me. Incidentally, if you don't have a passion, as long as the magnet's able to find a passion within that minute, you'll be fine. But this is the case here, right, where I'll put it to you this way. If you were on the bus and somebody explained to you that they're having dreams of this blue place and that they actually know what's really going on, I'm willing to guess that you're going to give that type of person a seat to themselves on the bus. And so, you need a little charisma, you need a little passion, you need to be able to sell people on your vision here. And that's basically what's happening in this particular moment. Now, the other thing that I haven't talked about is this little bleak thoughts up in the corner here. Dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Now, we've been lucky that we've not had dread show up yet. But in this particular case here, this is one of the more negative events that can happen, shadows. And if we have a card that has the aspect induces despair, this is actually one of the ways that you can lose Cultist Simulator. There will be some seasons when you are a little bit more prone to dark moods. And of course, this is very true for real life as well. This is definitely something where I think there's life experience that's definitely being described in the game here. And what can happen in this game is that when you get dread can start to pile up, and if you have 3 dread that piles up in this bleak thoughts card, that will be something that ends the playthrough. That'll be a loss in terms of this game. So there's a way of managing it, and in fact one of the ways that you can manage dread is to get contentment, and because this card, if you have dread inside of it, will actually also eventually start taking contentment as well. And so you want to find that balance, right? If you have only misery, then you're going to fall over the edge. If you have if you have some contentment, if you take care of yourself, then that's going to be offset and you're going to be fine. There's another one called fascination, but in this case here I'm ignoring it because there's nothing that's really going to happen as a result. However, there can be some situations where this can become quite dangerous, and there will definitely be some points where we need to deal with it. So we'll definitely we'll deal with it when the time comes. We do have another season coming up, which is an interesting one, the Season of Ambitions. This is the season that the winds of the wood reverse This is the season that the winds of the wood reverse direction, a time when appetites and mortals both rise. So we'll see what happens there in a moment. And in this case here, we've had the lore pass by. So rumpled fields, the wink of a river, a tingling chill. Herschel's nightmare, down I go. So we got quite lucky here because we did just generate this dread. I remember that Herschel wrote of this. I've levered up floorboards and wriggled down snugly. Now I am compressed beneath them like a hidden corpse. The air stinks of hot dust. My mouth is full of splinters. This time I haven't learnt what I hope to learn, whatever that is. So in this case here, I kind of gave an indication, based on what I said before, that that this was not the right way to go about it. And I wanted to take the time to do that just to say, is like, when the game says that it will accept a lore, keep in mind that not all the lore is the same, right? There is a difference between Grail and Secret Histories and Lantern and all of these other different types of lore. So just because it didn't work the first time, if it says it'll accept a lore and something didn't happen, that doesn't mean that the game is lying to you. It may mean that you just don't have the right type of lore. I guess the analogy that I would draw here would be that, if I'm going into a chemistry exam, the last thing I want to do is study an econometrics textbook. And if I come in with my econometrics textbook to the chemistry course,
I am not necessarily going to get out of it what somebody who's coming with a chemistry textbook. And generally, you're not going to work very well if you come in with the chemistry textbook that is other than the one that was assigned to you. And that's essentially here, that yes, it's the secret world, it's, it's the Mantis, it's, lots of different things that are going on, and these are all speaking to different aspects of this world of your dreams. But it's a big, complicated world, and just having knowledge of one little part does not entitle you to revelations about everything. So the clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So I got lucky in the sense that this event ended before Herschel's nightmare. So if I had had this dread a little bit earlier, it would have gone inside this card. But as it is, I got lucky and it didn't affect me. But I've seen too much. A nameless, gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes. An existential horror. Now, what's interesting here, right, is that this has aspects, some that you'd consider negative, induces despair and ill health, but it is an influence, and it does have edge, and it does have memory. And this is where, now that we've got a little bit of lore, I just wanted to talk about some of the things that you can pick up from this. So keep in mind that when we're talking about the secret world that our character knows about, it's not something that's just exclusively kept to the world of dreams. That we do have lore, that the Red Secret has given us knowledge of Grail, or that the Occult Scrap has given us knowledge of the secret histories. But in fact, there are mundane things that give us some insight into, or at least participate in this world. So dread has the aspect edge. Illness has the aspect winter. Reason has the aspect lantern. So in this case, these are just these little cases where the secret world is starting to just push into our everyday experience. Glimmering is associated with moth, or passion and glimmering is associated with moth. And I always really liked that idea that you just sort of have this sort of weaving in and out, that you don't necessarily just have to be finding the Ark of the Covenant and opening that thing and unleashing all of the ghosts, but you actually have these everyday things which are just manifestations of these greater powers, and of course we will be using that to gain an even greater understanding. But we do need to deal with our sickness, because again, there's a timer on it. We've got 2 minutes before this will decay into. You wouldn't know this playing it the first time, but this will decay into something called decrepitude. And in this case here, it says dream on the affliction to transform it back to health before the card decays. So we can recover. Now, I'm going to mention a case where I was quite silly about this game when I first played it. So resting will restore me if I have the necessary resources. You can't just will yourself to be better. You need to do one of two things. You can pay for medicines, or I could pay for a doctor's visit. And in this case, you can use funds. Medicine is dark and bitter as tar. It would be easy to suspect I'm being poisoned. So you can hit start and you can move there. However, the or here is important. So medicines or vitality. So we can also take one of these vitality cards that's expiring. So all I need now is time. And in this case, we're just exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. So in this case, we do a lot of physical work. Certainly I had a job which was much more physical in the past, and certainly I was considerably more healthy I'm not in poor health now, but definitely when I was picking up heavy things and putting them down again every day, I was quite a bit more robust than I am now. Now, one of the things that I used to do is I'd actually put funds and vitality in, and you can, but it's a waste. You actually just need one or the other. That may have been obvious to you, but I did not read. I did not pay attention to that or, and so as a result, I wound up wasting funds for a very long time. But in 60 seconds, we will recover. Okay, Season of Visions is coming up. We'll see if we need to worry about it. I do apologize for, I don't know if you can hear the munching, but I do, I'm trying to keep some fruit as I go by, because I do plan on streaming for a nice long time today. But in this case, we've got another book, An Introduction to the Histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Herschel describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. Is this a name that we've encountered before? Well, if you recall, if you were reading carefully, the nightmare that we went through is actually Herschel's nightmare. So in this case, you will definitely have this world that's going on in the background of people who've come before you, who have given you knowledge or have written these things down. And in this particular case, the significance of Herschel is maybe not all that important right now. But again, there is a whole sort of world. There's a whole sort of series of relationships that are described in the game with these little fragments. And again, it's just something I really want to highlight, where even if you want to, how do I put it? Like, definitely you want to get on with it in terms of the game, and you may feel very familiar with certain, how do I put it? You may feel familiar with certain cards, but what is likely going to happen as you get further and further in Cultist Simulator and you play a few other legacies, what's probably going to wind up happening is you're going to remember certain cards, or you're going to remember certain events. And what will happen if you take the time to reread cards, you're going to gain a better understanding of what that card was talking about. And I definitely can say you're not necessarily going to solve all of the puzzles by reading these books carefully. Like, sometimes you just need to kind of wrestle with it, and then you'll realize after the fact what the game was trying to tell you. But with that in mind, I still want to stress that there are definitely solutions to puzzles contained inside of these books. And if you kind of get on the wavelength of the game, they can actually lead you to maybe having a little bit more success as you try to advance your cause. So we're starting to get a little short on funds, and we haven't been working for the last little while. So in this case, I'm going to leave Moorlands alone, but that doesn't mean that we have to leave the Explorer verb alone. We're actually going to take our pawn, and we're going to search the city. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. And in 10 seconds, we'll see if something happens. In the meantime, hunger glows in my brain. Hunger for knowledge the invisible arts might bring. Watchman's footsteps. Nope, that's the same text. So remember how we were talking about restlessness? Well, here it is. So, a restless longing has me. I feel that I want to do something. What exactly? So this has a lot of different aspects. We've got heart. Heart is the principle that contains and preserves. We've got grail. The principle of grail honors both the birth and the feast. Excuse me. Forge, which we haven't run into yet. The fire I once read is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the forge transforms and destroys. Lantern, which lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun. And of course, we are a lantern cult, the Mirror of Glory. And Moth. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. So I took the time to mention this because what's kind of interesting about restlessness is it's a little bit of everything. It also is memory, which is not going to be relevant to us right now, but it is something that will come up in other legacies. So we already know in terms of restlessness that that's something that we can use for painting. But it is also maybe just worth talking about that there's something kind of neat in terms of restlessness in the sense that, like, we all know the experience of restlessness. And it's just sort of neat to see all of these different principles kind of being combined in this one concept of, like, knowing you need to do something, knowing that your desire for enlightenment hasn't been achieved, and you're really feeling the pressure about that. And in this case, that's participating in a lot of the different kinds of aspects. But I do want to get rid of this thing. So we'll take a second here. It's going to take 17 seconds, I think. Well, actually, let's see if we can get by with... we need 2. So yeah, I'll take my 2 bits of reputation. Sorry, I should explain what I'm doing. So, remember back, we used to just use our passion for painting, but much like the strength, the stronger physique, we can now use our skill for painting. You never know, this might be a living. Add passion to make distinctive paintings, add mystique and especially notoriety to attract attention and make more money. Be careful, if you use notoriety, exhibiting paintings will keep you in the public eye. Well, surely this will not have any negative consequences. So next we need inspiration. Now, in this case, it doesn't just have to be restlessness. We actually can get our inspiration from a lot of different places. A worthy subject isn't essential, but it is useful. Some subjects will draw the authorities' attention, but aren't those the interesting ones? So subjects can be followers, they can be influences, they can be acquaintances, they can be lore, and they can be memories. In this case, we're going to use the restlessness because this is a convenient way to get rid of restlessness. This should have an impact. So in terms of the story of our character, what's going on here? Well, we basically weren't able to achieve our goal. We weren't able, we haven't made any progress on our temptation of enlightenment. We're feeling restless, and so what are we doing? Well, we're taking the time to paint. We're taking the time to sort of satisfy some of our creative urges, instead of just making our life entirely about trying to acquire money. And, in this case, our pawn has found something useful. In this case, an overlooked place, the Ecdysis Club, a cabaret with an occult reputation. And this takes part in the aspect of moth, heart, grail, and it's also a location. So if I want, I can visit there, but that is going to require funds. And of course, if we're not going to Moorlands for books, we're probably not going to go to the occult cabaret either. So let's take our pawn and see if they can find something else. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. Also, notice that out of that explore verb, the course of the heart popped up. Now, this is a little bit of a hard one to explain, and maybe some of you want to keep some mysteries to this game. But basically, every once in a while, when you invoke a certain principle, there is a chance that something is going to happen as a side effect. So in this case, the course of the heart, whenever the principle of the heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. So every time you play a card that has the heart aspect, there is the chance that this event is going to pop up, and it will give you a vitality as a result. In other situations, you can wind up with, let's say, a glimmering or an erudition. Sometimes you'll also wind up with restlessness. But in this particular case, there's basically what it means is that in addition to the fact that I sort of said that there's something neat in this game about how the kind of the secret world manifests itself in what you might consider to be more mundane aspects. So your health, your reason, your passion, when you are feeling gloomy, you're participating in edge. In this case here, it actually also winds up being that when you are participating in these things, when you exercise, when you sit down and read the newspaper, or if you read a particularly compelling, book of comedy, you are potentially getting a little bit closer to these principles, and they will have certain side effects. And that's what's happened here, because the Ecdysis Club has the aspect heart. Our own heart pumped a little more strongly. All right, so remembering we were reading The Burning of the Unburnt God. This was the Hosty Tasmain's recording of the oral traditions of Persia. Tasmain ultimately concludes with apparent reluctance. Actually, let me just take a second here, because it was a while before I read the earlier text. Tasmain hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. Tasmain ultimately concludes, with apparent reluctance, that the deity was a goddess. He suggests that the gender may have been the cause for its suppression. The rites described are often eerie, sometimes grisly. So in addition to the fact that we have got additional lore, we've got a rite, and this is the first rite that we've encountered. So first of all, we have the ardent orison. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words it will speak, a word that sanctifies the change that comes when the seared skin peels. This is also our first proper Forge aspect. We've seen Forge through the restlessness, but in this case, the principle of the Forge transforms and destroys. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. So I'm just going to take a second here to rearrange the cards. Sorry, I should have done this the other way around. So I'm finding a spot where I can put the lantern back. Close enough. And we'll take the Rite of the Crucible Soul. So This rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world, and the assistant rarely survives unharmed. So this means I'm probably going to be giving something up if I do this right. Do this right, R-I-T-E, not right correctly. If you can... Sorry, I just need a second here to deal with a small message. I'm trying to keep the interruptions to the broadcast to a minimum, but it is... Every once in a while, I just need to make sure that I've dealt with what's some of the things that are coming up. Okay, excellent. My apologies. I also figure one of the things that's nice about these little breaks every once in a while is it gives me a chance to just sort of catch up and catch my breath. Normally these broadcasts tend to go about 12-ish hours or so, so if I can take a minute to just refresh myself without taking a formal break, it's just helps me keep reading the words without stumbling too much. Okay, so we have the study verb. If I want, one thing I could try and do is combine up the vitality again. Now, I do still have some time left on this, and I did mention that we're going to be getting a vitality out of the course of the heart, so that's maybe not the best use of my study verb, but I do want to keep it in mind that I do have something that's going to expire in a little under 2 minutes, and maybe I'm going to want to deal with that. Sorry, I should have also... I don't know if I actually explained this very well, but you can use reputation, as the description here says, you can use reputation or you can use passion. I didn't have passion available, so I used my reputation for this painting. I think I was meaning to explain that, and then I got onto another topic. But moving on, I'm not going to use the study verb for the vitality yet, but I want to keep that in mind, and I want to make sure that I have less than 2 minutes in order to be able to do that before I lose this vitality. But what I am going to do is I'm going to read The Queens and the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the queens of the rivers are murdered one by one. So I'll put that in study. The Queen of the Vistula is poisoned. The Queen of the Dnieper chokes on a fishhook. The Queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. And let's see what acquaintance we found. All right, so this is the lantern version of the Course of the Heart. A light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So in this case here, we found Laidlaw, an acquaintance. Laidlaw is a tinkerer and a mechanic with an uncanny knack. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. And this is because I used the lantern. Will the broadcasts be uploaded somewhere? Yes, Coben 6. So one thing I always need to just be cautious about is that these broadcasts tend to go quite late. So I mean, I've done 12, 14-hour broadcasts before, so there is always the danger of technical errors. One of the things about the compression that gets used in making these is that if it's interrupted, generally that will corrupt the whole file. But the intention is for me to upload this on YouTube. And if you'd like, I'll put my YouTube channel inside here. If you want, there's actually already some videos that I've done of Cultist Simulator, both ones that I've done for Weather Factory before. So I've been on this channel before, and I've played Cultist Simulator. But there are also some playlists of me kind of doing 30-minute runs of some of the various legacies. So while you're waiting for that, I will just let you know I have found that it can take several days for YouTube to process these videos. So if you're looking for it quickly, you may need to wait a little while. But that's where I'm going to be uploading it for myself. And then I'm not 100% sure what happens with the broadcast on Steam, whether or not they keep an archive. I do know that some developers are able to replay broadcasts. I don't know if I'm going to need to give them the file to upload and put it on there. I know historically that hasn't happened, but I'll leave that to Weather Factory. I think they're going to be visiting at some point. I know at some point they'll probably announce whether or not they're going to do something like this. And hello, is that Adeline, you saw the YouTube announcement and came right away. That's great to hear. Thank you very much for saying that you're from the YouTube channel. I know it sometimes gets a little quiet on Steam, which is completely fine because people are here to buy games. They're not necessarily here to participate in chat. But it's always fun to see people. It's always fun to see people who are familiar with the channel stopping by and saying hello. Okay, I'm a little worried here. I'm noticing that it looks like there are some dropped frames. So if you're noticing interruptions to the broadcast, you can let me know. Let me just see what's happening here. Uh-oh. Sorry, folks. I think there was an interruption to the broadcast. I'm just going to take a second here to reload. That's a shame. We were kind of getting the numbers up a bit. Okay, for the people watching on the video, I'll just maybe mention... So I realize there's a YouTube side of things. To my understanding of this game of the broadcast right now, I seem to be down on Steam, and the purpose of this is actually to do the Steam broadcast. So I am going to take a minute to resolve the issue here, but I realize that that's going to be a little tedious for people who are watching a YouTube video. Okay, looks like we're back. Okay, so my apologies, everybody, and again, for the people watching on the archived version of this. So just to repeat, especially if I lost it. So Coben6 asked the question, will there be an upload of the broadcast? My intention is to put it on my YouTube channel. That should be available in chat. If anybody needs that, just ask me in chat, and I'll be happy to put that out again. For those who can't see chat, it's just youtube.com/systemchalk. And I will just caution you that it does tend to take a few days for those videos to process because they're so long. Obviously, I'm very happy that YouTube hosts that stuff for free. As far as any archives on Steam, I'm still not 100% sure about how that system works. And so I do know some developers replay broadcasts, but I don't know if it's because they've already pre-recorded them and have put them up. But needless to say, like, you know, if Weather Factory needs anything to get that going, I will be happy to supply that to them. But the best thing is, as long as the video is properly recorded, I don't run into any technical problems, there will be an archive of it available within a few days. Okay, so I'm continuing the story of Annie Wilkes. And I just need to realign my my cards. Yeah, no worries, Coben. I mean, it's a content creator. You're always looking to get your name out, right? So it's thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about my stuff. I should actually just mention as a brief word about Weather Factory. They're really, really supportive of my channel, like my broadcasts. And so they actually tend to encourage me to sell my stuff a little bit, like just in terms of like my links and stuff like that. They actually tend to encourage me to talk about it more than I actually do. But there is that other side of the equation where you're here to... So I know a number of people are here to decide whether or not they're into this game. And so where I can, I'd prefer to talk about the game and the themes. The stream has been back for about 30 seconds. I really appreciate that, Niels Plays. Thank you. There may be a delay between me and the broadcast. I know Steam works better if you put a delay between the broadcast and the chat. Actually, I should also make sure. Yes, it does look like we have transcoding options too, which is good. So either way, there may be a bit of a delay in terms of the interaction with everyone, but I'm glad that over a bit of time, everybody's getting the answers. But yeah, I just wanted to get a quick word about that. As far as Weather Factory is concerned, they're actually really, really supportive in terms of me like trying to sell up my stuff. I definitely do stream this game. I don't actually do it on Twitch that much anymore, but I do it on YouTube. And if there is some interest in terms of where you can see the rest of my stuff, I'm happy to give out those links. I'm just not going to be as proactive in sharing that. I'll mention it every once in a while, but that's just because I kind of want to focus on the game where I can. Okay, yes, and we did describe the Mirror of Glory. So as far as talking is concerned, one thing that we can do with Laidlaw, Laidlaw is a tinkerer and a mechanic with an uncanny knack. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So how do we do that recruitment? Remember that when we had our hanger-on, who is kind of searching the city right now, we basically we kind of got them as a recruit for free because they were, they were the one to be a founding member of the cult. As far as the rest of them are concerned, we actually need to put some, we do need to put some effort into bringing them into the Mirror of Glory. So if you want to recruit somebody, you can take your cult, and then it'll give you, the recipe is always going to be transparent in terms of the, on the screen. So in this particular case here, we've got the associate that we want to bring in, our Tinkerer Laidlaw. Then we need a ceremony. So it's like, well, what would we want to do in terms of a ceremony? Well, there's two places we can find that information. One is the description. To recruit a follower, I will need a little of the power we revere. I might glean it from an influence, or a tool, or an ingredient, or just the lore of our tradition. So remember back when that restlessness had a whole bunch of like a whole bunch of aspects. You can actually use a restlessness in this in this recruitment. Also, let's maybe think of some other places where we might find lantern. So remember when it says we need power, the power that we revere. Well, what about reason? Could we use that? Turns out we can. And this is one of the things where Cultist Simulator can reward a bit of, I guess, non-linear thinking, for lack of a better term. It will give you some basic ideas. It will give you some fundamentals to work with. And it can be sort of your job to sort of maybe tease out whether or not that makes sense. So what's traditional is, you take a look at ceremony. To recruit a novice, I only need a small secret. The higher mysteries require deeper oaths. Aspect lore, well, if you've made the Mirror of Glory, it means that you've got lore. Like you simply cannot get to this recruitment screen without... Oops, sorry, I just noticed something. There we go. All right. So again, you can't have the cult without the lore to found it. And so it's very traditional to just say, okay, well, this is the most direct path available to me. However, you may find that if you use trappings, either to do those higher level recruitments, or even to potentially get rid of things that are dangerous to you, you can actually you can use this trapping slot quite effectively. And again, remember when I was talking about how in this game, the secret world doesn't just manifest itself in like really obvious ways as, sort of alien gods sort of appearing out of a fissure in the ground. They can appear through things such as insight or, just feeling a little bit more, abrim with energy. That is also true in terms of the rituals that you're doing. So in this case, though, we'll just do it a pretty traditional way as far as the lantern is concerned. I know a few of you who watch the YouTube. Now that I know that there's some people who watch the YouTube channel, will know that I'm actually specifically holding back something that I do pretty regularly. But sometimes it's fun to just keep some secrets. All right, so we're still painting. I could spend money on better paints. Or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. So if I want, I have the option of spending funds. There are also some times where you can actually make different types of paintings. You may have some supernatural means through which you can paint. But in this case here, I am a little short on money, so I'm not going to spend anything on paints. And in this case, we've finished the Course of the Heart, so my own heart pumps more strongly today. We've got 3 minutes on that. And we actually provoked another Course of the Heart by resting up, so lucky me. Now, here's a little helpful shortcut for those of you who like a nicely ordered board. If you prefer to push buttons, you can press the little stack here. You can also push tab, but if you push this button, it's going to combine stacks of cards. So in this case here, some cards, not all of them, will be ones that you can sort of stack together. One thing I will mention, you'll notice that I'm able to move large stacks. The only small complaint I have is that there have been a couple changes to the UI. And what I find is when I move stacks, it's actually sometimes hard to get them exactly where I want. So in those cases here, I usually just move them one at a time like that. I give it like 2 or 3 tries and then I move on. But in any case, those are 2 things that might be a little bit helpful in terms of keeping things organized. If you want to stack together a bunch of disparate cards, you can hit this button or tab. And if you want to move a stack, you can click on the number, click and hold. But just keep in mind that probably your expectation in terms of where the cards are going to move might be a little bit off, depending on your grid snap and how accurate you are in terms of moving. Okay, let's try with the passion again. So remember that when we were... Oh, did I use lantern again? Oh, no, we're recruiting. That's fine. So remember, it said that we could use lore. So we're going to do the Moonlit Road again. I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop and the air is silver bright. So again, there's any types of lore. We already tried secret histories and that didn't work as well. And one approach that we could potentially try is like, well, what if we just put the red secret in? Well, nothing really seemed to happen there. It's like, well, what if we do the forge? Well, nothing really seemed to happen there. So did I just sign myself up for another nightmare? Well, no, because there's different dreams. But let's maybe see... Sometimes maybe you don't want to just brute force everything. Let's maybe see, was there any indication that something different would happen? This says some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. Oh, this is level 2, so we'll move that up. And then the Ardent Orison, when we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words it will speak. A word that sanctifies the change that comes from the seared skin, when the seared skin peels. So neither of these are really indicated anything that we might need to do in terms of the dream. We're just finishing off the painting here, and this is something special. It may provoke a reaction. And we finished our recruitment, so a dozen lights blaze. There's no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. So Laidlaw is no longer an acquaintance, but a believer. Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. Now notice that Laidlaw has also gained the aspect Forge, so by joining the Mirror of Glory, he's in fact become more than what he was before. He's gained his understanding of the Forge. He's no longer just a mere tinkerer, but understands the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. He's still mortal, but he is now a follower, which means that we can treat him a little bit more like our hanger-on. Now here's the Watchman's secret. It's been expressed like this. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. Now, this is a little bit of a reach. I wouldn't expect people to sort of be able to get this intuitively. There's actually just another reason why Lantern or Moth wind up being sort of 2 obvious first steps when it comes to this dream. But there are sometimes references sort of like lights in the woods and such. So we'll take the last bit of lore and try that with our dream. And in this case, notice the text changed. And this can be a really good indicator that you're on the right track. So notice here we put the occult scrapped in and nothing changes. And the Watchman's secret did make the text change. Now, don't just rely on this. Like, if you think you're doing something right, experiment, right? The worst that happens, you lose, and then you just get a chance to try something new. So far as I can tell, there is no way that the game will just suddenly kill you. You will be given warnings and you'll be given opportunities to get yourself out of a tricky situation. You may find that you're not able to generate the things you need fast enough to get out of the tricky situation, and that's unfortunate. But there's no, haha, you pushed the wrong... Okay, actually, sorry. If you go into the console, there is a haha, let me see. Yeah, if you see this thing, this is the console. This has nothing to do with the game. So, just fair warning. Like, this thing is an indicator that you've gone to the wrong spot. Nope. that has a button that will actually end the game for you. But other than that, if you're playing the game normally, what will happen is you'll usually get 2 or 3 warnings about something that's going to happen, and you'll be able to deal with it. So again, you may be inconvenienced, you may go onto a path that might lead to your end, but the game doesn't have moments where it's sort of like, you know, shame on you for looking in the wrong closet, now you're dead. All right, so this was the light in the skull. Dusty facts have become clear in my brain, for now at least. So we've gained some erudition. This does have the aspect of lantern, so we might have tried that in the recruitment, although it is only just 1 lantern. But then we want to think now about the talk verb. Now, we needed to use the lantern for, for this dream anyway. Let's try an occult scrap. Oh, sorry, the thing I was going to mention before. If you think you're doing something right, keep it in there. See what happens. But generally, you will have a bit of an indicator that you've done the right thing when the text changes, when you sort of advance to the next item. So again, I don't recommend brute forcing stuff. There's usually more elegant ways to get what you want. But in this particular case here, one of the indicators was the bleached way. I could sleep in a room without colors, bleach the sheets, whitewash the walls, dye my hair, and paint my skin. But as far as getting recruits are concerned, we can talk about any type of lore. You know, we were able to attract a Forge follower even though we weren't talking about Forge. So we'll talk publicly about the invisible arts and it will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Now, our pawn has found a potential hireling. I found someone who I might pay to pay to enact regrettable necessities. So if I want to hire this hireling, I can put funds in there. Now again, we're short on money, so it's unlikely that I want to do this, but what type of hireling can I hire? A shifty woman. I get the job done. This hireling can be useful for some expeditions and can help with hunters and annoyances. So I would get them for 2 minutes in exchange for 1 funds, and they have the aspect moth, which is, and that's level 3. So there's different intensities. This ardent orison is level 4, whereas this red secret is level 2. So in this case here, this would be the strongest moth that's attached to a mortal that I could get, but I don't necessarily have use for moth right now, so I will decline the offer. We'll just let that expire. In the meantime, we did just finish our painting, so my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Now, normally when you do a painting, there's just a big flurry of activity, so let's just sort this all out, see what we've got. So we've got Mystique. We've got a glimmering to show for it. I'm actually going to maybe divide these out. They're going to sort of overlap for a bit, but we can get it sorted. We've got contentment. Remember we said that contentment was a way that we might be able to deal with dread. Got a second glimmering. Get our imagination back. So the notoriety is something that we used to make the painting in the first place, and then we have the remaining mystique. So if the Suppression Bureau comes looking for us, we're probably in a little bit of trouble, but the Suppression Bureau hasn't looked for us yet, so why would we worry about them? Next question is, what do we want to do with the work slot? Now, there is actually something I can do other than menial labor, but I have had a pretty good thing going in terms of generating all of this vitality. So I am going to go back to the work site. We're going to use our health. If anything, we just want to get money as quickly as we can. So in this case, we'll take the 55 seconds to go to the normal work site, and we'll wait for the rest of this to move forward. Remembering that we're reading the play, The Queens of the Rivers, and in 12 seconds, that's going to be done. Oh, Season of Suspicion coming up. Remember how I said I would be in trouble if the Suppression Bureau went looking? Well, surprise. Right, my own heart pumps more strongly today. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence between river names and historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. So again, if you want to try and interpret the game and what's going on, because so much of this is taking place inside of your head, I always like to think of it sort of as a radio drama or reading a good book. In this case here, we spent the time reading the play, And we didn't just read it as entertainment, we closely studied it to understand those correspondences that it's referring to. And in this case, we were rewarded with an occult scrap. We were able to sort of crack the nut, and we were able to get the real content inside of that text. So secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like notes in a rare wine. Okay, so remember that the game sort of said that it would be more difficult to level up strength the next time, that we would need lessons learned. So this is one of these cases where it might be a little confusing the first time you try to level up once you've got a particular skill. So remember when we first wanted to improve our health, we just needed to take 2 of these vitality together. Notice now that that isn't the case. Instead, we've got a different text which says, exercise the body. I am abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. So we start, it's going to take 60 seconds, but this is actually how you produce those lessons learned. So you get the skill and the extra health the first time. All subsequent times, you're getting a sort of a super version of this vitality, and the same will be true for glimmering. And we don't have the skill for reason yet, so this time, if we get a secondary edition, we're going to be able to get an extra reason out of that. But generally, when you want to level up one of your skills, you actually need to take the vitality, you need to take the glimmering, and you're going to need to combine that into another input that you'll use to improve it. And again, that's sort of indicated by the game by saying that it'll be more difficult, but this is specifically how it is more difficult. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So that's us just turning down the offer for the shifty woman, but we are going to continue searching the city. Now, I always look forward to this moment. In a few seconds here, I should maybe space these out a little bit better, but you're going to see something cool in about 4 seconds. 4 seconds, game time, of course. I might have found somewhere unusual. Oriflamme's auction house. Let's take the time to get the pawn searching. And, let's tidy up the board a little bit. Try to make it so that those numbers aren't overlapping. Those books are going to seem a little off, but we'll sort that out later. Okay, I guess I'll show you now. Oh, that's right. Sorry, there's one other thing I gotta do. That was a letdown. Sorry, I keep forgetting that there's two parts to this. I can sleep in a room without colors, bleach the sheets, whitewash the walls, dye my hair, paint my skin. So we gain buzzing in the brain and weigh the wood. I've learned the path to the wood and the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the mantis, though the mantis has no walls. I can dream with this to return to the wood. So because I spent the time building it up, I should probably explain what's going on here. So remember how it said that if I engage in occult practices before going to sleep, that can lead me to certain locations. And in this case, we slept in a room without colors, bleached the sheets, whitewashed the walls, dyed the hair, paint the skin. And this has led us to a special place, the wood. Now, we still need to actually go to the wood. That was the part that I sort of messed up. So that's going to be where we're heading pretty much right away. But in this case here, dreaming with the Watchman's secret, that was what gave me that insight. That was what let me know there was another place to go to. I need to find a better way of managing my glimmering. I really like having everything lined up, but my aim's not so good. Okay, obviously I've been messing around with the order a little bit, so I gotta make sure I'll live with that for now. But let's also think about where I want to put... Oh yeah, actually, this gives me a good reason to move everything to the side. Because I'm going to want to have my dream locations beside the dream slot. This is something that's probably going to be confusing. You can stack some timed cards, but if there's a big difference between the timing, so for instance I've got a Mystique that expires in 13 seconds and one that expires in 253 seconds. That doesn't work. This does. So, again, you can always hit tab to stack things up, but just a heads up that if you try to do this, it's not always going to have the result that you expected. And maybe we'll just move the glimmerings off to the side, and the erudition, and the vitality. All right, let's finally go through the wood. So I have enough. I'm actually going to switch this around. So I'm going to dream with... You can do this either way around. So in this case, we'll do the Moonlit Road. I know this dream. The road crests a hilltop and the air is silver bright. And in this case, I'm going to add the lore here. Entering the wood. Now I pass between scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Now, one thing that might be a useful little test, particularly if you've been watching from the beginning, is to say, why did I start by putting the Way of the Wood in first? And then I switched and I said I want to do the Passion and then add the Way in the Word. I will just let you know they both have the same effect, so I'm not doing it because there is a different outcome. It actually has something to do with the magnet. So we'll think about the magnets that we have on the table right now. We've got the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So in this case, if there is a hunter card on the table, it's going to pick that one up. Well, we don't need to worry about hunters right now. There aren't any hunters in the area. So I should finish the text here. The world as it is, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. Then there's the other possibility, well, what about... what about the timer? Well, timer's not that big of a worry because that's just going to take funds, and we already have funds. So what am I worried about in terms of passion specifically being taken up? And it's because right now I'm speaking of esoteric matters, and so in 9.7 seconds, there's going to be a magnet that appears that's going to take passion. Well, if I want to use passion to try and go into the wood, this special location, I've learnt the path to the wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the mantis, I don't want a magnet suddenly pulling that passion out. But what is going to happen is that once this passion card kind of comes back, once I get my passion back, it's automatically going to be pulled in by the talk verb here. So personally, just because I tend to get a little caught up playing the game and I don't always necessarily pay attention to all the verbs, one thing I like doing is when there is a card that might be subject to a magnet, I like to try and lock that in as early as I can. That's not necessarily a thou shalt kind of instruction, but it is definitely a little bit of a helper tip, particularly if you find that you get frustrated when magnets are pulling important things away from slots where you sort of think it's a sure thing. And of course, that only comes after you play the game for a while, right? Because you're not necessarily going to remember that a passion comes out. It might be a reason that gets taken up. And that's exactly what happened. So we've got another hireling. This one's an entry consultant. Notice this is a pretty good one. So this is number 5. It will still cost us 1 funds. But of course, the question is, what do we need this knock follower for? We don't have an answer for that. And so maybe it's not the best use of our funds. All right, I finished early. Here is my pay. So we'll take the money and we will move on. Now I can't use the dream slot to improve my health again, and we really don't have any other options. I can't use the vivid imagination, for instance. I can, but I would have to use that with reputation, and maybe I don't want to be provoking too many things that'll get the suppression bureau on me. So let's go back to the work site. To work then. We will be going back to Moorlands when I have more money, but right now we're just sort of we're scraping by. So, by the way, do the grapes get annoying if I eat those on the mic? If they do, I can stop. But like I said, I'm trying to keep the energy up. I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skill. So remember how I said that you can combine the vitality into a super vitality? That's basically it here. So I'm ready to improve. Use this with your strength skill to improve your the skill to gain health. It lasts up to 5 minutes before it decays back into a vitality. Now, we've already used the strength skill, so that's not really available to us right now. And I'll let you know, in fact, I think we might be able to read that. Yeah, we actually need 2 lessons learned to gain more health. So we'll save ourselves some trouble. And we'll actually just combine these 2 vitality now in order to, it'll save us the trouble. It's 60 seconds, 32 left on the work slot. But if I was expecting to be able to work with, the lesson learned right away, I would have wasted a minute. We still would have had enough time to be able to combine everything, but I'll make the most of my study verb. All right, so so there's a lot that goes on in this game, and I think the game is designed to draw your attention to lots of different places and potentially create some difficulty in terms of just being able to look at what's going on and react. One of the nice things about this game is that it'll give you little arrows that you can do to sort of jump through the previous events. So for instance, here for the adversary, it says, okay, if there's an adversary around, they're going to look for evidence. There was no adversary. So we just kind of left it aside and it kept moving on. But maybe you want to understand, well, what exactly happened? Like, what were the previous steps? If you hit these buttons, it will actually tell you what the previous steps were. Although I notice, yeah, I don't think it should say suspicion here, but anyways, we'll move up. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? I'm safe for now. The meddlers' attention must be elsewhere a relief. I don't actually think that it said that. So the wrong kind of reputation might awaken the interest of the curious, the puritanical, or the vengeful. A reputation may inspire an adversary to emerge. Someone is meddling. This was after they picked up that mystique. And there's always someone who doesn't understand, or who understands too well. This troublemaker may seek evidence on my activities to share with the authorities. So I think there's a couple of little glitches in here, but this is our current adversary, the weary detective. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news. But no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So this is one of these hunters that it was referring to. The laws of civilization are younger than the laws of the hours, but they too sometimes require a sacrifice. This one is an agent of the law. And of course, most importantly, the weary detective is mortal. The log habit of living indisposeth us for dying. So if the weary detective becomes too difficult, we have ways of dealing with him. In the meantime, though, we'll just relegate him to the wings and see where it all goes. But yes, we now have an adversary. We do want to keep an eye on what they're doing, and more importantly, we don't want to allow this weary detective to find evidence of us. And that will be where suddenly I start using some of these followers to be able to destroy evidence or otherwise cover up my misdeeds. Excuse me. Now, remember, we got the buzzing in the brain when we found the way to the wood. So this says, Ingi rum imis nocteat con sumi snip snip snip, a second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to the adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. So remember, influences can also be used as trappings. So if I want to bring someone into the cult, I could potentially use this as part of the ceremony. But some of these influences will also decay into something else, and we'll actually see that in just a minute here. Okay. This is that cool thing I was trying to show you about. So when you finally dream with the right information, in this case, if we sleep in a bleached room with dyed hair and painted skin, we get to visit the Mansis. Now this has changed a little bit since the game first came out. Some of the user interface has been adjusted, and so it's a little, I'd say overall, it's a little easier to get out of this screen if you're not familiar with it. But we're going to take a quick second, one, because I think this is a really cool illustration. But number two, it doesn't hurt to get a little bit of an idea in terms of how this works. So as far as the story is concerned, this is where we wound up when we did that occult practice before we went to sleep. What is this place? Well, right now we're in the wood. The wood can lead to the Temple of the Wheel and the well, which are in the bounds. There are other places in the Mansis. There's the White Door, which leads to the Orchard of Lights and the Lodge of the Sage Knight. There's the Stag Door, which can lead to the Ascent of Knives and the Painted River. There's the Spider Door, which can go to the Mallory or the Chamber of Ways. And there's the Peacock Door, which can go to the Worm Museum or the Red Church. There's the Tricuspid Gate, which is not something that we can get to using the Dream slot. And of course, there are the boundaries of the Mansis. There's the Glory, there's, cats. I'm going to call them cats. There's a bunch of stuff going on here, and we will largely be able to interact with all of this. So we'll be able to visit the Painted River, and we'll be able to see what these strange things are. But we're not necessarily able to see them right now. All that we can do is sort of focus on the place where we wound up, which is the wood. And the way that this segment works mechanically is this. You kind of get a deal, right? You can say, okay, if you just stay in the wood, I'm going to give you this. And so if I want an occult scrap, I can just stay in the wood and I will get the occult scrap. Alternatively, you can try and go to one of the other locations, the well or the Temple of the Wheel, and you will usually see something else there. You'll always see something else there. But you don't know what it is, right? The cards are face down, and as soon as you click this card, it's going to show you what you got. Now, sometimes you can wind up with things like dread and fascination, and so the Mansis is not just a place that gives you stuff you want. You can sometimes wind up with side effects that you didn't want. And so that's where it becomes a little interesting. Generally, so if you just want secret histories, generally when you click in these areas, you have the possibility of getting the next level of secret histories. But of course, if you're worried that the location that you're going to might give you a fascination because you have a season of visions coming up, you may say, well, I can't really afford to get a fascination right now, so maybe I'm just going to settle for the lesser entry here. And that's basically how this works. Now, again, you didn't need to know this ahead of time. Like, if you'd bought this game and got to this screen, I think probably you'd just pick a card and see what happens. And that's a great way to learn this game. It's a great way to play this game. But of course, I am here explaining the game right now, and so I figured it may not be a bad idea to just kind of roughly explain what's going on. So you can decide for yourself whether you want to see what's going on in the well and the Temple of the Wheel. But as it is, I happen to want another occult scrap, so we're just going to go stick at the wood. Now, the good news here is that the game will stay paused, so you don't need to worry about sort of a bunch of events crashing through right away. And the game is paused in the background, so you don't need to worry about, starving to death if you spend a long time in the Mansis. But in this case, let's hear what happened inside the dream. I walked through the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So there's the occult scrap. We've already got one of these, but just as a reminder here, if I drop the occult scrap off to the side, well, maybe I don't want it there. I can just hit the button or the tab key to stack them all together. This is the same text as before. This was the Mansis specific screen was added in a recent update, so I won't reread that. But that's how the Mansis works. So just as I realize it's been about 2.5 hours since we started the broadcast, but this is actually the point where we've sort of experienced everything. We've seen everything that the game kind of has to offer in terms of all the different locations and all the different types of cards. In this case here, these are the tools that we're going to be using to achieve a victory. What kind of victory is that? Well, that's up to you. You can sometimes decide, well, maybe I don't want to do this occult stuff. Maybe I just want to go work at the bank. Or maybe you do wind up succumbing to some of your moods or the fascination or the dread. There's a number of different ways that this can turn out, but basically all of those outcomes are going to be related in some way to what we see on the board here. So now's maybe not a bad time to sort of reiterate exactly what this game is. So a way of thinking about this game, again, you're playing a character. In this case, we're Anne Wilkes, the aspirant. And in this case, this person that we're playing is represented through a number of different things, much the same way that we might define ourselves. In one way, we can think of ourselves as the things we can do. We can work, we can dream, we can study, we can explore, and we can talk. You might also say that we are the relationships that we build with people. The friends that we make along the way, or the people who we know. So we know a tinkerer named Laidlaw who happens to, we kind of work on the same wavelength. We're being introduced to someone. And in this case, one of the ways that we are sort of introducing ourselves and showing our worth is through using our reason, our ability to sort of convince them that we're somebody worth spending the time with. Another way that we might define ourselves is our abilities, right? So our health, our passion, our reason. Or we might define ourselves through our ambitions, in this case, this temptation of enlightenment. And of course, we may also define ourselves in relation to the people that we oppose, right? Definition through opposition. In this case, we are against the wary detective, or maybe we just want to think of it as being, them against us. Also, we might define ourselves through the things that we know, and in this case, these fragments of lore and these rites. Or, of course, we could also define ourselves through our possessions, through our funds, through our books. All of these things are valid, and of course, as a result, in terms of the game, this is just a way that the game is sort of broken down some of these ways that we might talk about ourselves into a series of tools and interactions. And so ultimately, these different fragments, these different aspects of ourselves interact with actions that we can take in order to produce the outcomes, in order to produce the gameplay. And of course, the game will give us some text to explain what happened. If I go and I say try and use health on the weary detective, well, maybe that means I try and fight them. So maybe I want to talk to the wary detective instead of fight them, right? Maybe we will try and deal with this through non-violent means. Or maybe I summon something big and scary, and then I'll go send that to talk to the wary detective. And that might have a very different kind of outcome than if I talk with a wary detective. But that's essentially what this game boils down to, and essentially what the rest of what I talk about. And again, I will encourage you, if you're in chat, or you want to enable the chat option, it's just to the right of the video. Feel free to ask questions. I love being able to do the back and forth in that. But really, I'm just going to kind of keep playing the game, explaining what I do as I go along. But because all of the basics have now been explained, I'm going to take a few things for granted. I'll still be explaining because there'll be people coming in and out over the course of the broadcast. But I do just want to take that time and say that if you are interested and you want me to sort of unpack a particular, if I want to unpack a particular idea, I'm more than happy to sort of interact with chat. Of course, I know some of you are here because you like my stuff, so I also want to try and put on a show if I can. So, question is, what do I want to do with the dream slot? Do I want to go back to the Mansis because we know how to do that with the wood and passion now? Or is there something else that I'd like to try and accomplish in the meantime? I would think that if there was some kind of a negative effect that I had to get rid of, I would maybe want to dream that away, but we don't have the dread anymore. We also don't have any contentment to get rid of it. So in this case here, I think probably dreaming with the wood is the right way to go. So if I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find the way beyond it. Oh, the way beyond it, I hear you ask? How do I do that? Well, we click on the empty spot and we can see, oh, well, we could use lore. Oh, well, we just use the same trick again, right? No. The light in the wood, not enough. There is a house in the wood. This much I know. Here is a light through the trees. So in this case, this is not sufficient to be able to get to the next level of lantern. But points for trying. For me. Now I pass between scarbark trees. The moon passes behind the branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Alright. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. So I finished early. Here's my pay. Now, of course, I had the option of not dreaming. I could try and get my health back that way, but I do have this restlessness to get rid of, so maybe we want to do a painting again. So we will take our vivid imagination. We don't have any passion. I made a decision about that, so we will use our reputation. If that's not obvious, you can always click. I can employ passion to do the best work I can, or if I have a reputation, I can paint something to win attention. So, and it's pretty explicit here, notoriety, mystique, or passion. Now, I don't necessarily want to keep notoriety hanging around on the board. As the game warns, if you paint with notoriety, then you're going to be extending the time in which that stays in the world. But mystique is fine. Mystique we're going to be generating by getting this patron anyway, so you never know, this might be a living. So I suppose the question now is, do I want to use these funds to try and get another book? Or do I want to explore with my pawn again? I think in this case I'm just going to do an exploration in the city. So crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. And it looks like we've got another light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So this is good because we've got an erudition that's going away. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to decide if I want to get rid of the glimmering or the... No. Actually, we'll be fine. But I am going to lose the glimmering, it turns out. Well, that's life. We can learn from each other. So we have found Poppy Lascelles, an amiable woman of property. She'd like to talk with you. We've got a reason back, we've got the occult scrap, and we got some mystique. So we'll put that all in the pile. So we'll put the reason off to the side here. We'll put Poppy off to the side for the time being. And for the rest of it, I need to find a better place for my mystique, but we'll keep it all here for now. And I forgot to put my restlessness in as my inspiration, so that's a little more helpful. Okay, let's go back to talking about esoteric matters. Poppy may want to talk to me, but I don't want to talk to her. All right, another hireling. So this is a fortune teller, and in this case, this is 5 lantern and 3 moth. So you might think lantern's attractive because of the its sort of association with the aspect that I have, or that the cult is founded on. But in this case, I don't really have the need for lantern right now. Okay, so we've exercised the body. I'm ready to grow stronger. Now I do have a little bit of a dilemma here. If I leave the glimmering alone, then I'm not going to be able to turn it into a lesson learned. And if I leave the erudition alone, then I'm not going to have the opportunity to get the skill for reason. So because we don't have the skill for reason yet, I'm going to let the glimmering expire. And then we'll carry on. I won't pay for the extra paints. Again, this is just because we're a little short on money. But we'll do the same trick that we did to get our skill the last time. Dusty facts have become clear in my brain. For now, at least. Now you may ask the question, well, weren't we getting these lessons learnt to be able to get our stronger physique? Absolutely, and we will be able to do that. But again, remember that the erudition's going away right away, whereas the vitality here is going to last for a little under 300 seconds. Well, let's say 230 because of the other one. So in this case here, I want to be able to take advantage of the direct benefit from these 2 erudition, and I will just be able to use these immediately following the improvement. So that's why I'm doing it the order that I'm doing here. Oh. Let's give that another second. That one there's a little bit of a warm-up for the cards. Most of the time you don't notice it because time is passing, but I was a little too early on that erudition, so now it's ready to go. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. So again, ignoring the paints, we'll just take whatever we can get for them, the job. Worthless! I produced nothing of use or significance at all. I should be ashamed of myself. Still, if I have a reputation, it may sell. Okay, so this is where playing the game will help you out in terms of understanding how things work. So we've got a buzzing in the brain, and we may recall that when you have buzzing in the brain and it expires, that's going to turn into restlessness. So are we worried about restlessness? No. I think it's quite fair to say that restlessness will produce it just gives me an opportunity to do another painting. But I don't necessarily want to do another painting. I think we can just leave that aside. So this is maybe one of these times where I'm like, okay, maybe I don't want to hang out in the wood anymore. Maybe I want to try the well or the Temple of the Wheel. So in this case, we know nothing about either of these. So in this case, maybe you just want to toss a coin. But in this case, we'll start by visiting the well. And in this case, we have an awareness of appetite, which is also an influence. So we'll just take that out of the wood, and we can read what happened. So in this case, I think I hit the pause button a little too early, and it was unpaused coming out. But the well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night, it might heave with crawling roots. On another, it will pulse with bright moss. On nights when the moon is full, its waters are choked with the fat-dappled bodies of moths. Last night, I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds have drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. So here we have an awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. A second-order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be useful in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. And of course, remembering this is our old friend the Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. For those of you who are fans of Cultist Simulator, and again, if you want to mention this in chat, I'm always delighted to hear it, but one thing that I think is very fun about Cultist Simulator is deciding which of the aspects or the principles you most align with. So I would definitely say I am very, very lantern aligned, although I do not necessarily want to make that. I don't consider myself just a one-note person, and I think very few people consider themselves one-note people. So, much like when you watch a favorite movie or when you, read a book that you like. Hey, Purple's Art. Always love to see the names come up. Ah, yes. I'm curious if any, and it's good to see you again, Purple's Art. I'm curious if anybody, so I generally on Steam, there's a little bit less, interaction in that, but I was curious if anybody recalls this name, because I think some of you will have an idea of what I've been checking out lately. But yeah, I mean, just like when you read a book or have a favorite movie or something like that, you will see a bit of yourself in each of the characters. So for instance, I've been watching Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul recently. And, it's hard to say that one might consider a figure like Walter White an admirable character. He's not somebody who I would necessarily want to have sort of the same life as. But there are a lot of really impressive qualities that this guy has. In fact, one of the things I liked about Better Call Saul was they took a character that I didn't dislike, but I didn't really think that much of, and they gave him a significance that maybe I didn't appreciate at the time. And so for the same reason, I sort of like thinking that there is a way that we can all sort of find a bit of, there's ways we can relate to the principles, much the same way that you can see, each of our aspects of ourselves, right? Our reason and lantern, our passion, moth, heart, health, heart. These are all different aspects that we can sort of relate to. But of course, I think it's also fair to say that there's probably things that hold a bit closer. So the thing that I find funny is I definitely have a very close relation to Lantern, in my opinion. And I'd say probably I also have a fondness for Nock. But what I also find really interesting is that I seem to know a lot of people who just are fanatical about Grail. And I find that fascinating. Not that I dislike Grail. Who could? Who could dislike Grail? But I actually noticed that among my friends who like Cultist Simulator, probably I have a very large number of Grail adherents in my social circle. All right. Season of Ambition's coming up, so we know we're going to get another Restlessness anyway. Walter White Flower Maker or Rising Spider? Oh. You put me on the spot. I just wanted to say, one of the reasons why I brought that up specifically, actually, is I know a little bit about Vince Gilligan's background. So he worked on, I think, Millennium, The X-Files, The Lone Gunman. And if you think of it, X-Files was obviously a very successful show for Fox. But this will have relevance to Cultist Simulator, by the way. I'm not just, this isn't just a podcast for Steam, but if you take a look at those other shows, like they lasted a season, if that. And what I find so interesting about, and then there's like this long period where he's not really doing a lot of things. So he was a showrunner on like The Lone Gunman. Lone Gunman, I think, has like 6 episodes or something like that. And then you just don't really see that much in that resume. Doesn't mean he wasn't writing it. It doesn't mean he wasn't talented. But then you watch a show like Breaking Bad, where you have this incredibly talented chemist reduced down to a high school teacher, and that being the catalyst to leading him to do the things that he does in that TV series. And then as a follow-up, you have a show called Better Call Saul, and again, this guy who has something of a problem with authority, but this relentless drive to make something of himself. I don't think that's a coincidence. And I think it's quite possible that you will learn a bit about Vince Gilligan and some of the people who he got to write on that show just by looking at some of those common traits in the character. And I think that's true. That's one of the reasons why I find Cultist Simulator so captivating, right? I do not have any arcane or occult knowledge, but I definitely have ambitions. I definitely have things that I want to do. I have things that I care about, and I get frustrated when I'm not able to do them. And there are forces in the world that, I feel like they're trying to keep me from being able to do that thing that I want, so desperately. And it's very easy to pour yourself into this game. And, again, it's completely fine. It's very fun to enjoy this game just at the level of, of spinning a good yarn about, alien gods and strange happenings. But I think some of the most rewarding experiences of Cultist Simulator are maybe reflecting a little bit more on its themes and sort of what it's saying. And again, it doesn't have to be a moment of self-reflection. Like, it's very fun to play games and be somebody totally different from who you are. So maybe you just become this incredibly ruthless, edge character that just stabs everything that gets in the way. But it's I think that's definitely way, on YouTube I've been going through The Dancer a lot recently, and The Dancer doesn't seem like the sort of thing that I would have a direct connection to, but the more I think on it and the more I think on streaming and things like that, the more I actually really relate to The Dancer. And not directly, like I can't necessarily say that I've had the experiences that The Dancer Legacy has, but good stories build empathy. Oh, this is great. We've got a few other people inside. I always say that you should write about what you know. I wonder what that says about Weather Factory. Well, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is a game about, this is Weather Factory's first game. This was, Alexis had left a company that he founded called Fail Better Games, which had a successful game called Sunless Sea. And, when it's a story about someone pursuing passions, potentially at the expense of or even in opposition to financial well-being and comfort, I don't necessarily think that's a coincidence, right? The same way that, Sunless Sea being sort of this enterprise going out into the dark and unknown in a particularly dangerous environment, remembering that game was made, it was kind of the Kickstarter was the last chance for that company to remain solvent. And in that case, the expedition turned out. Again, like I don't want to make, I can sound like a really tedious grade 12 English student, but I'm not entirely sure that these are just coincidental. Like even if they're not intentional, I definitely think that there is something about the circumstances that will, lead someone to have certain preoccupations, and they may be informing, some of the directions that certain stories go. And Adelaide says, I find Moth fascinating. This, by the way, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing people's names, especially the way that it relates to passion and creativity. Yes. I mean, in some cases, I actually envy Moth because I don't see myself as an uncreative person, but I definitely think the power to create and the ability to make something from nothing is something that I am very envious of. And I have a very ordered way of thinking of creative enterprises. So as a result, when I think of mothy people and mothy characters, it's a chance for me to sort of wear a skin that I don't normally do. And I think it's really, really fun to think along those lines. Okay, so the question as always is, what do we want to do with our work verb? We do know that we're eventually going to want to do a painting, but we still need to put food on the table. So let's maybe go back. Well, Yes, I am still going to go back to the work site, but there is going to be a cost for that. And that cost is that I'm not going to have the skill to be able to upgrade my health right away. But that's the price of admission. The next question would be, what do I want to do with the dream slot? Is there something special that I want to do there? And in this case, I think I just want to keep going back to the wood. We're not able to get lore through... we're able to get lore through reading books once we stop occupying our study slot. But right now we haven't been going to Moreland's shop because we don't have the money for it. So we'll carry on this pattern. Come with me. Incidentally, because I know the Cultist fan base is a very creative one. One book on creativity I really liked is called How to Fly a Horse. And it's not the type of creativity book that you would normally think about. It's not The Artist's Way or the War of Art or something like that. It's actually about, it has a lot of scientific examples as well as others. But I found it to me, that was my lantern way of engaging with it. And I think it has some really interesting insights. And like all good books, I learned a lot that I didn't know before. So for those of you who have a little bit of Moth and a little bit of Lantern in you, I actually think How to Fly a Horse is a really good read. That is the podcasty part, though. That has nothing to do with Cultist Simulator, other than what people might be interested in. So, do I want to visit the Ecdysis Club? Do I want to go to Moreland's shop? I don't really think we have the money to do that, so I think we're just going to take our pawn again. One other thing I'm going to draw your attention to here... Oh, nope. Looks like I didn't get staleness, so never mind. We'll just do a normal painting when the time comes. And my... Oh, you know what? We're not going to make it to the wood, I don't... Oh, no, we are. I just did it in the wrong order. So the passion got... Remember how I talked about... Actually, this is maybe worth pausing for. Remember how I talked about how sometimes you can have a card in a slot and the magnet will pull it away? This is exactly what I was talking about. You can think that you're on your way to going through the wood, but what happens is you... in this case, because I needed to convince someone to join my cult, it got picked up by the magnet, and that's going to mean I'm going to need to keep an eye on this card. So I have a 3-second window. I'm usually pretty quick on the spacebar. Okay, so we found Street Strange by Moonlight. This is an unusual location, and I underutilize this card if I'm completely honest, so we'll make the most of it right now. Sometimes the light of the moon is key to other spaces. I found a place where, for a night or two, the streets curve in unfamiliar ways. If I walk here, I might find insight, or I might be touched by madness. So explore an uncanny tangle of streets by the light of the moon. Streets are strange in the hour called Menescate. So 30 seconds to explore, and we are drawing from the Strange Streets deck, which is not something we've encountered before. Alright, so we've exercised the mind. My mind, the library. I have gained reason, but it will be more difficult to gain reason next time. So this is the skill Scholarship. I am flush with clever quotations. Use this with 2 lessons learnt to gain more reason. So this is basically the reason equivalent of the skill that we gain for health and passion. I'm going to leave the study slot open because in 11 seconds I'm going to be getting my health skill back. But basically, the reason why I wanted to prioritize the erudition is that this is the last of the skills that I wanted to gain, and I want to show you something else that you can do with the work slot. I am injured. I'll hobble painfully home with my wretched pay. Now this surprises me because once upon a time, I thought that the skill would actually prevent you from getting injured, but I don't think that, well, clearly that's not true anymore. So, I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover, but the Mother of Ants looks kindly on wounds. So, knock. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. So this is coming back to some of the strange logic of Cultist Simulator. I know a few people here will hopefully remember fondly what this means in the relation to knock, but think about for a second why knock might be associated with an injury. Well, let's think about the description of knock again. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. In this particular case, you can think of an injury as an opening, and that is what knock is interested in. And more importantly, it actually explicitly makes a reference to, this is one of the very rare cases where you have like an everyday kind of card, and it's directly sort of invoking this image of the supernatural where it talks about the Mother of Ants. Now, I'm sort of talking out of turn here, but I will tell you that the Mother of Ants does have an association with knock. That might actually be something that you would learn later on in the game. But in this particular case here, again, it's one of these ones. This is actually going to be a fun game to play if you like it. And again, this brings me back to things that Weather Factory are doing, such as the Locksmith Dream. Actually, if you can just give me a second, I'll take a second to see if that website is open now. Oh dear. The site went live and is struggling under unexpected demand. Bear with us. Okay, so remember, and this actually may not be a bad... Oh, the hardened physique. Okay, fair enough. So it was just mistaken in terms of the ordering. So this is maybe not a bad time, especially because there'll be some people coming in again. One fun little game, and again, this is if you're like really into Cultist Simulator, but you know, once you start thinking about the world of the secret histories, the Cultist Simulator world, it can sometimes be fun to just sort of think about the principles and, you know, just everyday life, right? So when you think about like knock, worrying about openings and things like that, and you know, you're kind of walking down the street and your shoelace becomes untied, you're sort of like, oh, okay, well, the influence of knock was present, in this place, right? And that's not like, again, I don't want to give the image here that I'm like sitting down and I genuinely think that the world that Weather Factory has created is a real thing, right? It's just a fun little, it's a fun little game to play in the back of your head. And I mentioned earlier on, like there's that door and the idea of the enigmas in the game. Like there's definitely some encouragement if you want to go down that path in terms of thinking about how this game may relate to the real world. But sometimes it's just a fun little thought experiment to do. But there is also some encouragement of this in the sense of the other events that Weather Factory has been doing. So I mentioned down below that the digital version of this is available on Steam called The Lady Afterwards. but the deluxe edition. And again, I do need to keep in mind that some of what Weather Factory is doing is are sort of these like very premium products. Actually, as far as I can tell, the Lady Afterwards boxed edition, I think, is sold out. But like, I'm Canadian, so it's about $250 Canadian. So like, you are making a fairly sizable financial investment in that. But it's a tabletop game. It's something that you play with a bunch of people. I think it's 2 to 8 players, and it has things like scented candles, and I think it comes with a tarot deck, and these nice physical printed books and such. So it's just this nice sort of handmade object. And today they put up some tickets for what's called the Locksmith's Dream. And this is an event that is actually going to happen in a physical location. It's a series of overnight events set in this setting for Cultist Simulator. Now, again, I don't know if this was planned from the very beginning. I think Cultist Simulator was probably quite a bit more successful than what Weather Factory was originally planning. But what it does mean is, again, if you're someone sort of like me, who sort of likes to sort of think, it's like, oh yeah, kind of the same way you can maybe play a game like Darkest Dungeon and think it's like, yeah, my coworker is a little stressed right now, so they became masochistic or abusive or something. If you're somebody who kind of likes thinking in terms of secret histories, and you have the means, Weather Factory has been kind of approaching this from 2 angles, where if you want sort of the lower cost things, you have digital copies of these goods, but if you are somebody who kind of wants to go that extra step, and you have the means of doing so, they have actually been branching out into some of these more premium experiences as well. And I know the tickets for this thing that they're doing are just recently went online, but it looks like there's a lot of response, so I don't know if the site's going to be working quite as well. Anyway, sorry, that was a longer digression than I had intended. We do want to get rid of the restlessness, so let's grab our grab some Mystique. Again, I don't really have the passion. I could wait for the passion, but I think we'll just move on. You never know, this might be a living. And here I'm going to grab my strength and do what we had originally intended to make my body even stronger. I will grow stronger still. All right, Season of Suspicion coming up, so I want to avoid generating any notoriety. Oh, hang on, I think Yep, I forgot to put my passion in. So, the waters of the wood run cold and deep, but never clear. Rote memory alone will not take me there. I must engage my passion. Now I drift into other dreams. All right. Visions pass me with pavane grace. A window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So, in this particular case, I got contentment, which is not bad. But it's maybe not the most important thing I could have drawn out, so we'll wait a little bit. But I am a little lucky. I mean, I guess probably, yeah, getting to the mantis would have been fine as well, but I do have something I want with that vitality. So, Dreams of the Rain. Rain is coming, but the right kind of rain. And we have found another acquaintance, Saliba. Come with me. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Alright, so there goes our passion. We've got the occult scrap back, and we've got more mystique. That's going to be relevant when the Season of Suspicion comes by, because it's going to keep gobbling up this mystique. But I'm willing to accept that cost. So let's talk about the occult scraps again. And we will go investigate with the explore verb. I guess the question comes back to, do I want to use the... Oh, do I still... Yeah, let's go back to Street Strange by Moonlight. Okay, so if I want, I can spend money on the paints, but it is just Mystique, so I'll leave it aside. I dreamt of the rain, whispering in the eaves, tapping on windows like an old friend, hissing prankishly in the chimney. It is difficult to be unhappy in the right kind of rain. Okay, so we do have the injury, and the injury is going to go away. It's going to turn into something worse in 2 minutes. So let's take that vitality. We'll treat it just like an illness and heal it up, even if it does make the Mother of Ants cross with me. What about the butler in the mirror? Visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So here we found a subtle fracture. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. A sixth order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. So this is why I take the time to sort of talk about this idea of, like just silly things like my shoelace is coming undone and I'm like, oh, that's level 2 knock influence. This definitely is the sort of stuff that gives me images in my head in terms of what's going on. So level 6 is probably some of the most intense, like it's the highest intensity of a particular principle that we've had through this playthrough so far. And you can kind of see, especially the old wounds ache, well, with that injury, we now kind of have a better understanding in terms of why it's specifically referring to wounds. Again, it's these ideas of openings. Now, this isn't going to have too much of an effect on us because we're not really in a position to take advantage of the influence in the way that I would normally use this. But it is a nice little example about how Street Strange by Moonlight can give you certain results that can be very helpful. So we'll go one more time. And let's see. All right. So we did get some money. My recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. Well, I'll get really lucky with my paintings. I think that turns into money. Yep. So we actually got 2 funds out of that. All right. I'm trying to decide my next step. Yeah, I think that's fine. I got the erudition for a reason, and I wanted to show you something else you can use the work slot for. So again, just remembering, even if you've been spending some time with the game. So we've been about 3 hours with Cultist Simulator now, right? In this case, you'd sort of be past the refund point. You've kind of committed to playing the game. But just because you've done something several times over doesn't necessarily mean that you can't learn something from the game. And what I'm specifically talking about here is it never hurts to take a second and just see what's available to you in certain slots, because there's been a change, right? If you think of the number of cards that we had on the table when we first took a look at the work slot compared to what we have now, there's a lot. I think when we first looked at it, we had health. I think our reason was occupied with the study slot. We had passion. I think, yeah, we definitely didn't have a ritual. But yeah, needless to say, there's quite a bit more on the table here that we can work with. So it's not a bad idea to maybe take a review, especially because we've seen not all of them, but most of the things that are available now. So aspect ability, those are the skills, those are the abilities. We haven't seen a benefactor yet. If you want to see a benefactor, stop by my YouTube channel. No. If you want to see a desire, well, we got that. We got the temptation enlightenment. Right. Well, now we have a right. We could do the right of the crucible soul. Now, again, it says the assistant rarely survives unharmed. What does that mean? Well, each right can be useful for many purposes. For a summoning, I must begin by calling upon the power of the knock, which will open the way. So in this one, we would need an invocation. So this would be lore. We need a victim. There must always be willing blood. An instrument, on what will blood be shed, and desire, what might I become. You don't need all of these again, so you can put a desire in, but it has to be a desire 6. So we definitely could put a victim in, but I don't have any tools. So the number of things that I could do in this rite would probably be quite limited. But this is an example, like, if you're playing Cultist Simulator, probably at some point you want to do some kind of magic. Well, that's the work slot, right? Work isn't just for mundane work. Work can also mean your greater purpose. And of course, keep in mind, we were talking about this theme earlier on, about the mundane world being sort of in conflict with that special thing that you want to do, your ambition, your talent, your calling, however you want to define that. Well, again, the work slot takes both. It takes mundane work and it takes supernatural work, and it's up to you to decide what your priority is. It's just a way that theme gets reinforced through the way that the game is built. But remember, we were talking about abilities. The one ability we haven't tried yet is reason. We've painted with passion. We've gone to the construction site with health. But we haven't tried out reason. The other thing we can do, of course, is work with the ambition. And the game gives us a wonderful bit of information here. The final fulfillment of a desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fall on my deeds. Desires are often means to winning a game. The desire for sensation or power or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other, even rarer desires, especially in the Ghoul, Priest, and Dancer expansions. Available now, where DLC are sold. No, they're 50% off, or 63%, I guess, if you get the Anthology Edition. But yeah, so in any case, we are going to take a look at sort of the missing part, which is what work with reason does. And here, we're going to go find clerical work. Find work which may spare my body, if not my mind. The machine, my body, ripples with power. So we now have a hardened physique. You may not know it to look at me, but I have grown as strong as a smith or a soldier. So if we want to go even higher, we would need to use 3 lessons learned to gain more health. Of course, we're looking for a different kind of work right now, so we may not make the most of it. However, we do have 2 vitality, so we may still want to cultivate our vitality through working on the work site. Remember that working with health is not the only way to gain vitality. It actually winds up being a very effective way of doing that, but you can generate vitality through other means, and we may consider doing that depending on what opportunities come up. So let's think about some of the other things that we can do. I could try reading some of the books, but I haven't talked a bit about some of the other ways that you can use the study verb. And in fact, this is going to be related to the vitality. So we'll say the world as it is, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am saying, if that means anything, no fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. So in this case here, again, we can return to these books. But what I'm going to do right now is use the study verb, and I'm actually going to bring my health. And in this case, you can actually do something with this. Fresh air and exercise. Long walks kill cobwebs. So if you find yourself in a situation where you say, oh, I really wish I had another glimmering, or I really wish I had another erudition, you can actually go to your study. You can take some time to figure out, that missing piece, right? So sometimes, if you think of it, every once in a while, I will have just wonderful inspiration, right? I really like this stuff. The game doesn't do it as often. Like it doesn't happen a whole lot, but when something special happens, there will be this image that appears on the desktop, which I quite like. And this is just us finding the clerical work. But every once in a while, inspiration will strike. And again, I really like the way that the game models this, in the sense that, if you do a lot of mothy things, then it's likely that glimmering's going to come up, right? The Louis Pasteur quote, inspiration sort of favors the prepared mind. So, if you're doing a certain action more often, then of course it is much more likely you're going to do that. So if you want glimmering, do a lot of things with moth. As it turns out, you can also do that with Grail, but it's not obvious from what we've been talking about that would be the case. That's something that you'll learn later on. But it is also true that, you also can just roll up your sleeves and do some work. So if you need the erudition, you'll sit down and you'll read some maybe more difficult books. Or if you want inspiration, glimmering, you'll sit down and read the type of material that will inspire you. And of course, if you want to get stronger, you will exercise. I've been trying to get a little bit better at that, but I skipped it to do this to do this stream. So I guess I'll just save that for after the broadcast. But in this case, that's exactly what we're doing. We're kind of going out for a walk, and that will improve our vitality. And that's really just to take advantage of the fact that we're already ahead. So Glover and Glover have offered me a junior position. I start at 8 sharp tomorrow morning. So notice there is a timer that's ticking down on this. We've got a junior position at Glover and Glover. My intellect should be put to better use, but the pay is better than a laborer's work. So we'll just set this aside here. Now I'm going to sort of take advantage of the fact that I've got my hardened physique. So I am actually going to go back to the construction site one last time. I will work with speed and in silence. I don't fear injury. So notice it's down to 50 seconds now. It used to be a minute. Now it's 50 seconds because we've got a higher skill. But what I'm doing here is I'm just taking advantage of the fact that we've got some time before I'm expected at Glover and Glover, and this is a chance for me to earn a little extra vitality. And looks like we've got another patron coming up. All right. So, notice here that we got some fascination from Street Strange by Moonlight. Generally, this is considered a bad thing. Fascination is a little bit like the opposite of dread. It participates in moth. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So one thing we might want to do is take a look for a Season of Visions. Now, as it turns out, it's the Season of Despair coming up, so we're safe. But this is one of these cases where I will definitely start taking a look at the timer to see what's coming up to decide whether or not this is something that I need to deal with right away. We do have another way of dealing with this, but we'll get to that when the time comes. So I suppose the question is there a benefit to me using Street Strange by Moonlight right now? Because right now it seems to have been generating things that I'm not using a whole lot, or things that are potentially negative. And so sometimes you'll say, okay, you know what? Maybe I just want to explore this thing later when I can afford to. And so in this case, we're going to go back to our old habit of sending our pawns out to deal with the search. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. Excuse me. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. So this is my health I got back. I'll put that back in the stack. Adelaide says, it is getting quite late here, so I have to call it a night. Thank you so much for the company, and I'm happy to catch a live stream for the first time. Have a lovely day and evening. Thank you, Adelaide. I know probably this is a little bit more basic than you're used to. But I really appreciate you saying that. I'm glad that it gave you what you were looking for. And I will try and find a way of doing more live streams when I can. But more importantly, thank you for being a viewer, both here and on the YouTube channel. And more importantly, letting me know that you came from the YouTube channel. Because I do actually really like interacting with people live. So I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope you do not wind up in Herschel's nightmare, and instead you, I will leave it to you to decide what you want to dream about, but either way, I hope they are exactly what you're looking for. Have a great one. All right, let's go. I gotta figure out what I want to do with my dream slot right now. Probably the way to the wood. If we're going to be working at Glover and Glover, we're probably not going to have many opportunities to use our passion. Now I pass between scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Bad Juju says, I am wondering if you should buy this game. You like roguelikes and management games. So that's a really interesting question, because to a certain extent I can give you, I can definitely tell you how the game would relate to those genres. But this is definitely a game that struggles. This is a game that sort of defies an easy comparison. So first thing I want to tell you about Juju is I'm actually being paid to stream this game right now. Now the reason why Weather Factory have agreed to do this, first of all, I'm really grateful that they do that. But The reason is that I've been playing this game since it was a prototype, so I'm definitely an example of like somebody who's a really big fan of the game that has now sort of had this extra level of involvement with the developer. But I think if I'm going to be giving you some advice about whether or not this game is for you, I should probably be upfront about the fact that I am being paid to be here right now, and that's probably going to be affecting my perceptions of the value of Cultist Simulator. But with that in mind, I still think that I can probably give you some guidance as to where this would be related to things you're interested in, and also potentially some areas where, you know, it might be different from what you're expecting. So in the sense of a roguelike, this game does not have the kind of random or procedural generation of its levels like a game like Risk of Rain or like Rogue, right? The thing that it's all being generated from. Generally, your playthrough, like, so there are different legacies in the game. So in the base game, without the DLC, there's the Aspirant. You always start with this, the one that I'm playing right now. And then kind of usually people go from the Aspirant to the Bright Young Thing to the Physician. And then there was the Detective added afterwards, so that's a fourth legacy. And then if you get the Ascension victories, which that's like a full game, you're probably looking at about 40 hours of content there already. But once you get to an Ascension, there is sort of a new game plus called the Apostle legacy. And then on top of that, if you get the DLC, there's the Dancer, the Priest, and the Ghoul. Those are a little bit like this, and then the Exile is kind of like Cultist Simulator 1.5. But the thing that's important to remember here is that the cards that you get are going to be the same in the runs. It's not fully deterministic in the sense that, like, when you buy a book from a bookstore, it's going to be a card drawn from a deck. But it's definitely not going to be sort of like you have different paths to get to the Ascension. So the way that this game becomes a roguelike is sort of that there's a lot of mysteries and puzzles in the game. And, excuse me, I kind of think that like Education is the original roguelike, right? Like maybe you'll fail on the first time, but you'll learn a little bit more about some of the interactions in the game. Or maybe playing another legacy will teach you how to get around a particular problem that you had, because the Aspirant always finds money in short supply. Like, I've got 3 funds right now. Well, the Bright Young Thing is really wealthy. Like, they're born into a wealthy family and they can basically make money out of nothing, it feels like. And so where I think the hook on the roguelike end is going to be is not necessarily through sort of the infinite replayability of procedurally generated levels and, you know, that one chance at a particular kind of victory. But this will probably still tickle some of those interests in the sense that you are going to be encountering some different problems. Like, for instance, right now, I'm going through the wood, and I know that there are other locations in the Mansis, and I'm going to, you know, want to ascend higher. I'm going to want to get closer and closer to that objective. But it's true that once I know it, I'm always going to know it. My growth as a player is going to ensure that all subsequent characters I play are going to have that same knowledge. So in that sense, I think it still has the appeal of a roguelike, but it's important to remember that the development is actually you personally, right? In this game, you personally know about as much of the occult as your character does. You start off with these dreams, and then you wind up getting sort of these insights, and then you start reading some books, and then you start getting some fragments. But effectively, you are learning alongside the character. Now, as far as management games, you might actually enjoy this a little bit more, because what you've noticed is there are a bunch of these different verbs that are ticking by. And essentially what will happen is that you can think of it a little bit like an idle game, actually. So, you know, you'll take an action and a timer will count down, and then you'll sort of decide what the next section is. And oddly enough, I actually like to think of this game, one of the better analogies is The Sims, because The Sims is also about how you manage your time well to sort of achieve satisfaction or achieve your goals. And so in that sense, in terms of being able to make sure that you either manage the abilities that you have, or you take the steps that you need to improve them, I think you're going to be very comfortable there. It's not going to be a SimCity or an Industries of Titan, but definitely in the sense of terms of like putting things in the right place and trying to make sure that you're not letting your despair get down too low, or that you're not, you're not letting your funds run out. I definitely think that there's sort of enough to sort of bite onto there in terms of your interests. So I will say, I'm not going to say that there's the direct mapping of what you've talked about to the things that you'll like, but I think there's probably enough there that your intuitions about this being an interesting game for you are probably correct. And I guess the one commitment I can make to you is that you'll probably know within the... No, not even probably. Well, okay, I can't know people's minds for sure. But I think it's pretty clear as to whether or not this thing is going to be for you within the 2-hour return window. So if you want to give it a shot and then it doesn't turn out to be for you, I mean, there is a reason why Steam allows those returns. But you can also just watch me play for a little bit. And if you have some specific questions about what I'm doing and why, I'm happy to go into that. But in any case, I realize probably more of a longer answer than you were looking for. But I figured I could at least let you know specifically related to the things that you'd mentioned, how I think it measures up. And Basil Horizon says, what this game has taught me as a person looks interesting. Well, I mean, I think one of the things that I like thinking about in terms of this game, again, is that theme that I was discussing. Really appreciate the info, and I'll keep watching for a bit. That's great to hear. Also, I mean, I definitely, this is a little more new player oriented, but I don't want to spend too much time promoting my channel, but I will just put my YouTube channel. That link that you should see in chat, if you visit that, I've got a few full playthroughs, and so they're in about like 30-minute bites. So I think, I definitely think that that's one that might also help you out if you're looking to sort of scrub through things and see how the game looks a little bit later on. But to answer Basil Horizon's question, what has this game taught me as a person? It looks interesting. So I like returning to kind of this very basic theme of the game, which is that you have the world of your... So in this case, it's represented in terms of the world of the occult and these, the secret, your knowledge, of what lies just beneath the skin of the world. You're given this sort of secret or this knowledge. The character that we're playing, the aspirant, was working as a hospital porter, and there was a patient who was dying, and sort of found some potential, and you found out that there was an inheritance that this patient wound up giving this person right at the same time that they were let go from their job. And when reading these papers, this patient turns out to have described the dreams that I was having perfectly. And this is ultimately what led me to find some of these other people who seem to have some knowledge of what's going on, and to start pursuing these books, and to go to this place called Moorlands, which seems to have these strange books which are talking about these things that I was interested in. So, again, on its own, this is just a jolly good yarn, right? This is kind of a neat little mystery that you can read about. But I think underlying this, like this temptation of enlightenment, and you can have other temptations. So you can do passion, like you can do to have a great sensation or to achieve great power. In the case of this game, I mean, I think really the world of magic and the world of understanding, I think a lot of this stuff is really about our own passions and the things that we care about, like those things that we kind of define as very core to our person. And the fact that very oftentimes the real world is not always that accommodating of it. That we can often find ourselves in situations where, yes, we would really like to write a book, or, we want to act in a play or something like that. I mean, again, your passions are your own, and they don't have to be artistic, right? I really like mathematics. And so, but, it's not like, you have to have a very specific type of work to sort of sit down and do pure math. I also don't have the talent for pure math. Please don't get me, please don't mistake me for for some kind of savant. But, I definitely think this game has a strong tension between the mundane world, which expects you to, put food on the table and be able to, be able to hold down a job and just generally get by, while also you wanting to express this this deeper part of yourself. I mean, the subtitle of the game is Apocalypse and Yearning. And I definitely think it's a very relatable theme. And I think it's one that I think a lot of people, like when I say it's relatable, I think this is something that a lot of people can think of in their own lives in terms of what they, maybe what their specific circumstances are and how they map to what is going on inside of the game. And so in that sense, there are also little things like how, and we'll go into this when we start doing some of the rituals, but there's the fact that even things that are hostile, so fascination is something that can cause you to lose the game, but the fact that it still has the moth principle, and the moth is one of the types of lore that you can get, it means that you can actually use fascination inside of a ritual. And if you think about what that means, just in terms of maybe like what a real world interpretation might be, this is essentially a character who is taking something negative. The example I like to take is dread, right? So we've got bleak thoughts right now. It's the season of despair. If I get a dread card, that's going to go into this shadows block. And if I get 3 of those and I don't have any contentment to draw it back, I lose, right? So very often we're going to think of dread as a really negative thing. But what's interesting is that dread does have edge aspect, which means that, again, dread can be used as an input into a ritual. And it's just this really encouraging idea that you can take what seem like purely negative things and you can twist them. You can use them as an input to your great work. And they're something that you're able to overcome by incorporating them instead of just directly fighting them. There are ways to sort of bat them down and fight them, but it's not the only way of approaching it. And I think there's something really interesting about that. And again, like in terms of just, again, I don't want to sound like a life coach or anything like that, but like, I just think that is a very interesting way of looking at the world, in addition to it just making for a very good set of game mechanics. Now, what we've done here is we've been talking about an occult scrap, again, letting certain words be spoken in certain corners, and we've found another contact. And in this case, this was a potential patron. So we got some mystique. So again, this is our reputation. The Suppression Bureau is on the hunt. They hear that we've been asking certain questions. But I do want to just draw your attention. I've spent a lot of time talking about how when you play this game, you can take a look at the different aspects that each of these cards have and how that will help you understand what's going on and maybe how you can use some of these things. It also gives you some insight into who some of these people are. So let's do some comparisons. So we've got actually, let's start with Saliba. So Saliba is an acquaintance, and we've got his description. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. Now, the square brackets will always indicate that this is kind of the developer directly speaking to you. So in this case, you might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So they have the aspect acquaintance, not yet a friend, not yet an enemy, and they are mortal. The long habit of living indisposeth us for dying. Thomas Brown. Now, Laidlaw is a believer. Thanks for the answer. I like your way of talking. We'll definitely look into your channel. Well, thank you very much, Basil Horizon. And by all means, like I'm not going away. I've got lots of hours of this ahead of me. So as long as you all have the time, I'm happy to answer questions and make some progress in the game. So here we've got Laidlaw. Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. Now, in this case, Laidlaw is somebody that we've inducted into our cult, the Mirror of Glory. So they have the aspect of follower. They're not just an acquaintance, but they are a believer. They're one of our allies or our friends. And in so doing, they have gained an aspect forge. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the forge transforms and destroys. But of course, being inducted into the cult doesn't necessarily mean you're any less mortal. So Laidlaw is still immortal. Now, what about these patrons? Well, in this case, Populus Els, an amiable woman of property. She'd like to talk with you. She has the aspect patron, a figure of note in the circles where I move. And of course, she's mortal. And then we have Dr. Ibn Aladim. Dr. Ibn Aladim, called the Alapine, has an interest in overlooked history. He could use your assistance. Well, we do have quite a few secret histories. And of course, He's a patron, a figure of note in the circles where I move. He is an Aramaic scholar, a scholar of Aramaic who might be prepared to tutor you if you wish to study with them. And then this is just another, so this is specifically letting me know it's Aramaic that he can tutor me in, but tutor is the value that lets you know that this is someone who can teach you something. This one has knowledge of value, right? So we learned a couple of 2 new things. There's 2 other new principles. But what might be lost is another important detail. Mortal, mortal, mortal. This is not a mistake that Dr. Ibn al-Adim does not have the mortal feature. In fact, if you do a Wikipedia search, you will actually find out that Ibn al-Adim is a historical figure. Now, I'm not going to suggest, this is not going to crack open a puzzle for you inside of Cultist Simulator, but to give you an idea of the subtlety and why I keep repeating that idea that you really do want to read and reread certain texts, stuff that can just seem like flowery language, this is the level of subtlety that exists inside of Cultist Simulator, that there is a character who is immortal, who you can actually encounter very early in the game, and not all players have gotten past the Apostle victory and do not necessarily know that Ibn al-Adim is actually not the kind of person who like Laidlaw and Poppy are. And so, you know, again, this is the sort of stuff that I like, right? Because it's a narrative card game. This is the sort of stuff you want to chew on this a little bit. It's not just, again, moving the cards around is fun and all of that, but it's not just that, right? There is a little something else going on here, and that's why I take the time to sort of talk about how it also relates to life, because I think that's some of the real value there. Now, I'm going to let you in on a couple details about how this works. So there's something called a peculiar rumor. Now, I'm not going to take the peculiar rumor, but the reasons would not be something that I would know. If this was my very first playthrough, I would not necessarily know that I don't want the peculiar rumor. What can happen here, and this is actually, when you read the description of this, this is one of my favorite encounters inside of the game when I read what happens, but there's a cost to this. So basically, a peculiar rumor is just another lead to somebody who, has sort of knowledge of the secret world. So this is the Mansis. I've come to this place through Dream, and we've entered the wood, but there are clearly other locations that we can visit. The peculiar rumor, if you explore with it, it will actually give you another acquaintance. The cost is that you generate a notoriety as a result of doing that. And because I'm currently in a season of suspicion, if I generate a notoriety, that's something that the Suppression Bureau can then turn into evidence against me. So the game has let me know that notoriety can be turned into evidence. However, it is also, I don't necessarily know, because this is the first time I've run into a peculiar rumor, I don't necessarily know that it's going to generate a notoriety. And this is the reason I'm passing over it. While I hope that some of this video is going to help people understand how the game works and how they might want to approach some decisions side of the game, please do not take what I'm saying as being some kind of ironclad rule or something you always want to do. Peculiar rumors can actually be very helpful, but in the circumstances that I'm currently in, peculiar rumor will actually cause me more problems than it's worth. And so as a result, we can go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel. Now, because there's a few new people here, I will just take a second to explain how this works again. So basically you can stay at the entranceway, you can stay in the wood and you can get the guaranteed card. Or you can pick one of these mystery cards, and then once you do, everything else goes away and you're left with what you have. Generally, these can be a little bit more of a higher intensity. So if you're looking for a higher level of secret histories, you want to go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel. These are somewhat randomly generated. There are decks that they're drawn from, so there are certain patterns in how it works, but you don't always have foreknowledge of what the card is going to be. So in this case, I'll just pick the well or the Temple of the Wheel because I know I'm not going to be able to take advantage of the peculiar rumor within 60 seconds. So this time, let's try the Temple of the Wheel because we've been to the well already. And in this case, it's a subtle flaw. So we take that out. And we've got the description. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who are stone, the first of the hours, are almost gone now, but their voices remain. Wheel, flint, tide, and others without names. So of course, who are the gods who were stone? Well, we know who they were, Wheel, Flint, Tide, and the others without names, but we don't necessarily know what's relevant about that. That's something that we're going to understand as we continue to read the books and we move on. And again, when you read this the first time, you have absolutely no idea of what's going on. Then you play, and maybe you lose a couple of times, maybe you get really far and you wind up reading some more books, and then you hear, oh, okay, so here's some more information about who the gods who were stone were. And you start accumulating it over time, and then you wind up reading the Through the Wood event, and you're like, okay, so I think I have a little bit of a better idea. I've learned something new about the gods who were stone because I now know what to look for in this description. And this is where sort of, it's hard to kind of call it a roguelike, but why I think it appeals to that kind of temperament. Because if you just play, like if you say, I cannot accept any regress in Cultist Simulator, I simply cannot abide dying, I don't want to go through all that effort again. Well, what that means is that essentially you have to have full knowledge of what all of these texts are telling you at a time when you as a character are learning more about this secret world. And that's just usually not how learning works. And so for me, I died a lot when I first played this game. And I still found it satisfying because when you go back from the start, and getting a chance to do these streams is a really wonderful way to just reinforce that idea. But for me, being able to kind of come back and play the early stages of the game, I'm still kind of picking up on little details, and I'm like, oh, that's really neat. I didn't realize that was actually a hint about how you get to the stag door and such. So this is one of the ways in which the game sort of gives you something to sort of hang on to, and why it's not always a drag to start again from the start. And the Studdle Flaw, this is an influence. So laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. Okay. So as always, we have a question in terms of what we want to use with the dream slot. And in this case, I'll let a little time pass. But we are going to talk about an occult scrap to try and get more people available to us. And then I'll go the way to the wood. Now there's always the potential drawback that we might have we might have the passion pulled out from under us, but we do have enough time to bring that one in. All right. Now we did have a chance to get a hireling, but again, I don't want to spend the money on a hireling that I don't need. So we'll continue to search the city. Come on. Okay, we finished our job at Glover & Glover, so the clerks filed out in silence. I am free for now. So we've got 90 seconds before we need another trip to Glover & Glover. This vitality is starting to expire, so I am going to take the hardened physique and do another round of unskilled labor. I will work with speed and in silence. I don't fear injury. And here we've got the fresh air and exercise. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So this is another vitality to work with. We've got 56 seconds left on this vitality, so I need to combine it to turn it into a lesson learned. If I didn't do it by then, it's 60 seconds before I'm able to use the study verb again, and so they would be gone before I could work with it. And the wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And we do have a season of sickness coming up, so I may want to use one of these vitality to cure the sickness. Another hireling. This is a hulking fellow with an edge aspect of 3, but again, we don't really have the need for the hirelings, so we'll... In this case, I'm just really doing the exploration because I can. I don't have a direct need for it at the moment. And looks like we got another patron coming up because it pulled out a reason. So, similar story as before. Now, we remember from the buzzing in the brain, we haven't really had much of a need for influence so far. It's also true that when the buzzing in the brain decays, it turns into a restlessness. Now, normally we've been able to paint away the restlessness, so that's not a deal breaker on its own, but why would I want to have a restlessness in the first place? It's not really getting me anything, whereas the well or the Temple of the Wheel might. So let's try the well again. And in this case, we've got a Furtive Truth. Now, this is kind of subtle, but we'll compare it to the Occult Scrap. This is actually a higher level Secret History, and other than the fact that I happen to know that the next level of Secret History is called a Furtive Truth, you're actually able to just sort of see this ring start circling. This is true for all the lore, that basically the higher the level of the lore, the more it sort of fills up. So let's just take a second here to go to the wood, oops, gotta get used to this new system. Through the wood, the velvet is strong, the velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets. But now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it'd be wiser not to draw her attention. So, and a Furtive Truth, a detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak this where you may be overheard. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the Shires. So, this is our next level of Secret Histories. Again, it's a little bit clearer here when you see the difference of the two cards. We have actually seen this before with the Ardent Orison, so we don't actually have the lower level forge yet, but that's fine. Like, generally you don't actually need to have the lower levels. As long as you have the higher level, you'll be fine, but there may be other reasons why you would like to have more than one of a certain type of lore. We'll see that as we play through. So, as always, question kind of comes down to, is there anything I want to do with the dream slot that isn't going to the Mansus? Right now, no. And one of the big reasons for that is I know I have a Season of Sickness coming up, so I'm not going to be able to go to the Mansus when I'm healing. So back to the wood. Now I pass between the scarbark trees, the moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. And we finished our job, so we've got another vitality to play around with. We're tired, but we have enough health to get by. But I do need to go back to Glover and Glover, so my intellect should be put to better use, but the pay is better than laborer's work. The scratching of pens, the sourness of dust, the sighing of the younger Glover, and the greedy gurgling of the elder. Now, one thing is, right now I'm at an entry-level position in Glover and Glover. If I want, that I could put in some extra effort by employing my reason. But the thing is that I've already got my reason here, and maybe I want to be focusing on some of the other things I could do with reason right now. So I'm not putting a lot of work into Glover and Glover. I'm mostly just opening up my options in terms of work that I can do. But it is actually quite possible in this game to move up the career ladder. Like, you are not necessarily tied to the choice of following sort of these these occult patterns. And if getting a job at a bank is your highest ambition, you can live that fantasy. You could well, assuming Glover and Glover's a bank, it could be an insurance place, it could be any real place where you're doing a lot of paperwork. I was, of course, talking about how it relates to life. It probably won't surprise you to know that I did work at a bank. So the crappy job that takes up your intellect from the things that you really care about, that's obviously I'm gonna think of, like, to me. Okay, actually, I'll put it to you this way: for the longest time, I didn't even question the idea that Glover and Glover could be anything but a bank. It actually took somebody calling Glover and Glover something other than a bank for me to think of it, like to think of it otherwise. And then it occurred to me, at no point in this game has Glover and Glover ever been called a bank. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I have absolutely projected my own experience in there. And of course, the funny thing is, of course, I know plenty of people for whom, a certain position at a bank would actually be their their highest goal, right? A bunch of people who want to hit the top of something like Goldman Sachs or something like that. So obviously everybody's experiences are going to be different, but I bear the stamp of my origins, and so Glover and Glover is a bank, and I don't necessarily want to get to the top. So let's search the city again with my pawn. I'm not doing this because I'm expecting anything too critical to come out, but it's just nice to kind of keep the ball rolling. An overlooked place I might have found somewhere unusual. And we'll leave the streets strange by moonlight for now. I'm mostly just doing this to see if there's something interesting that comes up. We can learn from each other. So this is Count Jannings. Count Gottlob Jannings represents a continental confraternity of physicians and duelists. He could use your assistance. So Jannings is a Latin scholar, and so if I want, I can learn Latin from him. Now, I can get commissions from these characters. It's just that I've had other things on my mind. So we're going to talk about the occult scrap again. This is just a nice little way to get extra followers, and we'll certainly need more followers for what I plan on doing. So in the meantime, we'll just carry on with that pattern. We already talked about why I don't want to do the peculiar rumor, so I'm not above repeating certain details, but I also kind of want to respect the fact that yes, there's new people who are visiting by, but I think most of you have enough of a memory to know that I'm in a season of suspicion, and I don't want to generate the side effect that this is going to be generating right now. Later on, I will kind of unpack the full reasoning, but let's go back to the well. Perfect. So we got another vitality. Now, what you are going to notice, and again, if you really want, I'm happy to just kind of say, okay, these are the kinds of cards that you can expect to get from this region or whatnot. But again, I really need to stress that when I talk about the 40 hours that you can put into this game to get a particular legacy, part of that is the business of actually figuring it all out. So one of the reasons why I know that the well is more likely to give me a vitality, one, if you kind of read between the lines on some of the descriptions, you can definitely see some sort of references to maybe health or things like that. But it's also just because, again, I've developed those skills over the course of playing the game. And so in this case here, if I can get an extra vitality, I know I've got a season of sickness coming up, as well as wanting to skill up my, strength. And so the combination of those two factors are going to give me just that situation where I'm like, okay, yeah, it would be great if I can have a spare vitality in my pocket. And so that sort of led me to go to the well. And we can get the description. The well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. So, one thing we might want to do in terms of ideas, I always like to think of these texts as there's certain words that maybe I'll want to pay more attention to in the future when I encounter them. So maybe now I have this association between the velvet and vitality, and maybe I want to think a little bit more about, when I encounter a work that refers to the velvet, I want to see if that relationship still holds and see if I'll be able to gain some sort of an insight. So if I need to do something that's very heart related, is the velvet appropriate? So one reasonable question to ask is is this actually helpful for learning the game? Well, I'll put it to you this way. If you recall when we talked about injuries and knock, there are definitely ways of just recognizing that injuries have the knock aspect and just looking for things that have knock aspect. When a game refers to injuries, if you have a book title that maybe refers to injuries, or if the game is asking you to do something knock-oriented, you may, knowing that association with injuries, might lead you down a particular train of thought that is more effective than just sort of simply parsing through every little aspect and hoping you can keep it all in your head. Again, one of the things that I think is so impressive about this game to me, because I'm normally not very good at sort of dream logic-y kind of puzzles. For instance, the sort of, I don't want to call it an ARG, but like the enigmas that they've been doing. That was that door that I referred to at the very beginning. like I struggle with those. So I'm not necessarily particularly gifted for the types of puzzles that Weather Factory puts into their games, but in the case of Cultist Simulator, I actually think it's done a very good job of establishing just enough sort of dream logic that you kind of, fuzz your eyes a little bit and think and try and come up with an intuition about what you should do. But it's not so inaccessible that somebody who's maybe a little bit less poetic in his thinking, let's say, someone like me, is going to struggle with the game. So we're going to go back to the wood. And again, this is just because I have the option available to me. This is a hireling, so I'm not interested in hiring a bomb maker. There we go. All right, the clerks file out in silence. I'm free for now. So I'm just trying to think. I can combine these two for another vitality lesson learned. These are already being combined. Yeah, so we're in good shape. Although it doesn't hurt for me to use another hardened physique, so I will do another Arms of Iron. I'm just thinking that I've got 90 seconds before somebody notices I haven't shown up for work. I've got 50 seconds to earn the funds, so why not take the... It takes me 60 seconds to get the funds. It takes me 50 seconds to get it from the physical labor. So why not take the, why not take the opportunity to earn the money a little bit faster? Okay, so we're sick. That was from the season of sickness. So disease has left me weak. I need to rest. I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover. Dream on an affliction to transform it back to health before the card decays. So I've got 3 minutes before that happens, but we've already got the vitality set aside, so I'm not that worried about it. And I'm ready to grow stronger. So this is the second of the lessons learned, but recall the game said we needed 3. So I think what I'll do here is I'll combine the 2 that are about to expire. That way I've got more time with this vitality. Excuse me. Incidentally, we're at the 4-hour mark. I'm not really feeling all that much in terms of fatigue or that, but I may get to a point where I need to take a break, if anything, like just to go to the bathroom or something like that. But the intention is to definitely go late. I wanted to start at the beginning of the event, but generally I tend to find nighttime for me is when most people want to be watching this sort of stuff. So the others speak little to me, but now they nod when I pass. Here is my pay. All right. Back to Glover and Glover before we get in trouble. How long would you say a whole game takes? So Coben 6, I think I gave a rough estimate of about 60 hours. Oh, sorry, 60 hours, 40 hours. That might be a bit long, but I'm sort of... Where I'm getting from that is allowing for maybe some... That's allowing for some like false starts and struggling and like maybe having to sort of retry a few different things. Oh, cool. Looks like the Locksmith Stream website is opened up. Cool. So I'll just maybe I'll give a quick word out for those of you who are waiting to get into the Locksmith Stream events. It actually looks like the page is up and running. So now is the time to book your tickets if you're one of those people who was looking to get into that. But yeah, sorry, Coben, I wanted to take a second here and see if I could... no problem. I actually don't mind repeating because everybody's... So, I mean, I used to, like, be a TA. So it's always that thing where if people, like, if one person in the class asks the question, it means there were like 20 people in the class who are actually wondering that question. But I'm actually going to do another quick thing here. I'm actually going to just take my, I know there's a site that measures playlists. I'm actually going to take a second and calculate a playlist from my own site, because I know how to play the game. I mean, I also talk a lot over it, so obviously there's going to be a certain amount of like fluff in that runtime. But I figure I could at least give you some real world numbers based off of how I've actually played this game recently. I guess the one thing I could say, I think most people are really worried about in a game like this, like if it's like there's just that feeling, right? Is like it's just text, right? But like, it's absolutely, yes, it is primarily text, but there is a substantial amount of gameplay, assuming you like the reading side of things, right? Not everybody necessarily does, but assuming that you're somebody who does enjoy these kinds of games, like there is absolutely substance there, and I feel like it's a fairly decent. I feel like it's a fairly decent return on your time. So just taking a look at the playlist that I've done. So I've now got 3... Sorry, I know you guys can't see what's on my monitor right now, but this is a good question to answer. So the playlist that I did of the... oh, it doesn't tell me which is which. Yeah, so one's 1 day and 8 hours, so that's about 32 hours. One says 1 day and 6 hours, so that's about 30, and then the other one didn't seem to trigger, so what's the deal there? And then my Apostle run, 1 day and 14, so that one was closer to 40. So that was about 38 hours. But yeah, so in this case here, like, even though I'm fairly knowledgeable on the game, now again, I obviously like to take my time, but I'm looking at about 30 or 40 hours on a full playthrough to like get a proper Ascension victory. There are more minor victories that you can do that take considerably less time. But yeah, you're basically looking in the tens of hours, and then I'm sure the speed runs are like minutes, but I don't think speed runs are necessarily the best idea and best representation in terms of how long it takes to run through a game. All right, so I forgot to get my passion back in, so in this case, I got a profound and restful sleep. I dreamt of nothing at all. I woke and stretched and rose without haste. Those quiet hours have left me energized. Not the worst thing in the world to have some extra vitality. I was just kind of hoping to get a little bit more, so all I need now is time. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I think definitely questions like that, I think, are probably one of the more important ones to answer on the stream, because in the end, like, there's two halves to that equation, right? Like, some people are like, yeah, you know, I want a good substantial game. I want my money's worth. But then there's going to be a bunch of people who are like, 30 hours of this? My God, who would find this fun? And the answer is me. But you know, obviously everybody's going to come to this with different perspectives. So the one thing I can say in terms of like people on the fence about buying it is that I don't think, like, in that 2-hour window, and particularly, I'll also just say, like, for those of you who are wanting a more formal tutorial for the game, I do actually have a video online. It's like 30 minutes or so of how to get the basics of Cultist Simulator. So like, you're not completely out to dry if you can't get a handle on it on your own. But I think it's kind of clear, like, with the experience of like moving the cards around and whether or not you find the story sufficiently interesting, I'd find it hard for people not to have a good idea of the game within the 2-hour return window. Now, some people just don't want to return a game, and so obviously that's a good reason to be, you know, to kind of hold back and maybe not buy. But if you're worried that like the game's going to sort of turn around on you, you know, at the 10-hour mark and you've wasted the money, I don't really think it substantially changes. I think the story gets more intense, and I think you wind up like managing a fairly elaborate board. And again, you can go to the end of those playlists if you want to see what it looks like near the end. But I think the experience that I've got here is pretty representative of how you interact with the game. I will grow stronger yet. So this is taking us up to another level of physique, and of course improving our health. And we're getting some health back through dreaming of the heal slot. Right now I'm kind of in one of the grindier parts where I'm just trying to build up some of my resources. We are eventually going to kind of hit that escape velocity. But right now I just have a nice little opportunity to level up a lot of my health. And I do actually tend to find leveling health up to its final level can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. So if I can make the most of an opportunity that came up, it's just a chance for me to save myself some time a little bit later on in the playthrough. So we did find another acquaintance. Again, we did this by talking about some lore. It can be any type of lore if you want, but there can be some. Actually, I do like doing this as part of it. If you've recently joined the stream, this is definitely not a question that I think people are equipped to answer at a first glance. But if you've been with the broadcast for a little while, there can actually be reasons why you might want to talk about a particular type of lore over another. And it has nothing to do with the type of people that you discover, but maybe the side effects of some things. So if you want to think about that a little bit, that can be a decent way of seeing as to, why there are little tricks that you can use to make things better. I will give the answer to that, by the way. And if you think you know the answer, definitely feel free to mention it inside of chat. But this is one of these nice chances where, again, I think one of the heart, like something at the heart of Cultist Simulator is if you tell someone, if you build a man a fire, you keep him warm for a day. But if you set a man on fire, you keep him warm for life. If you sort of give people the nudges towards how to think about problems, then that's a bit more consistent with what the experience of playing Cultist Simulator is, right? Because I've got that, story in the background going on of Anne Wilkes and what type of person she is and why she would take one action over another. But on top of that, I'm sometimes going to be presented with mystery. I'm going to be presented with something that I don't necessarily have the answer for. And if I develop the habit of just going and asking the person who has the answers for it, it just invites the follow-up question, which is, well, where did they get the answer from, right? And it's not like there's this lineage going all the way back to the game designer of how to play it. Sometimes, you struggle and you work through it. I should just mention, I noticed there was a refresh that happened on the screen, so if there were any chat messages other than Coben's thanks again, I apologize, I don't see them, but I don't think there would be. I'm starting to get a little more used to some of the quirks of Steam's broadcasting system. But again, one of the reasons why I like doing some of these little question and answer things, and again, please don't feel obligated to answer, but it is helpful to think of it on your own, which is when you think of the fact that some of this lore is going to be attached towards certain principles, there might be a reason why you would want to choose one over the other to talk about. In this particular case, though, I'm just going to keep going with the occult scrap because I have a few of them. So again, talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. We'll send our pawn out, and then finally Tristan. Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan gets things done. Uh-oh. I was trying to avoid this. This is going to be an example of one of our first challenges. So, Glover and Glover, the scratching of pens, the sourness of dust, the sighing of the younger Glover, the greedy gurgling of the elder. So, Mr. Alden, the supervisor of records, has called me into his office to recognize my diligence. I watch the mole on his neck as he talks and talks and talks. But at the end of it, I have a promotion. My new position is better paid, and the desk stands by the street window, but I work directly for Mr. Alden now. Mr. Alden is known to be exacting. Notice the timer, right? So we went from a position where it's 90 seconds between trips that I need to make to 60 seconds. And so all of a sudden, these little trips to the work site to build up my vitality, those are going away. So position in records under Mr. Alden. I earn a little more. I stay a little later. Mr. Alden always watches me closely. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. Now, again, this is one of these questions in terms of keeping things, keeping a careful eye on things. Notice that it's also gained another aspect. Aspect, annoyance. Here is a thorn in my side. I may yet find a way to remove it. So there are different ways of dealing with annoyances. We'll find some. Excuse me. But for the meantime, we're working with a rather difficult manager. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. So I've got an experienced swindler. How delightful to be working with you. If I want a moth aspect, I really couldn't do better in terms of a hireling. Sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up, so we've recovered from the illness. I guess the question is, do I want to go to the wood or do I want to do something else with the dream slot? And I think right now I'm happy to enter the wood. Now I pass between scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. I feel like that promotion only happens if you insert a reason, or am I wrong? So I was under the impression that I did, but there is one thing that is true for... there is one thing that is true about the RNG for Cultist Simulator. There are actually very few certainties in the game. So if you... like if you're outmatched for something, there's some low probability that you still succeed. And if you are overmatched for something, it's like a 90% probability that you succeed. But remember, like you have a lot of encounters in this game. So if you have, 100 90% encounters, you would still expect 10 of them to go wrong, right? And of course, those are the times where you shake your fist to the heavens and you say that Weather Factory doesn't know how to do random numbers, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if what's happening with Glover and Glover is you can wind up in basically every time you go to work, it's one of those low probability events that it's triggering, and if you put the reason in, it probably just advances it to one of those more likely events, but not like near certain events. And the reason I say that is I don't know how far you've seen the relationship with Mr. Alden. This is kind of giving things away, but there is a scenario where Mr. Alden retires, and you just he's just not a problem anymore. And I actually had one where I got the promotion, and I had a cultist ready to murder him. And it was just two sessions, and then he retires. It was basically he was training his replacement and he got out of there. So I did not become a murderous cult leader. I just wound up working at the bank and not worrying about it. So I have definitely from what we have experienced here, the promotion has happened without investing reason. But I would not be surprised to find out that you have a higher probability by entering in that reason. Or something has changed, right? This game has gotten a couple of new updates recently, but I don't see why they would be changing that so early. I could carry a man across a river now, or strangle him. Yeah, there's so much vitality here. So I think we might be using that study slot for more lessons learned, just because it feels like such a waste not to take advantage of the extra. It feels like a waste not to take advantage of the extra vitality. So, Steely Physique. There are many things now that I could crush in my fists. Use this with 4 lessons learned to gain more health. So let's just take a look at what we're dealing with here. So we could match these off. So we've got 1, 2 already. We can get a third fairly easily. That just means I need 2 more. Okay, yeah, we're going to give this a shot. So I'm going to take fresh air and exercise again. We don't have the option of getting health through work anymore, unfortunately, but there might be some other ways that we can we can trigger it. It would be more helpful if I had some heart lore, but we don't, so I'm going to make do. By the way, on the note of breaks, I'm going to try and do another half hour, but I definitely need to get a glass of water because I've been sipping away at a coffee, which I had at the start of the broadcast. So as you might guess, it's not the most appetizing. And my glass of water is empty, so I'm probably going to take maybe 2 or 3 minutes to refill. But I'm gonna do my best to keep the breaks to a minimum. All right, first fun event with Mr. Alden. I do not believe that you have properly understood the importance of our work here. This task requires your full attention. So we need to add reason to satisfy Mr. Alden. The work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. So one of the things that's really difficult about Alden is these overtime requests, because you think that you're spending 60 seconds in a work slot, and in reality you get another 30 seconds tacked on top of it. So you may be better paid, but the rate per second is actually worse than it seems on the surface. And this is by design, right? Mr. Alden may be one of the first challenges that you need to overcome in the game. So better not, I must be careful of the company I keep. So we'll keep searching the city. The perils of renown. My mystique has attracted the hunter's attention. They can prove nothing yet, but they'll keep looking longer for now. So as long as I don't generate notoriety, we'll be safe. And I think I'll take the other occult scrap. We're probably getting enough, but I don't know. It's hard to have too many secret histories. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed in my mouth swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Oops. Put that back. Okay, so as always, I want to keep an eye on the dream slot, see if there's anything special that I want to do, but we have been doing all right in terms of grabbing these occult scraps, so I think we'll probably just keep going back to the wood. We've got the Season of Ambitions coming up, so this is going to be a little bit more difficult, if you think about it. So this is one of these cases where I think you can move in terms of your understanding of Cultist Simulator in terms of being able to anticipate these problems. So I'll give you an example about how I think about this now. Now, this is definitely not the type of thinking that you'll have at the start of the game, but I think as you become more familiar with the game's mechanics, this kind of thinking can become second nature. And you know, in the end, like, I certainly don't mean to play the game for you, but particularly if you're getting frustrated in some of the early stages of Cultist Simulator, these might give you a little bit of a model to try and make a bit more out of your individual playthrough. And you may find that this is something that will help you maybe get your first Ascension victory if you haven't. And in fact, I don't want to make too big of a deal about this because, I mean, again, this is a little bit like taking people's credit. But one of the things that was most delightful out of the last time that Cultist Simulator invited me to stream this game, there's a couple people who added me on their Steam friends list, which, you know, fair enough. I'm like almost always, you know, either away or invisible. So I'm disappointing to follow, but what was really encouraging though was it looks like there's a few people who really got into this game, and I was sort of able to see through the achievements somebody go from, like, you know, okay, they got a starvation, that's not surprising, that's usually what happens to people the first time. But then it's like, oh wow, they've already done that, and then it's like, okay, yeah, no, they've got one of their higher level followers, and then they post a screenshot of their first Ascension victory, and it was really neat just to see somebody progress through the game that way. So with that in mind, you know, hopefully, you know, I don't think everybody here is necessarily going to connect because it's a niche game, right? There's going to be a certain number of people for whom this game is something really special. You know, that's definitely my case. But there's also going to be some people where maybe, you know, it seems interesting, but maybe it's more interesting to watch, or maybe it's just something that doesn't speak as closely to them. But for those of you who are interested in this game and maybe want to have a bit more mileage out of your playthrough, here's a little bit about how I start to think about these events now. So we already know the Season of Ambitions will give us, if we haven't pursued our dream, our temptation, we wind up, we wind up with a restlessness. I don't think we've actually experienced it yet, but when you have a restlessness, if you don't deal with it, you wind up, you basically wind up having it turned into dread, right? And this makes sense, right? You have this ambition that you want to achieve. The ambition's frustrated by your jerk boss who's making you work overtime instead of, follow those things that you care about. And you, if you leave that restlessness unattended, if you don't find an outlet for it, such as we have with painting, then it's easy to fall to despair. So one of the things I might take a look for is like, do I have a season of dread coming up or a season of despair coming up? I don't. It's a season of vision, so I know if the restlessness turns into dread, I'm not immediately going to suffer the consequences for that. But maybe we can do better, right? So knowing that there's a restlessness coming up, I could say, well, how do I normally deal with restlessness? I normally deal with restlessness by painting. Am I going to be able to paint? Well, not if my boss has me working, 90 seconds, and if they expect me to show up 60 seconds after work is done. So what I'm going to need to do now is find a way to deal with that restlessness. And again, it's going to be a little bit like the question in terms of whether or not I would want to use something other than secret histories. It's one that I'm going to answer when the time comes. But in this particular case here, what I'm saying is I know I'm not going to be able to use the restlessness in terms of a painting. So what I'm thinking about now are all the different ways that I could use restlessness through other than a painting. And that's where we come back to taking a look at the different aspects of the cards and how we might be able to use them in other things. But of course, I'm only ever going to be able to show that if I keep playing. So we'll run ahead and see what happens. We'll also see whether or not Mr. Alden's happy with my work. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Now, one thing I need to do is handle this vitality. These are expiring, so we'll start by turning them into a lesson learned. Hunger glows in my brain, hunger for the knowledge the invisible arts might bring. On this occasion, I have determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. There may be ways to deal with Mr. Alden. So this is 55 seconds before I get demoted, but at least we got 2 funds out of it. So if you want, as an exercise left for the reader, you can see what happens if you don't give Mr. Alden your reason. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden's very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I'm qualified for this position. A bomb maker, you say? This will buy their loyalty for now. Hunger glows in my brain, hunger for the knowledge the invisible arts might bring. Is there a reason you started with manual labor and then dabbled in painting and at last began the banking? Yes, and actually it's partly mechanical. So out of curiosity, do you happen to know who Anne Wilkes might be? Because there's slightly a story-ish reason, but the real reason is actually a mechanical one. But I can also put this in the framing of story, but just for the benefit. I think there's a couple people who indicated that the name rings a bell, but this is a little bit of an arcane reference. Okay, so the Stephen King story Misery, the main villain is Annie Wilkes. And I actually watched the Misery movie recently, but what's interesting about the character of Annie is that she seems like very simple, like a very kind of country person, but she's very strong, she's very clever, and one does not doubt her passion. Like, if you've not seen Misery is wonderful, by the way, both the story and the film. But it's basically the story of like the biggest fan turns out to be a complete psycho, and the writer is essentially completely in the power of this woman. So part of it was that it was a neat little vessel for me to have the different aspects of this character that I thought was neat. Like, so again, physically strong, but despite the fact that she seems very simple and that she overly loves these kind of very sentimental stories, again, she's very clever. And so in this case, it's just making sure that I'm tending to the different kinds of the different aspects reasonably well, and just generally putting the priority on the ones that people notice a whole lot. Yeah, exactly. So Purple's art was one of the ones who seemed to pick it up. And again, it's not, I'm not trying to recreate misery in the game. It's just I amuse myself by coming up with characters. I used to give the character names like HP Starcraft and that. But the mechanical reason is this. I tend to find health is one of the more difficult ones for me to level up. I noticed the changes that they've made that give you some vitality as you level it up tend to make it a little easier. So I tended to start with the physical labor just because the bequest gives me a lot of money at the start, and so I can afford to have a job that basically pays me one funds card per per 60-second cycle. And so it's a very straightforward way of sort of building up my capacity. Painting was largely actually to deal with, it was essentially the circumstances that I had. So I had a passion available. I also kind of wanted to show off that you didn't just have to use the work slot for one thing. But it was also true that I generated some more glimmering that way. So I dabbled in painting, and I dabbled in painting to get rid of restlessness, and I also dabbled in painting in order to get the glimmering, and so then the glimmering would give me my skill. And now I've gone to Glover and Glover. Again, one, to just introduce Glover and Glover to the playthrough, because it's nice to be able to show all the different things inside of the game. But it's also going to be one of the more lucrative jobs. So the original intention would be that I was going to try and get that last level of strength before I started moving up to Alden. But as it is, circumstances turned out differently, and so I kind of need to roll with the punches. But that was basically the reason why, is that I had enough runway with the bequest to get my vitality up and to turn those into lessons learned. I had a glimmering, and so painting allowed me to be able to make a little bit more of that and level up my skill. And then generally I settle into Glover and Glover just because it's a nice, reliable way of making some money. But please don't take that as the canonical way to do Cultist Simulator. Other people have their own preferences. It used to be that painting was the thing everybody did because it was so profitable, but those days are gone because painting was reworked a bit. All right, hunger glows in my brain, hunger for knowledge the invisible arts might bring. So, want to deal with that restlessness. We will get to that in just a moment. In the meantime, I want to keep an eye on the passion, and then oh, that's another mystique. That's going to cause me some problems, actually. Come with me. So we've got Slee. Slee is definitely somebody who I want to bring into the cult sooner rather than later. Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. So, we were talking a bit about the difficulty the restlessness will present. There's a couple of things that I could also do. So I am hiring the bomb maker. And so if I try and get the bomb maker to blow up Alden, I may be able to paint while the assassination attempt is happening. But another alternative would be, let's try and get rid of the restlessness through something we can do in the talk verb. Remember, when we want to bring someone into the cult, in this case, we'll do it in order. So we'll bring Saliba in. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so much. So to recruit a follower, I will need a little of the power we revere. I might glean it from an influence, or a tool, or an ingredient, or just the lore of our tradition. So, if I take the restlessness, remembering that this is an influence, and remembering that trappings take an influence, it also has lantern. So this is the important thing. I think a lot of people will tend to just automatically default to using the lore, and that's fine, right? Because you're guaranteed, you will always be guaranteed to bring someone into the cult as long as the cult exists, because you need that lore to be able to make the cult in the first place. But in this particular case here, you can get trapped. I think the biggest blocks that I've ever had in Cultist Simulator will tend to come from the fact that I think things work a certain way, but the game has never actually told me that they work the way I think they do. And so I get stuck in a particular rut of thinking when there are many other possibilities available. Excuse me. I do think I'm going to need to get that water at some point. And so in this particular case, you know, if you are accustomed to bringing in recruits using the lore, well, that's fine, right? That's probably the way that you want to do that most of the time, because it's a resource you have available and you know is going to get another body into the cult. But what's very important is to remember that just because you usually do that does not mean that you have to do it that way. And in fact, it turns out that if you kind of work the timings out correctly, and there's nothing stopping me from adding the lore, right? That just means that I have even more lantern aspect, right? I've got 4 instead of 2. But in this case, you can use influences to augment your recruitments. But you can actually also use it to just simply get rid of them. So there's nothing stopping me from putting a dread in here either, as long as I've got enough lantern to be able to bring Saliba in. And so in this particular case here, and this is, remember how I was talking about how you can use some of the things that are dangerous to you, some of the things that are negative aspects towards fulfilling your goal. Like, I've got this restlessness over the pursuit of my enlightenment. Well, in this case here, I am still growing the cult. I'm taking a step towards my temptation. And so thematically, it still kind of works. But yeah, that's kind of... that's one of the things I like to try and encourage people in, because it's I found that I most of the time don't really fear the sickness or the dread kinds of endings now, because I've got more or less a system for handling the I've more or less got a system for handling the stuff the game throws at me. But one of the reasons why I used to fall to a lot of those endings was specifically because I wasn't keeping an open mind in terms of some of the alternatives available to me in terms of how I can overcome certain problems. Okay, if you can just give me a second. I'm not going to get the water yet, but I really do need to get a proper just drink of this coffee, because I'm really feeling it in the back of my throat right now. Sorry for the silence. I will be back in just a sec. Okay, so Peculiar Rumor. We're almost at the point where I might be able to make something of this. So we'll grab it just for the sake of illustration. Also, I did mention that this is the sort of thing that this is one of the events in the game that I really like. So here's what happened in the wood. Excuse me. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. So there's another half to what we're going to be doing here, but this might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. But essentially, one of the reasons why I like this in the game is that this is a situation where you have gone to, again, this place that is, you can travel to through Dream. And in this case here, rather than coming back with knowledge or an influence or some sort of experience, in this case, you have actually seen another traveler. There is another person who understands and can access this world. And you have encountered them, and you actually have enough information from that encounter that, you've had the dream and you saw someone and you've never seen them before, but you have a very vivid recollection of how they look. And then you go out on the street and you see them. You see that exact person, and you know that it's the same person that you saw in your dream. And rather than it just, and this is the thing, like right now we've got 60 seconds to decide, do we just kind of say, oh, that was such a coincidence? Or do we kind of trust our dreams and our knowledge enough to follow through on this lead? Well, we're going to see what happens in a few seconds. I also need to really be careful with, oh, you know what? I may not be able to do it. I almost want to take the hit on notoriety just so I can deliver, but I don't think I can. Here's what I can do. I can take my passion on the moonlit road. No, we're recruiting. No, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, yeah. We'll go back to the wood. Now I pass between the scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. And we've got a season of sickness coming up, so we may need to use some of this vitality. Of course, we're also going to need to use the vitality. Oh, we're going to lose some. That's a pity. Right, a dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. So Saliba understands blood. He does not yet understand birth. So Saliba is a level 2 Grail follower now. They're now a believer. And we've exercised. So I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skill. So we've got 56 seconds left for these vitality, and unfortunately we can only bring 2 in. So we will combine these 2. I'm a brim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. We'll have to let this one expire, and we'll probably use this one to recover. Excuse me. Probably use this one to recover from the sickness. But we do have a bit of a timer going on. We've got 2 lessons learnt, and we need to find a way of generating the vitality for the rest. Okay, so I'm going to leave the talk verb open for a second. Alright, I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. Add reason to satisfy Mr. Alden. The work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. So this will buy their loyalty for now. So let's take the bomb maker. I think we can talk with them right away. So significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Add to your cult, or to send them out on cult business, or send them after enemies, or raise another matter. So, well, what's the subject that we can talk about? We can talk about a peculiar rumor. That doesn't do anything, though. We could do the society. Now, normally this works... Oh, wild. I didn't know that you could do this with hirelings. So my disciple can probably earn funds in illegal laboratories and shadow manufactories. But there's always a risk of accidents. Well, I don't actually want them to do that. I can give them ingredients, tools, lots of different things that I can do, but the aspect I really want to draw your attention to is the annoyance here. And remember, Glover and Glover also has the aspect annoyance. And that's going to be one of the ways we try and deal with it. Of course, we do need the work slot available, or we do need the job available. Now, I'm not following up on the peculiar rumor just because I would like the perils of renown to properly turn over and sort of neutralize the threat. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will use it to try and create evidence. If they're meticulous, they will always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. So this is the point where if there's evidence, they're going to try and upgrade it. If there's no evidence, but they found notoriety, this is where it gets created. Neither of those are true. But the one thing that's true is they're not looking for reputation anymore. So we're now going to follow up on the peculiar rumor. I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say, so 60 seconds will pass by. Once again, I have determined that your work is of acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. So there's two reasons why I'm doing this somewhat risky step of the bomb maker and Alden. So we will send a minion to murder an annoyance. I want this annoyance gone, but this approach is risky. My minion's strength is limited. The annoyance might very easily survive, and the attempt will draw attention. The failure will kill your minion. Well, they're a rental, so I don't worry too much about it. Oh, you know what? It's probably using the edge rather than the forge. So this is a particularly bad one for me to do, but it's too late now. I'm committed. But the biggest reason why I'm doing this is it means for 32 seconds I can finally go back to my real passion of construction. Once again, I put my strength to use. But yeah, so in this case here, this is not necessarily some sort of lore reason that I'm going to the worksite. It just happens to be a good way to get some vitality right now. So I'm not that much of a purist in terms of the story, but I do want to give kind of an interpretation of what's happening with tracking down the rumor. Okay, we won't do buzzing in the brain because the restlessness doesn't really help me here, but the well did give us vitality in the past. Hey, furtive truth's not bad. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets. But now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it would be wiser not to draw her attention. And once again, we come back to the question, do I want to mess around with the dream slot? In this case, it's okay to go back to the Mansis because the sickness isn't going to hit us for another minute. Well, the sickness hits us right away, but the ill health, the actual affliction won't come up for a while. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. All right, I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this with a lesson learnt with your strength skill. So I'm somewhat inclined in this case to keep the study verb open. It's because in 50 seconds I'm going to be able to turn these two into a lesson learnt. Actually, no, I'm fine. I will actually do fresh air and exercise. So the reason I changed my mind is in 50 seconds we're going to have the affliction. And then we can use the dream slot to recover, and that'll still be a good use of the vitality. Now let's see whether or not we succeeded. Ending an annoyance, I await word. I'm assuming it'll fail. My minion has not returned. They must have failed. This may prove embarrassing. This may yet prove embarrassing. So this is notoriety. This is dangerous to me as far as the Suppression Bureau is concerned. But we'll make do. In the meantime, let's keep talking about the occult scraps. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And actually, it did just occur to me, so I've got 54 seconds before I need to be back at work. So my strength attracts comment. Not all of the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. So it did just occur to me I do have enough time to be able to... I do actually have enough time to be able to get another work run in. Once again, I put my arms to use. So again, 51 seconds versus the 40 here, so we can get the extra vitality for working the job. I suspect probably I'm not unique in this, but I do know that this definitely gives me recollections of having to work more than one job. And so the reason why I was okay generating, like once I'd committed to generating the notoriety through the murder attempt, I was okay getting the notoriety due to the following through on the rumor, but an unpromising address, but a promising resident. And this is the other half of kind of the story in the woods. So we found Rose, an acquaintance. Rose is a slimist, and she recognizes you as someone uncommon. So what interested me here, right? Like, so there's already the thing that kind of makes for a nice little cinematic moment where you've had a dream and you are seeing someone, again, you have a dream, you have certain knowledge that you have seen another person who is a real person and you can recognize on the street. And sure enough, on the street, you recognize that person from your dream. And instead of just shaking that off as coincidence, you follow through and sort of find a fellow traveler. That just, I think that's just a cool idea. I think that's kind of fun to work with. But the other reason why I like this is I gave an example of this in a different context. But I always kind of like to imagine this as finding another person who's into the things that you're into. And there's a lot of different ways that you can think of that, right? Like, so everybody's got a set of hobbies or a set of things that they're really into. So like if you, like in a computer science class, there's going to be like a group of people who want to like get venture capital money and like just try and shoot for the moon and like become ridiculously wealthy. And then there's like a small subset of people who are going to be all about databases. Like one of my TAs loved databases, loved everything about them. You could not give them a book about databases that they would not read the whole way through. And then there's like always, it feels like there's always one in every cohort who like gets to the class on compilers, and that like for the rest of their life, they're going to be writing and optimizing compilers, and like you cannot convince them that there is anything more important to do. And you get two people who are into compilers and they're just gonna like have conversations that make no sense to you, but they are completely energized by. And there's something really special about being able to recognize someone. And again, this can also be fandoms, right? If you find someone, like, could you imagine how I would react if a new coworker showed up to work and they said, it's like, oh, you're into games? What kind of games do you play? It's like, I play this kind of weird indie one called Cultist Simulator. And it's like, man, I love Cultist Simulator. I thought I was the only one. There's obviously a lot of people who like this game, but whether or not you see someone, whether or not you know someone who's into that, and you've met them in person, that's a whole other question. So whether you think of it in terms of your interests, or if you're someone where, like I like to think of writing as an example. I'm a hobbyist as a writer. I'm not a particularly like gifted writer, but I like it. And, if you kind of talk about it and just feeling sort of this compulsion, if you like how you like just, it feels wrong if you've not kind of sat down and put some words to page or something like that. And there's that flash of recognition and it's just there for a second. Someone looks up and then the moment's gone. To me, that is what's happening for that moment in the dream. You found that moment where someone gets something that for the longest time felt like it's only something that you understand. And again, you may read it differently in terms of the game, right? Like I don't necessarily think there's any one way to sort of play or understand Cultist Simulator. But I do kind of like to think, like, again, this is definitely a game about, alien gods and strange tomes and doing all those evil things that you wish you could do if real life had like reset buttons and there was no consequence. But to just be able to think a little bit about your own, I think because it's a game about wants and, desires and achieving them, it's hard not to get reflective about the things that you are interested in. And I think as a consequence of that, I do tend to think quite a bit in terms of these, just in terms of the encounters that these characters are having, and specifically how they relate to my own life. I think I may have enough occult scraps already, but I will grab another one. If nothing else, it just gives me a chance to show how the upgrades work. I walked in the woods last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and the furred things crammed my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay, so I need to use this vitality right away. We've got 0.7 seconds for the sickness. I've become unwell. There we go. So we'll combine these. All I need now is time. I've got myself a little bit of a lease on life. We've got the extra vitality. I'm going to try and run this out as long as I can. But we should be okay as far as... getting the vitality we need to move up to the next level. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Okay, so let me just think for a minute here. This is one of these cases where it's not just me trying to get a break for my my throat, but I'm actually going to need a second here to think about the steps that I want to take. And again, this is if you're struggling with Cultist Simulator, like if you played this a few times and you find you keep dying to the same thing, this is one of these times, like, stopping and smelling the roses can actually really help in this context. So, what am I trying to do right now? Well, I'm trying to get that last level of strength. So, in order to get the last level of strength, I need 4 lessons learned. So, I've got 1, 2 here. I've got a vitality. I've got 2 vitality. So, this is equivalent to a 3rd lesson learned. I'm going to get another vitality from this unskilled labor. And so I need 1 more vitality, and that vitality is not going to be coming from... so I've already got it here. It may come from this heal, but basically I've got 1 unaccounted for. More importantly, if I don't get this resolved within 178 seconds, this is going to decay down to another just regular vitality. So, in the interests of... I may still have a problem. Okay, so this is why I take the time to think this through. So, basically, I take this health here, I try and get the vitality, that's going to take 60 seconds. So that goes down to 118. So then I need to combine these to get my 3rd lesson learned. Well, now we've got, now we have less than 60 seconds. So I'm not going to be able to combine to another lesson learned. So what I really need to hope for, I'm going to combine these 2 vitality. I'm going to have to hope that either this or this generates a Course of the Heart, because if it doesn't, this is going to decay and I'm going to need to find another way of getting the vitality back. Well, we can make another murder attempt. Professional muscle. I'll break them in half. I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. My strength attracts comments. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. So, basically now we need to hope within 44 seconds that the Course of the Heart triggers. But we are going to go back to Glover and Glover. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me, and Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for the position. So this does mean we won't be going to the woods for a while, but it's just because we're pursuing something higher. Well, actually, we're pursuing something rather mundane, but a higher priority, let's say. We're really cranking out the patrons. Okay. So unfortunately, no Course of the Heart there either. So the Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Now there's one thing I could try and do, which is to dream with this health card. I think I'm going to do it. So this is actually ensuring that I'm spending more time. So I get this health card back in 13 seconds. But the reason why I'm going to dream with this is that it's another chance for me to trigger Heart, which may mean that we get a Course of the Heart event. Although again, I think we're past the point where I can recover the lesson learned. Let's see what happens. I'm going to keep the study verb open. It's like a 1 in a million that it'll turn it. No, hang on, because if it's Course of the Heart, I still need to wait. So yeah, we're definitely going to lose it. So we'll just do fresh air and exercise. Mr. Alden has found nothing to criticize in my work. Today, he does not look up as I leave. Okay. So again, we still have the time to be able to go to the work site, so we'll do the usual trick. And of course, when the talk verb becomes available, we'll send the professional muscle after Alden. Although again, I want to be a little careful about the notoriety that I'm loading up on. We can learn from each other. Madame Bichet. Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Carisham Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use your assistance. So she's a Greek scholar, and also mortal, and a patron. So these characters, we haven't done this yet, but it is possible to get these characters to give you commissions, basically to hire you to write sort of insights into the various lore that you have. We actually are kind of weak in our understanding of the lore, to be completely honest, but that's because I've been pursuing some other priorities. I'm trying to think whether or not now I want to keep talking about lore, or if I want to try and bring more of these people into the cult. I think in this case I'm going to keep talking about occult scraps. Okay, I am refreshed, and as it turns out, we didn't get the Course of the Heart, so it was just as well that we went in here. Okay, so we will go back to the wood. Not much else for me to do about that. And we'll keep the pawn running. I shouldn't have talked about esoteric matters. That's going to run... I think I might actually lose the professional muscle doing this. Maybe I can get them to explore the city. Nope. So I might have to rehire them. Yeah, I kind of bungled the talk verb. My strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Okay, so gotta talk about the position at Glover and Glover. We'll put our vitality back. And some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Okay, so let's try and convert what we can into lessons learned. I think there's going to be a kind of a cascading failure that happens here. So this vitality is going to turn, like I'm going to have to turn this into something that I can use. But then this one's going to expire, and I'm actually going to need quite a bit of vitality when all is said and done. Let's go back to the well. Okay, furtive truth. Again, I was hoping for the vitality, obviously. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, but now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it is wiser not to draw her attention. So we'll keep doing the same thing as far as the Mantis is concerned. So I think this no, I think there's another patron we can find. And in this case, we won't hire the fortune teller. I don't have much of a use for lantern or moth right now. E.g., hello from YouTube. We've only just arrived. Oh no problem. So I go late on these, and I'm actually probably at a point where I might need to take a small rest because I'm feeling a little bit hungry, and I could really use a refill on my water. Oh, interesting. So Alden didn't find any problems again, so he's found nothing to criticize in my work today. He does not look up as I leave. But I'm delighted when people stop by from YouTube, so thank you very much for stopping by. There's plenty more to watch. Also, it's worth remembering that I do try to angle these Steam broadcasts, so yeah, we wasted money on the professional muscle, but that's fine. As it turns out, we're already in danger with the... actually, it's guaranteed, unless we can get a mystique somewhere, it's guaranteed that the weary detective is going to catch us doing something nasty, so... is it too selfish to ask for a super quick rundown of what this character's about? Sure. I mean, again, this is more... there's a little bit more introductory, so we haven't made any major decisions in terms of characterization and such. But tell you what, I'm actually also going to do this in a way. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take a moment, because if I'm going to be introducing the character, I think now would be a good time to sort of I guess I can put it to you this way. How about I get my break? It won't be a very long one. Like, I'm just going to get some water. Maybe I'll put the kettle on so I can, make some coffee or something like that. But just let me get all this stuff out of the way, because it's been 5 hours. And then I can come back and I will, that'll be kind of a nice chance for me to recap what the character's done, what we're doing in the playthrough, and everyone can kind of sort of be on the same page. So if you've been watching yourself, I mean, for some of you, you may pull the trigger and decide that this is the time to buy Cultist Simulator and go off and enjoy your own playthrough. If you are sticking around, again, I'll try and keep this to an absolute minimum. But if you have been around here for as long as I have, I highly recommend that you maybe get up and take a bit of a stretch, maybe get some water yourself, but avoid the decrepitude from generating. Yeah, I think that now is not a bad time for me to just handle all this. So just put a little sign up here. And yeah, I'll try and keep it just a couple minutes long. So I am going to mute it, and please enjoy the wonderful music from Mickey Moore Productions, and I will be back as soon as I can. Game is not the only thing where you should manage your body. Sure, you deserve your pause. Thank you, Basil. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back soon. Take care, everyone. Okay, so first of all, I'm sorry that took longer than I was expecting. But I also really appreciate you all hanging around, because I basically know that whenever you take a break, it usually just kills the mood, and it usually obliterates an audience. Now, I sent a message out saying that I spilled something, which is true, but I typed it and it didn't seem to trigger anything, and then it seems like it came through later. So just a caution, I may be on a substantial chat delay, which again is totally fine for me. But if it seems like I'm kind of being standoffish, or if I'm not replying at a good pace, it's probably just because I'm getting it later than expected, just based on what I saw on my own end. So, anyways, enough excuses. Let's get back to the game. So if I recall correctly, the question was, can we get a bit of a summary of this character and what's going on in the playthrough? And this is actually a really good time where, if you are coming to this game like new, this is maybe a time where you can sort of understand what the basic story is going to be. Normally when I play this game on YouTube or on Twitch, although I haven't played it on Twitch for a while, I'll kind of have like a personality or a character in mind. I'm not doing that as much here, but it doesn't mean that there can't be little bits of personality. Again, when you name a character Ann Wilkes, there is something being said there. And if you don't know who that is, I'm happy to elaborate. But let's talk about the game of Cultist Simulator. Let's talk about this particular legacy called the Aspirant. And then we'll talk about sort of the overall goals in terms of this particular playthrough, because Hichi mentioned that they stopped by because of the YouTube channel, and so they're going to be familiar with the game, and so may want to know a little bit more about the particular direction that I'm taking this playthrough. So, in Cultist Simulator, you will always start, your very first game of Cultist Simulator is always going to be the same legacy, which is the Aspirant. It's kind of the canonical Cultist Simulator experience, I'd say. Maybe not canonical is the wrong word, but it's definitely the one that I think if you talk about Cultist Simulator and you don't provide any other information, I think most people are probably going to think about the Aspirant, and they are going to think of their own experiences of it. And essentially, the opening moments of the game, you are working as a hospital porter, and you are told, you're kind of called into the office. They say they don't need your services anymore. They'll pay you through the end of the month. And you have lost your job, but you now have a little bit more flexibility, I guess. You have a little bit more to think about. So you get some health, and the first thing that happens is the dream slot comes up. This verb right here. You start dreaming again. You start thinking about things. And you then get basically a solicitor stops by, and there is a patient that you had, someone who you saw die in the hospital. And they left you a fairly substantial amount of money, as well as a package of papers. And when you read these papers, you see a description of yourself, but more importantly, you see a description of your dreams to a level of detail that is exact. And among those papers, you find the address to a bookstore, Moreland's, which is where we've been buying our occult books. But also some notes about another person that this individual has sort of said that they see some potential in. And so, again, I'm interested. Like, if this is like the opening to a TV show, like, I'm going to see where the rest of this is going for sure. But that is basically the beginning to Cultist Simulator. And there's a few things that are interesting about this kind of an opening. Because as a player, you have basically the same knowledge that your character does. So you've bought a game called Cultist Simulator, and the advertising says that you can summon alien gods and do rituals and stuff like that. So you have some knowledge that in this world there is something resembling like magic. But that's about it. You don't know how to wield it. You don't know how to do any of the cool stuff that the game says. And the way that you learn is by piecing together all these little bits of insights, all these little details. And so, again, you follow up on that address and you find this bookstore and you find some books to help you make sense of these things that you've experienced. And you follow up on the address and you run into someone who seems to understand what you're talking about, and you eventually will found this society dedicated to a particular principle. And essentially, to a certain extent, you've got those two lines where, if you kind of think of it in the way that I do, in terms of this game largely being about your passions and your ambitions, the great work is not necessarily just this great apocalyptic magical event, but it is very much describing the thing that you do in your limited time on Earth. In this case here, you've got sort of the story of sort of the tensions between the mundane world and the world of your passions. But again, I'll speak specifically to the playthrough here, which is that I've got this ambition, this temptation to achieve great enlightenment. And right now, we've been spending a lot of time sort of on the day-to-day because the money's run out. We got some books. We didn't get that many books. And we found some people, but we haven't really got the number of people that we maybe want to do an expedition with. And we got an unexpected promotion at Glover & Glover. And this guy Alden seems to be keeping us from getting the work that we want done. So in that sense, right, we've got a few other things sort of going on that are informing this particular character. But for those of you who don't know, Anne Wilkes is the villain in a Stephen King story called Misery, and she is very memorably played by Kathy Bates in I think a 1990s adaptation of the film. A very memorable character. One character I really like because she seems very simple, but she is actually very, very capable. Like, not just physically strong, but is an incredibly intelligent and conniving. Now, there's also something about the fact that, so I don't want to go into too many details about the story if you haven't seen it. I highly recommend, the book or the movie or both, probably worth your time. But this is somebody, she did have a career as a nurse, so the idea of sort of somebody who used to work at a hospital, and then it being Annie Wilkes also means that there's a justification for, leveling up all of these abilities. But also the fact that, Mr. Alden might just happen to run into an accident under mysterious circumstances. All this stuff sort of kind of lines up reasonably well. And in the context of the game, there's the idea of the secret histories is that there's a bunch of sort of alternative histories running through, and that's sort of the justification as to how all these same characters keep showing up in different circumstances, even though, if Neville dies in one playthrough, he comes back in the next one, and it just means that was another history. But yeah, that's essentially the recap. So I haven't made any major decisions. Definitely, Miss Wilkes has decided that going after the the annoyance through violent means is okay. We have one failed bomb attempt, and then we'll say that the professional muscle got cold feet. But that's basically where we're at right now, and we're sort of chomping at the bit to. Or champing at the bit, I guess, to get to the next level of our ascension. Basil Horizon. We will jump into the gameplay after this, but Basil Horizon says, "I wonder how long your manager will not bother you after the last assassination attempt. Most importantly, why? It doesn't seem random that he stops bothering you right after that." That is a really good insight, actually. So after there was an assassination attempt, Alden, and it's great too. So This is great. Okay, so what Basil's done here, I like this a lot, because if you think about it, this gives a totally new interpretation over Alden's behavior. So it's not just that the game has sort of given us a random result where Alden sort of chilled out a little bit, but it also says he doesn't make eye contact. And the Suppression Bureau is now about to find the evidence against us. So, like, you're absolutely right. That's an indicator. It's like Alden knows. Now, again, the game doesn't force that, right? It's entirely up to you to decide whether or not that's where you want to go. But what a great twist, right? That's one of the things that I really like about this, about the writing in this game, is that there's enough space open to allow you to sort of play around in those areas and decide, you know, maybe that's why I'm experiencing what I do. I mean, if Alden retires after, you know, if the weary detective bungles the case and Alden retires, I'm going to be so happy. Not just because Alden's a complete pain, but all right. So Luciana Amavasa, the laconic, energetic, bright-eyed, unblinking owner of the Ecdysis Club. And remember what I said about aspects? So Luciana also is not mortal. Okay, if I can do something with the erudition that comes from the light in the skull, I'll do it. For those of you who maybe are joining us later, one of the reasons why we know, like, I know erudition is coming just from experience, but the reason this came up was because the reason card got pulled into the talk verb, and the reason card has the lantern aspect. And so in this case, the basically having certain principles be present can sometimes provoke secondary effects. Okay, I wanted to do something and I forgot. Again, I'm getting back on up to speed. So we don't have a restlessness coming up. So with that in mind, I think I'm just going to talk about the occult scrap again. Okay, if I can go for the occult scrap, I think I'm going to go to the well. Yes, I got a vitality. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. Now this is, again, the question of what's something rarer. In this case, this is one of these encounters where we've gone into the world of the Mansis and we've come out with this unnatural vigor. So the well in the wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. So we've been kind of hoarding vitality because eventually I want to try and combine it all into my strength. In fact, I'll just take a second here to see if we have what we need to accomplish that goal. So we're going to get a vitality out of here. We're going to get a vitality out of here. So that's 2 extra vitality. This is going to, okay, so this is going to turn into a regular vitality. So we pair these up. Keep this one aside. Keep this one aside. So that's 3. We combine these for 4. Yes, we've got more than enough. So we're going to start doubling them up. We may lose a little bit with the lesson learned, but we're also going to have a surplus of vitality. So we're going to stop worrying about that. And once we have what we need for the to increase our strength, we'll maybe try pursuing that erudition if I can. And then we're starting to make some money, so I'm probably going to start going back to Moorlands, although it's nice to have a little money set aside to hire someone to try and off Alden if it comes to it. Okay, so we got a little lucky here in terms of the notoriety that got picked up. We know that this one's going to expire, but it's still not great that we're sort of the target of the Suppression Bureau now, so... My strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. And we'll go back to Glover and Glover. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so. And Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. I'm going to take a second here and see. So this is another sort of realization for the character. We have been treading water with our ambition for a while now. And I think it's time that we got a little more serious about it. So we'll take our temptation enlightenment. It has occurred to me that I hold the key to wisdom. Let's dream about it, because this has always been an option. But so number one, I gotta pad the content so that we can have a full broadcast. But maybe a little more importantly, we can think about where we're at. Like, there will be times in Cultist Simulator where you feel a bit lost, or you feel like you're not making a lot of progress. And certainly the last little while has definitely been spent more on getting my stats up rather than doing the culty things. And every once in a while, you just need to say, you know what, we got to try something new here. So in this case, we have not tried dreaming with the temptation. This is an option that's always been available to us. You know, if we take a look at the empty slot, we know desire. This has got aspect desire, but maybe it's something we ignored. Maybe it's something we didn't think was a priority. Maybe it's something we always meant we wanted to get around to. But right now, we've been using the explore verb, and we haven't always been taking advantage of what comes out as a result. Or we have been, just trying to think of some other examples. You know, we've kind of been on this vitality treadmill for a bit, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the temptation enlightenment. In fact, if anything, our reason's kind of second rate right now. So this is going to be one of these points where we're thinking, is enlightenment really for me? Is this what I want to be doing? Should I dedicate myself to this purpose or focus my efforts elsewhere? So with this reflection, we have a few options available to us. We could give it health, we could give it passion, or we could give it lore. Now you can kind of think on its own, and this is one of the things that's really good to do in Cultist Simulator, I think. There's sometimes some value in thinking about, well, what would happen if I did? You know, it's not that hard to just experiment, but you can think for a minute, like, what do I think would happen for each of these options? I skipped an appointment to a quiet parish just simply because this is from the priest DLC. So if you don't have the priest DLC, there is no way of getting an appointment to a quiet parish. And then if you are playing the priest DLC, you'll know you have the appointment to the quiet parish. It's kind of like one of those starting conditions. So, you know, one way I like to think of these, and again, I already know the answers, so it could be that I'm just sort of tainted by the fact that I know how the game works. But you can kind of see that if you look at, it's kind of fair to say that the enlightenment temptation is aligned with reason, and that's how we've been pursuing it. And you can kind of imagine that if we're engaging in reflection and we're attaching this to health and passion, that perhaps what these are reevaluating as to whether or not this is exactly for us, right? Maybe you wanted to be a photographer, but you've decided that really, the reason why you liked photography was, and then that leads you to painting, or that leads you to writing, or maybe actually you really just like the tech behind it. And in fact, you found that 3D modeling really tickled your fancy, especially because you could go in and you could maybe program some shaders or some different kinds of scripts. Again, everybody's journey is going to be a little bit different. And so maybe one thing that you could imagine with these would be, well, maybe I can change my ambitions. Whereas lore, to me, I think this is me really investing. Like, this is the point of no return. This is where I sit down and I say, I may never be noticed, right? I could be some unpublished loser like William Blake. But I'm going to, I am going to write. And from this day forward, that I am a writer. So let's see if that's true. Well, of course it's true. I wouldn't be spending the time talking about it if I didn't, but sure enough, my goal is sensation now. Perhaps sensation is the sweeter goal. Passion. Perhaps power is the more compelling goal. I had it. There we go. So yeah, passion. My goal is power now. perhaps power is the more compelling goal, but I'm perfectly content keeping on the path that we had, so let's give it the lore. Light's dedication. I will dedicate myself to the pursuit of knowledge. All the misery books. As far as exploration, let's go back to Moorlands. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. Alright, so we've got a season of ambitions coming up, so right around the time that we are rededicating ourselves to the goal of enlightenment, the season of ambitions comes by. I always like it when the random numbers line up like that. Alright, I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So again, we have enough to take this through, so we'll start by making sure that we don't lose any of the vitality we already have access to. Yeah, 109 is the right one. I am abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. And we got The Humors of a Gentleman. I found something noteworthy. Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. And we'll go back. We were a little short on money, but I think 3 is a decent, kind of a decent little reserve. And looks like we're finding another acquaintance. Now, I am interested in seeing whether or not the weary detective is capable of generating some evidence. So if a hunter has found notoriety, they will use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. Mr. Alden has nothing to criticize in my work today. He does not look up as I leave. Yeah, actually, you know what, Basil Horizon? This is happening regularly enough that I wonder if an assassination attempt on Mr. Alden does actually just stop him from keeping you later. Because I don't actually do that many assassination attempts on Alden, so it could be that actually just completely changes the... It could be that actually changes the dynamic. That's really cool if it does. I am going to just prep with some extra vitality. I'll do the unskilled labor again just to make sure that because again, we're losing so many of these lessons learned. I'm kind of back on a treadmill, so anything that I can do to try and make these numbers line up a bit better. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. Now, I feel... Did I read the dream section here? Because obviously our dedication has changed. So I've dedicated myself to the pursuit of higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. This makes an enlightenment victory possible. I must be a true initiate of the Mansis. I will need to work with lantern aspect to allow the watchman to see me. So just to give you an idea, if we take the card, so the next step, I've gone as far as I can in dream, I must perform the work. Now, I don't believe that work is actually where I want to go with this. Well, maybe confirm it. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. So we'll go back to the wood now. Oop. Just as well that we went to get the extra vitality. We'll probably lose the erudition, sadly. And I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So it does look like the weary detective blew the case. So in the evening hours, I have begun to see new colors. So unfortunately, restlessness did come to catch us, but we did learn a trick for dealing with restlessness now that I have a cult. So I'm ready to grow stronger, so I'm definitely getting a little disorganized on the lessons learned. So got these, gonna find whichever one's expiring. Okay, this is a lesson learned that's expiring, so that doesn't help me. And we'll take the 2 old ones. how can you get rid of the evidence, or is it going to stick to you no matter what? So if, as far as the evidence is concerned, there isn't any. I don't really have any moth followers, but we have gotten reasonably lucky in terms of being able to get moth hirelings. Ultimately, right now, if there were to be evidence that came after me, what I would do, I would just make sure that I don't generate more notoriety and let the evidence expire on its own. If I had a bit of a fuller cult, then what I would probably be doing is using my heart followers to remove the notoriety and my moth followers to destroy the evidence. But obviously, we're going to need to make some progress before we can do either of those. Now, this is the first book, for those of you who've, again, been with us for a while, this is actually the first book where we need to do the translation. I referred to this earlier, but we haven't actually needed to translate anything. So this is the first book that actually requires translation. This is because it has the written in Latin aspect. The Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 1, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. So, I don't think we have the money for, another trip to Moorlands right now, but maybe we'll get the pawn to go search things out. And we found Dorothy, an acquaintance. Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. Maybe I should just surrender and go to the one half. All right. Well, I've really been blowing it on the aim. I'm also just going to take my reputation. I'm going to try and divide some of this out a little bit because the board's gotten a little messy, so let's just take a minute here to put things in their place. Put the weary detective beside the evidence. Dangerous place to put him, but he blew the last investigation, so I'm feeling a little safer about it. Okay. In 3 seconds, we'll take care of the work. But yeah, Basil Rogers, sorry to make such a big deal about it, but the fact that I haven't been bothered anymore, I think you just pointed out something I never realized about the game just because I really tried not to kill Alden for so many times. Okay, so again, because of the work schedule that I'm on, I don't get the option to paint away the restlessness as much as I used to. So one of the things that I can do to get rid of the restlessness, though, because it does have the lantern aspect, is I can take the Mirror of Glory. And in this case, I do actually have a small benefit to... Sorry, just taking a minute to think through... Yeah, no, there's still a benefit to bringing Slee in. So in this case, we don't need to use our lore, we can just use the restlessness. So this one is ready. I should probably indicate. So Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. And there's the spare vitality if I need it, and I likely will. So I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me, and Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. Okay, not ready to do Street Strange by Moonlight. I maybe would spend the money on the book, but yeah. Actually, so it just occurred to me that the question you asked, there could be a different reading of it. So if you're asking in general, how do you get rid of evidence? So there's a few ways of. So if you directly want to get rid of evidence, if you send a moth aspected entity, so that can be a follower, but you can also send summons after it. That will destroy evidence. However, you can also neutralize evidence by finding favors from authority. That's a probabilistic defense against evidence. And then evidence will also just expire on its own. So I'm sorry, I think I may have misread your question originally, so this answer may make a bit more sense than what I said to you originally. But if you were just asking how I individually on this playthrough would handle it, obviously I don't have followers that can take advantage of that. And so as a result, I just either wait out the existence of the evidence, because evidence does go away on its own after a certain period of time. And as long as I kind of keep my nose clean, they can't bring the case against me. Sorry, I'm slow on the uptake. All right, so it's tempting to follow up on the peculiar rumor. So many things rise from the well in the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they were welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face, as I do there. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sorry for the sorry for not picking it up the first time, but I'm glad the clarification helped. I mean, I am going to be following up on this peculiar rumor, I think, so you may get a chance to see how evidence gets dealt with anyway. You know, how dare I not have notoriety on the table. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. So Slee speaks earnestly of his theories to all who will listen. The stars as tiny wounds, and the sun as a hemorrhage of glory. His poetry is more eccentric than ever. Probably should have just used the collect button. There we go. All right. So I think we're still going to talk about lore, but I'm going to change the priority a little bit. So remember, there's quite some time back where I said that I'm using occult scraps right now, but there may be circumstances under which you want to use different types of lore. And I mean, I know not all of you are going to have been here for that, and not all of you necessarily care, or maybe some of you already know the answer to this. But recall that I've been talking about the side effects of certain actions that you can take in this game. So we've had some situations where we have a heart lore, or a character with aspect heart, or an ability with aspect heart, and that has provoked an event called the Course of the Heart, and we get a vitality out of that. And in the case of Lantern, you can get the event the Light in the Skull, and that generates erudition. In fact, that's where this erudition came from. So again, this is a neat idea. You know, the more that you participate in a certain aspect, if you do a lot of hearty things, it kind of makes sense that heart will be more present, and you may see vitality emerge from unexpected places. But it also means that you can take certain actions to try and push things in your favor. And again, you can kind of think of this as you gaining, I think, not just necessarily an understanding of like the macro level of the secret world, but also being able to understand some small practicalities and implications. So the knowledge that the more heart things I do, the more likely I'm going to generate a vitality. That would mean that if I'm going to talk about a certain type of lore, if I have heart lore available, it would make sense that I would want to use heart lore instead of, say, Grail. Why? Because heart lore has a probability, however small, of generating the Course of the Heart, which will give me my vitality. Likewise, if I have a character that is exploring, well, if I have a heart character and I have a lantern character, I can explore with the heart character, and again, that's just increasing the number of times that I'm kind of rolling the dice and maybe getting a Course of the Heart event. And you can see this kind of from top to bottom. So if you rest with health, again, you're potentially generating heart. If you go and work at the work site, well, you know you're getting vitality from physical labor already, but it may also provoke Course of the Heart. And if you study with the heart verb again, if you put the heart card and the heart and the study verb, you know you're getting a vitality through long walks, but it's also possible that you will provoke the Course of the Heart. And so with that in mind, the lore that you talk about, if it has a side effect that you want, this is a nice little way that you can sort of eke out a little bit of an advantage. And again, to me, it's just one of these questions of being one of these more subtle masters of the secret histories, and sort of understanding that it's not always just the big the high level things where you're summoning like a maid in the mirror to murder someone who, who's in your way. But rather it's the fact that you have just enough knowledge about how these things interact with your day to day to be able to achieve some of your goals as well. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any heart lore, but it is also fair to say that I'd like to improve my reason, and I do have lantern lore. So we're speak of esoteric matters, but now we're going to be using the Watchman's secret. So talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And we will still keep going through the wood. So we need to level these two vitality up before anything else. So remember, our goal is to have 4 lessons learned. It's always very helpful when you're running into these situations to just think about how many actions it's going to take. Generally, verbs are going to take 60 seconds. There can be times where they take a little bit longer, but there's also a couple of situations where they're a bit shorter as well. So you just kind of learn this stuff over time. Sorry, I'm just going to enjoy my coffee while it's hot. So in this case here, I just need to do 1 more lesson learned, and then I'll have what I need to be able to upgrade the physique. Well, how much longer do I have on my oldest lesson learned? 112 seconds. So 60 seconds to combine these. Then I combine the 4 and I get my highest level. I know I'm home free and I don't need to be generating any more vitality. This is an easy case, right? It's just keeping track of 1 card, but obviously if I had to get 2 more lessons learned, I know that this is going to decay down into a vitality. So in addition to making the 2 lessons learned, I need to generate 1 other vitality in order to be able to get this thing back up to a lesson learned. And of course, these are probably going to expire, etc., etc. That's why I said I wound up on a bit of a treadmill. It's why I was kind of sad that I didn't get the Course of the Heart when I was hoping I would. And that's just because it's... like I said, this is a hard one. Like, this is a reason why, there's a reason why I wanted to try and get this out of the way when I could, and I kind of blew it, but it worked out. Uh-oh, here we go. Work overtime at Mr. Alden's insistence. I do not believe that you've properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. The work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other? Okay, so I'm going to wait the 3 seconds just to make sure we don't have a season of suspicion coming up, and then we'll follow up on the peculiar rumor. Cool. So again, this is just one of these cases. We found someone trapped in roots in the mantis, in the well. We set them free, and we're following up on something that we've seen in the real world to say that we found the person we saved. Let's go to the Temple of the Wheel now. Trembling Airs. I just want to make sure, yeah, we're paused. In the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. So Trembling Airs is the first heart influence that we've encountered. Well, sorry, that's not entirely true. Like, Vitality is also heart influence, but not quite the same way that we're interested in them. So Trembling Airs, the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. A second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This may be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions leave it lingering when they are destroyed. It's also worth mentioning that in the case of Trembling Airs, every once in a while, some of these influences will leave a, there will be a, sort of a lingering effect. And so when the influence goes away, you may wind up with something extra. So for instance, the buzzing in the brain, that wound up producing restlessness, which may not be something we wanted, but it's definitely something that happened. And likewise, in the case of heart, as you might expect, it's a vitality that follows up. And again, it's sometimes it'll be positive, sometimes it'll be kind of tough to deal with, but certain influences will leave other effects, and it's nice to prepare for it, but in this case, this is largely a positive one. Once again, I have determined that your work is of an acceptable standard. You may go. Be punctual tomorrow, please. Okay, back to the work. I haven't been reading these dream slots just because in the new UI they've actually added a specific, like a Mantis-specific window that has the same text. So in this case, I do sometimes repeat, I do repeat some of the stuff, but it's repeating it immediately after reading it is a little excessive, so. Okay, resting will restore me if I have the necessary resources. Well, in this case, we certainly do. So we'll grab this vitality, heal up. Oh, and don't have quite the same need for time for another assassination. Yeah. I'm not going to do the Steely Physique, but I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me. But Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so. Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skill. All right, so if we don't take advantage of it, like if we use the study verb for something else, we're going to be put back on that lesson learnt treadmill. So, a study physique, lesson learnt, lesson learnt, lesson learnt, lesson learnt. Now, what's also interesting about this one is that we need something more. So I'll need enough lessons learned and something more. And you can probably guess where this is going. We need some kind of supernatural influence. So in this case here, if I know the right lore, I can employ the invisible arts to reach an even higher summit. I must choose between strength and grace. So I think the correspondences are probably intuitive. So you might imagine that Forge is appropriate for, for strength. You can always experiment, but it is worth mentioning, right? We do have a limited, do have limited access to lore. We don't actually have everything. So the lantern's currently being used here. It's fair to say Secret Histories isn't going to deal with it. Can you read the Red Secret? So we do actually get grace out of that, but it's hard to say that Anne Wilkes is a graceful person. I definitely see Anne Wilkes as more of a strong person, but I can definitely read the Red Secret. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. So in this case, I am going to use the Ardent Orison. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words it will speak, a word that sanctifies the change that comes when the seared skin peels. And exercise the body a higher strength. I will burn with the strength of the Forge of Days. And once you get to that top level, like this is the top level. So once essentially you are using lore to level up your skills, essentially once you're calling on powers from beyond, mundane existence, I think it's fair to say that you've reached your peak. So in this case, we will not need to pursue strength anymore, which is kind of nice because I don't mind leveling up strength, but it sure would be nice to focus on something else. Okay, another season of sickness coming up, sadly, but we do know the trembling airs will give us our health, and we found old, unhappy, far-off things. Moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. So we'll wait. I don't think we've had this in the playthrough yet, so we'll see what comes out of the result. And Mr. Alden has found nothing to criticize in my work today. He does not look up as I leave, so we'll keep going back to the Glover and Glover job. If it's 60 seconds and it gets me 2 funds, it does pay better than the construction site, but if Alden starts being a menace, then we need to find a way to deal with him. All right, and Eau Claire, an unpromising address, but a promising resident. Now, again, we've got notoriety as a result of this. So generally, there's a few different ways that you can handle notoriety. So as you might guess, if it's possible to kill an annoyance in the form of, your boss who's a jerk, It's also possible to try and unperson the weary detective. Of course, that might just provoke another hunter to go and investigate what happened to their comrade. But another way of dealing with notoriety, so you can try and get some characters to remove notoriety. The other thing you can try and do is generate a lot of mystique so that the investigation is sort of tied up with a lot of false leads. Again, there's lots of different ways of dealing with some of the problems in the game. It's a little bit like what I said earlier, where in some cases when you're seeing dread and you've lost to dread, you kind of have a laser focus. It's like, there's dread on the board and I want to remove it immediately. I'm going to do something to, get rid of that, that dread. Like I'll get a contentment or something. But you don't always have to think of it that way. You can actually think of the aspects that it has and use it constructively into building something that you need. Particularly if you're playing an edge cult, dread actually winds up being a really convenient way of getting your followers higher than they normally would have been. But everybody's kind of got their own approaches, and you learn this stuff as you go through. Like I definitely notice the way that I approach Cultist Simulator now is very different from when I was first learning. When I was first learning, I'd usually have sort of a pattern of just like going hard against the thing that was immediately causing me trouble. But in any case, so notoriety I'm going to have to deal with, and I either want to generate a lot of mystique to muddy the waters, or I want to find a heart follower to help launder my reputation. In the meantime, though, we have Eau Claire. Eau Claire has a scholarly aspect and a morbid streak. Okay, so we are going to have a restless... Oh, I think I gave away the what was going to happen. All right, come with me. And we got a hanger on as a result. I'll put the hangers on a second tier. All right, let's... Sorry, I need a second to think things through. We'll leave the talk verb on its own. I do have a little bit of money, so let's go buy another book at Morland's. Didn't I have a sickness that I needed to deal with? I must have dealt with it, but I could have sworn that we were waiting to heal the sickness. It's not on the table. All right, well, back to the wood. All right. My heart beats with the steadiness of a drum and the certainty of a judge's sentence. So now we have a matchless physique. I move like a mountain and strike like the sky. To master others is strength. To master yourself is power. Health and skill can increase no further. So we did get a whole bunch of vitality for that, but we're not that worried about it. We've got 5 health. We've got more than we're ever going to need, and we have a very helpful skill. In fact, we now have the aspect dangerous. Direct confrontation is always unwise, but in the last resort, if it comes to a struggle, I am very dangerous. All right, study-wise, let's think of some of the things we might want to do with the study verb. We certainly have some vitality here to combine them, but again, we can't level the skill up anymore. So let's catch up on some of our reading. So in this case, we will read The War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580, Censored Edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, but numerous pages have been removed, the name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip stapled to the cover explains that Willis Ford has been excised. In this past, a score or more longs were made. They brokered peace with the Forge of Days, long enough to set England on a path of earthly conquest and eventual destruction. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. So in 60 seconds, we will read the other half of the book. Half-glimpsed wistfulness has touched me. So old and happy far off things does give me restlessness, and we can't really deal with the painting because of Mr. Alden, but we now have a trick in terms of getting rid of restlessness, which is an uncommon one. Generally, I get rid of restlessness through painting, but in this case, being able to recruit people is just as good in my view. So let's bring Tristan in. Reminder, Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan gets things done. And we have Deoris, so this is actually a second Latin text for us now, so we're going to need to translate these before we can work with them. And I think I'll do one more. So under normal circumstances, I'd like to just keep talking about the Watchman's Secret in hopes of getting some extra erudition. Oh, we've got a Season of Suspicion coming up, so if I can generate a bunch of mystique, that would be best. I do not believe that you have properly understood the importance of our work here. The task will require your full attention. The work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. So the only thing that annoys me is that the Season of Suspicion is coming up, so I can't afford to murder him. But his time is coming. So I just need a quick second here to pause for some refreshment again. My throat's feeling a little scratchy. Also, it just occurred to me that with a couple hundred more viewers, we actually make it to the front page of Steam. Call your friends, call your family. Gotta get the numbers up. All right. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Tristan dislikes distractions. Tristan likes results. Thank you, Coben. I mean, this is one thing I don't like. I think, again, probably the best conversation is more focused on Cultist Simulator. But one thing I will say for Weather Factory, they've actually been kind of forward thinking on the Steam streams. So back when I did the very first broadcast for them, it was not a regular thing for, it was actually not a regular thing for developers to do broadcasts. And so we were broadcasting at the time of a Dota tournament, and so we weren't able to get to position 1, but for the first while, we actually wound up being on the front page pretty consistently. But the thing is this is a really good tool for developers to show off their games. And so, of course, over time, people are going to get into it. And certainly, like, when you hire streamers to do your game, you're sort of renting an audience. So, you know, I don't have a particularly large audience, although I thank all of you who are hanging out, because obviously it's, you know, some of you are specifically hanging out for this broadcast, and I really appreciate that. But, you know, for some people, they have an audience that will follow them to whatever platform they are broadcasting on. And so as a consequence, you know, they can command a certain price, but more importantly, they will also get one of those coveted 6 slots. And so, you know, we've usually done okay in terms of these broadcasts. But it's kind of funny that, you know, Weather Factory, I think, gets a bit of should get a bit of credit, at least, for realizing the potential of this format. But of course, because it's a niche-ish game, and I'm not like the kind of broadcaster that can sort of flex in terms of an audience. It does sometimes mean that where we were accustomed to being on the front page, now sometimes, you know, we content ourselves for being just off of it. But I mean, the important thing is to get people in touch with the game they might be interested in. Like, the numbers are nice. They're always nice for me to brag about after the fact. But, you know, the real key here is to help people understand whether or not this is something that they'd be into. And of course, with that in mind, you know, if any of you do have questions about the game, as you can see, I do sometimes take some time to answer stuff or to kind of go through some details. So if there's something that's not clear, or there's maybe something that I had explained earlier and you weren't here for that, I don't think it's a bad thing to repeat it. I mean, we've been broadcasting for 6 hours. So first of all, if you've been here for 6 hours, thank you. But totally unnecessary. Like in this case, it's kind of expected that there will be some churn in terms of what people are seeing. Okay, now normally I'd go to Morelands, but I'm a little wary of what the game is telling me funds-wise. So it says I have 5, but what I see on this stack is 2, and this one's unaccounted for. Might be counting maybe the money. Yeah. I know what it's doing. It's counting the money from the overtime. But I don't know. Let's see what the Explorer verb turns out. Oh, peculiar rumor. We'll take that. I mean, it's another notoriety. Oh, you know what? That could not have been worse timing for me. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. So the mistake that I made here was that there's the Season of Suspicion coming up, and we don't have that much time left for the Mystique. It's 224 seconds left on the notoriety, so I need that much time left on the Mystique, and I also need to get lucky enough that the Weary Detective doesn't pick up the notoriety. So, I mean, it could just be, the train's already coming. I'm already going to get hit by it, so why not just, embrace my, my notoriety, but I don't know. We'll see. I've got some time before search this. Actually, as it turns out, if this is a hiring job, we won't be able to use the peculiar rumor anyway. But I definitely made a bit of a blunder there. Oh, what am I doing? I meant to get Slee to explore, but the Explorer verb's already done. So if I wanted to get Slee to do a special job, I can actually take the Mirror of Glory. So Cult Business Augury, my believer might be able to determine times and places of power, times and places where power will be available for our uses. But in matters of the Mansis, there is always danger. So in this case, I don't think it's bad for me to do that, but let's just hold off because that was a mistake. And here's the other part to the War of the Roads, 1450 to 1580. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. The last chapters are missing entirely. You gotta go, can't wait for the next Dancer episode. Thank you very much, Chahichi. And again, it's a pleasure having you in the channel. The next Dancer episode should be online as of 6:30 tonight. If you already caught that, then the next one will be coming up Wednesday at 6:30. I've definitely got a week ready to go, and assuming that this playthrough didn't corrupt the save file, we should be back to the Dancer. I'll record probably the next batch of episodes this weekend. But thank you so much for hanging out, and particularly for mentioning the YouTube channel. Again, for me, it's a real treat to get a chance to to talk to some of you live. All right. For those of you who, again, may be coming in a little bit later, so The Secret Histories is both the name of the setting. So again, this was a standalone game originally called Cultist Simulator. It's still called Cultist Simulator, but the success of the game sort of showed that there was maybe this unexpected appetite or attention for it. And so as far as computer games are concerned, Weather Factory is making another game in the same setting. It's called Book of Hours, and it is actually currently available for wishlist, but I don't believe it has an official release date yet. I know there have been a couple of, just a couple of different directions, I guess, for lack of a better term. But it's being worked on, and obviously Weather Factory has been doing quite a bit in between. But in this setting, it's now also been expanded beyond gaming. So you may notice on the Steam page that there is The Lady Afterwards. Now, The Lady Afterwards is basically a tabletop role-playing game. You can almost think of it as like a murder mystery party, because I think what they were trying to do with that one was, I think they were trying to make something that people who weren't necessarily like longtime role-playing game fans, I think they were trying to make something that they could do it. The original intention was sort of this premium, like physical edition that you would get. So it comes like in a nice box, and it has like candles and tarot and things like that. But if you want a digital edition, like if you just want the rule book, that's available online. I think it might actually be the first like role-playing book available on Steam. But the thing to remember is that it is sort of it's different from the product as originally intended. And I do believe it's intended as sort of a one-off. So it's a bit different from getting something like Dungeons and Dragons, let's say. I've not actually personally played it yet, but I'd love to if I could get a group of people together. And the reason I mention this is that today, actually, they are doing another project, which is called The Locksmith's Dream, which is also named after, it's the name of one of the books. And The Locksmith's Dream is an actual event. It is something that takes place in the UK. And basically, you will like book a room. And it's kind of this multi-day physical event that takes place, in a place with other people. So as you might expect, it's quite costly. Again, these are things that, become like, it's tough, right? Like, I know if people are interested, like sometimes you look at stuff like I'd be interested. I'd love to see what it's like, but I definitely don't have a companion to go to this sort of thing with. And 900 British pounds is a bit much for me. But on the other hand, like, it's a really neat idea, and I think it kind of speaks to how much potential this setting sort of has, where it's not just two video games. And again, this was just a kind of an experimental video game that's, became quite successful. And it sort of spawned not just another video game with a different tone, but it's actually something that has now been realized as a few other experiences that go beyond games. And I think there's something kind of exciting about that. Even if I'm just seeing it as an outside observer, I think it's really encouraging that people are willing to sort of support experiences like this. Anyways, sales pitch out of the way. There was something I was going to mention about, something else I had been meaning to mention about it, but... sorry. I remember, it was the Secret Histories. But yeah, so the idea here is the setting is called the Secret Histories, and I think its original intention was just to sort of be able to explain why all of these, like, same people keep coming up in wildly different contexts, or like how people who have died are suddenly back on the next playthrough. And the idea here is that there are different histories. There are ones in which Alexander sort of inexplicably walked away from his conquests. And of course, the history that we just read is sort of talking about this alliance that Britain made with, some very powerful entities in this world, and the cost that had. And again, these are always presented in fragments. This is always something that's left for you to sort of think about and sort of dwell on. But in my, for me, I always kind of find this stuff neat. Like, it's kind of neat to dwell on it. And I think if you go into things like the Discord, there's quite a bit of discussion about the setting and the lore of the game. I'm maybe not that quite deeply into it. But it's really fascinating, not just to see sort of all the little fragments and sort of ask these what if questions, but it's so interesting to see this world grow as a part of the Weather Factory sort of expanding its catalog. An introduction to the histories. Speaking of, the 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Herschel describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Herschel now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Herschel early in the writing of the book, but Herschel later became suspicious. All right. I'm trying to think if there was something I wanted to do with the dream slot at this point. We will be getting... Well, I mean, for 30 seconds, we'll just wait and we can use the vitality to cure the sickness. And I think... Let's just follow up on the peculiar rumor. I know I'm kind of punching myself in the face by getting the notoriety, but let's face it, the weary detective's going to find it one way or the other, so I might as well just embrace my run. If this run doesn't die, then am I going to complete it? Good question, Kobin6. So I've tried not to have more than one playthrough on the go at any given time, so my intention is to complete the dancer playthrough on YouTube first. So the idea of Annie Wilkes kind of continuing on as a YouTube series is a difficult one for me. I will mention that one of the series on my playlist actually does start with one of these Steam streams. So if the timing works out, I'd entertain it. But I will confess, I'll put it to you this way. I'm not ruling out the possibility, but it would have to be after the dancer is done, assuming that the dancer is a kind of a recoverable save. It should be, but I still need to test it. But just keep in mind, like, if I do return to it, it's actually going to be quite late, simply because I am currently in the middle of a run right now. But with that in mind, we can maybe try and come to some kind of resolution here. We'll see where the playthrough goes. I still have some time left for the broadcast. All right, back to Glover and Glover. I'm better paid than I was, but Mr. Alden has taken an interest in me. Mr. Alden is very particular. Mr. Alden likes things done just so, and Mr. Alden has never believed that I am qualified for this position. And in 6 seconds, we will get the illness back. So let's see what happens with the weary detective. Oh, what rotten luck. Nothing then. Okay, so I think I can't remember if I was trying to do a recruitment here or what exactly the plan was, but let's just talk about the Watchman's secret. Hirschfeld identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims the so-called second history is the true one. Okay, so that's more or less taken care of the Secret Histories books that we have for now. I'm going to just take a second here to rearrange my library so that anything that doesn't require translation is sort of earlier in the... Actually, let's put Humors of the Gentleman at the front because that's lantern-based. All right. Just a reminder, Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John Son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. And after following up on the rumor, we have found Velsine. An unpromising address, but a promising resident. Velsine has operated her establishment for almost 20 years. She has never employed an assistant. Her hands are terribly strong. All right. So I could try and go to Moorlands, but we don't have that much money left. So let's go and we'll send the pawn out. Sorry, I should have sent Slee out because I wanted to try and provoke the lantern. Oh well. Considering the evidence, if a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail. But they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. And I do not believe that you have properly understood the importance of our work here. This task will require your full attention. Work is complete when I have assessed the work is complete, and not before. I trust we understand each other. Rumor squats on rooftops and flutters in gutters. This hunter is making progress in their investigation. So this is now tentative evidence. A hunter has found evidence, real or imagined, of my sins. Hunters with evidence of occult activities become more dangerous. Evidence may survive the death of the hunter who created it. So in 600 seconds, so basically 10 minutes, the evidence goes away on its own. However, if I have another notoriety and a season of suspicion comes by, this can be upgraded to damning evidence, and damning evidence is when I can face a trial. So let's go for the trip to the Nemesis. Mr. Alden is retiring. I shall be leaving Glover and Glover tomorrow. When you're finished your work for the day, come and see me. I never got a chance to eliminate him. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. So this is just another Watchman's secret, but it doesn't hurt to have more than one. It's been expressed like this: each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. So now we'll read The Victory of Crowns, erratic accounts by one Arun of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy cults of assassins, published in the late 19th century. The assassins are, according to Arun, the agents of a power called the Coronel, a soldier of the secret masters. The accounts go all the way back to Roman times. And once again, we don't hire because we don't need to. It's actually kind of hard to see why we need a hireling now that the Glovers, now that the trouble at Glover and Glover's finished. So. You have shown some improvement under my direction. I have recommended you as my replacement. Remember what I have taught you, and you might one day be a credit to this department. You may go. And one more thing, I'd almost forgotten. Be especially punctual tomorrow, please. So, still a 60-second timer, so senior position at Glover and Glover. I suppose, theoretically, I could rise higher if someone died. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So, in this case here, we do need to put some devotion in. It does require reason, and I'm kind of curious what happened to my other reason. Okay, I'm genuinely confused here. Okay, so we're reading this text, so reason can't be in there. This got picked up by the magnet, so that makes sense. But there should be another one sitting on the table here somewhere. Oh, it's right. Right, okay. So we gotta wait 34 seconds. Oh, this is gonna turn into dread, I think. I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. So, the shifty woman at 3 Moth, I don't think it's that likely that they're going to get rid of the... I don't think it's that likely that they're gonna get rid of the evidence. I mean, maybe I can give it a try, but some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. Let's try the Temple of the Wheel again. Subtle flop. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands. I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, are almost all gone now. But here their voices remain: Wheel, Flint, Tide, and the others without names. So again, I just gotta wait on my reason. I could try painting away the restlessness, but I need to show up to work, so the time for that is past. And it looks like we've also got old and happy far off things, so that's going to be another thing that it's going to be another potential source of dread. So I'm actually going to do something kind of reckless as far as my notoriety is concerned. I am going to hire the shifty woman. I've got a peculiar rumor. We'll pick these all up. So I'm going to try and hire the shifty woman to get rid of the evidence. It's possible we'll generate a. It's possible that we'll generate a notoriety as a result of it, but it will also generate a notoriety because of the peculiar rumor. So I might as well make it count. Okay, curl my hands in the correct shapes and begin. Now notice that the length of the shift has gone longer. In this case, we have an option for some acceptance. And I could devote my life to this. But basically the consequence of this is going to be that I can actually earn a bit more money doing this particular role. And sorry, I'm just going to need a quick second to review something. All right, back we go. Not quite going to put my passion in there yet. Oh, but I probably should follow up on the dream slot. There we go. So this is the Victory of Crowns. Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she, writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Ours don't dream, long try not to. Now, I haven't been making too much of a big deal about this because I suspect there might be something kind of tedious hearing somebody rattle off all the lore for this game. But you will notice that there have been references to the hours on... yes, I do know that the annoyance has not gone away from the Glover and Glover slot. Excuse me, just a second. But yeah, so there have definitely been references to the hours before, and there have also been the occasional references to the long. I will actually let you know you do encounter long in this game. I believe there is an expedition in which you encounter long, but you do actually also have direct contact with a long in some of the different legacies. So again, sometimes this is just, very mysterious, and, you do your best to kind of... It's like a rodeo, you see how long you can stay on while you're trying to figure out how all of this works. But in the case of some of these entities, most of the time, if it's referring to something special or specific, there's probably going to be some kind of a scenario in which you encounter the thing that was mentioned. It did occur to me as well that I have, well, I can wait. I think we'll just read Wrapped in the King. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. So the dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasy, sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. So I'm waiting 13 seconds and then we'll follow up on the peculiar rumor. Going to bed now. Thanks for a lot for the stream. We'll look into this game on my YouTube channel. Make my evening. Well, thank you very much, Basil Horizon. I definitely hope, if you do wind up playing the game, I hope you really enjoy it. And yeah, if you stop by the channel, I mean, I will keep in mind, my role here, I am taking Weather Factory's money, so I'm happy to promote my stuff, but definitely the goal here tonight was more about showing off the game and hopefully inspiring a few people to give it a try themselves, i.e. buying it. But it's really great. I do appreciate you. I do appreciate the kind words, and it was a lot of fun having you inside the chat. So I hope I get a chance to see some more of you, but I hope you have a great sleep even more. Have a good one. All right. Now, I did mess up on possibility here, so I could have used this contentment to get rid of this dread, but I was focused on other things. But with the restlessness, we have an easy way of getting rid of that. So we'll do that right now. We'll just bring someone into the cult. And I think I'll bring in Rose because I can follow up with another follower without too much trouble. So we'll grab the Mirror of Glory. Just a reminder that Rose is a Slimus, and she recognizes you as someone uncommon. This one is ready. All right, this will buy their loyalty for now. Oh, did I? Yeah, no, we've got 2 minutes, so we will set the shifty woman aside, and once the recruitment's done, we will get them to work on the evidence. All right, let's follow up on the peculiar rumor. I suspect that, at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. Okay, so this is the Season of Silence. There's not a whole lot else going on. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Rose is a Slimus, but loyal. And you'll notice here that she has gained the edge aspect. So each of the followers are going to be related to one of the principals. So, hey, Takri, how you doing? It's great to see you. I'm delighted. There have been a few people from the channel stop by. So I'm really happy you got a chance to visit as well. I always feel bad. So one of the reasons why these are more surprise broadcasts is sometimes they're going to be associated with sale, and obviously you don't want to tell people about a Steam sale before you're allowed to tell them about a Steam sale. So I sometimes feel a little bit bad because there's people who say, oh, I want to see a live broadcast, and I'm like, oh, there's gonna be one coming up, but I can't say it because people kind of know the trick now. If I'm doing a live broadcast, it's usually because there's a special event, but I hope you're doing well. Oh, great, doing okay. Glad I could make it. Wonderful. Sorry, I keep saying I hope you're doing well. I genuinely care, but I realize it can sound super insincere when when somebody keeps repeating it. So, but I've been broadcasting for almost 7 hours now, so you'll have to forgive me for being a little fuzzy. Yeah, the VODs are around forever, but these are a little more temporary. Okay. So I think let's get the shifty woman to do her thing first. We've got 36 seconds before even the possibility of a season of despair. So in this case here, and for those of you who haven't, because I haven't really gone into a lot of detail about this yet. Oh, sorry, I think we just hit a cool milestone. So if you can just give me a quick second. How dare you, Steam. All right, cool. But yeah, so we were talking a little bit about how you can use followers. Now, I haven't been using my followers this way. I've been using my hirelings this way. But essentially what you can do is you can talk with a hireling to do something. And as it says here, significant conversations in a smoking meeting room. What do I need from my follower? So I can add to my cult, I could send them out on cult business, I could send them after enemies, or raise another matter. So you can sometimes just bring in the Mirror of Glory, and this is the cult, and this is basically getting someone to do what comes naturally to them. So for a moth follower, hoodwinking is a good, it's kind of natural. My believer might be able to pass part fools from their treasures if they're lucky. That's not what I want to use this character for, though. What I want to do is I want them to destroy the evidence. So this hunter has found evidence, real or imagined, of my sins. Now, the fact of the matter is that with 3 moth, this is not very likely to succeed. It's better than somebody who doesn't have any moth aspect, but the likelihood of this thing working is pretty slim. However, we are already following through on a peculiar rumor, and we already have notoriety on the table. Now, admittedly, it would have been gone in 2 minutes, so I might be creating a world of hurt for myself through other means. But in this case here, I've just said, let's embrace who we are, and we will, we'll we'll see what the consequence. We'll see where the consequences take us. So we're talking about occult business with a follower. We'll say tentative evidence. Send a minion to destroy evidence. My minion's talent for deceit is limited, and this is a difficult task. They will likely fail. So again, just a reminder, the way that Cultist Simulator sort of measures some of this stuff, essentially, it will say, okay, you have almost fail, pretty good chance, and near certain. But again, there's no guarantees in Cultist Simulator. In most situations, you'll be in a spot where sorry, there's I'm trying to juggle my my various windows right now. In the case of Cultist Simulator, there's always a chance of failure, and even in the most dire circumstances, there are chances of success as well. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. But we do get 3 funds for it, so Moorlands is going to be doing pretty good business. All right, so again, we always need to use reason. This is actually one reason why you'll notice that I started moving some more lantern-oriented people towards the explore and the talk verbs. And this is just because we're trying to provoke some more erudition to raise my skills. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's get another peculiar rumor. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I never recall exactly what we said, one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. Okay, I think we'll just keep going on this path with the wood. And then, after reading Wrapped in the King, at these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in the carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So we got some vitality for that, and one of our most powerful lore yet, the waking chant. Who could hear this and remain unmoved? The sleeping, the dead, the earth and the sky? Use this in a rite with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet, or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. So a percussagant, so some of these things we haven't encountered yet. We haven't encountered a Byzantine tinct or a meteoric bullet, but this is actually the game giving us some instructions as to how we can summon certain things. A Byzantine, I'll just tell you that a Byzantine tinct is a knock ingredient. And the meteoric bullet is an edge ingredient. So if we can get heart, edge, and knock together in sufficient proportions, then we'll be able to summon this percussagant. Ooh, nachos sound good. All right, I'll see you in a little bit, Tikri. All right, let's go back to our studies. So we're at the limits of our library now, so we need to start doing some translations until we buy new books from Moorlands. In the meantime, I will learn some Latin, and then we'll translate the Orchid Transfigurations and De Oris. So we start with Gildersleeve's Latin grammar, just what you need to refresh your knowledge of Latin. I recall a certain amount from my school days, but I need to brush up. An unpromising address, but a promising residence. So we just got a hanger-on. Again, if I'm going to get notoriety out of that, I kind of want something more than a hanger-on. But more bodies are more bodies, so... And we'll follow up on the peculiar rumor again. I suspect that at the end of the story, I may find someone who... Sorry. Will hear what I have to say. Oh! Folks, we just made the front page. So, if you can just bear with me a second here, I wanted to just send a quick little bit of news off to someone. So finally beat those Euro Truck Simulator people. Thank you, everybody. It's been a lot of fun to hang out with you, and I'm really glad we hit that milestone. So, still working at Glover & Glover's. I really like this description, curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin, because this is maybe the time where I can start talking about... So one thing I try to avoid doing where I can, obviously when people are making buying decisions about games, one thing they'll take a look at are the reviews for those games. And one thing I will say for sure is that just because I like Cultist Simulator does not necessarily mean that I think the game should have 100% positive reviews. I think it is entirely possible for someone to play this game and say, you know what, it wasn't for me. And that's, that's okay, right? Like it is completely understandable that not every game is going to appeal to everyone. So one of the things that comes up quite frequently in discussions about this game is the idea of the work slot and the work verb. And in this case here, a lot of people want there to be sort of a button that will automatically move move the necessary item to like kind of repeat your work, basically. Now, recall that when we've been talking about this game, we've been sort of talking about this tension between... sorry, one second. We've been talking about this tension between the mundane world and sort of the special world, the world of dream, the world, where you see really what's going on, however you want to look at it. So work is a drag, right? You have to put the effort in to do it. You got to get yourself out of bed every day. You need to put your hands into the correct shapes and go through the motions. And in this case here, I'm not going to say that it's necessarily fun to always have to remember to put Glover & Glover in the spot, but it's definitely capturing the feeling of going to work. And it's one of these things that I want to try and move beyond because my character has better things to do. They were meant for something more. And so this is one of these cases where I think you can see it's not even necessarily a case that one side is right and the other side is wrong, but it's definitely a question in terms of what sort of wavelength you're on in terms of playing the game. I would actually feel that the game was a bit lesser if it made it easier to do work, because I don't think work is intended to be or should be something that is straightforward to do. I think it's something that probably should be a drag because that's essentially the job, that is the role that work plays in this game. Now, I mean, again, you can also sort of say, well, maybe I don't want to play a game about a guy who's frustrated with his work, or a girl in this case that's frustrated about work, and that's completely legitimate. But in this case here, I do think that if you were to introduce some sort of redo last action automatic button in the case of the work verb, essentially what you'd be doing is you'd be sort of undermining the main themes of the game. And as a result, I think probably, to me at least, the game would be a bit lesser. It's not that I necessarily like going back to work, but it does inspire me to keep pushing for it keeps pushing me to try and move beyond my my present circumstances in the game, of course, not in real life. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Temple of the Wheel. Another rumor. Okay, well. My minion has returned, the evidence has been destroyed, and I am a little safer. Now, I did not think the shifty woman had it in her, to be completely frank, but I'm glad they did it. I came to the Temple of the Wheel, that high and jagged rock, that memorial to the dead gods. Those who take their own lives sometimes first cast themselves from its peak and dream. I found another sleeping soul scratching the sign of the eye into the lichen at its peak. I do not recall what passed between us, but I will recognize their face in the waking world. All right. So I am going to follow through on the peculiar rumor. Like, it's funny, like once the evidence is gone, apparently I just like generating a whole bunch of notoriety, but that's life. The doors to the Palace of Memory are open, so we now have Latin, a dead language, dead as diamonds. Some books must be translated before they can be read. So let's try and think about where I want to put my Latin before I go too far. It's going to get a little crowded here with the... I'll put it here for now. So, if you just try to translate a book that is in Latin, another indicator, by the way, that the book is in a foreign language is there's like a little L on it. So in this case, 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. So if we go on here, my Latin skills are too limited to read this. I might be able to find a textbook or hire a tutor. So if we then take the language and then attach that to the untranslated untranslated text, lock the study door, the work begins. And so we're back to a spot where we can do the work. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So we'll still keep going back to Glover and Glover while we can. Again, it's not bad for earning money, so I'll stick with the job for now, and we will keep going back to the Mansus because it gets me the things that I need. Also, I don't exactly need to put the dread in it, but if I'm going to be talking with someone, I might as well, if I'm going to use the talk verb, I might as well bring people into the cult. So let's take the Mirror of Glory. We'll grab Dorothy. Just a reminder, Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. So this is the first time that I've used an influence that isn't restlessness. And notice here that the induction doesn't actually happen. The start button's kind of grayed out, and that's because dread just has edge, whereas restlessness has lantern as well. So in order to make the ritual happen, I need to include something with lantern, which in this case is the Watchman's Secret. This one is ready. Now, the dread is still going to go away. Unless it's a tool, it will always be consumed. But this is actually a nice little way that if you need to, you can actually get rid of some influences that might potentially hurt you, such as the dread. So that's another little secret way. In the case of dread, you can use contentment. That's the most obvious way of getting rid of it. Fascination can also be annihilated with dread, and through getting rid of the one, you get rid of the other. But again, just there's something really wonderful about this theme of turning these negatives, even if they wind up being these elements of mental health that are negatives, to being able to spin them into something that will fuel your rise. Again, I just like that as an idea. So another hanger-on. Again, it's always a little disappointing to give up a notoriety in order to get a minor follower, but that's life. We'll follow the peculiar rumor yet again. This might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. I suspect that, at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. Oh, I'm sorry, I just got a quick message from someone I need to deal with. Sorry, I don't want to spend too much time on unrelated things, but this was related to the stream, and I just wanted to make sure that... with 100% more nacho. That is great to hear. It's actually been a while since I've had one myself. I think I know what my reward for the stream is going to be tonight. So, oh my goodness. We've got Miss Ariella in here. For those of you who don't know, Miss Ariella is a streamer friend of mine. I knew her back in Vancouver, not in the biblical sense, but she's somebody who I got to meet back in Vancouver. One of the few people to know what I look like. And in this case, she's a streamer on Twitch, so if you check her out at twitch.tv/Miss Ariella, she's been doing Borderlands recently. But a very good friend of mine, somebody I've actually known for several years through broadcasting, and somebody who, even when things are tough, maybe if I'm not everyone's favorite person in the world, or otherwise, there's all sorts of other stuff going on, somebody who has been sort of standing by me, and somebody who I think has been one of these people. It would be very shameful for me to just put her as a believer inside of my own little Twitch cult, also known as the System Flock. But to see her as, a patron, or see her as somebody who is, a steadfast friend, it's definitely very nice to be able to catch her. I mean, I also have her on my Steam friends list, so it's maybe not like so unique to see her on Steam. But a chance to be able to catch her on, on one of these broadcasts, and to be able to say hi is always a special treat. It's a little bit the same way that I'm excited to see a lot of you from YouTube stopping by and saying hello. So, hello, Ari. I hope you're doing well. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. So Dorothy is an enthusiastic sort. I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage. All right, so we've got a Course of the Heart coming up. We also have Vitality kicking around, so even though we have sickness, we've got more than enough ways of dealing with the sickness. Now, if I'd like, I can actually bring more people into the cult, but in this case, it's been a pretty good system in terms of just waiting until we have influences we want to get rid of, and particularly because the senior position at Glover & Glover does have that timer of 60 seconds. It may not be a bad idea for me to maybe just try and get more people into the organization before we go too much further. There are actually some expeditions that I want to be going on at some point in here, but it would not be a bad idea for me to at least have a couple of specific aspects that I want in my group before I go too far down that path. So in the meantime, we're going to talk about the Watchman's Secret again. Remembering I'm specifically choosing the Watchman's Secret in this case because it has the chance, much like the Course of the Heart comes up when you have a heart event, the light in the skull will potentially generate erudition. And notice that my reason is almost always being occupied by some kind of activity related to Glover & Glover. And so as a consequence, I want to, if I can, try and free up some reason, and basically just do that by becoming smarter. All right, let's go back to the Temple of the Wheel. Subtle flaw, which doesn't do a whole lot for me, but it's hard to complain. So, last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, are almost all gone now, but here their voices remain. Wheel, Flint, Tide, the others without names. I don't recall exactly. I think this might have come from Skeleton Songs, but I seem to recall the designer of this game mentioning that some of the inspiration for sort of these gods came from Marie Renaud. I have the Mask of Apollo in my library, but for those of you who do like this kind of writing and kind of like this way of handling these ideas of sort of alien or foreign gods, I think that's probably an author that you might want to check out. I actually think that that's one that's probably in line with sort of the flavor. I mean, again, I don't want to pin Cultist Simulator fans as being one type of person, But I think probably it's not a bad book recommendation for those of you who are looking for something to read. Of course, if you're like me, you've already got a big stack of books that haven't been read. So now we've got a couple of options here. If I want, I could try translating De Oris, or I could just read the Orchid Transfigurations right away. I think I'll just go and read. It's just-in-time reading, so I'll translate and then read, and then we'll probably have stocked up at Moreland's by then. So the Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 1, A Feast, the first volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. So the illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. And dream. Right, we were going to cure my sickness. So 13 seconds and then we'll be good. Always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover, so. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. Enid! Alright. This is someone who's definitely looking to get into the group. An unpromising address, but a promising resident. So we have quite a bit of notoriety on the table here, but again, we can work with what we've been given. So what's the story about Enid? Well, Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dreams. So Enid, you're not going to have this knowledge without playing the game, but Enid is also somebody who is a Nock follower, and that will wind up being rather useful for some of the upcoming expeditions. So I will try and bring her into the fold as quickly as I can. Now, expeditions-wise, we've got a nice little stack of funds, so let's add to the library. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So we'll grab this here. This is why we were hanging on to the vitality in the side. All I need now is time. And looks like we have found another person to bring into the cult when the time comes. Moving along, we've got a Season of Ambitions. That's going to mean Restlessness is headed our way. That'll probably be a good time to bring Enid into the numbers. What I always thought was funny was when the game says, this is a later English translation. Yeah, I know, I just translated it. Totes dated Enid on your priest run. Yeah, so I guess Enid was the one who I dated before my priest run. So I actually don't have my I like Enid a lot. Yeah, actually, I guess this is the hour being what it is. I guess this is the time where everybody gets to say who their preferred romance options are for Cultist Simulator. But I'm just trying to think. I think Enid might actually be the only one that I've got a romance ending for now that I think of it. Because I know my I'm the one where I'm a trophy. We did that on one of these broadcasts, but I don't think the achievement was implemented at the time. Hey, we've got the second volume of the Orchid Transfigurations. A 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. Yeah, you know what? We're talking about premium products for Weather Factory. You know, I don't... Oh, yes, you definitely can do romances in this game, Chunma Siaba. So, or is it Sajaba? Sorry if I no doubt butchered the pronunciations of that. So it wasn't in the original game, but when the Dancer DLC was added, there was a free update along with the Dancer DLC, and so you do have the option of romancing characters in this game. You still haven't gone for one of those endings yet? Well, it's a tough one, right? Because the romance ending is the same, like you have to do the same things for a romance that you do for an ascension. And you kind of feel like you've put so much into your ascension that like you wouldn't, you know, like I think there's probably a certain type where it's like, I worked really hard for this. Like, you know, I think you're cute and all, but like, are you supreme enlightenment, apocalyptic enlightenment cute? I don't know, right? This is terrible. You know I'm single. but yeah, like, and sorry, to answer the question that was asked. So yes, there are romance options in the game now. It's actually also kind of interesting because it's not every character is necessarily going to be interested in you. It actually has something to do with what your dedication is. So what you have shown you're interested in as a character, and then part of you have sacrificed someone for an ascension. Oh, Takri, wonderful. This is the right way to play. But yeah, so you actually court the character you're interested in. So in addition to, you have to get an idea. So first of all, if you're interested in someone, they have to be equally interested in you, but you actually also have to pick the right place for the date. So for instance, it is possible to take your date to the Ecdysis Club, which is a cabaret with an occult reputation. Now, we haven't visited the Ecdysis Club yet, but I'll just let you know, like, this is a cabaret where the dancers take off their skin. So I'm not saying that, there are no characters who are interested in that, but, you maybe don't bring the girl next door to the Ecdysis Club. You bring Rhaenyra to the Ecdysis Club. And then for somebody who's maybe more in line with an Enlightenment ascension, you might have to try and figure out where they would be interested in. And so what's kind of neat about the process of romancing in this game is that you actually have to kind of get attached enough to the character to sort of figure out what they would be into. Which I think is a really neat way of doing it. Because, I mean, again, it's all told through, like, text on the cards and that, but I actually care enough that I have, favorite characters. I also kind of feel like Neville is a community favorite. Like, it's kind of hard to think of anybody who wouldn't like Neville. Anyways, let's buy some more books. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. But I don't know 100% what my goals for romance would be in this, but if I get a chance to show them off, I'll definitely try and show off that aspect. But yeah, so it wasn't in the base game, but if you haven't played the game recently, I recommend checking it out because that's definitely in there. Well, assuming you want romance. I mean, you could just be a big, strong He-Man like me and not care about that fluffy stuff. We must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured, as we cannot be unborn. So, of course, we already had the red secret, but it's always fine to have a little extra grail kicking around. Now, this might be a time where I would want to turn the glimmering into another level of passion. It's certainly there's not a good argument against it. But in this case here, I'm going to continue to pursue the Orchid Transfiguration. So we'll grab our Latin. We will translate Volume 2, lock the study door, and the work begins. Oh yeah, sorry, I was talking about Neville's too clingy. You can't stand people who say thank you after. I like Neville. Yeah, I actually feel, so I know, I believe actually Lottie Bevan, the producer, wrote a lot of the romance stuff, and it fits really well. It's actually probably for me, I think joking about the fluffy stuff aside, it's actually the stuff that I feel like I've underappreciated the most, and I think it's just because I've gotten in the habit of pursuing other things, but some of the romance writing I actually think is really well done. I'm not 100% sure who's responsible for writing what, but I do know that, I don't know, but I believe she had a pretty strong hand in a lot of what went into that, which I think is really cool. What else was I going to be doing right now? So yeah, we were waiting for the restlessness to come up, and then I could recruit. The clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And we've got the 6 letters on necessity. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts addressed to the student and 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. I can't remember if Herschel wrote this or not. I genuinely don't remember. Anyways, we have a little bit of money left, so we will buy another book. And I am always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover, so we'll just keep plugging away at the job. Isn't this assumption based on the fact that Alexis is a robot who cannot feel love or other human emotion? That's definitely not true. Oh, we've got an acquaintance. Eldridge, an acquaintance. An elegant man of inelegant habits. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Alright, so Eldridge has some fun write-ups. I think for those of you who are interested in the game and haven't spent too much in it, I think some of the most readable lore is actually Heart. There's just this wonderful rhythm to it. I mean, that is by design. But I think some of the most fun that I have is reading the Heart lore. Ariela's got to go, but no problem. Thank you very much, Ari. It's a delight to have you. And now I have a witness, so if you don't mind, there's going to be like 100 people that I send your way to, to verify the truth of the matter. But yeah, no, it's an absolute. It's always a pleasure to be able, even if I only get to see you for a little bit. It's always fun to broadcast for you, and we'll be in touch. All right, where were we? Still waiting on the restlessness. So, well, I expect you to actually get the camera and like take a photo. Yeah, we'll go back to the Mansis here. But yeah, so Heart's probably some of my favorite writing. Lantern is clearly my favorite principle. And I think, yeah, I think some of the Edge followers have got some really amusing writing. Like, admittedly, it's all about stabbing, but stabbing can be fun to read. All right, let's get Enid in, because then we can start doing some expeditions. So, reminder, Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dreams. And again, just a reminder, you are not obligated to use lore for this. It is in fact entirely possible to use anything that will give you the relevant the relevant aspects. So, restlessness it is. Okay, so Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials, RKNJL. So these are also in English, so it's a little less costly in terms of time to get it done. So, I mean, we're making enough money now that we can keep buying more and more books from Moorlands, but what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to start exploring with these occult scraps. Now, the funny thing is, this is one of the first bits of lore that I got earlier on in the game, and this is actually one of the few cases where the game kind of outright tells you, like, if you want to do something in this game, like, just do it here, right? These square bracket markers. So, secret histories are layered beneath the one we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. So in this case here, like, we've been told to do this very early on in the game. The thing is that I also know what happens when you do this, and in this case, you actually need to have a few followers to be able to make the most of the opportunity. So now that I am in that position, I'm actually going to start laying the groundwork for these expeditions. So now we'll explore. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I sift the clues out of history and rumor. I think this will be coming up in a future video for those of you who watch on YouTube, so I apologize for what will wind up being sort of recycled content. But one thing that I kind of like to imagine when it comes to the secret history, like, actually, tell you what, I'll kind of bank that until we actually get the location, and then we can talk about what it means. But there's a specific thing I like kind of imagining when it comes to how you find these locations, specifically the ones that you get from the occult scraps. In the meantime, we have our later English translation of the Orchid Transfigurations, A Birth. Flood, or pseudo-flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. So I'm stumbling over my words, so I've been trying to sneak it each time. Like, sometimes you'll see the stream sort of stop for a second, and I've been trying to sneak like a sip of coffee. I actually really need to just do something to deal with this scratch in my throat. So just a second, I'm gonna get Grail on this coffee, and then I should be good for like another hour or two. Okay. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. So Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. She sees things that others don't. And again, our first knock. Okay, let's go talk about the Watchman's Secret again. Door to door knocking. Have you heard the Watchman's Secret? Guess it'd be the Watchtower. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Now, I don't know, Chunma Sjaba, if you're still around, but you were asking about romance, so I can actually talk a little bit about mechanically how this works in the game. So there is, every once in a while, there is the Season of Ardors that pops up. So especially for those of you who are coming in a little bit later, this game, so basically you can kind of think of like every 60 seconds as being a day. And I mean, the time is definitely kind of relative on these things. Like, obviously, there are some actions that seem to take place over a very short period of time that take 60 seconds. And then there are some things that actually seem to be like very involved expeditions that also seem to take place in a weirdly short period of time. So, you know, again, it's a game, right? It's the same reason why you don't say, my God, you know, this movie didn't last several years. Like, that only lasted 2 hours. That wasn't real. But basically, each day, for lack of a better term, is going to be governed by a particular season. And in this case, we've got the Season of Visions coming up. And this can give you basically a warning about what's coming up. So, for instance, we've seen this come up before. The Season of Visions is a situation where you're particularly sensitive to maybe some of your flights of fancy or visions or, you know, fascination specifically. And so if you have fascination on the table, that's going to be picked up. And if you get 3 fascination in a Season of Visions and you don't have anything to tranquilize it, which used to be just dread, but is now dread and fleeting reminiscence, then you lose the game. So basically, if you have fascination on the table and you have a Season of Visions coming up, you might want to batten down the hatches and try and deal with that. But it's not always negative, and in some cases you can get the Season of Ardors, which is exactly what this is. So you've got Tristan Interludes. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. So in this case here, this is the little magnet slot. So who, palm to palm and eye to eye. If a character has the aspect interested, this is someone who has developed a romantic interest in me. And essentially what will happen is if you have a lover, if somebody has the aspect interested, they will get taken up by this magnet, and then you're going to kind of have a romance event that happens. So you do need to make the first move. You need to initiate the romance, but essentially what will happen is, having started, you will there will be sort of these random events where you pursue that relationship and can potentially end it. But keep in mind that you are dealing with people with occult knowledge, and so if you perhaps end it poorly, if you leave on bad terms, you may actually wind up with a much bigger problem on your hands than having your time taken up with a date that you weren't interested in. Of course, as is true for this game, no, I am alone, but there is peace in this also. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. What's the guaranteed path to contentment? Be single. That's the lesson from this game. Yeah. So if you don't have a romantic interest in this game, you will get a contentment for the Season of Ardors, which we don't have any dread right now, so I don't need to use it right now. But it's still an important life lesson. All right, we've been going to the Temple of the Wheel pretty often, and honestly, I don't really see a big problem kind of continuing along those lines. Sorry, just taking a minute to think. Yeah, let's go back to the Temple of the Wheel. Trembling airs. Toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. In the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen, and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which passed. It has passed, but something continues. I don't know how many lessons you should be taking from Cultist Sim. So you're saying that hitman I sent to the office wasn't a good idea. Part of the fun of some of this stuff is just learning how terrible of a person I can be, and then blame Weather Factory. So I'll take a second here, and again, I realize I'm talking to two audiences here. Some people who are very familiar with the game, either because we've been together for about 7.5 hours. And there's some people who are brand new to the game, but what I'd like to talk about here for a second is specifically the Trembling Airs. I want to talk about Heart, I want to talk about how that relates to the wheel, and some details in terms of how this is written. And this isn't necessarily to just sort of like crack open the lore for you. I actually think really for most people, the great satisfaction of this is going to come from being able to just sit and spend as much or as little time as they want. But I'm going to maybe highlight a few little facts. So again, just the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. Well, remember heart, right? The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. And we can listen to the waking chant. Who could hear this and remain unmoved? The sleeping, the dead, the earth, the sky. You've got these associations with sort of dance and rhythm and life and beats and, just there's always this reinforcement. There's a particular feeling to the heart, the heart influences, the heart lore. You definitely notice it when you look for it. But you can learn a little bit about the origins of heart as well. So, in the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. And as you continue to read through the lore of the game, or if you do engage with it, you will actually find that there are still more associations with the wheel and the heart. And so again, if you want to be, so let me just be clear, like the Discord has people who are much more into Cultist Simulator lore than me and know a lot more than I do. But even if you're someone like me who maybe feels a little bit more like a tourist in a lot of this stuff, it is really interesting to just be able to like pick up on those little references, because in later books, and really you start taking a look for things like Apollo and Marsyas, books that are specifically referring to heart, you can actually find a little bit more of what happened to the gods who were stone, or the gods from stone. And you're able, where you can, and again, you don't necessarily need to, you don't need to jump in all the way. Like sometimes you'll maybe just be really interested in stuff. So for instance, I really like Lantern, and I know that the Watchman is a big figure in that, and the Door in the Eye, and there's these different sort of figures that emerge. You don't necessarily need to have a comprehensive encyclopedic knowledge of everything that's been built in this artificial world. It is important to remember, these are just stories, right? It's admittedly a growing franchise or setting that Weather Factory has put together. But one of the things I like encouraging people, particularly those who are maybe already invested in this tantalizing glimpse. Again, this is really something that Cultist Simulator gives you every, kind of at every turn. Is you're always given a glimpse. It always kind of feels like the really important information is just out of reach, and you kind of need to reach out to get that last, just that last little bit. You need to be the one who makes that final connection. And so one of the things I sometimes try to encourage in the videos is to maybe just talk about, like, when I read something like this, here are some words that I'm paying attention to. Here are some things that I notice that keep coming up again and again in different fragments. And sometimes they lead down, blind alleys, or maybe you just need to take a bit of a leap of faith in terms of where you think certain what details are relevant and what, where you want your intuitions to take you. But I almost think, like, we were talking earlier about the types of people who might be interested in a game like this. And one of the weird things is, while I would hardly recommend this game out of hand to a fan of Dark Souls, if you're the sort of person who really likes reading the item descriptions in Dark Souls and learning more about the story, yeah, this is absolutely a game for you, because there's so much of that in here. But clearly it is one part of a much larger game. Like, if you like Dark Souls, there's also some expectations in terms of combat, and clearly combat in this game is few and far between, and it works very, very differently from an action RPG. So I would not be the type of person to say, oh yeah, you love Dark Souls, you love The Sims, you're gonna love Cultist Simulator. They are still different. They are still different entities, although, I certainly think that there are enough features for people who like those certain types of games to find something that they enjoy. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. So again, we're really doing this because this is a nice way to rebuild my my savings, and we're going to be able to use Moreland's shop to buy more and more books. For those of you who are watching the Dancer playthrough on YouTube, you also know that I'm doing a much better job of keeping the books under control. Okay, so we've explored our first location in the city. So remember, we used an occult scrap for this. Secret histories are layered beneath the one that we know, like the notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. History is the scar on the world's skin. Secret histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many pasts. So, this may not necessarily be the right way to think about it. And again, for those of you watching on YouTube, this is going to be a little bit of a recycled... Well, I mean, the future video is going to seem like recycled, but, I wasn't expecting to do expeditions. One of the ways I kind of like thinking about it, when you're exploring level 2 secret histories, it should say, secret locations in the capital, as opposed to a furtive truth, secret locations in the shires. I always kind of like to think about these first expeditions, in this case, Strathcoyne's residence. The way that you find these kinds of places is you follow the kinds of rumors that you hear about, certain houses or certain neighborhoods, right? It's like, oh, don't go that place, 60 years ago. Do you know what happened in that place? Yeah, the guy went crazy. Nobody ever heard from them ever again. Like those kinds of things. There's always, that rumor, when you're in elementary school and everybody, there's at least one, really outrageous tale that got told about this one place, and people like dare each other to go into that building or into that, into that field or whatever. I always kind of like thinking that in the secret histories, some of them just wind up being nonsense, but every once in a while, there's just that hint that something real is there. that actually what is being described is a place of power. And again, this is always just a really fun way to think about the world of the Secret Histories, which is that, yes, there is still the dreadful souffle of sort of imagined debaucheries recorded in a book, and that it doesn't actually convey any information. But every once in a while, the discerning eye will actually find something of value in there. And, those who know are able to sort of pick out the difference between the one that is real. And I always like to think that basically all the cities have something like this. But the ones that you visit on other continents are the ones that are so powerful that they are worth, making the effort to go on the trip. So, with that in mind, this is Strathcoin's residence, the house of Mr. Strathcoin, a collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice might gain entry. So we'll follow up on this, and we will take another occult scrap to find another location. I don't think we're quite ready to deal with Strathcoin, but we can get close. And the second volume of the Orchid Transfigurations. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. Sounds like something out of Hesiod, really. And we have the Megalesian Incantation. The Great Mother remembers, so you'll notice that we're building up our skills, although apparently not in Lantern, the one thing that we've dedicated ourselves to. So if I want, I can translate Deoris, or I could read the English books that are available. I think we'll just try and get as much lore as I can. So in this case, we'll read the 6 letters on necessity first. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts, addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected he may not... Sorry. Coffee time. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected he might have little time left. Wait, I thought it said to Cosley, not from Cosley. To a student by. Okay, my bad. Alright, now it's going to want to take reason to find a patron. That's going to give us another rumor. Okay, we have a season of suspicion. We are definitely going to get hit by that. Or maybe not, actually. If we're lucky with the mystique, we might just escape. But I'm not holding my breath, let's say. Okay, let's go to the Temple of the Wheel. In my sleep, I came to the high, jagged rock. Excuse me. Which is still called the Temple of the Wheel, though the hour called the Wheel is long... Okay, let's try that again. In my sleep I came to the high jagged rock, which is still called the Temple of the Wheel, though the hour called the Wheel is long extinct. Another hand had scratched a secret in the black lantern on its flank. I burned that secret into my memory to preserve for waking, before the velvet came out of the velvet wood depths and erased it. The velvet is jealous of her secrets. And as always, the question is there anything I want to be doing with the dream slot other than going back to the woods? And I don't. Now I pass between the scarbark trees. The moon passes behind the branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. And we're almost done at the job, although we won't be able to return right away. Because the reason's taken up looking for a patron. But that's fine, I can wait a little while. This place merits closer investigation, so Cater and Hero Limited. It's been abandoned since the explosion, when both the owners died. The machines stand silent, the building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. This definitely tells me some of the other people I'm going to bring into the cult. Although I believe we already have, yes, we already have some we have a reasonable amount of forge. So moving on, let's pick up some books from Orleans. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And from the 6 letters of necessity, even the sun can be divided, though it require the forge of days for its division. So we got some erudition out of this. This is definitely a point where I want to try and build on the erudition if I can. I'm not quite at the point where I want to dedicate reason to the study, particularly because I need it for the work slot. But I'm definitely going to try and pursue whatever erudition I can get. And that's going to mean that when I do expeditions, like if I need to search the city, I'm going to use someone like Slee, who's got Lantern. If I'm going to talk about lore, I want to make sure I'm talking about the Watchman's Secret. Basically, every opportunity I get to use Lantern, I need to take it. Moving on, though, let's keep reading. So Apollo and Marsyas is up next. The libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials, RKNJL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. We can learn from each other. So we did get some Mystique. This is fairly important because it now means that there's 2 Mystique on the table. So the Season of Suspicion is coming up. We've got 2 Mystique, 1 Notoriety, and the 1 Notoriety only has a minute left to sort of live. So the longer I can hold off, the more likely we dodge the Notoriety, and then I don't need to worry about any evidence. So under normal circumstances, I would follow through on the Peculiar Rumor, but because in 3.8 seconds, we know that Archangel, that's a really neat point. I never thought of it that way. I'm sure that's probably intentional. Because I was always wondering what the significance of RKNJL. I couldn't really think of any, I don't see them as relating to the principles, right? There isn't really an R, there isn't an R principle, L for lantern. But then, I guess equally there isn't a J. I couldn't really think of a collection of characters, but yeah, Archangel, you're right, it does sound like it. I guess that's another question for Weather Factory, if they ever do an AMA. I remember for the Cultist Simulator Kickstarter, one of the rewards at a certain tier was they will answer exactly 1 lore question. Assuming that it's within, there were certain parameters, like apparently there are some things that are off limits. Just they're always intended to be secrets, or there's probably no official answer. But I thought that was neat. Like I definitely didn't play enough Sunless Sea to be someone who would benefit from that. But I think that's a fun way of doing Kickstarter rewards. Because sometimes like the rewards wind up being something where they overpromise and the game is sort of worse for it as a result. In this case, they didn't really extend the scope of the game at all. They just kind of did more, here's more of the stuff that you like kind of things, as opposed to just sort of take what was a small game and turn it into like a, some behemoth that may not have the merits of the, of this realization. All right, curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. May not be rewarding, but it keeps me in books, much like my existing job. The world as it is, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. So we'll see if I get unlucky. Keep in mind, these aren't the best odds, right? A 1 in 3 chance, I'll put it to you this way, right? Would you play Russian roulette knowing that there were 2 bullets in the chamber? That's kind of, now again, it's not as fatal if the notoriety gets picked up, but like clearly, okay, so in this case, I think there's still a small, oh yeah, no, it's still a 50-50 chance now because we could generate other Mystique. So yeah, we're just on the wrong side of the timer on that. I keep forgetting it's not a minute. Excuse me. It's not a minute for the, investigation. It's 30 seconds. All right, I'm not sure if I have enough occult scraps, but it's probably better if I go deeper. So back to the wheel, trembling airs. The toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. In the woods beyond the walls of the mantis, the jagged rock rears like the petrified remains of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank, over the eye signs and lichen and the crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which is past. It is past, but something continues. And we do still have some passion, so honestly, just keep plowing away until I've got the lantern to get me to a better spot. I'm gonna keep at it. Right, Traveling at Night Volume 2, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the second volume. You know, I was about to make a joke about the premium products that Weather Factory puts out, and I don't think I ever finished it. We were talking about the orchid transfigurations and the illustrations, you know, banned for the allure of its illustrations. So, you know, if Weather Factory is going to be getting into making physical products, I want to know why they haven't created the physical edition of the Orchid Transfigurations. Make it a pop-up book. I'll be first in line for it. All right, let's go buy another book from Moreland's shop. We're doing okay for money, so it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And again, we've given up on the peculiar rumor just because we're already sort of in danger with the notoriety. So we went from a 1 in 3 to now a 50-50 chance. And it's going to be all the sadder because it's only 19 seconds left. Breathe in. Ah! Oh, sorry, I should be talking about the Watchman's Secret. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Alright, I think it's Kittling Ripe. Yeah, Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave and Other Stories. A lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories, collected by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. And we'll carry on. I do actually, like, I could do more expeditions, but in this case, I'm kind of on a treadmill, or I'm on a roll for getting the books, so I'm reasonably happy with the status quo. At the very least, I can try and get some better lantern lore. The Skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sybil use it for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of the mountain pines. And here we have a thunderous secret. Now, we already had a higher level heart lore, but we are building up our knowledge. There are common sentiments in every thunderclap. Let us acknowledge them. Sorry, I'm just pausing again. I've kind of been neglecting my scratchy throat, so I'm trying to be a little bit better at keeping on top of. I'm trying to keep on top of sips of coffee and such. Okay. It wouldn't hurt to have some moth now that I think of it. So let's read Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave. That's because it's already in English. Lusciously, okay. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldy Warp. Alright, Season of Ambition's coming up, so normally when we get the Restlessness, we've used that to bring more people into the organization. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. And once more into the breach. Curl my hands into the correct shapes, and begin. Another peculiar rumor, so, there's an interesting question as to whether or not, now that we know there's potential evidence coming after me, whether I just say hang it and take the notoriety no matter what. I think I'll avoid it for now. I came to the Temple of the Wheel, that high and jagged rock, that memorial to dead gods. Those who take their own lives sometimes first cast themselves from its peak and dream. I found another sleeping soul, scratching the sign of the eye into the lichen at its peak. I do not recall what passed between us, but I will recognize their face in the waking world. So we'll see whether or not it carries on. And we will, I think it doesn't hurt to go back to the wood. I may want to do other things with this slot, but I'm a little disappointed we couldn't make more of the erudition. But I just, there weren't any other erudition moments that sort of popped up. So if we get an erudition, it'll be great to turn it into a lesson learned, but I'm not holding my breath. And we do have On What Is Contained by Silver, a bestiary by Pomander in Greek. Now, because this is Lantern, this is actually a higher priority to translate and read. So I'll go back to the library. Just, it's a chance for me to buy more. It also, because it's 30 seconds, we still have the option of the Peculiar Rumor if evidence doesn't get built. Oh, hang on. I need 30 seconds to see if they make evidence, so never mind. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they will always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. And it looks like it's looking for a patron, so it's going to take up the... looks like it's going to take up the reason. When the Snake Witch killed the stag, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When the Dry Witch killed the sow, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. And she took them to the place Moldywarp was buried, and she shook out her hair, and then she began to dance. So this is the first moth lore that we've gotten. While I awake and listen, the wind speaks in the branches, the house cries out in its sleep. These are the roads that chaos rides. So also, speak this over a corpse in a rite with winter influence present, and the corpse will rise. So I can never exactly remember how this works out, but I think, let's just try something here. I'm going to move my passion back, and let's try the lore of the Wood Whisper. Nope. I can never remember what brings me to that higher. It may actually just be that it's always Lantern, and I try to make it something else, but here we will enter the wood. Oh, and we will read. So I'm going to start by reading Kerner and Guth. So Kerner and Guth's, sorry, I'm terrible with this. Ausführliche Grammatik der Griechischen Sprache, a Greek grammar, an essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. Of course, I have a little Greek already, but I will need more than a little. So 60 seconds to get the Greek, 60 seconds to translate On What Is Contained by Silver, and then 60 seconds to read On What Is Contained by Silver. I found something noteworthy. Locksmith's Dream, a light through the keyhole. So this is in English. I'll read this before I move on to the the Greek work. But in the meantime, I will explore. This is a bit risky, but we'll track down the rumor nonetheless. I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So I got a bit lucky there. And back to the Temple of the Wheel, we got a furtive. I've read this a couple of times, so I'll just move on to the next one. This is just because I've got a couple of things that I'd like to try and do. So, we need reason, so we gotta wait 27 seconds on that. Now, as one thing I should mention is there are other things that I can do with the work slot. So for instance, if I had a commission, I would actually be able to work that commission. On the other hand, I could also, I could go back to the construction site. I could, now, and it's 60 seconds, so I know that, for the 50 seconds, actually I guess it's 45 now with the Matchless Physique. I could do painting, for instance. We've been talking about getting rid of Restless. Well, actually, I guess I said if I had 60 seconds, I probably would be able to paint as well. But yeah, I mean, as long as I'm careful, there are a few things that I can try and do with the work slot, even though I'm working at Glover and Glover. The biggest thing right now is though that the one ritual I can do requires a sacrifice, and I don't want to sacrifice one of my followers. They're actually really hard to come by. So for the most part, I'm working at Glover and Glover because it gets me the money that I need to be able to, to buy the stuff that I want. That will change over time. And again, this is kind of where, this is one of these lines where you can decide whether or not Cultist Simulator is for you, because as I was mentioning, some people really cannot abide the idea of having to have like a grind of work, even though there may be thematic reasons for keeping it that way. But in this particular case here, I'm sort of acknowledging that while it is a drag to keep going to Glover and Glover like this, it is ultimately financing the expeditions I'll be doing and the books that I'll be reading. So, and the patron, we can learn from each other, assuming that I'm willing to get hit by the notoriety. But more importantly, I've got the reason that I needed to go to work. I surrender. Throw my hands in the correct shapes and begin. So let's use that restlessness productively. I think I'll bring Valsine in again. That's a little bit of a weird choice because I've already got a couple of Forge followers, but I'm still sticking with it. Oops. The game does have a memory for where you last put cards, so if you're wondering why I like fiddle with some cards and put them back to specific locations, it's basically just to make sure that the game is sort of primed to put it where, primed to put the card where I want it. So this one is ready, and as a reminder, as an acquaintance, Valsine has operated her establishment for almost 20 years. She has never employed an assistant. Her hands are terribly strong. Excuse me. A determined and distinctive tongue, but I have the measure of it. So, no doubt you're conversant in every variety of Greek, from the beginning to Byzantium, but it's a good thing that you have those reference works. Some books must be translated before they can be read. So the original intention for studying Greek was so that I could translate on what is contained by Silver, but I do have the first volume of Teresa Gallagher's work. And again, I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record, but particularly because there was a bit of trouble. Actually, you know what? I should just give you guys the link. So, sorry about that. I completely got thrown off. All right. So I think it was... Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was getting you the link of... I went to the wrong one. I wound up with the... Oh, did it... Yeah, there we go. So again, just keep in mind, this is a new thing that they are doing, but the tickets just went live today. This is actually why I was sort of exchanging a few messages earlier, but it looks like the booking system is done. Now, I want to be clear that this is something that takes place in the Secret Histories. So it's called the Locksmith Stream. It's named after this book in this world. And I just want to be clear that this is something that takes place physically in a location in the UK. So it is a very, like, it's not a 66% off digital game. It is like booking a room for multiple nights in another country for a lot of people. So this is definitely like outside of the reach of, a casual viewer. But this is just kind of an example in terms of how the setting for this game after it first came out has sort of grown into this really interesting range of different experiences that they're putting on. Yeah, I mean, it's a really neat idea, Takri. But it's, it's just one of these things I kind of have to look at, from a distance. But just, in this case, I mean, it's not a bad time. It just happens that these tickets, I mean, maybe that's the reason they brought me on, because of the day, but that seems a little funny. It's probably because the game is on sale. But yeah, I mean, it's June 6th was the day that these things went on sale. It seems like the sales are reasonably good, which means that hopefully that means there's more games for me to play moving forward. But this is an example of kind of how this world has been expanded into both real life as well as sort of digital products. So, Brian on the Rocks. Should I say where you work, or do you just want to be a civilian for a bit? Brian on the Rocks is somebody I had a chance to meet in Vancouver. A very cool guy. He is actually... Okay, I'll go halfway on this. I can tell you he's a game developer. He's got a cool job. And I'm actually really glad you got a chance to see these. The detail that I told you earlier on in another chat, it's not the first time that's happened. But it's actually the first time... It's the first time that some people have noticed, I've noticed. So here to support, though. High fives. Thank you so much, Brian. But yeah, Brian on the Rocks is a really cool guy. He's actually also got a Twitch stream, so you can find him at twitch.tv/Brian on the Rocks. A very high energy Twitch streamer, but somebody very much focused on mental health. And I realize I'm moving a little bit off of the topic on the Locksmith stream. I will get back onto it here. But it's actually a chance for me to talk about something that I find really appealing about this game. And because I've been able to manage these cards, it's actually maybe something that hasn't been as apparent. So this is going to be getting back to what this game is about and what some of this game is modeling. So you've seen every once in a while that Dread will come up and Fascination will come up, and then there's the Season of Despair and the Season of Vision. So for instance, we've got Season of Visions. And it's very clear, there may be some more mystical concepts that these can be related to, but just think about the circumstances under which you'll generate dread, right? You've got your temptation, you've got your dedication, enlightenment. If I don't satisfy it, then I get a restlessness. And if I don't deal with my restlessness in 60 seconds, then that decays into dread. Well, what happens if I let the dread hold around? Well, if a Season of Despair comes by, I'm particularly vulnerable to a dark mood. What happens if 3 of those dreads stack up and I don't deal with it, if I neglect my mental health? That's a game over scenario. The game is definitely quite ambiguous in terms of what happens to you, but it's up to you as the player to kind of decide the ultimate fate, but it's very clear that you stop as you as a player, you do not get to continue that story. Whatever happens is out of your hands. And likewise with Fascination. In that case, it may not be sort of dark moods and despair, but it is an equal kind of lack of attention to your mental health, and it can be something that turns into a fail state in the game. So, number one, I think there's something very impactful about a game which does actually bother to treat the mental health of a character seriously, particularly if you kind of buy into my reading of this game, where the idea of the dedication and the temptation is not just some mystical, apocalyptic revelation, but that if you want to do this mapping to your real life, it is this, this core of your being, this project you want to do, whether that's the game you want to make or the play you want to write, or the film you want to make. Again, you all sort of know what you're about, and everybody's going to have their own individual experience. But likewise, there's lots of stories of people pursuing that and dying penniless, or living under a lot of hardship, or neglecting their health, not just their physical health, but their mental health. And all of that's present inside the game here. But what I also think is so encouraging, and this is one of the reasons why this character has not had to suffer under these particular influences, it's the fact that we have been able to use things like dread and fascination as inputs into the things that we're building, right? We turn that restlessness into recruitment. We get more people around us who are into the thing we're doing, which in this case is the Mirror of Glory. Obviously, there's a sinister side to a game called Cultist Simulator, and you're bringing more believers in, right? So whether it's a good thing that we're bringing more believers in, I leave that to your judgment. But I mean, it is a game, and like I said, I've got the mapping here in terms of real life and the game. But the reason why I wanted to take the second to talk about this now is that if you like these kinds of conversations, perhaps if you are somebody who may have your own mental health struggles or challenges. And absolutely, I am not going to draw that out from anyone here. But I do recommend Brian's broadcast because he is very open in terms of talking about these kinds of things. And like I said, he's got a cool job. He's somebody who, at least to me, I think has it together and is somebody who is quite an enviable individual. And so because it's a chance for me to talk about something that I don't necessarily think I've sort of given justice to in terms of this playthrough on the game so far, but maybe also a resource that some of you may find is very useful. It's just a chance for me to bring these two worlds together. And it's a chance for me to say nice things about a friend, a little bit like when Miss Ariella came by. So, and obviously, if you guys want me to delve into that a little bit more, I can try and highlight it when we have fascination or dread that comes up on the game. I'm happy to go into that. But again, in this case here, I've actually been able to turn those negatives into positives. And as the game says, right, even dread has its uses. There are actually very few cases in this game where you will have something can be seen as adversarial that that can't be subverted to your own ends. In fact, I would say the only time that there is something that can't really be overcome is the fact that the work slot will take care of Glover and Glover, your day job, the thing that's stopping you from doing the things that you want. You have to choose to use that verb for, your rituals or your different tasks that are related towards achieving this dedication. Or you can use the work slot for the mundane work. You cannot use it for both things at the same time. And I think that is very specifically built that way because I think that's the point of this game. Moving on, The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Gallagher's examinations of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in the mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny. No one has ever explained why Gallagher devoted herself to the chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. I will also mention, we may not get to it on this playthrough, although we definitely have a few hours ahead of us. We will meet Teresa Gallagher in other places, or at least it's possible to meet Teresa Gallagher in other places. So we've tracked down the rumor, an unpromising address, but a promising resident. But again, it's a hanger-on, usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. So I've been getting way too many of these hangers-on as a result of the most expensive way to get them. But that's life. I mean, we've already got the notoriety, so in for a penny, in for a pound, let's follow the other rumor. And again, I always love this idea that these are people you've seen in dreams, and then you see them in the real world, and you finally make the connection and bring them in. I just, it's the sort of thing you can imagine in a movie, right? So I think it's pretty cool anyway. Of course, we are still curling our hands into the correct shapes, working away at Glover and Glover. It's giving us money for books. All right. Well, if I don't mind generating yet another notoriety, yeah, you know what? Let's do it. While I was returning to the depths, one appeared in front of my eyes, whose mouth was sealed. When I saw them in the great emptiness, I cried out. I think that last night I met another soul in the wood. I will never recall exactly what we said one to another, but I think that we will recognize each other in the waking world. Oh, I didn't get my passion in the right spot. Okay, so if I want, I can go straight back to the woods. I actually think it's probably the right call. Again, it's just a chance for me to get more of this stuff, so. And we have brought another person in. So a dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Belsine's ingenuities are endless, and her grip is stronger than a blacksmith's. So I actually have enough people where I'm going to want to start doing some of these expeditions. But I do need to have the explore verb available, and we know 42 seconds for this peculiar rumor, and then we're going to have another minute for this rumor here. So we're actually going to have to wait a while before we can follow up on a full expedition. But that's fine, because there's other things that we can do. Namely, I'm going to talk about the Watchman's Secret. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Actually, as another quick word, a special thank you to Brian for stopping by, because I completely appreciate this is not your type of game. So one of the reasons why I have other options, so for instance, I was talking about how some of these patrons can give you commissions and you can work on them in your work verb. One of the reasons I haven't been doing that is that when you find new recruits through talking, you generate mystique. Mystique is going to be something that will help me sort of cover up my misdeeds in terms of notoriety. So there's a specific decision that I'm making, and I try to make this stuff explicit, but I also am kind of conscious of the fact that some people have been watching for all of 2 minutes and have no idea what's going on, and other people have been watching the whole session and they're like, yeah, we've heard that bit before. So sometimes I let stuff run by, which I don't necessarily. I probably should be expanding on a little bit more. But in this case here, basically, every once in a while, there will be a season of suspicion that comes up. So if you have a hunter coming after you, and you do, in this case it's the weary detective, this gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news. But no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So in this case here, we have a hunter coming after us, so the season of suspicion will pick up the weary detective, and it will start randomly selecting reputation cards. If it's mystique, it's just going to continue looking, and if it's notoriety, this can turn into evidence. If there's 2 levels of evidence, tentative evidence and damning evidence. If there is damning evidence against you, then there's a trial, and sometimes you can lose a follower to that, or sometimes you yourself get locked behind bars. Now, there's ways of dealing with wary detectives, and there's ways of dealing with notoriety. Again, there are direct ways of dealing with things, and there are indirect ways. But one of the indirect ways I like to deal with notoriety is to generate a lot of mystique, lead the Suppression Bureau on a merry chase, and then let the notoriety decay while they're running it down. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So I don't have any, I guess if I wanted, I could try and paint with my reputation. That actually may not be a bad idea now that I think of it. Because what it can do is it can extend the life of this mystique. So paint, you never know, this might be a living. And in this case, I'll use my glimmering as my inspiration. So this should have an impact. Alright, this is the second half of the Locksmith's Dream, Volume 1. Time and again we hear from the wood, which rises from the world's foundation. All trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light, capital L? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. Well, I guess I got my erudition, and yet another Watchman's secret. So, if I want to, again, I'll do what is contained by silver first, but if I want to level up the Watchman's secret, this is the requires knowledge. So in this case, if I want, I can use erudition, and that will allow me to level up the lore. But it's one of the more time-consuming methods, and I have a lantern book, so I'm going to read that. Well, translate it and then read it. So moving on, we take our Greek. We take the work we want to translate, lock the study door, the work begins. Airs are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. And some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. So we do have a season of sickness coming up. So this ideally means that my ideal way of dealing with this is to try and generate some vitality. This is something we learned really early on in the playthrough, is that if we have vitality, instead of spending money for medicine, we just kind of let our natural health, we let our kind of, we bounce back like a baby or something. But basically, we're able to avoid spending money on medicine if we have vitality. And one of the ways we know we can generate vitality is to actually work at the construction site. Now, one of the challenges that we will run into is that right now I'm painting. In fact, yeah, I think we should still have enough time. But I'm probably not going to have enough time to be able to do the work site. So I may also want to study with my health, or I may just let what will happen. And at that point, I follow up with the work site. We'll see how it all turns out. This is a chance for me to see whether or not I can actually pull off a painting, I suppose. But for the time being, let's track down the rumor and see how it goes. Now, this is good. Clovette is another heart follower. Clovette is happy in a way that brooks no counter-argument to happiness. So, not a member of the cult yet, but we will be able to recruit her if we want. And of course, we get more notoriety because we are using supernatural means to find fellow travelers. So we'll follow up with the peculiar rumor. This is someone we found in Dream again. I suspect that at the end of this story, I may find someone who will hear what I have to say. So again, I'm probably going to get hit by the sickness, and it may take me a while to recover, but I have other priorities to deal with. Moving on, let's try the well, and the reason I'm doing this is historically the well has given us a vitality, whereas I don't think we have ever gotten a vitality directly from the Temple of the Wheel. If we get the heart influence will decay into vitality, but of course that's going to be about 2 minutes that we wait. So, more rumors, why not? So many things rise from the well and the wood. Last night it was a swarm with wormy roots. The trees clustered and whispered. Perhaps they were welcoming the influx. I found a sleeping soul ensnared in the roots, and I helped them struggle free. When they wake, they will recall my face, as I do theirs. So again, within 60 seconds, we can find them in the capital and add them to our list of associates, but at the cost of notoriety. I don't know how to feel about this painting, but I think I'll try spending some money on paints and hope that we can do better. So passion just got picked up as part of the like looking for more followers. So in this case, I'm not going to be able to use the dream slot for a bit, at least without another passion. But okay, so 16 seconds before work gets cranky at me for not showing up. Competent work. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. The artist reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Now again, remember the purpose of this was to try and generate some more mystique. But did we succeed? Well, I guess we also extended the life of the glimmering, but yep, we did. But we really just made the cost of the paints back, so we wound up, technically we lost money on that because of the passage of time, the opportunity cost. We also gained a staleness, so this is probably one that's worth mentioning. In the old version of Cultist Simulator, there was, and I don't think it was unfair for people to think of it this way, there was sort of a perception that painting was one of the most profitable ways of playing the game. And if you think of it, right, like, if you kind of think of painting as the equivalent of becoming an independent game designer, like, there's a lot of risk inherent in it, and you can do more arty or you could do more commercial products. Again, you don't have to think of it as game design, but it's game designers who made this. So I'm assuming this is probably the tension that they're describing. You know, there's something a little weird about a game, which is kind of about the tension between the mundane world and sort of your deeper passions. And then suddenly making, like, becoming a creative, like, participating in a creative profession, and it wind up being this financially, like, overwhelming path. It kind of runs against some of the themes, I think. And so what happened was, and it's understandable, right? Because, like, if you do high reputation paintings and you pay for the paints at the highest levels, like, it will earn you a lot of money. So what the game wound up doing was it introduced this concept of staleness. I've begun to repeat myself. The higher this grows, the greater the impact on your work. Producing the very highest quality work will gradually reduce staleness. And so what happens in the game now is that if you keep coasting on your reputation and you're not necessarily making works of substance, the staleness will go up. Essentially, again, as it sort of describes here, that you're starting to repeat yourself. People are kind of getting tired. I actually, you know, if you read The Onion, I can remember there was, like, it's an old Onion article, but it's something like Marilyn Manson now reduced to going door to door trying to scare people. That's basically what is being described inside a Cultist Simulator here. So essentially what you can do is you can do more paintings with more passion inside of it. And again, you can sort of think of this being something that's maybe a little bit more meaningful to you, something that is a bit, you know, closer to your connection. Maybe you rediscovering sort of your interest or your principles. Because I mean, again, there's, if you think of authors, right? There are some authors who do financially very well, but essentially they have one kind of book. And then you can think of other authors that you like where it really feels like they reinvent themselves almost every outing. And in the end, I suppose it's kind of what you want to try and get out of this. But in the case of the game here, for mechanical reasons as well as maybe thematic ones, if you keep relying on painting for an income, you are going to notice that your income goes down as your staleness goes up. And the way that you can clear that staleness will be passion, but passion isn't necessarily some of the most profitable paintings. And so it started making painting a little bit more equivalent. At the very least, it's not as obvious of a trade-off or obvious as a benefit compared to the office job or some of the other ones. And so I think staleness was introduced in the Ghoul DLC and the free update associated with it. But that's if you do basically, if you find that your paintings are inexplicably reducing, like if for whatever reason your paintings don't seem to be making as much money as they used to, take a look for the little clock here, and chances are it's gone up a whole lot. And so what you want to do is more paintings with more passion inside of them. Of course, I can't do that because my day job is calling. So curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. I'm just going to have a grape. Okay. So we can't go back to the Mantis quite yet because we don't have the passion. But that's fine. It's a personal thing for me to kind of keep these plates always spinning. There's no rule saying that you have to use all the verbs. It's just I don't really like waste, so if there's something that I could be working with, I'd like to keep with it. So again, this was the season of sickness we were anticipating, so it's going to take a minute for sort of the sickness to take its course. Then we'll get the ill health, and then we want to try and heal the ill health using the dream slot. And we have a season of suspicion coming up, so I probably want to hold off on this. You know what? We're going to get hit by the notoriety. In for a penny, in for a pound. So I suspect that in the end of the story... Here we go. Leo, an acquaintance. Leo is an earnest sort with an interest in the occult. He hangs on your hints about the invisible arts. So yet another heart follower for us. These will become useful momentarily, but of course we do get a notoriety for it. So the reason why I said screw it, let's go for the peculiar rumor, is if you look, we basically have an even balance between notoriety and mystique. There's no way that these are all going to expire in time. So let's just accept it. Let's get the benefit we can for being notorious, and we'll deal with the evidence when it comes up. So Isis, we've read that. And I prepared the text for study, so on what is contained by silver, a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. So let's read it. A dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is, okay, nope, it's the exact same text. I think this is probably one of the earlier ones that they put into the game then. I noticed there's a couple that basically repeat the same text as the description up here. Most of the time, though, you'll get... Like, actually, for those of you who are interested in following the lore or maybe looking for sort of the hints in terms of where to go next, read this text, and then the text that comes afterwards. And usually it's in these texts that will tell you sort of how to get to the next stage of the Mantis and such. Unfortunately, I have my day job that keeps coming to get me, so that's what's prevented me from being able to get higher in the Mantis. Come with me. Alright, so Violet. Violet has always given unstintingly of her time, easing the pain of the dying. So I'm just putting the gap here so it's a little easier to distinguish which ones are acquaintances and which ones are believers. And I think I was saying that once we used all the rumors, I was going to start exploring with the... I was going to start doing expeditions. So again, I can keep recruiting people, but in this case, let's try and generate as much mystique as we can, and we do that by talking about esoteric matters. So talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. As long as it's mystique attention, I am happy to generate it. Oh, and we can go back to the wood. Now I pass between scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I am stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. As an aside, for those of you who maybe came in a little bit later, or for those of you who may need to head off for, sleep or other duties, I am recording this video. Now, again, it's a big, long video, and sort of the nature of a lot of codecs is that it will be... sometimes if you have an interruption to the recording, it will corrupt the entire file. Generally, I've noticed that's less of a problem nowadays, but it is still a potential problem depending on how OBS handles it. My intention is to upload this to YouTube at some point, and if Weather Factory wants to put this on their site for sort of repeated viewing, they're welcome to do so. But I don't know if I need to give them the file, so if they ask for it, I'll give it to them. But again, it's a huge file, so... I will just maybe warn you that if you are looking for it on YouTube, please keep in mind that it takes literally days for these things to be processed at the full resolution. So I'll put it online as soon as I can, but also keep in mind that it won't be anytime soon. And the channel, well, I'll put it in chat, so... And if you just like the sound of my voice and want to see me live, that's the Twitch link. I do this with the full endorsement of Weather Factory, who's really insisting that I talk about my stuff more. So, but yeah, that YouTube link will be where the, assuming that this video doesn't get hit by technical problems, that YouTube channel will be where the archive of this recording is without chat. And if you just want to follow my stuff, I primarily stream on Twitch Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but I've been doing Cultist Simulator a bit less just because I already do that on YouTube, although I do intend to do some live videos of the Book of Hours when it's released. Let's get back to work. So, Glover and Glover, curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. So we're going to start seeing what cards the Weary Detective gets. If we get hit by Notoriety, how's that for timing, right? If we get hit by a Notoriety, the one I would prefer the Weary Detective to take would be this one, because it's got 237 seconds left. Generally, when a Notoriety is turned into evidence, the Notoriety goes away. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. That might have changed, actually. But generally, it's better to have the longer ones go away and the older ones, the ones with a shorter timer left, to be sent away. And again, that's probably obvious to people, but it's helpful to just kind of keep this stuff in mind. There's no way of affecting which one he picks, but it's just an idea in terms of, like, when you take a look at what's still on the table. The difference between this one getting picked and this one getting picked is ultimately a question in terms of how comfortable I feel generating notoriety by doing these expeditions. Anyways, on Pomander's What is Contained by Silver, this is the second part. The Virgins, Maidens of the Mirror favor orchids. The Behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So here we've got a Mantis glimpse. This is good because this is the first sort of higher level lantern lore that we've gotten. And remembering, we are the Mirror of Glory. We have dedicated ourselves to the principle of lantern. So a snatch of poetry, a single memory of a certain house that all of us visit at least twice in our lives. For one's first visit to the Mantis, this lore is almost essential. Which is not a bad little hint that maybe we should be using this in the dream slot. And on top of that, we have got the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow, which from the image you might imagine has sort of the same defect as the Rite of the Crucible Soul. The Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. The rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house with which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice, precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. So actually, as it turns out, the knife isn't the problem. You don't sacrifice someone. However, you do wind up losing lore, which in my case is in short supply. So we're probably not going to wind up using this, but it is an option available to us. And we've also tracked down the rumor, so we have found Sylvia. Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. And we gain notoriety for it, so it's basically a 50-50 shot now as to whether or not the weary detective finds it. I'm really milking the suspense as to what happens. So, I believe I said... Yeah, we still have enough time to deal with the affliction. I think it makes sense for us to keep reading books, so we will study Traveling at Night, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the second volume. There is an extensive discussion of the similarities between Alopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elgabalus, who is in fact a real Roman emperor, although I do not know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, who Alopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Alopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Now, I can go to Moorlands, I can do an expedition. I could go to the Ecdysis Club if I just want to change it up. I think I'm going to try one of these expeditions, because it's been a while. For me, I always go on expeditions late. In fact, this is me going on an expedition early. I don't actually have the crew that I would normally bring on one of these things. But I also think it's probably worthwhile in a somewhat new player-oriented broadcast to show some of the other aspects of the game. So, in my opinion, expeditions are something that you do after you've gotten a little more comfortable with the game, and that's just because of the things that you need to have to make an expedition successful. But we've got a little bit of money set aside. We should be able to get these... Oh, I really blew it then. Oh yeah, it is Elagabalus. I'm still going to mispronounce it each time. It just doesn't sound very Roman to me. Anyways. So we're going to go to Cater and Hero. It's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. The machines stand silent. The building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. So when you go on an expedition, first of all, you need a location. So in this case, this has the aspect vault. There is something precious here. It's a location. Locations. Everything must be somewhere, and this is here. And in the capital, a secret place in the teeming capital city where I live. So first of all, you can bring people on the expedition. Now, you cannot bring acquaintances. Again, this is the difference between having a friend who will, like, give you a ride and, like, someone you know of. So, like, one person, yeah, like, they'll invite you in for dinner. They'll maybe accept a bit of an inconvenience in order to give you a hand. But an acquaintance is probably not willing to go, jumping in on, on a mysterious expedition, which may involve killing people. So you can only bring people who are actually part of your cult. And we've got EXP saying, "Hey all, just dropping into support, saw the vid on YouTube, and I think it's cool that you can sort of promote the game like this. Is this just a basic Enlightenment run?" Well, I suppose it's a question in terms of where I decide to go, but yes, I mean, I really like, so first of all, I like the, I'm a big Lantern fan. I like okay. I think I've pointed this out every single time I've done one of these streams, but I really do want to, take the. I'm proud of this, so I'll take the time to bring it up. So, but yeah, like I really like Lantern. So in one sense, I think Lantern is the first one that most people encounter anyway. But on top of that, it's just one that I really like playing. An acquaintance will help you move a couch. A believer will help you move a body. Good Lord. It's not a bad way of putting it, though. But yeah, so like for me, I think Lantern is probably the one. If I just take a look at the Steam achievements, it's the one that most people start with. I think it's actually a pretty decent run anyway. And it's one that just personally kind of speaks to me. So yeah, at the moment I'm kind of treating it like a standard lantern run, but there's always different ways that you can sort of go on things. I might fall in love, I might starve to death. There's all sorts of different things that we can do. But yeah, and as you mentioned, it is a chance to promote the game. So it is worth mentioning that Weather Factory are in fact paying me to do this. So my endorsement of the game is genuine. I like this game a lot. I've been streaming it for years. But I do also credit, Weather Factory with having enough faith in me to have me on their Steam page. I mean, obviously, it's not everyone gets a chance to do that. So if you can just give me a second here, I'm going to try and bring up my desktop. There we go. So this is a graph. I'm going to zoom in on it, but this is a graph that I did for an article that I wrote. This is why I consider myself a lantern player. So these are all of the cards in Cultist Simulator connected in sort of this network. So if any of you know network analysis or graph theory, that's what this stuff is. So each line is sort of is an edge, and each card in the game is a node. And what I thought was so interesting, so the placement of the items, part of that's just me messing around with this a little bit. But what I did kind of find interesting about this particular manifestation of the graph, so number one, you can actually see the islands of DLC. So it's not connected into the main game, and what you're actually seeing is the fact that you need to buy something to actually be able to hook into these. I thought that was kind of neat to observe. But there's just so much activity built around these principles. So the heart of the matter really is Winter, Moth, Heart, Lantern, Grail. One interesting implication I noticed is that the secret histories, when it comes down to trying to find the clusters, Secret Histories actually winds up being a subset of Lantern rather than a principle on its own. I know there's a bunch of people in the Discord who are kind of unhappy with that conclusion. But then you have, auctionable, and you move out to text, and then you have all the different texts in the game. And there are some things which do kind of count as being within a certain subsection. And then there are other ones which I just kind of call mundane. So the gray ones wind up being mundane. So the thing is that this took a lot of effort to build, right? I think this looks very cool, and I think, there's a whole bunch of analysis that goes behind it that I think can be very interesting. Again, this is all written up in a blog, and I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it. But the fact of the matter is, the kind of person who takes the time to code this up and to to do that analysis properly, to me, that's what a lantern person does. It's why I kind of think of Cultist Simulator as a lantern game, to be honest. Now, obviously, there are people who are even more dedicated to this game and get a whole bunch of other stuff done, and they sort of interact in that particular way. But that's maybe just another sort of insight in terms of why, I'm somewhat inclined towards lantern runs. Is it's something that I always keep returning to. I do like some of the other principles. Lantern in the streets, Grail in the sheets. I don't know. Is that the way we put it? No. But it's a principle I always keep coming back to because I think it's probably more aligned with my personal interests, and as a consequence, it's kind of my default run. Anyways, we were going to do an expedition, so opening up the code to the game to discover hidden insights, definitely. But it's not hidden. All of that's in the JSON files inside the game. But no, you're right. Knock is also a principle I'm really fond of for largely the same reasons. But I was about to talk. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked on location. So once you do find some of these expeditions, you can bring people who are in the cult. You can get them to lead and assist in the expedition, and then you can add funds. So the descriptions will sometimes the descriptions will give you some hints as to the types of obstacles that you're going to be going up against. So in this case, I'm going to start with some Forge followers. So Tristan has got some Forge, and then so does Valsine. It also says if I add at least 1 funds, I can begin the expedition. So we will add 2 just because that's an option. But more importantly, it will actually give us a description of what's going on. So the remaining factory walls could topple at any moment. Blackened timbers creak in pain. We must equip ourselves properly and move with dreadful care. So if we're talking about sort of a collapsing building, this is again one of these cases where like dream logic sort of holds, or this is kind of a way you can test whether you're sort of working on sort of Cultist Simulator's wavelength. If you take a minute to just sort of think, what kind of principle would you associate with overcoming sort of a breaking building? Just you take a minute and think, well, we've got secret histories, lantern, grail, forge, edge, heart, moth. I haven't got any winter lore yet, but that'll be coming up, and knock. Like, which of these do I think might be related to overcoming these obstacles? And I would just kind of point out here that the principle of the forge transforms and destroys. And we do talk about a lot of sort of tinkerers and builders in that. And so, you can maybe make a guess that, it kind of seems like a forgy thing to do. I do actually happen to know the two things that you can use to achieve, like overcome it. And I'll point out how you can find that out too. But even without the game outright telling you, you can kind of say, it sort of feels like this sort of thing. And sometimes you'll be wrong, but what you'll notice is the more time you spend in Cultist Simulator, the more you quote unquote like have a hunch. Turns out that hunch actually is pretty good. And again, I honestly couldn't tell you what it is about the writing that does it, but man, do they really deliver. Like, there've been very few times in this game where I was like, oh, I really thought that would have been it. And then like, it doesn't make sense after the fact. Anyways, 30 seconds, we'll see the next part of the expedition, and lucky us, the weary detective found Mystique for the start, so maybe we'll actually lose all the notoriety, who knows? I don't think we will, but... And a patron, I found someone who may have resources of use to me, but I will need to impress them, and in this case, we're waiting on the reason. Alright, I do still need some vitality, so let's go to the well. Yeah, furtive truth isn't bad. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets. But now and then she lets a little secret fall, like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I may give thanks to the velvet, but it will be wiser not to draw her attention. All right. I was hoping to be able to cure this affliction now. I'm wondering if I still have the time. Yeah, we'll still be able to get the vitality, so let's go back to the wood. And again, right now there's not a whole lot that we can learn about this expedition, but I will point out a way that you can learn a little bit more about what's coming up. Hey, another Mystique. Got lucky. Okay, so along the side here, you'll see, so there's the elements that you've already included inside the game. So we've already brought in Tristan, we've already brought in Valsine, we're exploring Cater and Hero Limited, and we know that we added 2 funds. So in this case, it will also tell us the obstacles that are coming up. Now, the obstacles in the capital are pretty light, but some of the later ones you'll have, more than one, and they will be fairly challenging. So in this case, aspect peril, an obstacle, a danger, or a premature conclusion. So treacherous ground, pits and kegs and sudden tumbles. The earth here cannot be trusted. We will need strong hands or clear sight, forge or lantern. So again, like I said, I've played this game enough that I kind of already know what's coming up. But essentially, when you go on an expedition, if you are able to match the power that you have, so in this case, the aspect of forge, with the obstacles that you're up against, you will have a better chance for success. I'm not really sure we can move the needle all that much. Actually, I think we will with Laidlaw. So yeah, we will add Laidlaw, who is the last Forge follower that we have. And so we've got 6 power of Forge going up against something that can be overcome by Forge. Our alternative would be Lantern, but of course, poor Slee is the only Lantern follower that we have. So in this case, it makes sense to bring as much power as we can against that obstacle. Doesn't guarantee that we'll overcome it, but we've given ourselves the best shot that we can with our current abilities. Okay, Season of Despair coming up, so in this case, if we have any dread, that is going to cause us a problem. And we have got the other side of traveling at night. So Elagablus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, I wish they didn't write it so much. Elagablus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learned enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. So we got some erudition, which unfortunately we don't have the other erudition to be able to combine it, but we do have our first winter lore. A Sexton's secret. Certain knowledge, it is said, can be expressed only through a particular quality of silence. It has been suggested that one can only read such knowledge with one's eyes closed, but only by mischievous commentators. Incidentally, I would like to believe that if I were a character in Cultist Simulator, I would be one of the mischievous commentators. And again, it's winter aspect, which is silence, the principle of silence, endings, and those that are not quite dead. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. Now, we've got about 60 seconds, so in this case, I'm going to generate a free vitality with this health. Oops. Once again, I put my strength to use, and the question is, what do I want to do with my study verb? I don't have reason now, so I can't try and get another erudition, but I could translate Deoris. So in Lantern, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Oops. So we will take Latin, we'll take Deoris, and lock the study door. The work begins. So the Madrigard is an hour of forge as well as winter. Her power might well be might quiet the unsteady earth. Will probably be fine. And we can learn from each other. So the patron with a peculiar rumor. There's no way that the expedition's going to be done in time for us to take advantage of the peculiar rumor. So the best I can do is just work with the mystique that they gave me. We do also have reason again. So if I wanted, I could use that in the study. Moving on, I think I'm just going to talk about the Watchman's secret again. Again, we could try and induct people into the cult, but in this case, I think it makes as much sense to just try and get more followers. Okay, we won't follow up on the peculiar rumor. We'll see if we can get lucky with the vitality. And we got an awareness of appetite, so I believe that will eventually turn into glimmering. But not quite what we need. So the well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots, on another it will pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon its waters are choked with the fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. So every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. This is the Grail influence. We won't be able to use that much, but these do become useful in some circumstances. Okay, so I think at this point, with 23 seconds left, we'll just wait and then we can heal up the affliction, and then we'll actually see if we can go deeper into the wood. Alright, so they picked up some of the notoriety, although honestly it's one of the later notoriety, so we got pretty lucky in terms of what they wound up snatching. They say I can do the job of any two others together. It is not quite true. Not quite. So we really just did that for the vitality. Obviously we have more reliable means of getting funds, but in this case it's just helping me avoid the cost. Although honestly, for 3 funds for 70 seconds of work, it's probably cheaper to just pay for the medicine, to be honest. So curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. So you can get an idea here in terms of the management aspects of this game, right? We were buying up some books, but if we want to buy up books, that takes the... oops, a promising root reveals itself as a sucking snare. We'll have to go around and try again. So we'll see whether or not anybody got hurt. They did. So that's going to be inconvenient. Looks like Tristan got wounded. So their wounds are grievous. Heal a fallen follower with talk. So we'll wait it out here. I prepared the text for study. So, let's read Deoris, an occasionally coherent catalogue of the secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume dealing with the powers of the wood. This volume deals mostly with the hours of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ring yew, among others. So Tristan cannot be used in the expedition until he's healed, so it actually means we're down to 4 forge to deal with that challenge. And we did find an acquaintance, although the need for the mystique is a little bit lower than it used to be. So once the talk verb becomes available, we'll definitely help out Tristan. And again, the Madrigard is the hour of the forge as well as winter. Forge lends strength, but now the mists rise and cling. We might make it through. So Tristan was the difference between a higher probability of success and a lower. Sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. Okay, so we can still take the way to the wood. If I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find the way beyond it. Now, some of you may recall the map. We actually showed all the different paths. So there's the wood, there's the white door, there's the stag door, there's the spider door, and there's the peacock door. And what you may recall is that in the previous book that we read, there was a reference to the fact that there is knowledge that can get us through the white door. And that what the book gave us was not necessarily sufficient, but it was the right type. So this is one of these ways that you can sort of test your understanding, and it can be kind of fun. Like, you can just do basically a hypothesis test. Not a formal statistical one, obviously, but like, you can say, okay, so I think this game was trying to tell me that this is a way I can advance in the Mansis, but I need a higher intensity of it. So in that case, the book gave us winter. That was the only aspect. It gave me erudition as well, but erudition is not lore. So the idea would be that if my reading of that is correct, we can take the winter lore, we can attach it to the path because it does accept lore, that's how you advance, and it will tell me that I don't have enough, a little bit like it told me that the lantern wasn't enough. So let's see if that's true. Light in the wood, not enough. There's a house in the wood, there is much I know, here is light through the trees. So we do have another option, and that is to bring the Mansis glimpse, approaching the white door. There is a house in the wood. I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light. And so we found another way. And of course it makes sense that Lantern is going to help you find the way, so I am always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. Is there anything I want to do other than my usual work? I suppose I could try getting more mystique, but it's not really that important. And the clouds part, the wolf despair prowls elsewhere. So let's go... I think we just go back to Glover and Glover. It's not rewarding work, but it's what I've got available. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. And rumor squats on rooftops and flutters in gutters. This hunter is making progress in their investigation. So for 10 minutes, we've got tentative evidence. We do have notoriety on the table, so if a season of suspicion comes up, we should be very scared. But we do have ways of getting rid of that evidence, so we'll see what we need to do. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax's answer is no, and that is always its answer. So we got an extra erudition out of that. I feel good because now we can turn that into a lesson learnt and try and level that up. And we have the Barber's Warning, which is the first level of Moth. So the power of the wood enjoys the separation of the lock from the scalp. For attention, burn it. For opportunity, bury it. All right. So if I do anything else with a study verb, we lose the erudition. So I'm definitely going to double these up into lesson learnt. I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. And it looks like the Earth is hungry again, so we may have a tough time. Come with me. Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra has been found not guilty 3 times in 3 separate jurisdictions. She will likely never be found guilty of anything. Alright, so we've got passion. Watchman's Secret. Sorry, I just need to sneeze. Sorry about that. There may be another. All right, so we were talking about how Tristan was wounded, so let's get that dealt with. So every once in a while, I think the back of my chair is quite dusty, so if I bang it against something, it tends to sort of disturb the dust, and I just have a sneezing fit. But just a little vitality and I'll be fine. All right, compassion or convenience? So in this case, the only way you can heal a follower is money. Perhaps now they'll survive, but there are limits to what the human body can sustain. Now, it used to be that followers being damaged or lost, they say they come in threes. We'll see. I do feel another one coming, but now I'm going to like really, really resist. But in this case, it turns out that there can be some nice side effects to damaging your followers, which we'll see in just a minute. Overachiever. Sorry, I always feel terrible when I do it on stream, but I don't have a mute button for it, so... Oh, yep, there goes another. An expedition member has fallen, our numbers dwindle. So at this point, I gotta ask the question, like, do I want to just accept the loss in terms of money, or do I want to try and give it another shot? And you know what? Honestly, come back with your shield or on it, Laidlaw. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. Really, for this to work, we needed all three of the Forge followers, so... This turns out to be a rather costly mistake, but we have the money for it, right? This is why we work at Glover & Glover, to be able to afford these kinds of mistakes. Oops. All right. So, there is the white door. In my dreams, I've passed the white door, which has been called the Bone Door, and the Gate of Ivory. My voice remains outside the house each time I enter. So we'll dream about that now. In my dreams, I know the path to the white door through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass that way. I will need health to resist their chill. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansis. I'm a little tempted to try something here with Glover & Glover. I gotta be really careful with the timing, though. Alright, I'm always the last to leave, even after the eldest Glover. So I've got 59.9. That's about as fast as I can do it without, like, being right on the dot. So here I'm going to take my vivid imagination, and the reason I'm doing this is I want to get rid of that staleness. And I have the passion in this case, and I know that the talk verb is not going to need the passion. I'm also not going to need the passion to be able to go through the wood. So in this case here, I'm going to try and do a painting to get that staleness back. And this isn't necessarily because I need it right now, but what I like the idea of is basically getting that challenge out of the way when I don't need to. Like, basically to be able to, actually if I wait, I can get rid of the restlessness. We'll recruit using it. Yeah, basically I kind of like the idea of getting rid of the staleness when it's not critical. And that's just because it's a chance for me to, it's kind of a chance for me to, like, keep the stakes low, so when I do actually need to use the painting, I can sort of maximize the return. So we'll start. And it does help to have inspiration, so I can't recall if I can use an ability. No, I can only use something like erudition. However, in 5.3 seconds, I am going to have erudition lesson learnt, which will not only extend the life of the erudition, but it will make me feel really smart when I put it in a stop painting. So I mined the library. So you may ask the question, well, why does it work that way? Like, why can't I use a reason if I can put an erudition? And it comes back to that lesson we learned before, right? A worthy subject isn't essential, but it is useful. Some subjects will draw the authority's attention, but aren't those the interesting ones? So in this case, it can be a follower, it can be an influence, it can be an acquaintance, it can be lore, or it can be a memory. So in this case here, because a lesson learned is an influence, we can put that in as an inspiration. Now, the good news here, too, is that it's got 2 lantern. So we might say, well, what if I just chose Slee? Like, Slee's got lantern, and that's true, but it's 2 lantern, so it's the same. At least the same intensity. The one benefit, though, is that when you have a card inside a slot like this, the counter stops moving, which means that my lesson learned lasts longer, I have the chance of generating another erudition, and it gives my study verb a chance to, do something like study the reason, which is exactly what I'm going to do here. So, the world is awash with printed words, even the newspaper contained knowledge sometimes. And again, for those of you who may not have been here in the earlier part, you can say, okay, that's all well and good, like you got a lot of cards on the table, but how did you know to do that? And part of this is just making an inference from something that we did earlier. Now again, I'm very familiar with the game. I think I just took a look at my Steam numbers and I think I have something like 500 hours in this game. It doesn't take 500 hours to learn this though. So basically, we earn some vitality by putting health in the study verb. And we've been able to level up our health using the vitality that comes as a result. Similarly, we did that with passion and glimmering, and of course reason uses erudition. So if you can kind of think of how it was treated with the other abilities, it would stand to reason that, you should get the erudition the same way. Now again, how do you know to do those initial ones? Well, sometimes you just have to experiment. Like sometimes what you do is you say, well, it'll take a language, it'll take a tutor, it'll take a text, it'll take an ability, it'll take lore, or it'll take an influence. And sometimes you just say, it'll take it, I want to see what happens. But yeah, in this case, just because we've got this convention of if I need the thing that will help me level up that skill, I can study the underlying ability, and generally it will put me, one step on the path. So if we get lucky and we get the light in the skull, we just wait until the light in the skull triggers the erudition, and then we can get the second erudition to move our scholarship up. And I'm prioritizing this over passion because right now, reason is the thing that I need both for my, sometimes when I find a patron, but I also need it for my job. So even in the waking, and it's not like health you can use with the dream slot and get it back faster. There's really no way you can get your reason back faster. So even in the waking hours, I have begun to see new colors. So the wound is healed, but this one came very close to death. Silence has touched him like snow. So remember how I talked about how sometimes there can be nice side effects for your followers being wounded. I have a feeling that this might have been added into the game because of, not specifically because of me, the way I play the game, but just my temperament, I think probably might be shared among a number of players. It sucks to lose stuff. And followers, once you lose Valsine, you can't get Valsine back. If you lose all of your followers, that's it. You need to find other ways to get things done. And so this can sometimes lead to situations where you're very reluctant to use followers on expeditions, even though it makes complete sense to use them in these circumstances. So in this particular case here, when your followers take a wound, there is a chance you can lose them. So as it says here, step closer to the sunset and see the first stars of night. 3 scars of the same type will kill a mortal. But if you have 2 scars of the same type, you actually get stronger. So notice that Tristan originally just had 2 forge. Now they have 2 forge and 2 winter. And so the ideal follower, if you have just got nerves of steel, is someone who has 2 scars of every single aspect. If they ever get wounded again, you know with certainty they will die. But essentially what it means is they will have 4 strength of every single aspect. And it'll mean they go up to 9 strength in their primary ability. So Tristan, when you level him up, I think he becomes a level 5 Forge. And then, of course, with the extra 4 that he gets from the Forge Scars, that would make him level 9, which is ridiculously powerful for a basic follower. But, of course, you know, there's the... Just trying to think if it makes sense for me to add... No, it doesn't. You know what? We'll do it anyway. Maybe you'll get another scar. So talking, normally I would have dealt with Valsine and her wound, but in this particular case, I'm actually going to deal with this restlessness. So let's bring... we'll do it in order. Let's bring Eldridge in. Recruit an acquaintance by invoking Lantern. This one's ready. Reminder that Eldridge is an elegant man of inelegant habits. All right, so if I want, I could spend money on the paints, but this is really about getting the staleness down, so I'll resist the urge. The earth is hungry. A promising root reveals itself as a sucking snare. We'll have to go around and try again. This is definitely turning into a money pit, but I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. And a dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Eldridge has almost learnt not to pick his teeth with his knife in conversation. He has not yet learnt to leave his knife in his boot. All right, so send in the next wounded. And our first trip to the White Door. So if I wanted another Furtive Truth, notice here that the Well and the Temple of the Wheel were giving us Furtive Truths, so that was sort of the higher level event. In this particular case here, the White Door the lower level is the Furtive Truth, and the Lodge of the Sage Knight and the Orchard of Lights will potentially give us the next level up. So as you might expect, as you move higher in the Mansis, you will gain access to more and more powerful lore. So, much like the wood, you also have 2 other paths. So you can stay at the White Door, you can move to the Orchard of Lights, or you can move to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Now, if we're lucky, we might actually get to see a familiar face, or at least a familiar name, at the Lodge of the Sage Knight. So I think, if nothing else, for that reason, we'll visit. You'll also might get a chance to see why the White Door is a slightly more dangerous place to visit under certain circumstances. But again, we'll see how it turns out. All right, a subtle fracture. Last night, in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. So in this case, the subtle fracture, normally I'm actually really happy to get this one because this influence can be very helpful in certain circumstances, but I'm not quite yet at the point where I can take advantage of this. So again, clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. More importantly, you may recall this name. Teresa Gallagher was the author of The Locksmith's Dream. We've read the first volume of her book. And she is actually... So, I can also mention, I won't tell you how, but it's actually also possible to summon her. So this is a figure who kind of keeps coming back in a few different ways. There are other characters, incidentally, who you get a chance to meet in the game, but definitely Teresa Gallagher is one of the most memorable to me. And I think it's probably because she appears both as a character, like as someone you can summon, but also because you find her in the Mansis. What did she do to get into the Mansis? Well, she's not proud of it, so she'll tell you about something else. Okay, so if I want, I can keep going through the white door using the dream slot. The question is that the best use of my time? I think it is, because we've got a lot of furtive truths already. I may actually want to go back to the wood to get a few more occult scraps now that I think of it, but maybe we'll worry about that another time. Earth is still hungry. All right. So, in my dreams, I know the path to the white door through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass that way. I will need health to resist their chill. So again, now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the mantis. As an aside, for some of you who may be, like, again, one of the challenges of watching somebody like me play this game is I kind of already know what to do. I'm hoping I've sort of instilled a few principles in terms of how you might go about thinking of this game and how you might sort of interact with some of the cards. But let me give you an example of the kind of experiment that you might want to do. So we know that with the wood, we entered the wood. We needed to find some lore in order to do that. We used the Watchman's Secret to go there. We also managed to make it to the next level. We managed to advance to the white door by using the Mantis Glimpse. We also got the information that you don't just need to use Lantern to get to the next level, that there can sometimes be additional lore. Now, you'll usually find out what that lore is by reading books. You may not find the lore itself, but you'll at least get an understanding of where to go. That's what I mean when I say it helps to read and reread certain texts. So, but sometimes experimentation will help you out as well. So let's just think about what we've learned. So we're like, okay, so we got to the wood with a basic Watchman's Secret. We got to the white door with the Mantis Glimpse. We know that there are at least 2 ways to access the previous doors. The cobalt light of the mantis isn't cobalt colored? Are you talking about on the map? Sorry, I may need to find a Kleenex. Sorry, I'll be back in just a sec. Sorry about that. I wasn't, I thought I was prepared, but we're back. But yeah, so the reasoning here goes is like, okay, so we know that at least previously there have been 2 ways to get to the door that we're looking for. And generally it's meant that we also need to level up or go a level up in terms of the lore. So, you know, we only have one. It might be a little dull to just try and do this for every single type of lore, but we really only have one level 6 lore. Let's see if we can get lucky with the heart. Oh, am I mistaken? Oh, I forgot. This is the one where you don't want to do that. And this is maybe an example where I can learn my own lessons. Invest health to pass the white door, or follow desire to the stag door, the door of the no. Well, we do have a desire to the stag door. The ascent is slow. Winds from nowhere pluck at me. My skin is stained with light. The wood shivers with motion far below. So yeah, that's a little embarrassing for me. 500 hours in this game and I still don't know how to get to the stag door. But like I said, it's not a... If you can have 500 hours in the game and still remember to check what the card receives. If I need to do it, maybe you can as well. Let's carry on. So again, our followers are dropping like flies, but they're getting cool scars to make them awesome. And as we were hoping, we did get the light in the skull. So whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So a recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. So I'm lucky that we did get some money out of that. We also have a contentment if we were worried about dread. So Mystique, not super important, but nice to have as well. There's our erudition lesson learned. That was more about preservation, and we are going to need to wait a little while for the passion. But more importantly, we got rid of the staleness, which was the objective of that particular painting. So before we get... Oh my goodness, did I screw up my reason somehow? No! I don't think I'm going to be fast enough on the pause. I think I'm going to have to beg for my job back at Glover & Glover. Alright, supplies are low. Oh, interesting. So nobody got a wound. Okay, well, let's add money. So yes, we do have difficulty at work. Let's jump that back in. My superiors must believe in my contrition. Use passion to convince management to let you return to work. Well, I don't have the passion, so I could do some more painting with my reputation, or I could go to the work site. Let's keep painting. Keep that mystique up and running. And this time, let's do another painting about... Yep, that's fine. Another mood piece. Okay, so this is the erudition we were waiting for. The words contain knowledge. Now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. Of course, now I've got my reason. So I'm just going to wait the 3 seconds or so. I'll still skip the paints. And dusty facts have now come clear in my brain, for now at least. Again, this is the sort of thing, this is the reason why we've been trying to use Lantern as often as we can when it comes to the the different expeditions and searches and all of that. So the more often we can trigger that, the more likely we are to get an erudition. So in this case, exercise the mind. I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learnt, I could increase my reason. So you may ask the question, why am I taking all the time to do this? Well, it's because I'm flush with clever quotations. Use this with 2 lessons learnt to gain more reason. If I have more reason, then embarrassing scenarios like what just happened there at my workplace will go away. So I could have managed that a little bit better, but again, like I said, I do believe that the intention in this game is to make sure that you have more things than you can conceivably keep track of in the like just directly in your mind. So, you know, I don't feel too bad when I miss stuff. I kind of feel like I'm falling to the things that the game is sort of, maybe not traps, but I definitely feel like I'm doing something that is kind of consistent with a standard experience of the game, let's say. So, the wound is healed, but the scar remains. But each scar, as scholar Shulga once observed, is a lesson. So in this case, Valsine has gotten an edge scar. Faustus, I think hell's a fable. Mephistopheles, I think so still, till experience change thy mind. So, fresh off the kind of the, I guess, sick room. We'll add Valsine back. This is... Oh, did I miss something here? Tristan Laidlaw. Yeah, okay, sorry. Valsine isn't part of it. So, in this case, we're more likely to pass. So, the Madrigard is the hour of forge as well as winter. Her power might quiet the unsteady earth. We'll probably be fine. Of course, last time we got that message, we were not fine, so take that as you will. I'm going to talk about not the Watchman's Secret. I'm actually going to use the Mantis Glimpse now because it has a higher intensity of Lantern and we're trying to provoke some erudition. I also completely ignored the fact that we've got a season of sickness coming up. And there is a season of suspicion coming. That's going to be a problem because when you complete an expedition, it actually generates notoriety. But we'll worry about that later. The Artist's Reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, more money. Not a lot more money, but there is more money. So I think I'll just stack the Mystique when I can. Another Glimmering, so if I want to try and improve my... passion, that's probably something for me to keep an eye out for. So this will at least keep the weary detective busy, and the other bit of good news is that we did not generate any staleness. Now, I'm slightly inclined to use the matchless physique for the... Yeah, I probably should be worrying about the difficulty at work, but once again, I put my strength to use. And the ascent is slow, winds from nowhere pluck at me. My skin is stained with light, the wood shivers with motion far below. So here's the stag door's riddle. What may be lost? Answer the stag riddle to pass the door and be accounted a no. So we don't really have any answer to this riddle yet, but what we might want to do, this is definitely, I think I found, this might be based off of the sort of semi-tutorial that I did on YouTube, or there may be other reasons for this. But I actually think, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. I noticed that the stag door is kind of one of the first harder walls that people will run into. And I would argue that the stag door is one of these things where you need to read kind of carefully. So we'll see if we can find the solution to this over the course of this playthrough. I mean, we've been 9 hours at it so far, but I still have some gas in the tank. So with that in mind, we can think a little bit about, I think what's helpful if you find the stag door kind of early is that you can say, all right, so I'm not 100% sure what this means, but I know at some point I'm going to have to answer the question, what may be lost? And I guess for lack of any other guidance, one of the ways you might be able to think about this is to say, it's like, okay, so I don't know what this means, but there's probably going to be something in this game that is related to this idea of loss. And when I run into something that's lost, or alternatively, we'll just get a card that says the stag door's answer, but I promise you it's not that easy. I think this is one that I was able to solve just by having read the lore. Yeah, and that's actually a really nice thing about it, Takri, is that some people actually just knock it out of the park. And I think in that case, it's just an indication of sort of whether or not you've sort of been attuned to the way that Cultist Simulator communicates its information. But I think for people, like I remember I sort of struggled with this originally. And for me, it kind of took me taking the time as like, what do I have? And like at that point, I'd already had a lot of lore, so I wasn't really reading and rereading things. And it was one of those points where I learned is like, oh, okay, so I'm not as clever as I think I am. I don't have a perfect memory. So in this case, because I don't have that much lore compared to what you might have when you finally get to the stag door, if you have quite a bit, then you may want to reread things. And if you don't have quite a bit of lore, what you might benefit from is taking the time to read as things go by. And again, if you've hit a wall, it's just, okay, keep it in mind. Maybe you don't have the things that you need yet. And then you see whether or not, over time you're going to have an easier, you're going to be able to achieve what you were looking for through other means. So EXP says, yep, Decree, this was possibly the first time that the game stumped you and wasn't able to solve it through trial and error. Mind you, it was like the 10th-ish game that you played before you could. That's when you started reading the text. Well, I'll also give you guys a little bit of an insight. The way that Cultist Simulator worked originally was that there were not these... And actually, this is maybe a good time for a reminder, because I suspect there's some people who haven't seen this yet. If you want hints about what a slot will accept, you can click on the empty area and you'll notice that the color goes up. And alternatively, if there is an empty slot available and you pick up a card, if it can go into that slot, it will turn purple. Now keep in mind, if it's occupied, it won't work. So in this case, the only possible outline would be Dream. But on the other hand, as much as I want to dream of Rhaenyra, and this might be a real life activity that I do, I cannot put Rhaenyra in the dream slot. So in this case here, those are sort of two bits of guidance that the game will give you. But that wasn't always in Cultist Simulator. For a really long time, it was like every card could get accepted by everything, and if you tried to brute force, like the game quickly became unmanageable. Because like it just like obviously there's some nonsense combinations, but if you really do want to brute force it, like you just have way too many combinations. Even when the game is restricted to accepting certain things in slots, like it's still kind of hard to brute force it. But like when the game doesn't even restrict what can go inside of a slot, like that is just a nightmare to try and do through some sort of trial and error process. So anyways, let's go back to the white door, because I don't really think I have anything else to do with the dream slot, right? No, sorry, I was waiting. Yeah, no, we still have 56 seconds, so we can go back through. Oop, well, something happened here. Safe across treacherous ground, where mud spattered and thorns scratched, but we've made it through. After spending all of my Glover and Glover money. So I want to kind of be a little more careful about my spending. Now again, this season of suspicion is coming up at exactly the wrong time, because there's still tentative evidence. There's a lot of time left on that, actually. And we are going to get a notoriety popping up. Okay, mine the library. So we'll do what we were originally planning. We'll take our scholarship and we will add the 2 lessons learned. Knowledge is a city wall built stone by stone, but what waits in the darkness beyond the walls? Why would we need a fortress except that we had something to fear? And unskilled labor, like a mountain. They say I can do the job of any 2 others together. That's not quite true. Not quite. So again, a little bit of money, but really this was about the vitality so that we can heal up. I also now have the passion available to beg for my job back, so plead to keep my job. My superiors must believe in my contrition. Use passion to convince management to let you return to work. This is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. So we will combine this glimmering after we do the study. A lot of stuff going on there. Okay, well, obviously I don't want the restlessness, so it comes down to the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight, and I'm gonna try... Well, I already have the vitality, so yeah, we'll do the Lodge of the Sage Knight. In last night's dream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight, behind the white door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came here, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it that I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come here through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. So 3 minutes of erudition. So this hopefully will be something that we can take advantage of, but we do want to work with that glimmering. And I think I'm just going to go... No. We have what we need for the sickness. So we will take the affliction and, as usual, vitality, especially because we're not earning the money that we were at Glover and Glover before. So... it's likely we will also have to work our way up to the senior position again. Cater's office. Here is a capacious room where Mr. Cater once watched his workers on the factory floor. The window glass is long gone, and rats and crows have made this place their battleground, but perhaps there is still something of use here. I've been offered another chance. I am apparently expected to be grateful. So notice we're not in a senior position, we're at a position in Glover and Glover. Now sometimes a demotion is not necessarily a bad thing, because notice we also have 90 seconds in which to do what we want to do. But the thing is that we're not really using the work verb for anything else. We were really using the money to be able to do expeditions and expeditions and buy books. So I am going to try and be a real keener and get the old position back. So the work is more demanding now, but it's better paid. So we will use our reason to improve. And I don't have... Well, I'll have the reason by the end of the shift, so... And ideally, if I can, I'm going to try and get as much mystique as I can. Alright, Cater's office. 2 floorboards lift away to reveal a hollow beneath Cater's desk. The rats have made free with the biscuits he stored there against the peckishness which haunts the entrepreneur. But they could not penetrate the iron lockbox. A moment with a crowbar will open it. So here we have a bronze spintrea. Initiates of the Hidden World use spintrea to pay for services. Bronze spintrea usually display the act of shaping on their reverse side. So you can see the forge. Spintrea can be sold for more traditional funds at the auction house. So again, this is where reading can be a benefit, and particularly looking at the aspects. So it's an ingredient, much like you would expect for funds, but it is actually a fairly powerful forge object. Fire, it is once read as the prince... well, sorry, we read this before, so I'll leave it aside. It's got a spintrea value of 4, so spintrea are the currency of the Hidden World. Some spintrea are worth more than others, but don't expect to get change. This is not a grocery. It can also be auctioned. Now notice here that the auction value 3 is less than its value in the sort of the secret world. And so, you know, again, if you want to give it up for more worldly resources, it is not a favorable exchange rate. And finally, it does have an aspect, secret histories. History is the scar on the world's skin. Secret histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many pasts. The other thing that's true is we do get to use some of these locations as potential headquarters. So we're going to move our languages off to the side. We will put the abandoned warehouse nearby. So a rotting shell beside a rotting river. Who would follow us here? And we have a vital pigment. It is not usual for a red this red to survive the death of the body. Actually, I'm going to change things around a little bit. So we'll put the bronze spintrea there. Put a vital pigment here. In this case, remember how when we were painting it had an indicator that you could use certain pigments? Well, this is one of them. So it's an ingredient, it's auctionable, it has Grail 4. So if we want to make a very grailish painting, we could use this vital pigment. So there's the Merovine idol. The Merovi would make little wooden idols to placate the witch twins they feared in their lake. The lake is almost dry now, but the idols and the witch twins yet remain, yet shadowed with the aspect of the heart. So this is a level 4 heart tool. Now remember that the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow actually allowed us to use it. Well, so did the Rite of the Crucible Soul, but again, that required a sacrifice. So the Rite of the Crucible Soul or the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow, both of those can use a tool, and if we have something that we want to summon with heart, in theory we could use the Merovine idol in that case. Now, this is a book I'm very fond of, the Lord Franklin Bancroft Diaries, the notorious journal of a notorious gentleman, written in Latin, no doubt for the sake of safety. So we'll add that to the pile. Valsine made it out. Good work. Tristan made it out. Good work. Laidlaw made it out, and with no scars. And then we gain notoriety for our efforts. So it's a 1 in 4 chance right now. We definitely need to get working on that mystique, so I might do some more painting. Right, so what do I want to do with the explore verb? Maybe find... I don't actually think it would be a bad idea for me to try and hire someone who's strong in moth. So as is tradition, we will get Slee, which is the sort of... I want to focus on erudition if I can to search the city. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set my minions to searching for opportunities. And I have reordered the boundaries of my ignorance, so if I want, I can combine this erudition into a lesson learnt, although we have some glimmering that we want to deal with as well. We're actually really close to our next level, I think. Yeah, 3 lessons learned. So in this case, let's study with the glimmering to preserve it. And we'll probably be doing a painting soon, so we might be able to get take advantage of... Oh, actually, I need to generate another glimmering through some means, otherwise it won't matter. Anyways, we'll figure it out. So I'm adding my reason here just to try and get back to that senior position. It's not guaranteed to work. Uh-oh. Did the stream stop by any chance? Nope, looked like it's fine. Sorry. I just got a bit of a hang up, it looks like. Okay, sorry, where were we? Stream's excellent. Yeah, I had a case where the stream just outright shut down earlier. So whenever I see something weird, I always just want to take a second to look. As far as you can, yeah, it's fine for me as well. So I just know sometimes I'm a little twitchy when it comes to Steam. So first of all, full credit to Valve. It has not always been this, like, it's not always been like this. There was definitely a time when it was really rough, and when I tried to do a long stream, it would usually be at least 2 or 3 major breaks, and the viewership would go to 0, and everything needed to be built up again. Now there have been a couple of interruptions, but nothing as bad as the start. So, full credit to them. They really improved this, and more importantly, what they actually did was they included a couple of guides so that when you're doing the wrong settings, it will actually kind of help you to make sure that you're giving them a feed that they can work with. So, my job here isn't to sell you on Steam as a streaming platform, but I can definitely tell you from my perspective, having done this kind of way back when they first introduced it. They've really invested some effort into making this a fairly pleasant to use environment. And I mean, again, like it's ultimately Weather Factory that sort of pays for it if it doesn't turn out. So let's see where it goes. So I'm just taking a second here to think about what my next few steps are. Yeah, so I think I probably blew it with the glimmering, but what I'll maybe try to do is see if I can get the. I'll see if I can try and maybe make the mystique pile up. So lots of slee work. So the slee work is to try and get someone to destroy evidence. Talking about the secret world will be the way that I can get some more mystique. And then either the weary detective will get worn out or the notoriety will go away. I'm not going to generate any notoriety until either the evidence is destroyed or the season of suspicion is gone. So that's going to mean fewer expeditions, etc. But it's the right call. Okay, do I want to go back through the white doors? There's something else that I want to try and do. Actually, I have an idea. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the mantis. And looks like we're getting another Street Strange by Moonlight, so we'll just send Slee back in. Street Strange by Moonlight is not bad, but it's not necessarily what I'm looking for, and the ability to trigger Slee's potential for an erudition is always nice. Oh, I couldn't have asked for a better option. So an experienced swindler. How delightful to be working with you. So this is a level 5 moth follower. We can try and make something happen here. Extra hours at Glover & Glover. The younger Glover has taken me out for a lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return he will give me a little more of the money that I earn for his father. And we got a bonus, so that's kind of nice. So obviously our reason's sort of tied up for the time being, but that's fine. I'll work through it. Okay, I can sort of cheese it a bit. So 59 seconds. I do have a reason available. I'm playing with fire doing this. Screw it. I want to generate a lot of mystique, so we are going to do a painting, and I'm going to use glimmering as the inspiration. This should have an impact. So the danger is that our reason gets picked up here, and we're not going to have enough for the senior position. And if that happens, I'm going to cry. Actual tears on the stream. All right, there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Use this lesson learned with your imagination skill. Oop. There's a couple things that I can do with the study verb right now. This is actually a tough call. So if I leave the study verb open... no, I've actually got enough time for this. So personally, I wouldn't normally want to do this, but this will help me preserve the erudition. So we will exercise the mind here. I'm probably gonna have to double back and use this with a glimmering lesson learnt, but that's fine. We'll deal with it when it comes up. And I am gonna go to the Orchard of Lights because I think you can get a glimmering from that sometimes. Well, in this case, we got a Forgotten Chronicle. That's not too bad either, so... Last night, I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved on the bark of a tree. When I woke, I recorded the message, all that I could remember, in my diary. Decree, thank you very much for stopping by. If I recall correctly, I think we first met during one of these streams, so I'm delighted that you got a chance to stop by. More importantly, you know how much it means to me that, the YouTube crowd does kind of come out and says hello and specifically mentions it. So, again, I probably don't need to tell you, but I'm still going to tell you anyway. Thank you very much. You really helped making this, you really helped make this a special stream for me. And I hope you have a wonderful evening. I'm sure I will see you in the comments or the views or whatever for the dancer. Although that's not an expectation. I don't take attendance. And obviously, if it's not working for you, I trust you to use your judgment. But it's an absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening or your afternoon, whatever time it is where you are. All right, A Forgotten Chronicle. A story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations on the continent. So this is even a higher level secret history, which is nice. We'll be able to use that to find even further expeditions, although obviously it's going to take us a while before we follow through on those expeditions. We don't really have anything to cure with the dream slot, so we're going to just go straight back to the White Door. You'll notice that I really do prefer using Dream for the Mantis where I can, and it's just because the Mantis is a great place to get a lot of the stuff that I have a... Like, basically, I kind of feel like the probabilities of certain things are higher if you know where to go in the Mantis, whereas, like, here I'm trying to get erudition by sort of spamming Slee expedition slot. Now, unfortunately, I think we are going to miss an opportunity to get an acquaintance, and this is because I used up my passion with the Colors of the Night. But damn, you're taking attendance in the YouTube comments? I need to make sure and put my hand up in the future. Yeah, no, I mean, it's really funny. I always really appreciate it. So whether it's Twitch or YouTube or that, there are sometimes people who will be almost apologetic for not being by there, but like, I always kind of figure the job is for me to try and do the best job that I can to entertain. Like, I know I don't always succeed. I try to do my best. And people have lives. Like, there's stuff to do other than watch. There's stuff to do other than watch, like, YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. So I don't really feel like anybody owes me an explanation for not showing up, right? It'd be like me yelling at people outside of a Starbucks for not accepting my free coffee. Like, that'd be kind of weird. And I think if anything, it would make people mistrust the coffee. So yeah, honestly, I don't really get too fussed about that sort of stuff. I cannot believe I got it off by like a fraction of a second, and I sacrificed my passion for it too. Oh, well, I mean, we've got 6 mystique and 1 notoriety, so I suppose that's a nice little consolation prize, but man, what a bummer. I suppose I could try sending out like a Grail follower, but that's not going to save me in like 30 seconds. I need to find something else for the Glimmer. I think it's just going to have to die. Like, it's a shame, but that's just the nature of the problem. Okay. Do I want to do anything with the explore verb right now? Maybe buy some stuff from Orleans? Okay, sorry. First thing I want to do is make sure I still have a job at Glover and Glover. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. I need the talk verb to work with the... to get rid of the evidence. I need passion for the acquaintance, but we're not going to get the passion, so we're just going to lose this. So it is fine to send Slee out to search the city. And if I want, I can bring in an entry consultant. Now, there's actually a way that I can see this entry consultant working. I'm a little worried I don't have enough power. But I think I'm willing to give this a try. So this will buy their loyalty for now. And we have a Season of Ambition, so Old and Happy Far Off Things is going to be giving me a restlessness, as will the Season of Ambition. So I want to kind of keep mindful of what's coming up. Alright, so I've got the lesson learnt for erudition, unless so I think kind of as predicted we'll not be able to save this one. The worst thing I can do is actually try and juggle both of these. But that's exactly what I'm going to wind up doing. So this thing's lost. This thing's expiring first. It also costs less, but we don't actually have the passion yet. So, okay, we'll take our reason. We'll read whatever's to hand. The world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. I could not muster my passion to bring them into my circle. Perhaps another time. Well, the good news is we still got another mystique out of that. So again, that's just going to confuse the investigation against us. Incidentally, notice this is a very indirect way of dealing with the problem of evidence. Now, I'm still going to try and get rid of the evidence. It's just kind of nice to get that out of the way. And I did hire the swindler. So we'll talk to them and we will send them off to the evidence. Now, it may generate a notoriety, but again, we've got 7 Mystique right now, so it's less dangerous for me to be generating. Whoa, I screwed up. I should have brought someone into the cult before. Oh well, we'll take the dread. We'll just have to get rid of that. Let's do the Orchard of Lights again. There's that glimmer I needed. The sun is splendor. The hour who once ruled the Mansus was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menascate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be the end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. So we're gonna move this off to the side here. I'm still gonna keep going through the white door unless there's something I need to heal. There's really nothing else for me to work with here. Actually, I might get lucky. I can probably paint away the restlessness now that I think of it. That might be a nice way for me to get some glimmering too, or at the very least preserve some of the influences that I want. That's exactly how I'm going to do it, actually. Haha. Oh, no, I can't preserve the influence because then I wouldn't use restlessness as an input. All right, well, that was like half clever. Even in the waking hours, I have begun to see new colors. We do have a season of sickness coming up, so if I get a chance to get some vitality, I'll take it, but it's not as critical of a priority right now. So passion's back. So I'm probably going to get hit by one of these, but I'll get rid of the recently expiring restlessness, and then the other one will go into the talk verb when the time comes. But I think it'll probably still expire. I'm always the last to leave, even after the Elder Glover. So in this case here, I'm going to be running kind of close to the wire, but we should still be able to pull this off. So again, I want to be kind of careful about the timing, but I figure 2 25-second mystiques are not really going to be missed. And in this case, I will use the restlessness as an inspiration. So I've made it more likely this notoriety gets picked up, but we're safe for now. And we've got an entry consultant. I'm going to use that in the work slot when I can. Okay, is there something I can do with the explore verb that I wouldn't normally do? I'm just taking a second to review my options. I think it still makes sense for me to take care of Slee, but I mean, obviously buying books is always an option, but yes, in this case, we still try to trigger the erudition. And, you know, get whatever we can out of searching the city. Okay, I might have found somewhere unusual. Not as important, but we won't worry about spending money on paints. Well, I mean, I guess I can. I've got the money and it is a reputation-based one, so it's not as bad. Another Season of Suspicion coming up. That doesn't count because there's already a Season of Suspicion going, but good to keep an eye on that sort of stuff. Okay, it's possible we'll get a glimmering from the painting, so I think in this case, even though it sort of rubs me the wrong way, I think I'm going to keep the study verb open just in case. And we are going to send Slee back out to try and get another erudition. Finally, we're going to go to the Orchard of Lights. All right, so this one I kind of need to deal with, but I have options. Oh, beautiful. So we got a Course of the Heart, and that's because we used Heart. So again, Heart aspect because of health. Because we used health to go through the White Door, that actually wound up provoking a Course of the Heart. That's something I couldn't have asked for a better timing on that. The invisible arts, Christopher Lappley is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general are as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So we have an intensity of radiance. Now this is another high level influence, so level 6 lantern. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. This is actually the first time we've seen lantern influence, and so this will be useful in a unique way. In fact, so useful I might even be willing to let this drop to Dread. Yes, we will be fine. Fine dreaming it. Alright, another old unhappy far-off things. And my minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I am a little safer. So that's great news. That didn't generate notoriety, which is good. And so even if they do take the notoriety, there's no evidence to sort of blow me up. So that works. Now, I'm going to do something really weird here. In this case, I've got this restlessness, but here's... Oh, I don't have Slee, do I? Ugh! I'm going to wait 1.9 seconds to see if I can make this work. No, because they are going to hire professional muscle. So what I'll do now, I am going to get rid of this restlessness through recruitment. So we'll take Eau Claire. Again, in order to bring someone into the cult, we take the Mirror of Glory. We take our associate. And in this case, we just need to add the restlessness. We don't necessarily need the ceremony. So this one is ready. Just a reminder, Eau Claire has a scholarly aspect and a morbid streak. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Gotta be careful on my timings here, but competent work. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. But how much money did it make me? So we at least made the, yeah, we made the money for the paints back, and we did earn a little cash. So again, we're not the most talented painters, so I shouldn't get like too crazy about the fact that I'm not like earning ridiculous amounts painting. We did, however, get the ever important glimmering. So we'll have the 2 lessons learned. We'll be able to improve our passion. It basically, particularly for the vivid imagination. If you notice that when we're painting, we only have 2 slots available. As our imagination skill goes up, we're actually able to add more cards. So that can be more reputation, or that can mean more passion. Essentially, it's kind of our capacity for artistic expression is growing as, you know, we expand our imagination and we hone our craft. So that's actually something that's fairly desirable to level up. It's just because I'd been working at Glover and Glover so long that I wanted to take the opportunity to build up the reason. Because obviously I was running into problems with the ingredients being snatched out from under me. Now, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to hire the entry consultant again because they only got 67 seconds left, and this is a 70-second job. So curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. So a little unlucky for me there, but I'll work with the circumstances I've been given. The more important question is, do I want to do something to the entry consultant, or do I say, good job, we won't murder you for your efforts? All right, my own heart pumps more strongly today. So eventually this will go into the dream slot. And yet another restlessness to contend with. All right. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Eau Claire is quiet, meticulous, and remorseless. Okay. I want to see if this works, so I'm gonna hire the entry consultant again. So you can renew your the contract by paying them. Actually, I should have seen if I could just imprison them. That might have saved me the money. This illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. So again, we wait for the dream slot on that. And let's go... I need a minute to think. Erudition's better for me, so... Well, we got a glimmering anyway. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I'm closer to them. I recall in my dream there was the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds of the Mansus Edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other. And you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. So in this case, we've got the glimmering, not quite what I need right now, but not something I want to complain about either. Now we do have the vitality, so we'll take our affliction and get that cleared out right away. It's nice to go through the white door, but in this case, clearly healing up is more important. And let's see what's available. I still think I'm going to blow it with the entry consultant, to be honest, but we'll see. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So, I think I'm going to keep Slee around for a second here, and let's make the most of the opportunity. Actually, I'm going to get another... expedition. We still have Strathcoins, but there's a reason I'm avoiding Strathcoins right now. Oh, Season of Despair coming up, so I'm probably going to have to get rid of that Restlessness after all. Drat! I had so many good ideas. All right. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that that a window passes through. Sorry, I'm really eager to get these lessons learnt. So, feed my imagination, fiercer. Who desires but acts not, breeds pestilence. So again, I suspect this erudition's lost, but we'll see what we can pull off. Oh, you know what? There's no way we can get rid of that restless. Well, nope. I can do a Hail Mary painting. Yep. No, I can't because no. Yes, I can. I just can't do a traditional painting. You're kidding me. There we go. No, sorry, it's a consumption, not a magnet. Okay, yeah, this gets rid of my restlessness. It's an inefficient way of getting rid of the restlessness, but it does the trick. But then it's 60 seconds. Glover and Glover's gonna yell at me. I can't win. All right, well, that's fine. I have something I want to do with this entry consultant anyway, so I'll just beg for my job back after the fact. I'll have the passion for it. Now, another factor. So I'm going to take the Mirror of Glory. So remember I do have the option of using Restlessness, and honestly right now it's a consciousness of radiance, so I've let it decay pretty far. But in this case, we can still make some use out of it. So if I let this stand still, it'll become a fascination. There will be some ways we can deal with that, but there's something more interesting we can potentially do here. So if I take the Mirror of Glory, I'll add the Consciousness of Radiance. I will add Slee, and I can actually already promote them to a Disciple. There's another option that I have here. And what I could do here is I could say, okay, well, what if I take someone like Enid, and I add the Mantis Glimpse. Oh wait, really? I can already move her to a Disciple? What the heck? That can't be right. Oh, 7th intensity. Okay, so I don't think this is going to work because we can only take it up to 6. But yeah, previously this used to be a level 6 influence. And so in this case, we were potentially able to raise someone up to a higher level than what we would normally have. Unfortunately, time wasn't on my side here, so what I will do instead is I'll take the Mirror of Glory. I will take Slee, who's already got 2 Lantern. I'll take the Consciousness of Radiance, which brings it up to 4, and finally we'll add the Mantis Glimpse, which brings it up to 8. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. And just a reminder of Slee's current biography, a believer, Slee speaks earnestly of his theories to all who will listen, the stars as tiny wounds and the sun as a hemorrhage of glory. His poetry is more eccentric than ever. Sorry, that required a little bit of unpacking, but I know what I'm doing now. We'll lose the good job at Glover and Glover, but we won't be hit by the despair, and I will also be able to improve some of my abilities. Sick room goes close and stale. Time to get up. So in order to maybe try and save some of the erudition, nope, actually that's not going to help me, but we're still going to go through the white door and try to get more erudition. And we have got St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here once. Certainly there were a few too many amputations, but then there are individuals one would prefer not to walk the city streets. So the real question now is, what do I want to do with my explore verb? So Slee's currently being brought into the higher levels of the cult. So I think in this case, let's maybe take advantage of the extra occult scrap and see if we can get some more expeditions while we're waiting. Again, we're waiting for the Season of Suspicion to wrap up. We only have 2 Mystique right now, and we're not generating any more, so I will leave it be. All right, my desires grow in number. It may be that they will always outpace my actions. So here we go. We now have a wild imagination. And there's the extra passion to show for it. So the real question is, what do I want to do with the glimmering, and is there something I could try and do with the erudition? Honestly, we don't have a lot of really good options right now. I could, of course, also try translating the Lord Franklin Bancroft diaries, but it does feel to me like I should be trying to make the most of at least one of these like bits of progress. So for instance, I've got a lesson learned, which will expire down to a regular erudition, and currently I've got 3 glimmering to work with. Now, what I probably should do is I should pick a lane. I should either go for reason or I should go for passion, and I should pick one basically. And to be honest with you, like if I'm, as much as I want the erudition, the glimmering's actually in a better state. Because with 1 study of passion, I'm actually up to 2 lessons learned already. So with that in mind, I'm going to refactor some of my decisions, and I'm going to make sure that I try and get more glimmering rather than more erudition. So with that in mind, we will read sentimental literature. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. So again, we are having difficulty at work. This does open other possibilities for me. So I've finished a painting to the excitement of absolutely no one. No one but me. And as it happens, this gives me an extra glimmering, which just makes me all the happier to go down that path. So let's try the Rite of the Crucible Soul. We hired the entry consultant, and by God, we're going to use them. So we have our willing sacrifice. So we also choose our invocation and our instrument. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring in the Meravine Idol. This is going to be an effort to try and bring in a percussagant. And so the final thing that we can do is the Edge for the Invocation. And unfortunately, we didn't have what it takes. So I found a useful conjunction of aspects, but I need more power. To call forth this merry, ceaseless, merciless thing, I will need a significant intensity of heart, a little knock, and edge. So unfortunately, the Meravine Idol is not enough. Now, under other circumstances, what I could do would be to take something like the... come on. I could do the Waking Chant, and I could, add the instrument here, but unfortunately I don't have access to edge through that means. So unfortunately I just need to give it all up. So the intuition behind hiring the entry consultant for a sacrifice was good. Unfortunately, I just don't have the tools that I need to make it happen. I'm just trying to think if there's another way. Actually, there's one other thing I could try. I don't think it'll work, but so if I do Meravine, and maybe the Sexton Secret? Yeah, okay, so that's a high-intensity winter operation. Fair enough. I mean, it was worth a try, but in the end, it didn't work out. So this was kind of wasted money, but that's fine. It was definitely worth experimenting with. In this case, we will beg for a job back, and we'll invest the reason to make it happen. All right, sorry if you can just give me a second here. Sorry, folks. I may need to take a... Honestly, I may just need a second to take a break because I'm actually feeling really hungry. But if nothing else, I just need to give someone a quick reassurance. I basically got kind of a somewhat concerned message. I don't think they knew I was going to do this someone gave me a fairly concerned message that they hadn't heard from me. And like, I thought I'd let them know about this, but I just want to take a second here and assure them that I'm fine. So there we go. Yeah, I mean, I can. I was going to turn them into a prisoner anyway, but the problem is like, to what end do I gain that? So basically, the way I like thinking of this is that, like, I don't mind. So I guess I'll put it to you this way. It seems like I have a single-minded focus against waste, but sometimes it's actually okay to let stuff go. So I certainly have the talk verb available. So maybe for the benefit of those who don't know how this works, earlier on in the game, we actually saw that we can betray and imprison a follower. So I'll show you how you can do that. Promote a believer by invoking Lantern. He navigates. Now you are the map. He illuminates. You were the darkness. He is not compassionate. You will not show compassion. Our compass is knowledge, and our course is glory. Basically, we will collect and we'll see what Slee's new... So notice Slee is now a disciple, not a believer. Slee's headaches have become crippling, but his theories grow more practical by the day. His poetry is getting better too. Basically, let's think a little bit about what the consequences of these decisions would be. If I wanted to imprison any follower, it actually doesn't have to just be an entry consultant, but we could go and take temporary headquarters. So in this case, there's the cupboard, place a follower in here to convert them permanently into a prisoner. So what we would do here is take the entry consultant. This one must serve another purpose now. Into the cupboard they go. So this is a way you can permanently take advantage of the entry consultant, although you can't let them out, so they're probably not very good at entry. Also, I suppose there's a question about whether or not you want somebody who's good at locks locked up in your headquarters on the chance that they get out and deal with you. But that doesn't happen in this game, incidentally. Now, unless this is changed inside the game, one of the consequences of betraying the hired followers, or the hired goons, is that you will get a notoriety for imprisoning them. So like, I definitely have done this in the past. Like, hiring people is a wonderful way to get this big stream of people to sacrifice to things like the spider door and all that. But the cost is that doing so generates a notoriety. Now, remember that we kind of moved heaven and earth to get around the fact that there was some evidence and some notoriety that was expiring, and we're just at the edge of the season of suspicion. So the big problem with that approach right now is that if I betray the follower at this moment, I'm going to get a notoriety at exactly the moment that I'm about to get off scot-free from the suppression bureau. And sometimes it's worth it, right? Like, sometimes you're able to hire a swindler, or you're able to use one of your own moth followers to deal with the evidence. Like, evidence is not the end of the world, right? Victory is the end of the world. But in this case here, you kind of need to sit down and say, it's like, okay, so what benefit am I getting by creating this inconvenience of evidence, which is going to sort of hover over my decision to go on expeditions or hire other, have to hire a moth swindler and so on and so forth. And basically, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to preserve the entry consultant long enough that I either get a higher level heart instrument, or that I get an edge instrument or something sort of equivalent in order to be able to make the Rite of the Crucible Soul work. It's like, is that necessary? Well, I mean, maybe, but when you consider the time that it would take in order to get those items, it's also possible that I'll get another rite that maybe works a little bit better for me. Or it's also possible that I'll have some other source of knock. Ultimately, that particular approach, in this case, is kind of creating a massive inconvenience, which I've already dedicated quite a few resources to avoiding. So I don't want to try and fall into some kind of sunk cost fallacy here, but like, obviously I cared enough about avoiding the notoriety from being picked up that I would do things like paint and generate mystique. And so to sort of throw that all away in order to have the option of using the entry consultant in the Rite of the Crucible Soul at some indeterminate future, and of course keeping in mind that indeterminate future is pulled out a little bit further because I don't want to be generating further notoriety by going on the expeditions, because there's evidence against me. It's just one of these situations where, given how I know how I tend to play the game, it's a little too much cost in exchange for something that I haven't really been able to realize the benefit of right now, and I'm sort of okay, dealing with, going without. So that's a really, really long explanation in terms of why I'm not doing it that way. But hopefully, again, for those of you interested in the game, like, this will give you an idea in terms of flexibility. I am something of a conservative player, but what EXP is sort of suggested here is it's definitely not a bad suggestion. It's just one that doesn't necessarily work for me in my particular set of preferences or circumstances. But I guess I do have the question about what do I want to do with the talk verb right now. I guess I said I was going to be trying to get some, well, let's talk about the Megalesian incantation. So we haven't seen this yet, but there is actually a glimmering event that happens as well. So remember, the light in the skull will give us erudition, and because we're focusing on glimmering now, I want to be trying to generate as much glimmering as I can with as little effort as possible. And so, again, you wouldn't know this on a first playthrough, but because I've played the game before, I happen to know that Grail is the one that winds up generating glimmering. As it happens, Moth can also do this, but I'm not going to get into the complexities of Moth, because Moth also will generate old, unhappy, far-off things, which gives us restlessness, and restlessness can turn into dread, and I don't want to have dread. So in this case, I'm going to go for Grail because it's simpler to deal with. And in the end, if I'm going to be talking about lore, Wood Whisper or Megalesian Incantation, both of them are the same level. One will sometimes generate restlessness, sometimes generate glimmering, or I have another one which will always generate glimmering when its event triggers. So to me, it makes more sense to be talking about Grail right now. But if you're an adventurous sort, and again, we've seen how restlessness can actually be helpful in some cases. There are some situations where you can justify the choice. So we haven't run into any of the dangers yet, but I think in this case I'll go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight and we'll see if anything nasty happens. Ooh, if I had something that could take knock influence, that would have been really good. Last night, in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you will join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. So as before, basically, unless I have some kind of a sickness to deal with, there's enough that I get from the white door that I'm happy to just keep kind of spamming it with the health. Sometimes I'm going to need to deal with sickness. Sometimes I'm going to have to deal with other problems. And one of the big things I'm worried about is the Season of Visions. But we do have a fleeting reminiscence. We have some ways of dealing with that. So I also begged for my job back, and I'm not actually dedicating myself to it. So let's try and get our senior position back. This time we'll let the junior Glover know we really mean it. Okay, and the Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot, tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto, in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. Okay, I think we will go back to the occult scrap. We're actually starting to run out, so I might have left the woods a little too early. We'll see. I was hoping to do some more expeditions, but again, I kind of roll with the punches, and we are making a little more progress on some of our goals, so I don't feel too bad about where we're at. At the very least, we've kind of gone through an expedition, and we're close to getting some summonings done. It just so happens that the particular circumstances I ran into weren't quite in line with what I wanted to do. All right, I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So we've used up all the passion. That actually surprises me a little bit, but let's go study. We'll take the glimmering that's about to expire. Again, the priority is always to take whatever is... Wait, did I read that right? 116, 126? So for some reason... No, I must be misreading it. Anyways, obviously we want to try and preserve what we can for the lessons learned. And again, we need 3 for the imagination. And assuming that the Perils of Renown don't... assuming I don't have a sudden notoriety that pops up, I should be in good shape. An acquaintance, come with me. So that'll generate a mystique that might actually extend the season of suspicion, but I can live with that. Back to the Sage Knight. Ooh, this is a neat one. Last night, I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher, but their folly is your fortune. I'll tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. So again, this is one of these just neat ideas. And again, it's not like there's something really deep being said here, but in this case, you have okay, it's a little silly. The examples that I always give comparisons in terms of Cultist Simulator 4 wind up being very silly, but I'm going to assume that most people are probably reasonably broad in their interests. So when you think of some of the stuff that is going on in Cultist Simulator, you actually have a fairly decent mapping to John Wick, right? There's the secret currency that you can get, the special services from from this bigger world that is not available. It's kind of hiding in plain sight. But obviously you need to be in the know. You need to be invited to that special world to know what's going on. You need to have done something significant, or somebody needs to owe you in such a way that you've been kind of granted this entry to it. So again, the idea of the special coins, I mean, again, it's not like that's exclusive to John Wick. But I think one of the things that made that first film work so well, and again, sorry, I'm going to need to pause for a bit of water. All right. I think one of the things that made that first film work so well is that you were given just enough of a glimpse on this much more interesting world, and there was a lot sort of left to your imagination, or there was a lot that was implied. And while I don't dislike the subsequent films, I actually think that sometimes there was some interesting stuff that they did, but I sometimes think as a whole, the sequels tended to show a little bit too much of that secret world, and all of a sudden it wasn't quite as interesting. So in the case of Cultist Simulator, I kind of like these little ideas here. And again, this is sort of how the two are related. So we now know that the Suppression Bureau, that this organization that has at least one hunter sort of chasing me down and looking for evidence of my activities, we know that they are at least knowledgeable enough of the Mansis and sort of the people there, that they will know who to talk to and try to sort of get information from. But apparently they are sort of unaware enough of how they are sort of perceived and sort of the grudges that might be held against them, that they'll make the mistake of maybe giving away a little too much information. And so in the case here, Teresa Gallagher, holding a grudge of what the Suppression Bureau did to Christopher Alopoli, she winds up saying is like, oh, I got a little detail for you. And so in this case, we have a favor from authority. And in this case, I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. This will preserve you or a follower from imprisonment, but it cannot be relied on. So I've only really needed to use this once. You'll notice that it's got a 300-second timer, so sometimes, it'll run out before you have use for it. But it does mean it when it says it cannot be relied on, and it's not just referring to the 300-second counter. Essentially what happens is if someone's in the dock, basically, if you've got enough evidence against you for a case to be brought against you or a follower, the favor from authority can be used, and it will give you a chance to prevent the imprisonment, but there is the possibility that it fails, and in that case, the event proceeds as it normally does. But anyways, so I'll be honest with you, like, I'm never too excited when I get this one. Like, sometimes it's helpful circumstantially. I know where to go if I need one, but if I get it outside of that need, I'm not gonna. I guess I'm not gonna worry too much about it if in normal circumstances. So. Yeah, but again, it's just kind of this idea, again, of secret. It's okay. I'll put it to you this way: it's not just that the secret world exists; it's the fact that I am one of many people experiencing it, and that I'll find people who are like me, and I will save them, or at least help them along. I'll run into people far more familiar and experienced, and they'll give me a hand. Or I'll maybe run into some people who are maybe a bit indifferent about me, but I am able to interact with them and get something. It's just this idea that there's a little bit more commerce going on inside of this world, and that there's kind of a whole lot of things that maybe I'll never directly know or even understand, but I know it's there. And I just think there's something kind of exciting about some of these settings to sort of have this... this idea that there's maybe something more, like the world is basically not on hold for you to kind of get your act together. Like if there's kind of this implication that there are lots of people who have the same knowledge that you do, probably even know even more, and you're just another one of these people walking through, and you distinguish yourself by being able to achieve and do things in this world. That basically that world does not exist for you just solely to plunder it of secrets or anything like that. I think that's one of the reasons why this game sort of has the impact that it does when you read certain passages. So with that in mind, let's get some more passages by going back through the White Door. Alright, so we've got the Forgotten Mithraeum. We only have one more occult scrap, so I may need to dig up some more. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift the clues out of history and rumor. And the younger Glover has taken me out for lunch at his club. I am able to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return he will give me a little more of the money I earn for his father. So we're doing all right cash-wise. I'm short on reason, but that's because I had to put a lot of myself into getting my old job back. But yeah, 70 seconds at Glover and Glover, and we're back in the money. And the Glimmering's just crossing over into staleness, so I'm going to have to trigger that again, sadly. Alright, there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So that's our first lesson learned. I'm going to need one more Glimmering from somewhere, so either talking about Grail lore, or eventually maybe trying to get Saliba to go explore the city a bit. Either one of these are going to give me what I need, but I just need one more Glimmering. Even a painting, I guess, will help me out. My own heart pumps more strongly today. One thing that is kind of interesting about Glover and Glover is that because it is lantern work, there is the possibility of, it does have the possibility that, oh my god, I generated another mistake. Alright, well, we can live with it. I still want to talk about the Mega Legion incantation just because I do want to try and trigger that glimmering. But yeah, because you use reason, there's always the chance that you get a light in the skull and you get the erudition. And I've always kind of felt like for me... Oh, good. They didn't get the Evan. Okay, we're fine. Let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight again. Hey, Forgotten Chronicle. Last night, I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story I heard in my Karashim days. You're welcome to it. Only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. So we'll take the Forgotten Chronicle. We'll add that there. Eventually I'll follow up on the Forgotten Chronicle, but again, I need to swell my ranks a little bit more before I worry too much about those kinds of details. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansis. Oh, cool. Okay. So here's a little tip in terms of trying to figure out how many of a scrap that you... Well, it's not like figure out how many of a scrap, but basically the idea of whether or not you need any more secret histories. So there's a convention that this game has. Some cards are unique and some cards are not. Now I trust you all to kind of know what unique means, but I'm still going to explain it for the game just for the sake of exposition. So as it says, unique can only exist once. And basically if you kind of see this sort of bluish gradient on the card, that basically means that if for whatever reason another card of the same type appears on the desk, the old one will go away. So if for whatever reason another Oriflammes appears, this one will burn up, and the one that's, wherever I put it on the desk, that's going to become the main Oriflammes. And then if you see sort of the white text, that means that the card is not unique. So makes sense that like Reason and Passion, you can have multiple copies of that. And in the case of, the followers, I've always kind of felt, so I've never really seen a situation where more than one follower exists, but I've always felt because you can level them up, that's one of the reasons why they work this way. I could be wrong, but that may be what's going on there. But in the case of every kind of location that you can go to, so right now we've been looking for expeditions in the capital, it's true that there's basically a unique kind of vault. There's a series of unique vaults, and then the last vault that you can get is a repeatable one. So in this case, the Forsaken Reach. Usually it's kind of a more generic description, so something like Strathcoyne's Residence, St. Agnes Hospital, the Congregation of St. Felix of Shuren. Like, these are specific places that, if you were to ask someone, like, I guess it's a difference, like, where's the closest McDonald's? Well, obviously the nature of the question implies there may be more than one. But like, where's the Foolish Chicken? I mean, that's, so far as I can tell, is not like a franchise. So far as I can tell, that is one place. And I mean, the in the title kind of implies that. The article sort of implies the uniqueness. So in this case here, if you're, just as a visual cue, if you see the white block, it basically means you're done. If you want to do one of everything in an expedition, you're done once you see the white. Although there can be reasons why you want to keep redoing this particular one. And as it says here, you found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can find and visit the Reach several times. So if you have occult scraps and you keep exploring with them, you'll just keep getting the Forgotten Reach, and you're certainly able to do expeditions there. I, on the other hand, want to focus on getting my Glimmering. So I'm going to take Saliba, and I'm going to get him to search the city. And the reason I'm doing this for Saliba is I want to, I basically want to try and get the Grail event to pop up so I can get the Glimmering. We'll see whether or not it works, though. I'm also about half away from 11 hours of broadcasting, so I think once I hit 11 hours, I'm going to try and take a small break. And this is mostly, I want a few minutes to make some tea. Like, that'll really help my voice. I don't actually think I have enough in the place to do something resembling a dinner, but I have some oranges, so if I can like just peel an orange so that I can, you know, just have a little snack, I should be able to get a couple more hours in, because it seems like there's still interest in this. So, and I'm happy to try and we'll see if we can summon something. Okay, do I want to go back to Glover and Glover, or do I want to try? You know what? 57 seconds. It's close, but I may regret doing this, but... And let's use this glimmering as inspiration. The mood piece is called I Am So Inspired. And actually, while I'm at it, let's just grab the passion here and read sentimental literature, so that way I know I'm on my way to the third. Alright, found somewhere unusual. We'll provoke Saliba again. At this point, it's really not... this is a little overkill, but given the fact that the last couple of times we've leveled up a skill, it makes as much sense to me, I think, to just prepare for the move up to the fourth one. We got most of the lore now, so we should be able to move things up. I won't pay for the paints because I don't think this will be as profitable, but we'll see where it goes. I'm also kind of ignoring Street Strange by Moonlight just because I have other things to do with the Explore verb. Again, we're trying to provoke Saliba's, or specifically Grail, as many times as we can in order to try and get that glimmering. Let's go to the Orchard of Lights this time. All right. So let's see if we can make the most of this opportunity. 46 seconds, so yes, we will be able to do something with it. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed, the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night, I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So, take the intensity of radiance. I'm going to try and use that in a to upgrade a member of the cult. And we will do another dream with the white door. So if we want, we can hire another moth hireling, but I don't see a lot of value in that, so we'll just hold off. And a couple seconds left at Glover and Glover, so I'm going to want to be quick on the pause menu. Or not menu, but pause button. Recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. Okay, so a bunch of mystique. Now, this isn't always desirable. Sometimes you do just want to, keep a low profile and let the season of suspicion roll by. But generally, I'm okay having something for the weary detective to kind of snoop with. But of course, our goal now is one, not to lose our job. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. And then we will take the study verb, we'll combine the glimmering, and level up our imagination. I passed the time. I have passed the time. I have been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. Okay. The Tigers of Wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. I've spent time studying what I've learnt. I could work towards increasing my passion. So in this case, 60 seconds, we'll combine the three, and then we'll put that into the wild imagination to level it up. And again, we've got a leftover glimmering here. So the trap that I ran into with the erudition was that I wound up trying to level up the glimmering at the same time, and so I was pursuing sort of two goals at the same time, and I just simply don't have the bandwidth at this level to be able to handle it. So in this case, passion was sort of running ahead, and so as a result, we are pursuing that first. It's not necessary, like, it didn't have to be that way. There were other possibilities, but in this case here, I figured we'll take whatever we were ahead on. And again, we'll do the same action with Saliba, although he seems to have vanished. What gives? Oh, it's because Saliba's investigating, right? Sorry, we were talking about esoteric matters. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. I still don't have a romantic interest in this game, so I haven't been taking advantage of the Season of Ardors, but we'll see if we can find somebody. Lodge of the Sage Knight. Cool, we got the Glimmering. Alright. I recall my dream. This was the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansis edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough, but we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I will give you a tiny gift. Okay, let's do, just trying to think for exploring. I'm already working on the lesson learned. There is a side of me that does want to buy books again, but let's keep on the path that I've been doing, which in this case is to try and generate sort of incidental glimmering as much as possible. We'll have plenty of money, we'll have plenty of opportunities to buy up the books. So in this case, we'll focus on glimmering, even if it means sometimes there's uninteresting things that come up. So if we had evidence, this would be a time I would hire the experienced swindler, but it doesn't really get me a whole lot. We already had that experience where we weren't quite in a position to sacrifice a follower yet, or a hireling yet, so... Oh, I messed up with the Consciousness of Radiance. That's what I was missing. Oh well, I mean, it's done now. This will turn into Fascination if I'm not careful. But we'll just get rid of it in the next recruitment. It's just I had a chance to make this something a little more. Okay. Let's move up our passion. Be my imagination fiercest. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. I'm always the last to go, even after the eldest Glover. So, back to reason. And we've got some vitality if a season of sickness comes by, but I'm not too worried about that, to be honest. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up, so I want to make sure that I don't generate any notoriety, but I'm not going to be taking any actions that generate that. And I'm sorry for not reading some of these descriptions early on. It's just we've gone through a number of these a couple of times already, so I figured I'd sort of set them aside and we try to make a little more progress. So I normally try the Orchard of Lights in hopes of getting another high value lantern intensity, but in this case, if I do that, I'm still going to have to try and get rid of the fascination. So we'll go to the regular Lodge of the Sage Knight here, and we've got another fascination. So last night in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher in the Mansis long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. So this is 2 fascination. Now remember, we said earlier that if you get a Season of Visions and you have 3 fascination and do not get rid of and do not find a way of sort of tranquilizing it, that is a game over. So that's the same as if you have a Season of Despair and 3 Dread and you don't have Contentment to drive it down. Or another kind of similar failure would be if you have some kind of sickness or something that needs to consume health and there's no health available. That is another situation where you get a game over. Actually, I'm just going to take a second here. I'm not necessarily going to pursue a particular kind of ending. but I am slightly interested in what I'm just going to take a look at my achievements because I am curious. I know there's a few a few basic ones that I haven't gotten yet. So I don't have bars across the sun where I am imprisoned. I'm trying to avoid some of the more spoilery ones. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so most of the other ones I've actually already got. Cool. So I was just trying to think, like, is there a benefit for me to, like, throw this, to throw this particular playthrough in favor of getting one of my minor achievements finally? But no, there is no benefit to doing that, so... Although if you guys want to see one of the smaller endings, I'm happy to show that, but we'll save that for the very end of the broadcast. I think if I were to run into an ending now, I should probably think about, I'd probably call it then. But we're nowhere near that spot yet. So I don't have a Season of Visions coming up, so the fascination is not yet a major threat. But my feeling is that if you have more than one fascination on the table, you probably want to start dealing with it. Now, in the old version of Cultist Simulator, it used to be that the only way you could get rid of fascination directly, like as in the I have a fascination card and I want a card to cancel it out, rather than consuming it as part of a right, for instance. It used to be that you would need Dread to do that, which means that if you had a Season of Despair and then you had fascination on the table, you really didn't have a way of getting rid of that. The game has changed since then. In fact, I'd probably say before I got kind of a certain degree of mastery over this game, I would say that the most likely involuntary ending that I would experience would be the fascination one. It was definitely very hard for me to get a handle of it. So, mind you, some of the mitigation tools, like, being able to use it in terms of recruitment and such, these are definitely some tips that I learned in order to try and get a handle on my fascination. But I'll definitely say that one change that they made that I think made fascination a little less frightening is that in addition to Dread, you can now get rid of fascination with a fleeting reminiscence. So you can dream about it. The doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even Dread has its uses. So in this case, Gray Reality will steady my soul. So normally it's Aspect Dread, but as you can see here, there's also Aspect Fleeting Reminiscence, which we can put right here. And Fleeting Reminiscence definitely comes up rather often. And to be honest, Fleeting Reminiscence had some uses, but it maybe wasn't, I didn't use it as often as some of the other things that come up in the game. So overall, I think this change is a good one, although I definitely found, like, I basically stopped losing the game at a certain point. But I think that's also intent. Like, if you've got hundreds of hours in the game, maybe you don't want to have surprise losses, because obviously this game can take a really long time to get where you want to go. So having unexpected losses, if you sort of know what's coming up, may not be the most pleasant. Anyways, I've got my fevered imagination now. Phantoms ride my waking mind. Use this with 4 lessons learnt to gain more passion. Now, I've got 56 seconds left on this one, so I pretty much am committed to building at least 1 lesson learnt. But let's just take a look what it's going to take to get an even higher level. So we need 4 lessons learnt. I've got 2 in the bag, and then we need to find a way of generating basically 3 more glimmering total. Now, I gotta admit, that's a tall order. I'm not entirely convinced that I'm going to be able to pull that off. But we should try. I don't think buying books is the right way to go. I do think still using Saliba is probably how I want to handle this. But I'm just trying to think if there's anything I could do to try and get some more glimmering. Like Streets Strange by Moonlight may actually wind up giving me glimmering. But does it give me more glimmering than the chance of running with Saliba when searching the city? I don't think so. All right. Back to Glover and Glover. Curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. So I think this is a hulking fellow. Yeah, I get the job done. We don't need to kill anybody, so I'm happy. There it is! All right. So this is the event that I was trying to trigger. The place behind desire. Is there something to be learnt from the satisfaction of desire? And in that case, that will help generate a glimmering, which means I've got my second lesson learnt. So we've got, third lesson learnt. So we've got one being generated now. We can generate a second one. We're also going to get a third one, but of course we need 4. Now there's a possibility if you go to Glover and Glover, you can actually get a book of poetry, and that will give you a lesson learnt as well. Question is that the sort of thing that I want to do, or do I want maybe something guaranteed like running with the passion? We'll see. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of up in the air about it. So maybe I'll consider the option. Let's see. We did find another hanger-on. I'm not really worrying about hangers-on too much. We can recruit them at the very end. If I can get my named characters, though, that at least give me sort of a floor for my expeditions. And again, remembering that we only need Fascination's Moth. I keep forgetting that. So we will bring Clovette into the Mirror of Glory. We're going to adjust things a little bit. So we'll take Fascination are the trappings. Now again, remember, even in rituals, you can actually add irrelevant aspects. That's fine. What you need to satisfy the conditions of a recipe. If you have extras, sometimes it'll spit it out. If it's something more tangible, if it's an influence, it'll usually consume it. Definitely for recruitment, it'll consume it. So in this case, we'll talk to Clovette. Clovette is happy in a way that brooks no counter-argument to happiness. And so finally, I need some lantern, and we've got that through the Watchman's Secret. So this one is ready. Okay, Season of Sickness. This probably is going to... We're probably going to lose the vitality. No, we'll definitely lose the vitality. So we will keep going back through the... Whoa, wrong one. We'll keep going back through the Stag Door. The best we can hope for is the Course of the Heart, but there is actually an event that will help us out with our vitality as well. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, and watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansis. And there is that glimmering we were looking for, so makes me happy. And a dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. All right. So, just thinking about what I want to do with the talk verb. We've neutralized the threat from the fascination. I always have the option of recruiting someone. Or I could continue to talk about Grail lore, because that has worked for me in the past. And if nothing else, we get another Mystique and a follower to work with. We have enough reason that I don't need to worry about losing my job at Glover and Glover. The one other thing I might consider... Oh, yeah, you know what? If I was looking for glimmering and erudition, it actually would have made a lot of sense for me to talk to Ibn Aladim, Count Jannings, and Madame Bichet for commissions. It's a little hard because I need to wait at Glover and Glover to kind of get the right... Yeah, no, I think the path that I'm on right now makes the most sense. So let's keep doing the Megalesian incantation. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And feed my imagination. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So we're going to let the kind of lesson learned hang around here. I'm going to focus instead on my passion. So if I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. And the idea here is just to maximize the amount of glimmering that's made before we start leveling up to lessons learned. I basically level up to lessons learned to avoid losing a glimmering, but it's always sort of a last resort. Again, we will search the city. I definitely think I mishandled the glimmering, because again, I could have got glimmering in erudition by doing commissions. I also could have got glimmering in erudition by getting books at Moorlands, but we'll remember that when we want to pursue erudition. So it's still not the end of the world. And I will go back to Glover and Glover right away just to keep me employed. We have a restlessness coming up, so I'll need to get a recruitment done. And Sliba is continuing to search the city, and again, this is just to provoke the place behind desire event. I realize I'm going quickly, but it's just because I'm trying to capitalize on something we already have. Now, I'm trying to remember what I told myself about this region. So, the Orchard of Lights has the same threat of fascination, but it may give me a lantern influence at level 6, which means I can move Slee up to a higher level, which is good. I believe it has a heart influence, which can eventually turn into vitality, which also helps me. I don't remember if it gives a glimmering, come to think of it, but it's clear I can get a glimmering from the Lodge of the Sage Knight. I think I'm going to try the Orchard of Lights, though. Cool. Okay, pulsing airs. So this is going to take a while, but at least that's the... I guess that's the heart spoken for. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. All right, back to the White Door. And again, we're doing this just to be able to get stuff like the pulsing airs or the lantern or basically all the different influences. All right, another bomb maker. I'm not, I don't need a forge follower, and they didn't really do too good of a job with Alden, so I think we'll maybe pass on the services. Of course, it's another reason. I passed the time, and I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So I just wanted a counting of my... Okay, so this thing's got 235 seconds left. We've got 4, 5... Oh, no! I wasn't thinking. I can paint to save this, though. In fact, I should have been painting earlier, because that's a great way to generate glimmering. Okay, I can still save the glimmering here, but man, I'm an idiot. So basically, I had 3 cards which had just crossed over the 60-second mark, so I needed to turn them into a lesson learned. And had I done it early, I would have been able to preserve all of them. Now I need to do something special to be sure that I can preserve this glimmering. And even then, it may not work out. But we'll do our best. So I got to be kind of quick on the draw with the job, though. Full 60 seconds. How do you like that? Okay, so now may not be a bad time. I kind of need to appreciate that we've had sort of this progression of, you know, really basic concepts to some more intermediate ones. And now you'll notice that I'm trying to build together some fairly complicated maneuvers. And this is just kind of because at the moment I'm taking some of these verbs for granted. Now, again, I do not think it is the same, 1,400 viewers that have been watching the whole evening. I mean, God help you if you've been here for 11 hours. So if I'm going too fast on something, or if there is something that isn't clear, and believe me, I completely understand that for some of you, the answer is none of it makes sense. don't be afraid to talk in chat. I know it's unusual to do that. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that if you are watching in your Steam browser, one of the ways that you can participate in chat is in the bottom right-hand corner. There's a button that says show chat, and it will show you, it should show you the history of the chat, but if nothing else, it'll give you a box that you can enter the question into. But basically, if I don't really care if I've covered something before. If there's something you don't understand about this game and it will help you decide, particularly a purchase decision, but honestly, just if you want to enjoy watching the show even more, I do not mind repeating myself. I'm at the point here where there's probably just as many people who don't necessarily know what happened earlier on in the broadcast as currently do. So, again, I'll put that out there. It's my responsibility to kind of keep talking and keep the show going. But I just want to make sure that people, if you want, please do not feel that there are dumb questions here. This is a fairly unique and niche game. I think it's a wonderful game. I like it a lot, and I think there's a lot to do inside of it. But I am also starting to talk at a higher level than I can. And that's because I'm kind of assuming that people, particularly for the YouTube archive of this, that some people are going to kind of already know what's going on, and so we'll be working together a fairly complicated set of maneuvers. So, for example, what are we trying to do here? Well, right now we have a fevered imagination. Phantoms ride my waking mind. Use this with 4 lessons learnt to gain more passion. So we've got 1 lessons learnt right now. We're building another lessons learnt here. I've got a glimmering which is expiring in 20.5 seconds, and that's shorter than when I'm going to get my study verb available. We have another one that's expiring in 73 seconds, and again, I only have 200 seconds left with this thing. So I've got some fairly tight deadlines, and again, we've got 1 lesson learned, 2 lesson learned, potentially 3 if I can preserve this one. I still need 1 more glimmering in order to get the 4th. So the way that I'm going to do it is this. First of all, I need to think about how I can preserve the life of this glimmering. And one way I can do that is by painting. And I can use this glimmering as the influence. So this can be the inspiration for the painting. So that's going to preserve it long enough. That's going to preserve it for the duration of the painting. Next step is when I paint, one of the side effects of painting is that it can generate glimmering on its own. So in that case, there's this nice sort of virtuous cycle of the fact that not only am I getting the life of the glimmering extended, but there is the possibility that the creative act itself is producing some positive side effects, that I'm getting more glimmerings. And this is why I said I should have been painting earlier, because if I was painting earlier, I would have had probably more than enough glimmering. I'd already have what I need by now. But again, I can't go back in time, so I'll just accept what I've got here. And so finally, well, the question is I haven't fully mapped out when everything's going to be expiring, so it's possible that I may need to restore this glimmering here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to see the state of play after I do the painting, because after I do the painting, I'm going to have an exact idea of whether or not I have everything I need to be able to produce these lessons learned. So I have a feeling, though, that I'm probably going to have to restore this one because we've got about 3 minutes left. It's slightly more than 3 minutes, but it's better to round down on these things just because, not all the verbs kind of line up in the timings that you want. So with that in mind, what I'm banking on here is that painting takes less than 60 seconds, and I am fairly certain that it does, but I'm not 100%. So I could be in for a disappointment. So add the Mystique. It is going to be used in the season of Suspicion, but I figure I'll try and make a little money doing this. Also, it prevents me from using up all my passion, which is kind of important given that I might want to use this passion in generating another glimmering. Next, we use our inspiration. Now again, this glimmering is also going to be ticking down, so I may want to make sure that I have all my options available. Again, this is just a question in terms of how I can think through my my approach. Now, I do have a restlessness coming up, but in this case, I'm going to take my do I want to take my chances with the Orchard of Lights? Nope, I'm going to do the Lodge of the Sage Knight, because we have gotten a glimmering there before, and we got a Forgotten Chronicle, so not the end of the world. Oh, cool. Got a Course of the Heart, And again, just a reminder, that's because we are using health each time we go to the white door. Health has heart, and you do it enough times, you get the Course of the Heart event, which will give me a vitality in 30 seconds. So that's faster than the Trembling Airs. The white door opens. Last night, I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need my eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story I heard in my Carisham days. You're welcome to it, only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. So we're slowly working on the Forgotten Chronicles. Now, just a reminder here that these are locations in the continent as opposed to the Shires or in the capital. These are sort of higher quality expeditions. But they are also more challenging expeditions, which is one of the reasons I want to work on trying to get as many followers as I can into the organization. So it does take 60 seconds to go through the white door, but honestly, we'll have the vitality one way or the other. So I figure we might as well go for broke. And we'll just let everything else sort of run by. Okay, so the question is, do I want to keep using Saliba? In this case, I think I'm comfortable enough letting, not provoking the satisfaction of desires. So now we'll start going to Moorlands and paying some of that money that we've saved working for Glover and Glover. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. I want to be a little careful on the timing of things because we do need to make sure we show up to work more or less right away. 50 seconds left on the glimmering here, so I'm going to need to have a game plan in terms of how I handle this. And a peculiar rumor. Now, under normal circumstances, I would want to follow through, but we do have a season of suspicion, so that's not available to me, and that mystique's going to get picked up. So now we're going to recruit someone using the Restlessness. This is one of the reasons why I didn't wind up going to the Orchard of Lights, because as much as I would like the Lantern influence, and maybe I would have gotten it, I wouldn't have been able to use it without the Restlessness turning into a Dread. Now, as it turns out, it was a Season of Vision, so maybe that wouldn't have been a big deal, but I didn't know that at the time, so I figure I might as well get rid of the threat that I know is on the board. So we take the Mirror of Glory, we do another recruitment, we'll bring Leo in this time. Leo is an earnest sort with an interest in the occult. He hangs on your hints about the invisible arts. And this one is ready. So 30 seconds, we'll see what happens. And there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So 300 seconds on this lesson learned. Now, under certain circumstances, I would say maybe we just go and we use the study verb, we put a passion in there, and we generate another glimmering. Fair enough, but then we need to remember why did we do this painting in the first place? We did this painting because there is a 20-second duration glimmering, and there's now a 46-second duration glimmering. So if I do a 60-second action with the study verb, it means I now lose 2 glimmerings. My net is -1 glimmering. So in this case, we wait. My obsession usually is to always have the counters working down, and so I actually need to openly state my intention in those cases, because I have a very strong tendency to sort of do that sort of kind of those knuckleheaded moves. All right, so we've got the Viennese Conundra. Now, I was kind of hoping that we'd get something like a book of poetry, but I can work with this. Nico van Driel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She produces peculiar connections between these activities. Maybe I should try quarter next time. All right, back to Moorlands. Again, not a whole lot I want to do with the Explore verb right now, except get the remaining books that I haven't been working with already. We're not going to pay for paint. Well, yeah, why not? We're reasonably flush with cash, so if it's a chance for me to It doesn't even make sense to say reasonably flush with cash. That sounds kind of silly. Anyways, we're doing all right, so maybe we can earn a little money. Okay, again, gotta hit the space as quickly as I can. So 16 seconds left on the glimmering to go alongside the everything else that's expiring. Looking good glimmering wise. Oh, come on. All right, we're going to impose order right now. There we go. Oh, now I gotta deal with the second row. I might say too much effort on that. I can just tab it into a stack next time. That's fine. Let's go back to Glover and Glover before they fire me. So we'll start there. I've got 3.5 seconds before we cure up the vitality, but most importantly, let's preserve the glimmering that I wanted to. So 60 seconds with the lesson learned. So we've got 1 lesson learned here, 2 lessons learned here, 3rd being generated, the 4th is generated with these 2. So 60 seconds to run by, 60 seconds to run by. We've got 20 seconds left on the lesson learned. So I want to be careful on the space bar, but we do not need to generate any reserve glimmering. We're good. We basically don't need to do all hands on deck anymore in terms of generating glimmering, unless I do something to interrupt this study verb. So we're good. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Leo is an earnest sort, but he's prepared to do what he must. So I will impose some order as far as the cult is concerned, but right now we'll just work with what we've been given. Now, next question is, what do I want to do as far as the talk verb is concerned? So I have a few options here. I could try and get some commissions from Dr. Ibn al-Adim, Count Jannings, Madame Bichet. We could finally talk with Poppy or Sulachana. But the catch with these is if I want to try and do things like commissions, I am probably going to wind up getting fired from, or at least demoted at Glover and Glover again, because it takes a certain amount of time to write a commission, and that winds up being exactly the length that Glover and Glover gives me in order to be able to, like, be away from work. So unless I can find a way of delaying things at Glover and Glover, I either need to take the lower level job, basically I can't be in the current job that I'm in, and that might imply moving up, or that might imply moving down. So that's maybe not the most exciting use of the talk verb right now, because I'm ultimately just giving myself a task that I can't perform. So what's another option that I can do? Well, I can always talk about the Mirror of Glory, and I can just bring in Violet, Sylvia, and Rhaenyra. That's totally fine, because again, I just use the Watchman's Secret, I bring them in. I don't actually need to wait for influence. It just has been convenient for me to do so lately. So if I'm in a rush to bring people into the cult, that's a perfectly viable option. I know we're missing at least 2 other people, because there are 3 Lantern followers and we only have 1 right now. Yeah. So Pope Clifton and Cat Caro, and Pope Clifton's a lot of fun to read. What else? What else would I want to do with my talk verb? Well, I could talk about the esoteric arts. Now, in this case, we wouldn't be going for Grail. We'd be going back for Lantern again so that we can get that erudition. That's not a bad option, although it does kind of put me back on the erudition treadmill, and we have not yet... Oh yeah, we're trying to do 3 lessons learned here. Yeah, I think as long as I keep going to Moorlands and possibly get the collection of essays, I think that's the way to do it, actually. So when I get an option like the Lantern influence, we will do some recruitment and such. But I'll continue to speak of esoteric matters until we've filled out the ranks. And again, for me, I do sometimes find it helpful to state specifically why I'm doing certain things, because it can be very easy to kind of get caught in autopilot. And again, the more autopilot you do, the more you sort of allow yourself to just kind of gloss over some lore, or the more you just allow yourself to take certain things for granted, that's going to be when the game sort of throws up a wall and you can't get past it because you've relied on an assumption that isn't true. And ultimately it kind of prevents you from being able to get the job that you need done. So, given the fact that we're trying to go for the Lantern lore, I'm a little more inclined to visit the Orchard of Lights now. But we got a Forgotten Chronicle. Hard to complain about a new set of expeditions either. So, last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember, in my diary. Okay, so normally I'd be going back into the White Door, but of course we do have an affliction. We've got 100 seconds to deal with it, so we'll take the vitality that's expiring sooner. We'll heal up. Now again, I'm wealthy enough that I can probably get by with, I could probably just get by with paying for the medicine, but, it saves me the effort. Really thought I could have got that a little closer to the... Here we go. We'll wait for the rest on the passion. So things are starting to stabilize a little bit. We're going to need to still build up the lessons learned, but that won't be too big of a problem. All right, so we've got on the white. Again, not much we can do with these books until the study verb becomes available, but at the very least I can start acquiring them. To your library, it takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And I did mention that at the 11-hour mark. Oh, what's my YouTube channel? Thank you for asking, DT. Is that DT Call Me the Truth? Call you the truth. Call you the truth. Sorry. Takes me a minute to figure this all out. I will type that in chat for you. Well, I mean, for those of you who are listening to the broadcast as opposed to looking at chat, it's youtube.com/systemchalk, but I will save you the effort of putting that into the... I'll save you the effort of putting that into your, typing that all into your browser. Hopefully you can copy and paste that link and it will take you where you need to go. Thank you for asking. Again, I'll remind you, so Weather Factory is paying me to be here. I would have done it for free, but they've actually been quite insistent on paying me at this point. But I specifically was told to promote my channel a bit more, or at least that I was allowed to. But on the other hand, I kind of figure you're all here for Cultist Simulator, and so I want to be respectful of that. Ah, Maidenless, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you. Yes, so if you want to know what happened to that familiar voiced guy, the Weather Factory's paid me a couple of times to play the game on stream. So I'm so happy to hear that. Now the big question, do you enjoy the game? I'm assuming you are because you've been hanging out here, but I hope the game has lived up to your hopes. Sorry, I was going to say that I said at the 11-hour mark I was going to take a bit of a break. I'm going to move my fevered imagination up. I'm going to try and get that to the 4th level, and then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take a few minutes just to kind of get myself some, get myself some tea, just give my voice a little bit of a rest. Try and find something resembling food that isn't like candy or anything that's going to like make me crash. But we should still be good for a few more hours of broadcasting. But I think the last break I took was around the 5-hour mark, so I feel like it's about time. Although again, I don't want it to be too long. I am on the clock. That's wonderful to hear, Maidenless. One of the most rewarding things, I talked about this earlier actually, but one of the most rewarding things was that somebody So a few people have followed on Steam, which, again, I'm not that active on Steam, but, I don't mind it when people do that. I don't have like a limit. Well, I'm sure I have a limit on my friends, but I'm nowhere near it. But what was really cool is somebody from one of the broadcasts, like, picked up the game, but I could actually see from their achievements, like, how they were really getting into it. So it's like, they start off starving to death. It's like, okay, that's usually how you miss out, or your first run goes. But then it's like, oh wow, they're already like at the higher level. Cult. I'm like, oh wow, they're getting really close. And then I took a look at the hours, and I'm like, my God, have they just dedicated their life to this game now? And then sure enough, they posted a screenshot of their first victory. They stopped by the channel to like leave a comment, and it's really cool when people. Like, so obviously this game really connected with me if I've got 500 hours in it. And I mean, I played it back when it was a prototype. So my actual hours in the game are even higher because there's this whole period of time when I played it on itch. But it comes back to that, example that I give when you're in the Mansis and you get that rumor, right? You see someone tangled in the roots at the well and you set them free, and then you see them in the real world, and then, you find an acquaintance. There's always something special about finding someone who's into that same thing that you are. And so, it sounds silly, right? Like, obviously this game's reasonably successful. So it's, obviously there are people who like it. But to be able to see people who, have interacted with my stuff and maybe have tried out something that they wouldn't have otherwise, that's definitely a lot of fun for me. And I really appreciate it when people mention it. XP says, you're going to go now. Enjoy the break. Have a good rest of the stream. When do you stream on Twitch? You'll try to tune in. So XP, I'll just caution you that I haven't done Cultist Simulator on Twitch for a while, but my usual Twitch hours are Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. When I can, I try to stream at 7 o'clock Eastern, but I also have a day job, which ends really close to that. So sometimes I've sometimes pushed the start time a little bit closer to 8. But yeah, if you just want to check out my stuff and you don't mind it being not necessarily being Weather Factory oriented, I'm perfectly happy to have you stop by. And Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are the best bet. Obviously, this Monday was an exception because I'm here, but yeah. And again, like, I never take attendance on this stuff, so if you get a chance to stop by, that's great. I'm always happy for an extra concurrent viewer. But people have lives, right? Like, that's one of the nice things about YouTube, is that people get to watch this stuff. And just a reminder for those of you who are curious, the archive should be on YouTube, but I can guarantee you it's going to take a few days for YouTube to process it once I upload it. All right, back to the task at hand. So exploration, I think we're going to go back to Moorlands just to get some more books. We're doing okay with money, and we can we've got a stack that we can read down when the time comes. If nothing else, any pauses just keep me away from my dinner. Well, such as it is, my fruit. So we've got a season of ambitions coming up. This might make me a little more reluctant to try and get the lantern influence, but we'll see what happens. And again, this is the last 2 glimmering I need to combine. We've still got 20 seconds afterwards, so we know as long as I keep my fevered imagination free, in 60 seconds I'm going to be able to move that up. Oh, there was one thing I was meaning to talk about. So for some fans of the game, you may have noticed that the UI has changed. Now, I was one of the people who actually went to the old one for a while so I could finish my priest playthrough under the old UI. I'm obviously playing under the new one, and my intention is to stick with it. And the thing is, I'm very set in my ways. So, like, I will still do stuff from the early versions of Cultist Simulator, even though it makes no sense in the current version. But what I have noticed is that while the community is usually very positive for Cultist Simulator, I've noticed that in some cases, some of the interactions with Weather Factory are kind of hostile when it comes to this new UI. And there is one thing that, now I may be incorrect in this, but I think there's one thing that is probably not as well understood about these updates that might kind of help people Like, it definitely helped me relax about the new UI. And that is, from my understanding, the old UI for some people would create corrupted save files. Now, again, I wasn't personally affected by this, but I think it was something to do with the fact that there was sort of X and Y coordinates sort of saved and things like that. Again, I'm not going to pretend to sort of understand it, but so far as I can tell, the old system was in fact creating a situation in which people would be making progress in the game, and that progress would be eliminated essentially for reasons that were not their own. Now, if you look at a UI change that doesn't work for you, and you just see that as the developer being stubborn about wanting to take the game in a direction that's not working for you, you can definitely see why people will be upset about that. And again, it's also important to give feedback when it's not working. Like, obviously I've struggled a little bit to get some of the cards down in certain places. Now again, I may benefit from switching the card. I figure that's probably not a good time to help you out, or to like experiment with that right now. But on the other hand, if I see this as a system under which a subset of people will now not have to deal with like trying to get their first Ascension victory and then having that snatched away because of some kind of an error that the developer was capable of fixing, but because of the backlash from the fan base, did not do so, that to me is the unforgivable sin. So this is not necessarily to sort of say that you have to like things that you don't like. My hope would be that any interactions with Weather Factory are, respectful. And ultimately, I'll be honest with you, like, I was not a fan when it first came out, but I also think it is tremendously improved from its first iteration. Like, I think there's been a lot of work to improve this, and I'm not 100% sure that Weather Factory's exactly got the credit for that work. But at the very least, for those of you who are maybe feeling a bit hard done by these changes. First of all, obviously there's always the option of going into the beta branches and going back to the old system. But I guess in terms of my own sense, like, I definitely chilled out a lot more about it once I learned that there were some other factors that were not obviously UI related, but were, at least in terms of the code, entangled with it. Once I sort of learned that people were ultimately able to enjoy the game, even though if I wasn't necessarily affected by the problems that it was trying to solve, my view is that the more people that can enjoy and experience this game, on top of the fact that, people who paid for the game and like are expecting a working product, ultimately I sort of became much more fond of the new UI. And like I said, I mean, I just kind of project the improvements that have already happened over the last few weeks. I kind of project that into the future, and I suspect I'm probably just going to wonder what the fuss was about after a little while. So I hope, at the very least, I kind of hope that that'll help a few people who are maybe still feeling a bit sore about it. But I mean, like I said, my job is definitely not to try and make people like something that they don't. I mean, ultimately, my view is that if we have something in a game that we don't like, and we don't talk about it, it's not going to get changed. But of course, if we communicate it in a way that makes the recipient less willing to listen, that's not necessarily going to help anything either. And that, I think, sometimes in gaming discourse, not so much on Cultist Simulator, but definitely in terms of gaming, I feel like we sometimes run into that problem. Anyways, enough preaching. In a couple seconds, we will get our restlessness, so I'm just going to use that for recruitment. And of course, I'm gonna give myself a dilemma. Let's see what happens if I go to the Orchard of Lights. Of course it is. So let's grab the Intensity of Radiance. I think I can still make this work, actually. Ooh, all right. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopley is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night, I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So the reason why I've been pursuing the Intensity of Radiance is that it is 6 lantern, and then I have 4 lantern from the Mantis Glimpse. So I'll just give you a quick idea. This isn't going to work, but just as a way that the game can give you a little hint in terms of what you want to do. So there's actually a higher level. I'll just come out and say it. So there is a cult for each of the different principles. So this will mean that there's Lantern, Grail, Forge, Edge, Heart, Moth, Winter, and Knock. On top of that, there is also a society for the secret histories, but it works a bit differently from the other ones. So just keep in mind that some of the stuff that you're seeing here may not necessarily apply as closely for the secret histories one. But please do try it. It's kind of cool in its own way. Just keep in mind you're going to want to read a little more carefully about some of the things that you can do with it. Now, each of the different cults that you found will have sort of there's the principle that it's dedicated to, right? And so the believers that are basically I guess it would be the disciples that you'd be upgrading, but basically the followers that are of the same principle. So, in this case, if you've got a Knock cult and you take someone like Enid, who is a Knock follower, or in my case, I'm a Lantern cult, so Slee is my current Lantern follower. Excuse me. There is a higher level role that they can take, and the name changes depending on the cult. So I believe in the case of the Mirror of Glory, they become Seers. And where this becomes really helpful is that you notice that when I was doing the expedition, when I had 3 Forge believers, it said, we'll probably be okay. So once you cross that 5 intensity, you get to sort of the next level of success. If you have less than 5, then you have some difficulty. And then, of course, I think if you have 0, it's still I think that's even lower. I can't remember if it works that way or not, but it should, if I recall correctly. But once you get to 10, anything you add on top of 10 is not going to make the result any more likely. I think it's something like a 90% probability of working. So there's always that 10% that doesn't turn out. So what can be useful is that if you have a challenge and you have upgraded your followers to these, exalted levels, basically you add them, and it means you have one person who can just give you your best probability of overcoming a challenge. They're very powerful individuals. So, okay, sounds good. How do I get one? Well, obviously you're going to need the disciple. So to exalt a disciple to a seer, I will need Lantern at least the 21st intensity. In any case, only the most clear-sighted will be suitable. So this is just saying that you can't exalt people who aren't Lantern followers. So I've got 6 intensity of radiance, and I've got a Mantis glimpse of 4. So this is only 10, right? Where am I going to get the 21 from? Well, I can tell you this is still not going to work, but it's actually a lot closer than it might seem. Because if I add the ceremony, and then I add the intensity of radiance to the trappings, I'm actually at 15. So it's like, well, where's the other 5 come from? When you're doing this, when you're doing the exaltation, it also counts the Lantern that your follower already has. So in practice, what you actually need is 16, because you're always going to have a follower who's got 5. As it happens, if they've got a Lantern scar, it makes it even easier, but let's not try and scar up Slee unnecessarily. So again, this didn't turn out, but this just gives you an example of how the intensity of radiance can actually be quite powerful. Now, with that in mind, maybe I'm not able to bring Slee up to the level that I want, but I'm betting I can probably turn some of my other followers into something that I need. So there's 2 things that I can think are most useful to me in this situation. One would be Enid, because Knock is generally a very helpful, it's a very helpful principle to sort of have around. It opens doors. Knock gets used for a lot of stuff. The other one that I can see as being useful is Heart. And the reason for that is, remember how we sent someone out on a mission and we kind of assigned them the Mirror of Glory, and then it sort of said, okay, well, this cultist, this type of person goes and sort of deceives people and takes their money. And this one, they go and they, look for work, and they'll earn you some money. When you do that on a Heart follower, what they do is they will actually scoop up some reputation and try and get rid of it. So they're a really great way of trying to sort of launder your reputation. If you've wound up generating a notoriety that you need to get rid of quickly, it's helpful to have a high-level heart follower kicking around. So with that in mind, given that a lot of my actions have been constrained by the fact that I haven't been managing my reputation well, I'm actually going to level up Clovette. So Clovette's determined and happiness now borders on the fanatical. So we'll do the same thing. We'll take the Mirror of Glory. We'll add Clovette. If I add the Mantis Glimpse, so to promote a believer to a disciple, I will need an appropriate aspect, provide an appropriate aspect for the cult to at least the 7th intensity. So if I add the Intensity of Radiance on its own, I can't do it. If I add the Mantis Glimpse on its own, I can't do it. But even if I add a Watchman's Secret and an Intensity of Radiance, I will bring them up to a believer. However, I do want to try and provoke an erudition event, so we'll also add the Mantis Glimpse here to bring it up to 10. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. And finally, we've got our Glimmering Lesson Learned. So we will take what we've learned and we will get that final level of imagination. So 4 lessons learnt, and most importantly, we add something more. I think in this case, it makes sense that we would add the lantern. Oh, hang on, you can't add lantern in this one. Silly me. What would I want to do? I could do Moth. I think Heart is another one, isn't it? Yeah, so I have Unreason. Oh, I forgot that Moth was the same with it. So what was the other one? I think it was Grail? Folly. So he who desires but acts not breeds pestilence, or cut my hair, cut my bonds, cut my snip, snip, snip. Well, to be honest, looking at the character I named it after, I kind of suspect Unreason is probably the better option. All right. And of course, we still have some work that we want to do in the white door, so we'll open that up. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mantis. And Season of Vision's coming up, so if I can mind my manners as far as generating fascination, that will be important. Okay, this collection of essays is good. So the collection of poetry I'm going to wind up selling because I don't really need it. But actually what I can do is I'll put that up with the Bronze Spintreya. So you can sell things at the auction house. But the book collection of essays is going to be helpful just as I try to level up the erudition when the time comes. It's not a high priority, but it is something that I want to make sure that I keep on top of. And we'll continue to plunder Moorland's stock. And apparently I forgot to get the Restlessness, so that's gone in 41 seconds. We will be able to, yes, we will be able to make the time. Okay. Once again, back to Glover and Glover, and we'll try and fit all the cards where they need to go. But yeah, so we wanted to try and take advantage of Clovette's promotion, and then we'll move the Restlessness in place. We'll bring Violet into the cult. So if I recall correctly, we've got 2 Lantern followers that we need to add, and then we have 1 Knock follower. I think that's it, but I could be wrong. I'm moving on, Miss Moorland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau are taking an interest, so it's goodbye. This last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers in the back as a thanks for your custom. So the book that we got was Something Something Deep Mystery Something, a dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I brought this from a shop, it probably means that there is nothing else of interest left in stock. So put that up by, we're not going to read this. But we do have the Wood Whisper, so that's another, we already have that Moth, but that's fine. It doesn't hurt to have more lore. More importantly, we don't have the option of Moorlands anymore as far as sort of a place to buy books from. We do, however, have one other place where you can buy books before we go on the expedition. So with that in mind, we're going to start going to Oriflamme's. And the reason I don't start with Oriflamme's is that you can go into bidding wars. And of course, if you're just trying to, like, if you're just trying to make it as far as your cash is concerned, obviously you don't want a situation where something you really want is going to be ratcheting up the price. Now, of course, we're sitting on 18 funds, so we have a little bit of flexibility in terms of the types of things that we buy. And more importantly, if it's something like a book of poetry or Godside's Sanskrit reader, we don't need to, we don't even need to buy it. So you can be a little bit more relaxed about Oriflamme's if you go to it second. We perch on alarming... Actually, I don't think I read the description for it. So Oriflamme specializes in curios, perfumes, taxidermy, specimens, and rare texts. It operates from a cramped new premises now, since the destruction of the old by an unexplained fire. We perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. So I'm gonna... Oh, nope, we're not selling our funds, so let's start 5 seconds before the auction starts. And here we go. A crowd of pinched faces, glinting eyes. Who will bid? So the first thing that's on the auction block is Gartside's Sanskrit reader. We do not need that, so we'll just wait for the next event. It's not really that bad of an outcome if we don't spend money, right? It'd be nice if we can get more books, but I'm not going to complain about it. He navigates, now you are the map. He illuminates, you were the darkness. He is not compassionate. You will not show compassion. Our compass is knowledge, and our course is glory. Glovette's optimism is daunting. She wields her joy like a hammer. Oops. Let's get you back to where you belong. All right. So I want to get this restlessness dealt with. I've got 2.5 seconds. So we grab the Mirror of Glory. We grab Violet. Recall that Violet has always given unstintingly over time, easing the pain of the dying. And because this is just going from acquaintance to believer, it's sufficient to just use the restlessness. So we've gotten rid of the possibility. There's always the danger that there is a season of despair coming up and the dread will be a problem, but we've now eliminated that possibility. Bring me your answers, and I shall defeat them with my questions. So, a bunch of glimmering for our efforts. We're not really going to use it for anything, but it's nice to know that we have the option. Got a barber's warning. We've got one more passion. And finally, we've got skill, never know. The more, the more, the more, the more. Passion and skill can increase no further. So if I want sort of the top level of everything, I'm going to need 7 more lessons learned with reason, although of course it's not going to take that full amount of effort. So it's not like I'm going to get 14 erudition. I mean, ultimately I will have 14 erudition, but there's going to be some things that sort of bring me a bit closer to that. I'm not going to be doing like study reason 14 times. That would be unbelievably tedious. But it's actually almost 12 hours now, so I am definitely feeling a little sore in my throat, and I do kind of need to sort out even just like an orange or something like that. So earlier on in the broadcast, I took probably about 5 minutes or so. What I want to do here is I'm going to make some tea. So that's going to take a little while for the kettle to boil in that. I'm going to, at the very least, peel an orange and just get some orange slices out so that I can eat that while I'm broadcasting. So it will be a little bit of a break, but I'm going to try and minimize the amount of time that I'm away from the keys as much as possible. So if you've been sitting around for a while, I definitely recommend that you maybe get up and take a bit of a stretch, maybe get some water yourself, or otherwise take care. But if you're sticking around and you're waiting for me, I know it's really tedious to wait for somebody who, in just total silence. But my commitment to you is I will try to keep the time as minimal as possible. I do just need to make sure that I'm kind of taking my care of myself, though. So I will see you all in a little bit. And of course, if you're off to play Cultist Simulator or otherwise look at other things, thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience. But I hope you stick around, because I'm going to rush. And we still have some more Cultist Simulator to go. I got to think about wrapping up at some point, but we'll be able to make it work. See you all in a little bit. because I'm not quite ready to be back yet. I'm just probably one or two more minutes. It's close. I just need I need another second. Sorry about this. Okay, so I really appreciate you all waiting for that. So I'm probably going to need to make one more quick runaway from the keyboard, but that won't happen. That shouldn't happen for probably about 10 minutes or so. So I'll deal with it at the time. But I figure let's plow ahead, and more importantly, we'll think a little bit about what our kind of what our next few steps are going to be, really. There's a couple of things that I can do. So one question you might want to ask, particularly at this stage of the game. So like sometimes you can, sometimes it's just fun to sort of mess around with the cards. Sometimes, you just enjoy going on a particular path, but it's always worthwhile to just sort of think about, well, like, what are you trying to accomplish here? Like, what am I trying to do? And remember that we're playing a character. I haven't really been talking so much about the motivations of this character, really, but and it's one thing that I do find very rewarding in terms of playing the game, to sort of work out a little bit of a story in the back of my head. But in this case here, the ostensible goal from the beginning of the playthrough has been this dedication in light. Well, first of it was a temptation. Now it's a dedication. I've dedicated myself to the pursuit of higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. Now, one thing that we have learned is that, or perhaps we haven't, maybe it was just by implication, but this makes an enlightenment victory possible. I must be a true initiate of the Mansis. I will need to work with lantern aspect to allow the watchman to see me. So to be a true initiate of the Mansis, I believe... there was some indication of it. But anyways, the true initiate of the Mansis is to basically become a no. So... what may be lost, answer this riddle to pass the stag door and be accounted a no. So essentially getting past the stag door is what you need in order to be able to advance that temptation. So how do I solve the riddle? Well, we don't actually have a direct answer to that, but a lot of what we've been working on is not tied to that particular goal. In fact, until recently, we've kind of been ignoring studying books and gaining a greater understanding of this secret world. And maybe now is the time to change that. In fact, that's something that theoretically we could have changed earlier, but of course there's other things that, maybe we wanted to try and do. In the end, we still need to do these expeditions. So one of the things I'm trying right now is to buy up some books when they're relevant, but also to study the books that I currently have. So for instance, I'm not reading Gartside's Sanskrit Reader because I just simply don't have any Sanskrit books. But being able to read the Viennese Conundra on the white, all of these sorts of things, yeah, definitely. We want to do our best to try and gain as much of an understanding of this world as we can. We've started to get some fragments, but for instance, we don't have Knock lore yet. So I'm basically going to start by reading whatever books don't require translation, and then we'll double back and we'll translate and work with the remaining books. So, for starters, the Viennese Conundra. Nico van Dreel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. She proposes peculiar connections between these activities. When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the individual M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting. Herewith, diagrams of the mutilations. That's the deluxe product I do not want as a pop-up book, incidentally. All right, we'll do the Lodge of the Sage Knight. And we just happened to get some erudition, so things are looking up already. In last night's stream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the White Door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the White Door. How is it I can speak? She said to me. I didn't come here through the White Door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. So we will take the erudition. Now I'm not going to put this into... The really important thing for me is not to be too early about putting things like erudition into lessons learned. I really want to try and run those down as long as I can. And again, we don't have that much to do as far as the the dream slot is concerned. So at this point, I really just want to be focusing on health as much as the White Door as much as I can, at least until we can answer the Stag Doors riddle. So we'll go back to health. Now, I suppose when you first play this game, it's not necessarily obvious how to answer the riddle. Theoretically, the riddle can kind of come from anywhere. And maybe as a consequence, oh, that's interesting. I didn't get a notification for something. Okay. May have to step away for a minute, but basically, I guess the first place you might think to find an answer, if you're given a riddle inside of the Mansis, I suppose the most likely place to look would be the lore, right? And so with that in mind, one of the things I want to be focusing on is maybe trying to gain a better understanding, see if there's something that might be able to answer that question, what may be lost. And so with that in mind, I want to be reading up as much as I can in some of these books. I actually know the specific solution to this. I don't recall exactly the type of lore, but there's a level of lore that it's almost always, or no, so that's certainly going to be. So I actually already have the solution to some of the riddles, because the riddle is not the same each time you play. But in this case, I don't have the one that I need, so we will wait. And again, we're in a pretty good spot as far as generating money and being able to earn or to get access to the remaining books and such. So I'm not that worried about our ability to gain access to it. It's really just a question of spending the time and trying to do our best in terms of accessing. I'm sorry, I haven't been able to see chat for a while. Where did it go? All right, that's more like it. All right, a dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Violet likes to paint. She has a gift, though she's always very modest about it. She never puts human figures in her paintings. There are enough people in the world. So I'll resist the urge to add Sylvia and Rhaenyra. We'll still work on trying to get more bodies into my Rolodex, let's say. Okay. May have to go. Okay, may have to go in a quick minute. Again, this will be a shorter break than the last one, but I do need to get up and pick something up. Actually, tell you what, I'm sorry to do this so quickly. I'm just going to take 2 or 3 more minutes. It's quite literally me. I just need to kind of go to upstairs for a second, and then I'm with you with the rest of the night. So, sorry to do this. I will be back soon, and then we're well and truly spending the rest of the night together. See you in a bit. All right. I'm really sorry about making that so close to the last one. Couldn't quite figure out the timing, it looks like. Uh-oh. I seem to have lost chat. Okay, it's back. Excuse me. So yeah, we should be good to go. Again, I apologize, but we can see it through to the end now. So, as I was saying, we're basically focusing on trying to become a know. We become a know by knowing things, and so we read the text that we can. Now, because we've got an erudition, I'm going to go back on that effort to try and get as much erudition as I can. That's going to mean sort of spamming characters that have lantern aspects. That's going to mean trying to use reason as much as possible, and just generally creating circumstances under which I can get the light in the skull more often. And then finally, I should be willing to use things like the collection of essays, because I know that once we level up the notable scholarship, we're going to wind up with three erudition anyway, and so that's going to give us sort of a head start. I'll maybe figure that out a little bit later, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It's not a major priority right now. So let's just see how the rest of the turn turns out. We definitely want the Book of Essays. So remembering the Book of Essays, when you read the collection of essays, that gives you a lesson learned for erudition automatically. And so as a consequence, you're able to skip the business of like generating the erudition and combining it all. So this is usually a good thing to have. All right, another bidder. Somebody else has matched my bid. So that's fine. I'll still work it. I'll still move up. In this case, I'm going to try the Orchard of Lights again. We're not always guaranteed to get the lantern, but in this case, the ability to turn some of my characters into believers is a really that's a fairly powerful improvement to get. Given some of the challenges that I'll be facing later. Remember how I said how having level 10 is basically the highest probability of success? Well, that means if you've got 2 level 5 followers of that aspect, basically you're setting yourself up for the best possible chance of success. And doing that on some of the early expeditions can mean you get through them quite quickly, as opposed to sort of what we had to do with that previous encounter where, we wound up getting lots of scars and just generally having difficulty. Now, the cost is that the Orchard of Lights doesn't just have lantern. There might be some other nasty stuff waiting for us. But again, it's a chance I'm willing to take. Hey, and we got the intensity of radiance. I'm giving warnings about the bad stuff that can show up, but it never shows up, so... The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights. And indeed, the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night, I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So, let's carry on. And let's add some more funds. Again, it's not that collections of essays are all that valuable, but they're definitely worthwhile for me. So, Medusa's riddle, then, I choose to render as what is not seen. Here is another riddle, one I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it. These are in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. The ecdysis riddle is what may be lost. Each ecdysis parable is an attempt to answer that riddle. What may be lost? Answer this riddle to pass the stag door and be accounted a no. The ecdysis riddle is what may be lost. Each ecdysis parable is an attempt to answer the riddle. So, we're ready to go. We've got what we need to become a no now. We also have some glimmering, which I'm sure would have been helpful at some point, but let's not focus too much on that. Let's take a second to try and answer what's going on. Now, again, it might be nice to go through the white door again and maybe try and get some of this lantern influence and such. But for now, let's focus on what we need, which is to advance our dedication. So, stag door. Gearby's riddle. In my dream, I will stand again before the stag door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn broken long ago, not yet quite healed. That vast and golden head, Gearby, will await the answer to my riddle. And the answer? One thread in a labyrinth. There are many answers to this question, as the shedders of skin know. Here is mine. Oh, and we can still study, so let's read on the white. Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is sunset at noon. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. I mean, painting's been pretty profitable for us so far. Oh, thank you, Chunma Jabba. Sorry, I got my mouth full right now. What do the rights do? That's a really good question. I actually tried... Sorry, let me just swallow and then... Sorry, it's the... I really need to properly... I should probably just schedule proper lunch breaks when I do these things, but the hunger was really getting to me. So, what do the rights do? So, Earlier on in the run, and again, I mean, like, this was hours ago, so I'm not expecting anybody to remember this, but I actually tried to sacrifice a knock hireling in order to try and summon something. There's actually a number of different things that the rights can do. Probably one of the headline features that a right can do is you can summon some of these creatures in the world sort of beyond the present. So there's a number of different types of summons. They'll do different things. One example that I can give you is actually described in the Waking Chant, which says, use this in a rite with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. Now, that's all well and good, but it's like, well, what is a percussagant and why do I want to summon one, right? To a certain extent, the answering the one question just simply raises the next few. And in fact, it's not just summoning, it just happens to be the easiest one for me to describe. So the best I could maybe explain is that a summon is a sort of a time-limited follower, and generally it will be something that is more powerful than your existing followers. So an example of some of the things that you could summon might be, so there's the percussagant, which is very heart-oriented. There is a Maid in the Mirror, which has a very high winter and edge aspect. You can also bring in something like a hint, which in this case has a very high lantern and edge aspect. Now, generally what you will do with the summons are sort of the same things that you'll do with your followers, except for the fact that they're more disposable. So sometimes I'll send summons to destroy evidence, sometimes I might even send them to maybe murder a hunter. I could use them on expeditions, so I'm not necessarily risking my own followers. There's a number of things that I can do with them. But that's not the only thing that you can do with rights. So generally if you want to summon something, you'll use knock, right? Knock makes the opening and something comes through it. But there are some other things that you can do with rights. So for instance, there's something known as the Foolish Beautiful Magic. That's not the name of it, but like basically there's one which will effectively pick a random mortal and potentially kill them. Why do you want to do that? Well, that's up to you to decide. If you don't want to do that, maybe you shouldn't be, performing that right. There are some that will allow you to convert passion to reason, or maybe reason to passion. And in fact, there are other ones where I've been doing a pretty good job of avoiding my health falling to decrepitude, but you'll notice there's been a couple of times where I've gotten ill, and I have a certain timer. Now, if you let that timer expire, you will have what's called decrepitude. So this is basically something that used to be health, but no longer counts as health. And so generally, in the world that you and I live in, like if you suffer a sufficiently severe injury of some kind, that's it. Like you're just going to be living with that. But of course, this is a world in which there is magic, or some approximation of it. And so there can also be situations in which you will use a rite, and what it will do is it will restore decrepitude to health, right? So, you could have like a withered arm, and then you will use a rite and a certain combination of items to restore that and have full function of your arm again. So it's actually a slightly difficult one to answer, just simply because rites can do a very large number of things, but probably the most direct benefits that you can get from them is the ability to summon help. And then on top of that, you can also sometimes alter your character and improve your character through supernatural means, although generally there is always a cost whenever you do so. Finally, one thing that's important to remember about rites is that every single rite will have a cost associated with it. So at least one of the components you use in the rite will be destroyed. So for instance, the rite of the Crucible Soul, you need to sacrifice a person. For the rite of the Watchman's Sorrow, you actually need to sacrifice lore in that case. There are some that will sacrifice influences, and so those can be a little bit more attractive because influences go away on their own anyway. The final thing that I'll mention for rites, and this is probably fairly obvious, is that when the time comes, basically your desire can go up to level 6. Level 6 is the maximum level for your desire, and essentially once you hit that top level and you do a rite of sufficient power, that is where you can get what's known as the ascension victory. That's basically where you achieve this, this enlightenment or this desire for power or sensation. And basically, if you do a rite with that level 6 desire and then a sufficient intensity of the relevant aspect, that's going to be one of the ways that you can win the game. But certainly, rites are not reserved just for the end of the game. You'll actually be using them over time. Although I'll maybe argue in my own particular case, for a game called Cultist Simulator, I do tend to find I get to the rites a bit later than I would normally expect. Like, the really crazy stuff you see in the trailer about summoning alien gods, that actually comes quite a bit later than you might expect. But my hope is that I'll be able to show you some rites. It's really just a question of me getting the right ones, so to speak, and having the right conditions. Because right now, even if I already use the Rite of the Crucible Soul, I could sacrifice a knock follower, but the only tool I have right now is the Meravine Idol, and there aren't a lot of things that you can summon with 4 heart with the Meravine, or with the Meravine Idol. So I would need sort of a higher intensity of one of the other principles. So I'm working on that, but sometimes your abilities are dictated by your knowledge. A little bit like you might expect someone who has some sort of occult knowledge, right? If you just simply don't understand the subject that well, you're going to be more limited in terms of what you can summon than otherwise. But I'll do my best to show that by the end of the broadcast. So I'm stuttering a little bit, but I'm trying to keep going after a long broadcast. We definitely still have a couple of hours left in me, I think, though. Okay, so question is, what do I want to do with the Explore verb? And pretty much buy as many books as I can. The sooner I can avoid... Well, if I can go to Glover and Glover by choice than necessity, that's just so much the better for me. So in this case, we perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin, and in this case, we are bidding on a copy of Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar. We already know Latin, so we're totally fine. Oh, no, not at all, Chunma. I mean, so, on Twitch, I tend to have a smaller audience, and that makes sense, right? Because in this case, I have the benefit of all of Weather Factory's sort of marketing efforts for Cultist Simulator and such, and the fact that there's people who've wishlisted this game and so on. But, equally importantly, like, so on Twitch, I'm kind of accustomed to speaking on my own because it's a smaller audience, but I also know on Steam, chat interaction is a very low priority on this platform. And I don't say that as a bad thing. That is just a preference that collectively Steam sort of seems to have, and I'm totally fine with that. So, but one thing that does help me is to get a bit of a read on what people are interested in. I am a bonehead. I should have used the intensity of radiance. That was the whole reason I got it. Sorry, I'm just not paying attention. I might be able to preserve it with a painting, though. 55 seconds? Oh, it's going to be tight. And it might actually generate notoriety, too, but let's see if we can do it. This should have an impact. But yeah, one thing that does help me quite a bit is if people ask questions that they're interested in. I'm obviously going to be talking no matter what, but if people can give me some direction in terms of the sorts of things that maybe they don't understand or they weren't there for when I covered it, or little details like that, that does help me. I hope that makes for a better broadcast for people. So that's just a very long way of saying I actually owe you a thanks. Because I do find it very helpful for people to be able to say, you know, what's working for them, or things where maybe some of the concepts aren't clear. And you're right, I actually haven't done rights yet, so it's obvious that I'm taking that for granted. All right, Husher writes distractedly of his hatred of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work he has envisaged or begun, where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases, which he claims are the secret words of winter. So this gives us another Sexton secret. I will actually mention, if you're interested in the Palest of Paintings, you do get to do a pale painting in the Ghoul DLC. So I don't want to sound like obviously I'm kind of shilling for the DLC, but one thing I find for myself in Cultist Simulator is I do find there are certain ideas in the game that are very compelling. So if you like this idea of the Palest of Paintings, 100% check out the Ghoul. This is assuming you have the Ghoul. Like, obviously, if you're making a buying decision, it's kind of up to you to decide whether the DLC is compelling. But I don't know. I think the Anthology Edition is a decent deal. But yeah, if you're on the fence about the game, you can always just buy the base game, see if it's for you, and then if you like it enough, you can just upgrade to the Anthology Edition. I don't believe... I know some games don't let you do that, but I believe Cultist Simulator will. Okay, let's go for... I kind of blew it on the erudition, so even if I spend the 60 seconds now, I'm not going to be able to turn this... I basically lost it. So let's not go chasing something that we can't recover. Let's just keep reading our books and see if we can get the erudition back, and then maybe we can try... maybe we can try some other means of getting the erudition. So, The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions. The second volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Gallagher records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. There we go. The auction is over. The lot has gone elsewhere. I retain my funds. Now again, that was because that was for the Latin grammar. Normally I do want to try and pick up whatever books I can. So we'll see what the next lot is. So this is De Bellis Murorum. So it's a Latin text, but it's definitely something I want to buy. And I don't really need the Colors of the Night, but we might as well pay up. Again, I've got some extra money, so if I have a chance to try and earn a little bit more, I'm not going to turn it down. With me. And I was mistaken. Porter is another individual who I haven't encountered, so. Okay, now this one's a little trickier. So, the influences from the Stag Door can be very helpful, but one of the challenges sometimes is that it can be tricky to get the stuff you need. So the Painted River will sometimes give you a fascination, which is not so good, but the Ascent of Knives will sometimes give you winter influence, and that can turn into dread. And the biggest problem here is that I don't have a lot of use for a lot of influence, so it might actually be better for me to go back down to the White Door, just because it's a little more in line with some of the things that I need to get right now. But we're here, so let's take a look at what we can get. We could stay at the Stag Door, but let's see what we can get at the Painted River. And we wound up with a fascination, so... Alright, I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. The Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. So we got a couple things out of that. So the riddle has now been replaced by the way to the Stag Door. I'll try and keep the spacing consistent, so maybe we'll just get up close. And we'll put the ecdysis bearable back to where it should go. Okay, so I do need to deal with the fascination. We don't have a Season of Visions coming up, though, so there's not quite the same urgency. I do have a fleeting reminiscence for 10 seconds, though, so in this case, let's just dream away the fascination. Seek composure. The doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. And we've got 17 seconds before Glover and Glover expects me back, so let's see whether or not we can survive. Oh, crap, you missed the middle riddle. Oh! Did you need to see what the riddle was, or did you want to know what the solution was? Because I'm happy to share that. I mean, it's part of the video now, so rather than make you wait a couple of days to see a very long VOD, I'm just happy to tell you how it turned out. Moth finds light in the dark, and so do I. Okay, the artist reward. Oh, no! Ah, sorry. I was sipping on tea, so we do have a difficulty at work. Honestly, at this point, I think I'm just going to get some commissions from Adim, Jannings, and Madame Bichet. Why not? I mean, I've got the money, so it's just the lore and the stuff you're reading makes this great. Oh, well, thank you. I mean, so if you recall, the riddle was just what may be lost. So it's actually right here, right? The ecdysis parable is what may be lost. Each ecdysis parable is an attempt to answer the riddle. So the thing that's funny is you never hear the answer to the riddle. What you hear is that we are offering one of several answers. Hi, you just discovered the game? Well, hello, Motley Moo. Do you have any questions about the game? Because I've actually been streaming the game for about 12 hours now, so I realize that it's maybe not quite the same new player friendly stream as it was at the start. But yeah, no. If you have any questions, I'm delighted to have some interaction to work with. Also, I was wrong about the number of followers that was missing. I forgot that Porter is also an individual that wasn't in the list yet. So Porter, an acquaintance. Porter was a barber until the court case. And that's all we're going to say about that. But yeah, no, if it's just general curiosity, strap in. There's plenty more where this came from. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have about the game. And I should also mention too, like, if you have to go fairly early, this applies to anybody. I do have a YouTube channel, so with quite a few Cultist Simulator videos. So anything I can't get to now, this should probably keep you ready. And I mean, I'm accessible on all the usual channels. Like, so if you send me a tweet asking about the game, I'm happy to answer that stuff. But obviously, I'm live here now, so I will do my best. What is this game basically? So the best answer I can give about Cultist Simulator is that it is a card-based narrative game. So basically, what I mean by this is that it's not Hearthstone. Nothing wrong with Hearthstone, but if you're expecting sort of a competitive game, it's probably not a good fit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take a second to unpack the artist reward here. And I'll maybe talk at a high level about what this is about and what's going on. And then if there's something that kind of catches your fancy or there's something you'd like me to expand on, just feel free to bring it up and I can maybe get a little more granular. But right now I'm just going to unpack what I got from this this particular item because there's a lot. Okay. So I did this to preserve the intensity of radiance, and the talk verb is available, so that's good. We got the painting. We used a bunch of passion for that, and oh, I got a fascination. Well, nuts. That's something to think about then. And we've got a season of sickness coming up, so I want to get some. Oof. Season of sickness is coming up, so I need to deal with that. But what I'll try and do is I'll deal with all that stuff that I was thinking about directly in the context of answering your question, Motley Moo. So, in this game, so there's a number of legacies, but Cultist Simulator starts the same way for everyone. And basically, you are a hospital porter, kind of precarious employment. And the very first thing that happens to you is you go to work and basically you lose your job. That they say they don't need your services anymore. They've paid you through to the end of the month, and you start with a worked verb and a job to do, and through that you gain access to dreams and you get some of your health back. Right? You essentially go from sort of this paycheck to paycheck existence to, yes, you no longer have employment, but you have maybe a little more leisure time to pursue some of the things that you had been considering before. And some of those things may be special dreams that you have about sort of this place called the Mansis and sort of the cobalt blue light present there. And then you get a kind of a knock at your door from a solicitor. And there was a patient that you had treated at the hospital who sort of recognized something in you and has left you a large amount of money and a number of papers. And one of the things that you can do, that's how you unlock the study verb, which is this item over here. And when you read those papers, this person who you saw die describes your dreams perfectly. And among those papers, you find a location to a certain bookstore, which in this case is now closed, as well as a lead to somebody else that they saw some potential inside. And so ultimately, after this sort of inciting incident of losing your job, you are increasingly aware of sort of what lies just beneath the skin of the world, and that there is this larger world of people who have sort of this knowledge of some sort of secret or arcane world of happenings. And essentially a lot of the game is trying to learn about it and trying to find your place in it. So the reason why I describe it that way, and I kind of give you the initial the initial pitch that way, is that what you do with that information can vary quite a bit. Usually the first thing that happens to people is they starve to death in the game. And it is actually viable in this game to quit the occult and just enjoy a comfortable existence at the bank. And if that's an ending that you want to pursue, you absolutely can. But generally what this game will do is you'll have some kind of a desire. In my case, I've dedicated myself to enlightenment. As it specifically says here, I've dedicated myself to the pursuit of higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. And so there are a number of sort of motivations that you can have. That's not the only dedication, but ultimately you're trying to pursue this great work, which usually in the game ends as an ascension, but there's sort of romance endings and things like that. So again, like part of this is just you figuring out what to do. To a certain extent, the knowledge of the occult that your character has is the same as yours. There's no, understanding the Mantis for Dummy books. I mean, I guess now there's like wikis for the game, but like basically you have the same lack of knowledge that your character does. And as you're learning little bits about the fragments and about the different things that are going on, you, the player, are learning about the game. Effectively, you learn the game by playing it. So it's a very experimental kind of a game. So it's all well and good for me to kind of gush about the topic of the game and sort of the story that it's trying to tell. But I'll talk a little bit about mechanics now. So essentially, everything you see on this table is sort of something that relates to you. And if you think about the ways that we define ourselves as people, there's a number of different ways that we do that. So for instance, sometimes we talk about ourselves as our job, right? I'm having difficulty at work right now. I'm scared I'm going to get demoted. We might define ourselves through our possessions, right? The amount of money that we have, or maybe the collection of books that we have. Sometimes we define ourselves through our knowledge, which in this case is all this little, these little lore fragments that I've got here. Each of them has their own sort of text and meaning. Others still may define themselves through their friends or their associations, maybe even some of their rivalries, their enemies. In this case, we have a hunter coming after us, the weary detective. This gentleman would rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news, but no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So essentially your life, this character's life, is broken down into all of these little components, and you will try and pursue your goals through, basically these components are cards, and you will achieve your goals by interacting these cards either together or usually with some kind of a verb. So the actions that you can take in the game are work, dream, study, explore, and talk. For instance, Chun was asking earlier, what is a write for? Well, a write you can actually use in the work slot. There's something very interesting about the implication here, right? That you can use the work slot for mundane work, or you can use it for occult purposes. You cannot use it at the same time, though. You have to choose, are you pursuing an ordinary life, or are you pursuing sort of this special life which exists only inside of dreams and such. So again, like to say it's a narrative card game is really the best that I can do in terms of answering your question. But I think maybe the best that I can say is that this is a game which tells its story in very little glimpses at a sort of a world that sort of exists beyond sort of the everyday. By the way, I just because of the way I'm talking, I don't think any of this stuff is real. No, I don't think anybody believes any of this stuff is real. It's just an effort for me to try and explain the point of view that the game takes. But basically, you are someone who has been given a glimpse into a special world beyond. And much of the game is spent dealing with the implications of that, getting continued small glimpses more of what's going on, and trying to piece together the puzzles and solve what's going on. So oftentimes this game can be quite confusing, but it's confusing in a way that you have just enough sort of threads to sort of pull on to try and figure out the next step and go on. But I think probably I would definitely say the narrative side is the most important, because ultimately, if you don't like reading and it's not something that you're willing to sort of read closely for some of the details on, it's where this game can maybe fall flat for some people, because the attention to detail kind of matters. Hopefully that kind of approximates an answer for you. Again, it's a hard game to try kind of describe, but if you want to know a little bit more about something specifically, Motley Moo, I'm happy to do my best. What I am going to do is talk a little bit about some of the actions that I can take in the game, which maybe will help you understand some of these interactions. So for instance, there's something in the game called influences, described in the game: an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. Now, I have a cult. It's called the Mirror of Glory, and I've got a number of believers already. And one thing I may want to do is either... Oh, cool. No, I'm glad to hear it. But basically, one of the things that I'm trying to do here, I feel like the best way for me to understand more is to play it. I agree wholeheartedly. Keep in mind, I am being paid by Weather Factory to be here, but I'm a huge fan of this game. I've got about 500 hours in it on Steam. But yeah, I'll describe what I'm trying to do in the game right now. So I've got my cult, the Mirror of Glory, an occult society dedicated to the understanding of the light that leaks from a fiercer place. And right now I'm trying to bring some of my members up to a higher level. And in order to do that, I need to have a certain intensity of the aspect of Lantern, because that is what this society is dedicated to. And so in this case, if you're trying to tell me to stop, I'm actually also doing this for the benefit of the other people. So I'll maybe stop going into more granular detail, but I am trying to explain this for the benefit of others as well. But yeah, in this case here, we've got the Lantern. We need to get a 10th, basically we're trying to get this up to 7th intensity or higher, so I can add this Mansis Glimpse. And finally, we want to level someone up. Remember we said earlier that we thought Knock would be very helpful. We've already moved Clovette up with her heart. And so we add Enid. And this was one of the reasons why I wanted to hold on to the intensity of Radiance. In this case, I've added 10 intensity of Lantern. We're going to take Enid from Enid, who speaks softly. Sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. She sees things that others don't. And now we say, my follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. So I'm taking my knowledge of Lantern and the Mansis Glimpse, and I am taking the intensity of Radiance, this influence that I'm feeling at this moment here, having traveled to the Mansis. And in 1 minute, we will raise Enid to a disciple. Now, the fact that I had trouble at work, I am going to need to get the money from somewhere, but this is actually quite freeing. So once the talk verb becomes available, definitely, yeah. So I can actually show you here that Slee is a disciple. So he still has the aspect follower, but when you have aspect disciple, it says a true initiate of the mysteries. And the reason why you can say a disciple is better than a believer is if you take a look, Slee's intensity of his relevant aspect, the principle of Lantern, that's 5. And we can compare that to Laidlaw, who, actually, tell you what, I'll do apples to apples. So Clovette is a disciple, Leo is a believer. So Leo, currently a follower, he has got a heart of intensity 2, whereas Clovette has a heart of intensity 5, and that's purely because she's a believer. Because she's a disciple. Now, the thing is that it's not easy to bring people up to disciples. So for instance, my highest lantern, you need to basically have an intensity of 7 to be able to bring them up to disciples. And you'll notice that the highest lantern lore I have is actually 4, but because the intensity of radiance has a lantern 6, that's something that's allowed me to go a bit further than I normally would with leveling up some of my followers. And it's absolutely true that like I'm being selective. So in this case, I moved Slee up because he's a lantern follower. I generally want to have my own followers kind of move up reasonably quickly. And it's just easier to make them move up. We didn't actually use the lantern influence for that. I talked about how Clovette is good at removing things like mystique and notoriety. So there have been some times I've wanted to get rid of notoriety. Being able to use heart followers to do that is helpful. And so I want to try and make my heart followers as strong as they can be. And there'll be other cases where, you know, I want to try and bring people up to a level 5 just so that I can make my expeditions a little bit easier. But yeah, the simple answer to the question is that the believer will have level 2 of the aspect that they're attached to, whereas disciples will have level 5. And finally, for your own cult, in my case, a lantern cult, you can actually exalt them, and that will give them an intensity 10. But you need a very high amount of power to do that, so it's not something that's currently available to me. Let's think about how we're going to handle work. I thought we were going to get 6 sometime. Okay, well, so I do need to worry about work at some point, but because we do have a season of sickness coming up, let's use our matchless physique and some health. So once again, I put my strength to use, and in this case, it's only 40 seconds to be able to gain funds. So I'm not so worried about the funds, but definitely being able to getting the income is nice, but being able to generate a vitality is pretty good too. So old and happy far off things, that always generates restlessness. Now, one thing I could try and do is just let this decay into dread and use it to get rid of the fascination, but I do want to still bring some people into the cult. So in this case, I usually just like getting rid of the restlessness to using it in an induction. So. Oh yes, sorry, I'll read the beginning of the Locksmith stream again because it took a little while for me to get to it. So, in this volume, Gallagher records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. And the follow-up, the finest artisans all dream of the White Door in the end. Now, we've already been to the White Door. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So we gained some erudition for this. Now hopefully we'll be able to make a little bit more use of this erudition than we did in the past. And then we've also got the Locksmith's Secret. This is actually the first time that we've gotten any knock lore. So sooner or later, every locksmith has the dream. Now we recite the 7 phases. Nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. This lore will provide it. And then we've got the aspect knock. The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. Okay, so I believe we've now got 1 of each of the lore. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the secret histories. I think for some reason I said 7. Knock gets treated a little bit differently, but it's... Yes, we've got 1 of everything now. Okay, so I still have Traveling at Night to read, but afterwards we're going to translate the Lord Bancroft diaries, and then we'll buy what we can. So I'm actually kind of glad I looked at this because we almost lost the Bellus Murorum. Let's do another bid in the auction house to try and get the book, but in the meantime we'll read Traveling at Night, Volume 1. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. So of course, we've already been to the wood, but that doesn't mean that we can't learn about it still. Sorry, my mouth's full. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So we got De Bellis Murorum. Again, we're going to need to translate it, but in Latin, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. Come on. And once again, so I'm just trying to take a second here to think, does it make sense for me to do anything other than go to the auction house? And in this case, I think no. What I probably want to do here is get as many books as I can, so then we can have kind of a better grounding in terms of pursuing these expeditions that I've been holding off on. So we're going back to Oriflamme's for an auction. In 35 seconds, I'll use the Restlessness to recruit a follower, and then we'll see where the rest of it sits. So here we've got Kerner and Guth again, so we already have Greek, so I don't need to buy this. Getting a lot of language books lately, but that's fine. Okay, so we got rid of the first fascination we ran into. Again, if I want, I can try and just wait for the Restlessness to turn into dread, but we have other ways of dealing with this. So I'm just going to go back to the white door in this case, and we'll see. Actually, come to think of it, I should have waited for the. Oh no, that's fine. We'll still we'll still be fine because we don't need to worry about the. Sorry. I need to wait for the sickness to take hold. So in this case, I went to the... Actually, honestly, I'm not going to be doing any commissions anytime soon, so let's just keep spamming the job site. It's 40 seconds, so it's not that long. Once again, I put my strength to use. So I become unwell. So after 60 seconds, this is going to turn into ill health, and then we can recover using the dream slot. And Season of Despair coming up, so this is one of the reasons why I want to avoid doing things like letting Restlessness turn to dread. We could still probably deal with it, but I prefer to just deal with problems on their own rather than, let them fester into something else. So he navigates, now you are the map. He illuminates, you were the darkness. He is not compassionate, you will not show compassion. Our compass is knowledge, and our course is glory. So, Enid a disciple. Enid sees what others do not. It is becoming very difficult for her, but it is very useful. So, of course, as we mentioned, the... Wait, is that true for everyone? Yeah. In this case here, we've got our 5 knock. So again, knock can be kind of helpful for a number of different obstacles that we run into. So I generally like having a high knock follower. It's also worth mentioning, as it says here, nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. So just having somebody with the knock aspect is kind of helpful if you need a body to, to add to a ritual, for instance. So we'll go back to Oriflamme's again. If we can just exhaust their stock, that lets me know that we're on the right track. And here we will add Sylvia. So Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So we will take the Mirror of Glory again. Oops. Yeah, Mirror of Glory, not the dedication. So we'll add the Restlessness. Now again, in this case, it just wants the correct lore. So Restlessness does participate in Lantern alongside other ones. So we just add Sylvia here. We don't even need the Lantern for the ceremony. So this one is ready, and we add them. 30 seconds, and they'll be in our clutches. They'll be a member. Ah, Stumm. Raise my hand, the auctioneer raps out an acknowledgement. Will anyone match me? And traveling at night, Elopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love. But I did find a secret that helped. And a body to the right sounds like she won't live a very long life. Well, I mean, in fairness, Rite of the Crucible Soul will actually... Rite of the Crucible Soul will mean that that's a short life if I do put Enid in as a sacrifice. But generally, I tend not to sacrifice followers. They're a little too valuable for me, in my opinion. But it can be a viable option. Like, it depends. The real question is, what do you do to get the thing that that person would have otherwise provided you? Is really what it comes down to. But I don't know, I get quite attached to these characters. So even though I'm playing, somebody with this apocalyptic, goal, I still kind of, I got the warm fuzzies for my followers. So this is interesting. I mean, it is worth mentioning here that in the case of Traveling at Night, this reads, and again, if you're interested in the lore of this game, like Traveling at Night definitely feels like the sort of thing that someone might read as their first encounter with the Mansis. So for instance, in this case, he says, I did find a secret that helped. We have the barber's warning. Power of the wood enjoys the separation of the lock from the scalp. For attention, burn it. For opportunity, bury it. Now, the fact of the matter is we found the wood through another means. We had the Watchman's secret. That's what the person in the hospital kind of gave us. That was the first bit of research that we did. And the Watchman's secret was able to get us up to the wood. But you could imagine another character whose first reading is Traveling at Night, and they take the lesson of the barber's warning. In this case, they cut their hair before going to sleep. They wake up and they find themselves in the wood. And that's an equally valid path. And certainly if you're doing a playthrough and you have moth available to you but not lantern, that's going to be the way that you make it to the wood. Again, there's not necessarily one set path. But in this case here, this is probably one of the better examples I can give you of a case where it's possible that you may have read Traveling at Night. If you've played this game, it's possible you read Traveling at Night and you had not yet accessed the wood, but you didn't necessarily connect that the barber's warning was the thing that would get you to the wood. But once you play the game, once you know your way to the wood, once you know that moth will get you there, and you read this line and you see that this book gives you moth, that still gives you useful information. It says, oh, so if I read these books and I think about the information that it gives me in the context, right? When it talks about secrets, well, it's not erudition that's the secret, right? So there's only one other thing that it could be. That's going to be a situation where you can say, oh, okay, so the game gave me a breadcrumb to say how I would get to a certain place, and I wasn't in a spot where I could realize it now, but I now know in future I can read books like this, and if it talks about secrets or if it talks about paths to places that I've had trouble with, this might be a way of helping me on the way. And this is one really big way that I sort of started to unpack some of the puzzles of Cultist Simulator, because I'm not particularly clever. Sometimes I do need the game to sort of beat me over the head with it. She's already plagued by visions. She'll lose it when she knows the sword of Damocles is above her head. Yes, I prefer the foam bat of Damocles when it comes to my my cultists. Okay, so we still have some books to read, but we need to translate them. So I do really like Lord Franklin Bancroft Diary, so we're definitely going to translate that one first. The Notorious Journal of a Notorious Gentleman, written in Latin, no doubt for the sake of safety. I'm probably going to have to put off getting the commissions one more time just to get rid of this fascination, but again, it sort of depends on what's coming up in the next turn or so. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, no place for mercy. So Sylvia's new description: Sylvia has a detailed knowledge of roof ridges, of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. So if it's not apparent, by the way, when characters go from acquaintance to believer and believer to discipline, their descriptions do change. So again, one option I have is to talk to some of these characters to get commissions. Actually, you know what? It doesn't take that much effort, so I think I will do that after all. So we'll start by talking with Ibn Aladim. Just a reminder, Dr. Ibn Aladim, called the Alapine, has an interest in overlooked history. He could use your assistance. The doctor would like my help with his research. So 10 seconds and we'll find out what he wants. And in the meantime, we got a little more money for picking up heavy things and putting them down again, which is helpful for generating vitality. So in this case, I'm just going to wait it out a little bit, because if it's 10 seconds before a commission, then I might as well, we may be able to fulfill it. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So, not exactly a book, but it still counts. And here we will add Oriflamme again. So again, I'm just trying to buy up everything. There is a clear indicator when they're out of stock, but until I see that clear indicator, we're going to keep going. I think I still want to try and get the Lantern lore, so okay, Forgotten Chronicles not bad either. Last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember, in my diary. And we haven't read the description for Forgotten Chronicles, so this one may have some relevance at other points in the game. Again, this is just to reiterate that reading and rereading texts can sometimes be very helpful. So, that's a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. And then always the advice that exploring with secret histories will give you new locations that you can explore. So we're going to wait on the sickness before we work with the dream slot, and I want to see what comes up. So he would like a very substantial commission on Lantern. Now, unfortunately, I do not have level 6 Lantern lore, so I cannot do this commission yet. So why don't you go through the stag door now that I've solved the riddle? Doesn't the stag door give higher lore? That is a very good question. So, the lore that you get from the Mantis will always be the secret histories. It doesn't actually give you things such as Lantern or Grail. If it did, I would maybe consider going higher through the Mantis. As it happens, the stag door, and again, I only know this because I have played this game quite a few times, the stag door winds up giving a lot of influence. And influence can be very helpful in certain circumstances, but one thing that I'm lacking right now is a right that will let me use influence as sort of an input. So, for instance, if I had a right that lets me use knock influence in summoning something, I would be able to summon a lot of different things to help out with my expeditions. But because ultimately right now, most of the influence that I use just is either decaying or I'm using it to try and get rid of something else. A lot of what the stag door gives me either doesn't help or sometimes it decays into something that is harmful for me. So for instance, if I have some winter influence and I let that decay all the way down, that actually becomes dread. And dread is one of those things if you accumulate too much of, you lose the game. Now, again, I'm not worried about that. I have my ways around it. But while it's possible that I can get higher levels of secret histories, in the end, the fact that the white door is actually giving me access to that Lantern lore, or that Lantern influence, in a way that the stag door isn't necessarily doing so. I'm actually choosing this lower level of the Mantis purely because the Orchard of Lights is actually giving me something that I can't necessarily get from elsewhere. And again, this is one of the things I like about the game, which is that you don't know this. The question you're asking is a perfectly reasonable one, because in most games, right, you want the number to go as high as possible. You want to get the most that you can out of it. But in the case of a game like Cultist Simulator, where you're learning more about this secret world as you play, the level of detail that I've kind of gained to understand of the Mantis is that there are some places that are more helpful for me in certain circumstances. And so as a result, I'm willingly choosing to go through the white door, just because in the end I have a Lantern cult and the Lantern influence is very helpful in terms of converting believers into disciples, and that's the main reason I'm doing that. On that note, I'm going to, on a different note, I'm going to take Count Jannings and see if he's got a commission for me. So Count Godlup Jannings represents a continental confraternity of physicians and duelists. He could use your assistance. The Good Count's fraternity in Europe is seeking particular research. And let's see what kind of research they're looking for. "10 seconds is not a long time to wait, so I don't mind the fact that the work verb's kind of idle. Alright, the illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality." So this is pretty easy to deal with. We just add it to the dream slot. All I need now is time. In 1 minute, we will be recovered. And Season of Silence coming up, so that's kind of like a free turn. Here's what he needs. So he needs a substantial commission on Heart. We actually could do more than that. And, you know, we have to use our higher level lore anyway, but that is definitely a commission that I can fulfill. In the meantime, I'm going to talk with Madame Bichet, seeing what she wants. Just a reminder of who she is. Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Carisham Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use your assistance. She's seeking pieces for the notorious Carisham Review. In the meantime, I can do a commission. Now, this is the first time I'm doing a commission. So in this case, what we can do is we can take the commission. The Count will pay for information of interest. This time, he would like substantial research on the corporal mysteries of the heart. I take it you don't destroy lore when you use it. Correct, with the exception of the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. So when you do a rite, you can have up to 4 items, keeping in mind that desire is one of the items. It's got to be up to level 6. So in the case of the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow, practically you have 3 components. So you can bring in an assistant. So for instance, we'll say, well, Enid, that's why I leveled you up for knock. I could say an instrument. Well, I really only have 1 instrument here, so we'll add the Meravine Idol. But we need to sacrifice, and the little matchstick here is an indication that whatever I put in the sacrifice, if the title wasn't already a dead giveaway, it will consume its contents. So it says, what will we forget? So in this case, if I added moth, in this case, this isn't a rite, so this isn't an actual recipe, so I can't use it. But in this case, I would destroy the lore by using it. And again, that is because this particular ritual is all about sacrificing knowledge. As it is described, this rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice, precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. So again, every rite has a sacrifice, and in that case, lore is the sacrifice. In contrast with the Rite of the Crucible Soul, here I need to give up a victim, either a prisoner or a follower. But I can use, Moth as an invocation here, and in this case, I would still keep that lore. And so it depends on the circumstances, but by and large, lore does not go away unless you use it to upgrade to a higher level of lore, to subvert it into a different type of lore, or use it in the consumption part of a rite. So again, as with anything, there's always some nuances and some exceptions, but the game very clearly indicates when things are going to work a little bit differently. So with that in mind, I'm not going to sacrifice lore by doing this commission here. So if I use work with the right lore fragment, I can create a manuscript to fulfill the commission. I'll need to talk to my patron about this commission when it's finished. So we'll take the Waking Chant, and of course you can't just, as much as I would love to just dash off a, substantial research on the nature of heart, we do actually need to apply ourselves. So in this case, we'll put our reason towards the heart lore. This may be useful for a commission. Now, I didn't see what's on sale at Oriflamme, so this is a collection of poetry. I don't really need that right now, so we'll just let that pass by. All right, here's what she needs. A substantial commission on Grail. We can also satisfy that commission. So even though we're having tough times at Glover and Glover, we're actually managing to get by well enough, I think. Now, I don't need to put this fascination inside of my... I don't need to put the fascination inside of the membership, the recruitment, but it's an easy way for me to get rid of it. So just an example of the sorts of things that do get destroyed when you use it. So it says here, trappings for a proper sense of occasion, consumes ingredients and influences, uses but does not consume tools. So if it has the ingredient aspect, if it has the influence aspect, it will be used up. If it has the tool aspect, it will remain. It'll stick around. So in this case, I can add the fascination. Now I don't need moth for the ritual. I'm adding this just so I can. But if I add the Watchman's Secret and then I bring Rhaenyra into the cult, in this case, we're still able to do it, and I can get rid of something that's potentially threatening to my run. So, Rhaenyra as an acquaintance. Rhaenyra has been found not guilty 3 times in 3 separate jurisdictions. She will likely never be found guilty of anything. The auction is over. The lot has gone elsewhere. I reclaim my funds. So once again, we'll see what's on at Oriflamme's. And now we've prepared the Lord Franklin Bancroft diaries, but it is worth remembering that we do have some erudition that we can turn into a lesson learned. And in fact, we do have the 2 collections of essays, so against my better judgment, I think I'm going to try and go for the lessons learned. You have no idea. Rhaenyra can get even scarier. I have picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. Getting a nice full cult here, so... Alright, this is a true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries at the roots of the house. So this is definitely something I'm willing to pay for. We'll see whether or not there's a bidding war. So I've raised my hand. The auctioneer raps out an acknowledgement. Will anyone match me? There we go. A dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadows in these rites, and no place for mercy. Rhaenyra, a believer. Rhaenyra continues to pursue her appetites discreetly, although her ambitions have grown. So if I want, I could try and recruit Porter, but one thing I'm trying to do right now is improve my erudition. And as I mentioned before, one of the ways that you can get some erudition is if you just use lantern aspect for a lot of things. Because the more times you use lantern, you always kind of get a roll on the lantern event happening, which is called Light in the Skull. And if that occurs, then in 60 seconds you get an erudition. So instead of just doing something that I could do under any circumstances, I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I will still use the Mansis Glimpse, but that's going to give me my highest intensity of lantern aspect. And I'm going to do it in the service of bringing more people into into my orbit. Because I still want to have sort of a full roster before I start going on some more expeditions. What does the chalice do? Just 1 second. So talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. Are you referring to this thing, the Grail? Because that is a specific aspect. So in the case of Rhaenyra is somebody who is aligned with the principle of the Grail. So hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. So in this particular case here, Rhaenyra is a Grail follower, which would also mean, these are the things that are associated with the Red Secret. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. And the Megalesian incantation, the Great Mother remembers. And that would be distinct from the lantern aspect, which is what my cult is founded on, which in this case is the Watchman's Secret, the Mansis Glimpse, and would be represented by Slee, which in this case is a lantern follower. Is that the chalice you were referring to? Because I might be missing something on the screen that I took for granted. I'll give you an example of why the distinction matters for a couple of these characters, but I got a couple things that I need to do before I can get that done. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. And once again, we'll go back to Oriflamme's. As long as they have something for me to buy, I will keep buying from it. Remember how I said that we wait before we bring somebody like Porter in? So in this case, the Season of Ambitions is going to generate restlessness, and so I can now bring Porter in while also getting rid of the restlessness. Okay, cool, yeah. So I can show you specifically why you would care that one follower is maybe Red Grail as opposed to Heart. And sometimes it just has a question to do in terms of what you need for certain rites, because you can use people in those rites. And obviously, if you need to summon something, having somebody with Knock can be more useful than having somebody with, say, Moth, unless you're trying to summon a Moth thing. And the other thing is that certain people can take certain actions. So for instance, Heart followers can help you clean up your reputation, which is helpful if you think that a season of suspicion's coming up and the weary detective is going to catch some notoriety. In the case of Rhaenyra, her special ability, and also Saliba is also a Grail follower, so they're very good at seducing people and basically bringing them back as prisoners. And so if you need something to sacrifice, you can actually send Rhaenyra and Saliba out to, get yourself some spare parts. I have finished the manuscript, so this will be helpful. We'll turn that in with Count Jannings as soon as we can, but because we don't have a day job, we will go to work on the Grail commission right away. And again, we can't just phone it in, so we will add our reason. This may be useful for a commission. Oh, and why am I keeping... Did I heal myself already? I must have. God, I'm losing track of time. Sorry, this is probably just because I'm tired. So yeah, we should be using the dream slot. All right. Something, deep mystery something. A dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I bought this from a shop, it probably means there's nothing else of interest left in stock. Okay, cool. Yeah, I must beg your forgiveness. 13 hours of streaming is definitely going to take its toll on my reason. So, and again, I apologize for the snacking, but I just need a little something to give me some pep. Okay, that should cover me for the next few minutes. So this is the indicator from the game. Actually, sorry, just 1 second. All right, just trying to readjust my blanket. So in this case, this is telling me that there's nothing useful from Oriflammes. Now, Oriflamme will still be useful because when I get paid for my commissions, generally I get paid in Spintrea. And Spintrea, it's very helpful, but they don't accept it at the grocers. So I may need to convert that into something that I can buy items with. We're still okay because we've got 16 funds. But, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a timer going now for the erudition lesson learned, so I've got 300 seconds to try and get the other two. I could try reading the collections of essays, or alternatively I can try and generate erudition through other means. Actually, you know what? We don't need to make this complicated. We can just read the books. Exercise for the intellect. It does mean that I can't read Lord Bancroft we can't read the diaries yet, but I promise you before the end of the broadcast, we will read the Lord Franklin Bancroft diaries. That's one of my... I have a lot of favorites, but that is definitely one that I like. And I think one of the community members actually wound up making a Tumblr account, sort of giving a fictionalized version of, well, I mean, this is fiction, but giving their sort of version of what the diary might contain, and it's quite funny. I mean, it's funny in a like sort of insider joke sort of way. So I don't know if I don't even know if I have the link, but like, presumably it's funny to people who watch or who play Cultist Simulator. If you don't play Cultist Simulator, you're probably going to wonder what a percussagant is and why that's funny that they're juggling, but I think it's a very creative account, and I think it's kind of cool that somebody did that. Okay, so one thing that I want to keep in mind is that when I do expeditions, I am running the risk that I will generate notoriety that I can't handle. On the other hand, if I just wait for perfect circumstances, I'm not going to get the books that I need, and then I will just kind of raise the question, well, why am I even trying to pursue this dedication to enlightenment? So it seems to me I'm going to try and take some of the easier expeditions, at least in my opinion, easier expeditions. And then when it comes to sort of the next few phases, then we can worry about maybe leveling up some of our followers and like going for the real hardcore stuff. But for now, I think St. Agnes Hospital shouldn't be too difficult to manage. So one, I want to make sure that if I generate notoriety that I can get rid of it fairly quickly. And number two, I want to make sure that I have sort of the finances and the followers to actually be able to achieve the goal. So again, just a reminder of St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here once. Certainly, there were a few too many amputations, but then there are individuals that one would prefer not to walk the city streets. So we'll head here. This is a vault. So in this case, what we're doing is we're going to St. Agnes Hospital specifically to try and get something. And I can't remember exactly what we're looking for. I'll maybe add Enid because of the knock, but let's see if the description tells us anything. Only echoes walk the hospital halls now, but malice lingers in the air. We must search meticulously room by room. Oh, you know what? I think there might be a curse in this one now that I think of it. So I'm also going to add Clovette. So what can happen here is when the next phase of the expedition goes on, it's actually going to tell us the things that we're going to be up against. So this will help me get a read on what I need to add. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up. That could not have come at a worse time, but we'll get through it. So again, I'm going to try the Orchard of Lights in hopes that it gives me this lantern. Nope, glimmering. So that's life. The sun in splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Meniscate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. So let's go... I'll just put that to the side. I don't really need it right now. And I don't think there's anything I need to worry about too much. So we'll probably just go back to the white door and hope we get lucky with the lantern next. So now I do want to turn in these commissions relatively quickly because that's currently my source of income. But in the meantime, let's go. We'll use our matchless physique and we'll pick up heavy things and put them down again. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I could add funds now, or I could send another follower. So the Dry Soul Curse. We need Heart or Lantern to suppress this curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. So we're just shy of something that would kind of protect us the most from it. Again, if we get level 10 intensity, that would be kind of the clearest defense from the curse. But we can add Leo and we can add Dorothy. That'll bring us up to 9, so it's as close as we can manage. And we'll just kind of hope for the best, really. And apparently I didn't add health to the white door, so there we go. Excuse me. Even in the waking hours, I have begun to see new colors. Actually, it occurred to me there's probably something I can do with a work verb and this. Yes, there's maybe a couple of other things I'll try to do. But first things first, got our erudition here. We'll read one more collection of essays, and that's so we can get the scholarship up, and then we'll keep working at trying to level up our erudition. Now, it should only take 10 seconds to turn in the commission, so as long as the restlessness isn't going to expire, I'm just going to keep chucking the manuscripts at them as long as they'll take them. So, same story here. We'll just keep using our health to work. It's mostly just to make sure that we have a decent income. And looks like we did wind up with Old and Happy Far Off Things. I'm not 100% sure what triggered that this time, to be honest. So that's normally a moth event. It's because Peculiar Rumors are moth. So if I didn't have a Season of Suspicion coming up, I would use this to get another follower. As it is, because a Season of Suspicion is coming up, it would be better for me to try and get rid of the things that'll keep the Weary Detective kind of on my case as quickly as possible. We're probably going to get sunk with the notoriety, but we can do our best to try and mitigate the effects. So we've got 31 seconds left on the restlessness. So let's start by turning in the commissions. One of the reasons I want to do this is not just to get paid for the commission, but I want to get the cooldown. Sorry, I hit the mic. I want to get the cooldown running on this thing as quickly as I can. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So that gives me glimmering. It would be nice if I got erudition, but we'll work with what we've got. We did earn some more mystique. Oh, actually, you know what? If anything, I'm extending the time. Okay, we're going to take a different approach. Now we want to generate as much mystique as we can. We're just going to keep throwing mystique at the weary detective until the notoriety goes away. So that means I'm going to be doing some more painting. So we'll turn in with Madame Bichet. We've got 21 seconds left, so we're still fine for the commission. What was requested? This was her Grail commission. And once again, we'll try the Orchard of Lights. Pulsing Airs, so this is hard influence. This would be useful in certain circumstances, but right now I can't really make anything of it, so. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. All right, what are we looking at here? So we'll still do the same trick. I'll just take a second here to line the health up. It's been a while since I've sort of messed around with my health so much. So again, white door. Oops. Ascend with our health. Oh, we carry enough heart aspect to quell the curse. Probably. So we'll add Dorothy. That's not really going to affect anything, but I just feel better when I have the number higher. The curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us, which is good. I will confess, curses drive me nuts in this game. They are very difficult to get a handle on, but the game's pretty merciful in terms of not throwing them at me. Like, the number of times I've gotten curses, I really cannot complain in terms of how often they dish them out. They're pretty... I think they're pretty reasonable. Okay, another glimmering. That's a bit of a disappointment, but we'll work with what we got. So finally, I want to use this restlessness. We'll bring Porter into the fold, and then we can go back to trying to bring more people into the group. Just a reminder, Porter was a barber until the court case. This one is ready. So obviously it's going to gobble up Mystique as quickly as it can. The problem is that with the St. Agnes in particular, you always go through. So the curse either succeeds or it doesn't, but it doesn't block you. So if the curse affects you, you still keep moving forward, which in some cases can be good. But on a practical point, like if you're trying to delay the production of notoriety, you actually don't want to run into curses. So likely again, the Suppression Bureau is going to have some evidence against me, and we just need to find a way around it. Is there a lot of, if there is a lot of Mystique, they won't grab the notoriety. It's really just playing the odds. So I'll put it to you this way. If you can generate enough Mystique to, if you can generate enough Mystique so that they are grabbing Mystique until the notoriety expires, that's a valid strategy. That's a big if, though. So the sorts of things that you want to be doing in order to like generate that level of Mystique is you want to do a lot of painting. You want to turn in a lot of commissions. You find people to add to the cult rather than use the talk verb for something else. Those are all the sorts of things that you can do to generate a lot of Mystique. And even then, it is possible, like you could have 200 Mystique on the board. Well, I don't even know if it's possible to get 200 Mystique, but like I could open the console and make 200 Mystique. And there could be one notoriety on the board. And if I get unlucky, and that notoriety is the one that gets picked up, because it's always randomly selected, I'm still going to be in a situation where, I'm stuck. I'm stuck, with the evidence. So it's a risky run. Like there's really no guarantees in Cultist Simulator. But I have done. I'm trying to think. It was probably my knock playthrough on my YouTube channel where we actually tended to drown the Suppression Bureau in paper, basically, with a lot of mystique. That actually wound up being a surprisingly effective strategy. It probably won't be very effective here just because you kind of need to commit to that a lot earlier, but we will do our best. One of the things I can start doing is just adding the mystique here now. We've got 5 passion, so we'll add a couple passion as well. Again, I don't have enough reputation to make this all work, but I don't have any commissions to do, and instead of going and working at the work site, I can run with that. On top of that, I can use this restlessness, so it gets rid of the restlessness, and now that's going to free up my talk verb in order to go and talk about Mantis Glimpse again and potentially try and generate some of those that erudition. But yeah, the generating a lot of mystique is a counterintuitive strategy, and it's really about just trying to run out the clock. Because if you don't have a lot of mystique and you have a notoriety on the table, they're going to get the notoriety no matter what. The notoriety lasts for a certain duration. So basically, I'm in a second best world, and I'm going to just try and get just blindly lucky is basically where this goes. So we've got our 3 erudition. Time to level up. Now remember, this is going to give me 3 individual erudition, so this has the possibility but not the guarantee of helping me out as far as getting me to that 4th level. I might have also just made life very difficult for me. So we'll see how it turns out. A dozen lights blaze, there is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Porter plies his razor and his scissors to the great advantage of his friends. Okay, so unless I want to start bringing these hangers on into the cult, we actually don't have any bodies to add anymore. So in this case, I'm going to take the Mantis Glimpse. We're going to talk about esoteric matters. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And after a minute, hopefully we'll see the passion card go down, because that means that we found a potential adherent. Colors of the Night, I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments, so we'll use the funds there. After the Restlessness, what I'll probably do is I'll paint with whatever kind of lantern-style influence I can find. That's a kind of a second-order worry. Okay, I can accept the Forgotten Chronicle. White door opens. Last night, I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. All right, so here we go. Why don't I paint with the vital pigment? Good question. So there's a couple of things that happens with the vital pigment, and it's a question in terms of the type of painting that you might want to do. So in this game, there is what's known as esoteric art, and there's actually a really good reason why you might want to use esoteric art in this game. Remember how I was saying that right now I have just a Meravine idol, and it's not really all that helpful for summonings for me? Well, there may be some creatures that are more useful to me. In fact, the more I think of it, the more it would actually be a good idea for me to do a painting with the vital pigment. So the problem is it does generate notoriety, so I have to wait before I can do that. But basically, the type of painting that you get is very different. And right now, I'm doing painting so that I can generate mystique, and so I can generate money, ideally. Whereas if I do an esoteric painting, it's a painting that will never be exhibited. It's a painting that I've done entirely for myself, but it happens to have this power. So if you do one with the vital pigments and Grail, for instance, in this case, you wind up with a kind of a tool that has a fairly high value of Grail. And that can be very helpful in terms of just being able to get more kind of rituals done. But yeah, in this particular case here, the reason I'm doing the painting is so that I can try and generate the mystique to try and avoid the consequences of the notoriety that's going to be coming up. And so in this case, doing a painting that would generate notoriety would kind of be counter to the goal that I'm currently pursuing. But the overall point is that with the Vital Pigment, it's actually a painting that may have some uses for me down the road. And so I would definitely consider doing a painting when I felt I was ready for that. All right, what was this place? The door bore no sign. There were no windows. The walls were painted rich violet. Rich even now that after the ravages of rain through the leaking ceiling. A rotting chair has leather straps on the arms. The floor is porcelain and runneled. We've got our contentment from the Season of Ardors. I'm sorry I didn't wind up doing any romance, but it's a little occupied on other matters, I guess. All right, so the artist's reward. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So in this case here, we only just got the one fund, so we really just got our materials back. But we do have some mystique, which is helpful for us, and I suppose if I needed the contentment, I've got that as well. But really, this was more about trying to generate distractions for the Suppression Bureau. Actually, honestly, it seems like we just wound up generating what we already had. I guess we got 3. Yeah, 3 is more than what we had before. Now, the trickier question is how do I keep generating that mystique in such a way that the I don't like that the notoriety doesn't get picked up because there's too little mystique. And honestly, in this case, I basically just need to keep doing passion paintings at this point. So I'll keep 2 on the table because it's possible it's possible that there is a how do I put it? It's possible that there is a why am I failing with this word? It's possible that I will need to use passion to get another acquaintance, but the rest of it I just want to try and generate some kind of a reputation for myself. And you know what? I'll use the Trembling Airs. I'll see whether or not that can generate a little more mystique for me. I'm not going to pay for the paints, though. This is a bit of a throwaway painting, to be honest. All right. My mind is a paradise of mirrors in which all things are clear, even those things I might prefer not to see. So I'm going to use my study verb in a little bit of a weird way. This is really just I'm trying to do my best in terms of getting my erudition up, because honestly the light in the skull hasn't been triggering nearly as much as I need it to. So we're going to start by reading whatever's to hand, and I just got to boost that erudition as much as I can through sort of normal means. So the world is awash in the printed words, even newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. And actually, come to think of it, let's just keep some of this erudition alive as long as I can. So mood piece with erudition and makes it even easier for me. All right, and what did we find in the Violet Chamber? There is a padlocked cupboard in the wall. It does not long resist our strength. It contains instruments tipped in flint and glass. Instruments one would not expect a surgeon to use. It contains other matters of more interest to us too. So we have rose pearl dust. This is another pigment, so pearls are sacred to the witch and sister, especially those of this color. They've been used in protective rites, among others. So in this case, if I want to do a heart painting, that's available to me as well. That might actually help me in terms of the being able to summon the percussagant, because in this case, that would potentially be, the painting would be a higher level. We have the Rose of Hypatia. So this is a book. It's in Greek, but marked with a tripled sign of the arcane contemplative order known as the Sisterhood of the Knot in Greek. We've got the Locksmith's Dream, the 3rd volume, Trespasses, the 3rd volume of Teresa Galmer's examination in the parallels of the mystic dreams of artisans. We've got Stained Gloves, so this is a Grail artifact. What have these known? What lessons might they teach my hands? So it's about the same power as the Meravine Idol, but for a Grail. There's the Empty Hospital, which is a location that we could potentially turn into a headquarters at some point. And of course, we get our returning heroes. So we'll collect these, and basically we are just going to cross our fingers as far as the notoriety is concerned. Are you kidding me? Well, so much for the spam the mystique approach. Well, I mean, that's life, right? I could try and hire somebody to destroy the evidence. Or I could try and get Slee to go and explore the city. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to get Slee to explore the city because it's a chance to potentially generate some more opportunities for erudition. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, in fairness, it was like a 1 in 4 chance. So, you know, 25% of the time doesn't seem like a lot, but like I wouldn't, you know, I probably wouldn't want to take those odds at like very high values, right? Season of Sickness, we probably won't have the vitality for it, so we may need to consider otherwise. And more glimmerings. Man, this game does not want me to have erudition. The Sun in Splendor, the Hour who once ruled the Mantis, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menascate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, they might be my end. But to see them in the distance is a gift of insight. Alright. So we're just going to keep doing the same thing as far as the Mantis is concerned. The nice thing about this is that it does increase the chance that I will I'll trigger the Course of the Heart. As for the rest of it, this hireling is a lantern hireling. They do have a little moth. Yeah, let's give it a shot. If nothing else, they might give me an erudition for trying the task. Alright, the artist reward. The recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. So, I'll get the small return on funds. In this case, we do also get some extra mystique for my effort. Of course, it came too late. And some more glimmering, but not really what I wanted. Now, of course, the interesting question here for me is, do I want to continue pursuing this strategy of painting? And in this case, basically try to provoke erudition through painting with the erudition item here. It'll also make this stuff live longer, which is kind of nice. Or alternatively, I could try, I could try other activities that would use the reason slot. Now, at some point I do want to try and get some commissions again, but my talk verb is occupied, so I think I'm going to do at least one more painting. And in this case, we'll just grab whatever mystique we can. It's going to be a pure reputation painting, but I will grab one of the shorter-lived erudition. And this is just trying to slow the pace of decay at this point. So again, I can't get away doing this forever, but this will at least give me a little bit of a little bit more runway for trying to get the erudition that I need. Oops, sorry, I meant to read that rather than collect that, but that's fine. We can read it next time because I'm going to go and do the exact same thing again. The word is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. Again, I'd love to be reading these, but right now it's kind of all hands on deck for getting my erudition up. And sadly, we've got, yet again, old unhappy far off things. So, come with me. We found Pope Clifton, a bellowing and unorthodox Catholic with a mystic streak and an untrimmed beard. So the reason we got old and happy far off things there was the passion that we need to recruit someone. I'm going to take a second here. We'll spend the 20 seconds to get commissions from Count Janning and Madame Bichet. That may change how I want to use my painting. Count Jennings has a simple commission on heart. Now this is nice because generally I think these pay Iron Spintrea, and Iron Spintrea are particularly good for auctioning. It's not that they have a high value, it's just you don't really use them for anything else. At least so far as I can tell. I seem to remember I usually use them for cash. Okay, so we knew this was coming up. Oh, we've got 134 seconds on vitality? Cool. Alright, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. So still considering the evidence. So it's possible they'll botch the investigation and that the notoriety will still be sticking around. Old Unhappy Far Off Things is definitely going to produce a restlessness. So we'll prepare and maybe we'll recruit someone or something like that. This is work I can be proud of. With enough publicity, it will sell. And Madame Bichet would like a very substantial Grail commission, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to fulfill her commission, and we can't get a new one until we've done the old job. So Count Jannings is my only source of commissions for the time being. Of course, that's just an excuse. I think it's... I can't remember if this one is a Grail book or not. Feels like it might be Heart. Franklin Bagcroft Diaries I don't think is going to put me up to 6, but we'll see. Oh, that says overexposure. So it's kind of a... It's not really designed... It's a behind-the-scenes thing for the game. So I'll be honest, I don't 100% know the tech to this game, like, in the background that well. But I'll do my best to try and explain it as well as I can. So, the way this game has been built, it is sometimes desirable for a card to transform into another one. And that can often be because they want to have some sort of side effect, or they want to have some sort of tracking. Like, there's just a number of reasons why behind the scenes the developers of the game sort of want certain events to happen in a sequence. And it's largely just the kind of the way that things get tracked or values go up or down. And so overexposure is something that can come up in painting, and it's not really intended for the player to see. But what it does is it has like a super short timer, and then it just decays into funds. So for all intents and purposes, you can basically consider it the same as funds. But because of some technical reasons in the background, and because I tend to pause a lot, and so that thing's sort of sticking around, every once in a while it'll sort of like pop up, and it'll be a little confusing. But basically it always turns into cash. And I think the overexposure has something to do with like the way that they sort of discount the values of paintings. But the thing is that I've gotten that popping up even for cases where I don't have staleness. So I'm sure there's some other factor that's being considered that I'm not 100% on. I think there's a GitHub that like shows all the code for the game. But again, it's not something I've looked at, in any great depth. And generally my coding knowledge, like, it's okay, but like I do what I need to know for my stuff, and I don't make video games, and so generally the way that Unity games are sort of structured, I know enough C# to work my way around, but I honestly have not spent any time looking at how the game works. I just play it. Okay, so this is the intensity of radiance that I was looking for. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Okay, so we'll grab the intensity of radiance when I can. I'm going to put that in... Oh! I have it already. Well, lucky me. So who do I want to turn into a believer? Or sorry, into a disciple. Normally I would want to bring Pope Clifton in and turn them up to a disciple, but I have to do that one at a time, and I know he's not quite gonna be available. There's a side of me that just wants to make Rhaenyra a believer. Moth Follower would be good for destroying evidence. The more I'm thinking of it, the more I think a Moth Follower is a good idea. Yeah. So let's turn Sylvia into a disciple. So reminder, Sylvia has detailed knowledge of roof ridges of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. And once again, we will just go back to the... Oh, actually, am I sick again? I will be sick, but we have time for another trip to the White Door. Alright, this will buy their loyalty for now. So the aim here... Oh, that's right, I was going to try and destroy the evidence, I think. So that's going to take the talk verb as well, but we have some time. Alright, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So again, a ton of mystique. We're not too worried about that. Get the erudition back. This isn't doing a very good job of triggering the light in the skull. I think I'll do the heart commission just so I can say I have. In this case, we'll take the waking chant and we will apply our reason to it. So this may be useful for a commission. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't allow me to extend the life of the erudition, but that's life, right? In this case, I know I'm going to combine this with whatever is expiring next, and then we can worry about the next steps. Alright, so rumor squats on rooftops and flutters and gutters. This hunter is making progress in their investigation. So I'm going to try and destroy this evidence. I'm going to do it with a weak moth follower, so it's not necessarily going to work, but it will hope, because it's a fortune teller, hopefully I'm going to be able to turn that into a... hopefully I'm just going to be able to turn that into a light in the skull event. And we'll do the same, search the city with Slee, and just see if that turns into something useful. Now, I think I need to use the fortune teller again. Yeah, we're going to have to bring Pope Clifton in, because the restlessness might do me in. We'll see how it goes, though. Can you use this for the commission? Which are you thinking of, Chun? So in terms of the commission, I need to use the lore. I'm not able to use... I basically have to use whatever lore was talked about. And normally there's some combination of reason or passion, but I might have missed something that you were referring to. Okay, we'll go back to exploration. I might just eat the restlessness now that I think of it. Okay. So there's another erudition. Again, this is going to be a tough road, but I picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. So there we go. We really only have 2 lessons learnt ready to go, so I am quite worried about our ability to take this up to 4. I think I was probably premature in terms of my use of those books of essays, but we'll do our best with what we've got. If you can make her a disciple first, it'd make my evidence erasing much easier. True, yes. So I'm actually going to take... Basically, I'm going to use the fortune teller with the 3 moth, and then following that, if the fortune teller fails... The reason I'm using the fortune teller is because of their 5 lantern, so it's just a chance that I might get an erudition. And then Sylvia can go and try and clean up whatever mess they leave. So I'm not at all worried about Street Strange by Moonlight. It just doesn't help me right now, so... And I don't think I have the time to be able to do the Restlessness and the Fortune Teller, so I think I might just have to accept... Oh, what am I doing? Let's get Slee back on the exploration job. Oh, you meant the Lantern card, but it wasn't the lore card that you got from that. Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, in that case, I like using those... in that case, it's an influence card. But I do like using the influence in order to be able to level up my my characters into believers where I can. Okay, so we can hire a hulking fellow, but that's not too helpful for me right now. So let's go back to the Orchard of Lights. Pulsing airs, I mean, that gets us heart, which becomes vitality, but nothing to write home about. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the orchard of lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. So we'll take the pulsing airs. I've got the affliction now, so let's just try and tidy up the desktop. So we'll take the affliction, we'll take the vitality to heal. All I need now is time. Sorry, I'm kind of rushing through this. I've got the talk verb, so Sylvia's favorite tactic is to smile and close her eye. It is remarkable how often her interlocutor will blurt out exactly what they are thinking. He navigates, now you are the map. He illuminates, you were the darkness. He is not compassionate, you will not show compassion. Our compass is knowledge, and our course is glory. So, what do I want to do with talk? Let's get the fortune teller to just try and destroy that evidence. So it does mean that this is going to turn into dread, unless I suppose I could paint the restlessness away now that I think of it. Yeah, okay, we're on the same page. I never thought about doing that. That's a cheeky way to make believers into disciples when you don't have higher lores. Yes, and it's actually, it is working, that is intentional, Soviet Doge. I think probably the, one of the tricky parts about Cultist Simulator, in my opinion, is that it is very easy to sort of establish these rules for yourself that don't actually, don't have any relation to the way that the game works. And as it turns out, there are some ways of working with stuff that you run into in the game that are actually rather thematic to do, even though I think some people might think of them almost as cheating. So perfect example here, I don't know if you've tried this strategy, but one thing I very often do with restlessness is I'll use it to recruit a follower. Or if you have an edge cult, you can actually use dread to bring people into the cult. And one of the things that I like about it, again, is that, you know, if you think of this game as sort of you trying to fulfill your ambitions. So obviously, you and I may not necessarily want to try and bring about some kind of apocalyptic revelation or anything like that. But, you know, if you want to make a game, you know, if you've always wanted to maybe shoot a film or do an animation or, you know, write something. I mean, everybody's got something, you know, deep inside them that they really consider kind of core to their person and something that they want to achieve. But basically, one of the things that I really like about Cultist Simulator and the way that it looks at the world is that some things that seem like they're purely negative can actually become tools to help you achieve what you're looking for. So in that sense, like let's say you were just 2 away from being able to achieve a particular thing. Well, if it accepts influence, you can actually get, you know, 2 lantern, 2 moth, 2 forge, 2 grail, 2 heart. So unless you're basically looking for, I guess it's like winter edge, knock, and secret histories, I guess, are the only principles that are not covered in the restlessness. So in that sense, right, it's not necessarily cheating, but it's a great way of getting rid of something that people very often struggle with. And another trick that can happen is that you can actually use certain items as inputs, even if they're irrelevant to the task. So for instance, I could do a recruitment and I could use despair as the trappings, as long as I have enough lore to achieve the objective. And again, that's completely allowed inside of the game, and it happens to be a convenient way of dealing with a lot of that. So Chun, you're actually, yeah, we're more or less on the same page. So the reluctance that I would have would be it doesn't have a direct path to me getting some erudition, but I think I just kind of need to accept that that's not happening. So you're absolutely right. Painting it is probably the right way to go. And in this case here, I think I'll do Mystique because I don't have any staleness to worry about. But You can gain followers for like 5 cults that way using restlessness. But you're 100% right. You've lost so many nights to this game since you bought it on mobile, and I guess I've done just that, like set specific rules and algorithms on how to operate. So Soviet Doge, like to give you an idea, I've been playing this game since it was a prototype on itch. Like it was back, the old prototype had one expedition. It was Strathcoins. The Geminiad was untranslatable because Fusine was not implemented. Like it was a language that the book was written in, but you could not learn Fusine, so you couldn't do any progress. And if you think this game is confusing now, it did not restrict what cards you could put into verbs. So things that like you could put nonsense combinations together and the game would not stop you. It would just accept it and nothing would happen. So if you wanted to try brute forcing your way, like just take the number of unique cards that are in the game and like take the Cartesian product, and like you're just like you're never gonna get through it. So yeah, needless to say, this game has definitely become a bit of, like, it's not that it's an easy game, but the, like, unnecessary difficulty, like, the sorts of things that are just gonna, like, be a drag and, like, keep people from having the experience, those are kind of gone. But needless to say, like, to give you an idea of how I've inherited some really weird thinking, when you're trying to heal sickness, you know how like the text says you can use funds or vitality, but if you put funds and vitality in, it will still accept it. I never looked at the or. I always was just like, oh man, yeah, sickness really sucks in this game. I have to put funds and vitality in. So I would like take the time to like study a health to get a vitality, and then I had to make sure I had enough money, and then I'd like put it all in. And like I'm pretty sure I kept doing that after the 1.0 release. And eventually I just realized, I must have just put a vitality in and realized that the start button was still an option. But like for so long, I always just assumed that it was vitality and funds because there were slots for both. And like, again, I know this game quite well. So it's just one of these things where... and again, like I do think it's thematic. Like I don't know how much of it is intentional in the sense of like, you know, the developer specifically wants people to be mistaken about like this thing. I don't think there's deliberate deception going on, but I think that the game will present you with like slots to fill, and it will present you with cards that have certain aspects, and it's kind of up to you to make sense of what that means. And of course I think that's appropriate because essentially you learn the game by playing it. You have about as much knowledge of the occult as your character does when you start playing the game. And it's usually over multiple play sessions that you're going to sort of learn, oh, okay, so this is what Grail is for. And okay, moth followers are good at this, but if I use it too many times, I'm going to get old and happy far off things, and I'm going to need to deal with restlessness. And as you gain that experience, and as your character gains that experience, you're sort of, you have that process of learning in those aha moments. And the game, by not explicitly telling you what to do, is kind of giving you that gift of like, oh man, I feel like a genius for getting that. So it's definitely a style that I like. But I think the one thing is like I kind of try and tell people, it's like, in some case it can kind of sound a little judgy when you tell people like, yep, you shouldn't make assumptions about that sort of thing, right? Like it just kind of sounds like you're like wagging your finger at them, and like I always feel like a jerk when I say that to people. But what's nice is because I have made arguably some of the stupidest mistakes possible in this game. I always figure I can sort of follow it up with my own mistakes, and all of a sudden people like realizing, oh yeah, actually that's totally fine. It kind of helps me feel like a little bit less of a jackass. Do I stream this game more often? So I don't really stream this game on Twitch anymore. And the only reason I say that is like this game has been out since, oh my God, when did it come out? Like I think the 1.0 was something like 2018. So like in terms of the full game, I've been streaming it for about 4 years. And then of course it was in development for at least a year. So there's probably been at least 5 years of streaming that I've been doing. I do record half-hour VODs for it though. And I've got, I think 3 complete runs. 2 or 3 complete runs on YouTube now. I'm doing a dancer run right now. So there is quite a bit of Cultist Simulator content that I do, but this live format is something that I kind of reserve for when Weather Factory invites me to their Steam page. And I'll probably do some more live streams when Book of Hours comes out. And again, that's just because I need to try and find some ways to keep the game fresh for me. So if I do live streams as a special event, that kind of, that gives me an excuse to do like 14 hours like I'm doing right now. As a metaphor, this game presents itself as Legos, but it's a lot more like Play-Doh. Actually, that's a really good way of putting it. And like I realize I sound like a broken record on a lot of this stuff, but I've been encouraging people to sort of reread text because sometimes knowing that the game actually gave you the solution to a puzzle, even though maybe you found the solution to that puzzle through other means, the mere knowledge that the game actually had solved something for you and it was just a question of recognizing what the game had told you, that can be a really effective way to sort of realize, oh, okay, this is what I can look out for in the next time I do something like this. And to me, I think that can be a really encouraging way of approaching the game because you don't sort of feel like it's you versus the game. In this case, it can be something where the game is, you feel like the game is sort of on your side almost in certain cases. By the way, I will just caution, I'm realizing it's 14 hours. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I started streaming this game at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm going to try to go for another hour. I might have to leave it at a half an hour, because like 4 o'clock in the morning is a hell of a time to go to bed, especially if I haven't had that much to eat. But I'm gonna try and like find a good milestone to sort of cap it off at, and we can do sort of a debrief, and then we can call it an evening. But if I get a second win, like I'll try and go as late as I can. I'm getting paid by the hour, so no. But like it's a lot of fun to stream to you guys, and it's there's just so much to do in this game. So there's always more stuff to show, and I know I want to try and encourage people as much as I can to give this game a shot. But if you've had any burning questions, now's not a bad time to get it out of the way, because I know kind of what my limits are, and I know that I can. I know that sometimes I have something of an abrupt end, just because my vocal qualities just really start dropping past a certain point. And again, for those of you who are new to the broadcast, I apologize. I know it's a problem when just because somebody's been streaming for 14 hours doesn't mean that you've got 14 hours worth of fun. But I guess the flip side to it is that for those of you who are interested, as long as there isn't a problem with the recording, I will be putting up a VOD of the broadcast. Okay, so I do need to get another erudition somehow. I'm actually tempted to, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a painting. I'm going to do a passion-based painting. So I'll preserve the erudition this way. This is turning into a lesson learned, and then that should give me a little more time to be able to, turn this into a, another erudition. Will I continue this run sometime? Yeah, it's a tricky one, Chun. So because I'm currently doing a dancer run, it's very unlikely that I'm going to be coming back to this run anytime soon. But I do have runs that are similar to this on my YouTube channel as well. So if I don't come back to this specific one, I will definitely say that there will be equivalent videos available. So for instance, I think my Edge playthrough, I believe that one probably started as one of these streams for Weather Factory. So they're like, if you're worried about some of the knowledge that's come from this specific video here being lost, it's definitely available elsewhere. But I know that sometimes people are asking that because they want to see the end of the particular run, and in that case, like, again, it's just the tricky part that I have about it is that I can put the save on ice. I think I have a way of managing to do that, but because I'm going to be doing the this dancer run for so long, this particular run is going to be going further and further into memory. And for the people who don't like watching 14-hour videos, they're going to miss out on the whole opening of it. And so it's sort of the minimum possible benefit to an audience. And the people who really want to see the run be continued, if they have to wait a couple of months to see it, you know, at that point it's like, well, what's the point? Like, I've already forgotten everything. So I'm not ruling it out, but in practice, it's been quite difficult unless this winds up being the very first moments of like a new run that I start. My tendency is to go back to the thing I was doing before. So this one, I have a way of ending it, incidentally. Like, there's a way that I can make sure that this thing gets like a proper ending, and you know, we can just we'll have a resolution to the story of Anne Wilkes. But it's not going to be like an Ascension ending, that's for sure. But I always feel bad saying that because, like, you know, obviously people have invested some time in this. I've invested time in this. And it can be disappointing to learn that, you know, something that you're enjoying isn't necessarily going to see the resolution that you look for. But definitely, again, I don't want to, like, advertise the channel to... Well, I mean, again, like, Wheeler Factories encourage me to do that. But I don't want to, like, point people to, like, other videos I've done if they're specifically looking for the aspirant. But I can definitely say, like, if you are looking to see full runs of Cultist Simulator, they are not difficult to find. The only thing that might be a little... sorry, I just got a message from Weather Factory. Lottie, you're not in the chat, are you? Sorry, just 1 second here. Yeah, sorry about that. I quite literally just got an all capital letters message asking if I'm still streaming. It is kind of late, I guess. What I can say, it's you all have been giving me a really good reason to keep going. Anyways, what was I up to? We wanted to deal with the restlessness. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I was talking about the channel. But yeah, so the best I can say is there's definitely something equivalent to a playthrough like this available on my channel. And again, I apologize to direct people to like stuff that's other than what they're currently watching. But I think that should probably keep most people happy. Okay, let's go. I've got the Explorer option. Again, I'm trying to think of how I can get some fast erudition in a straightforward way. So let's go back to putting Slee in the Explore verb. So again, the fact that Slee has got Lantern is going to mean that the Light in the Skull potentially activates. We will find out in 9.7 seconds as to whether or not the Fortune Teller is good at destroying evidence or not. And for the Dream slot, I think we just wind up going back through the white door. I don't really see a whole lot of reasons to do anything else. And I just set myself up for a world of pain with restlessness. It just occurred to me, but that's life. Oh, no, actually, sorry, we can still use the restlessness. So we'll bring Pope Clifton in that way. My minion has returned, stumbling, mumbling, clumsily bandaged. They were caught in the coils of their own plan. Heal a fallen follower with talk. Well, they've got their own expenses. They're lucky I'm paying them at all. I wonder, can we imprison people who are wounded? That's really insult to injury, but... yeah, Yes, I am the kind of monster who will do that. No, I cannot take a fallen... fortune teller and put them in the cupboard. It was worth a try, though. Okay. So I've got 3.4 seconds left on the Restlessness. So let's take the Mirror of Glory. This is the cult. We'll bring Pope Clifton in. We'll use the Restlessness to bring them in. Now, this is a lantern-based follower, so I could do worse in terms of trying to get the Light in the Skull event. But failing that, we will turn in the commission for Count Jannings, and then we'll find other things to do to try and bring erudition into our life. Okay, well, we're not going to pay for the paints. This is really just an excuse to extend the life of some erudition while I study. So, another lesson learnt. Again, I got to use these things reasonably quickly. I'm going to take this reason. And then, yeah, we'll just let the painting do what it normally does. In this case, we do have a shifty woman, so that's another 3 moth. Now, that's not exactly the most exciting... Yeah, I mean, honestly, at that point, I might as well just use Sylvia. So we won't hire the moth in that case. Alright, a dozen lights blaze. There is no place for shadow in these rites, and no place for mercy. Now Clifton improvised news prayers rich with solar metaphors. He still shouts like a soldier and drinks like a sailor. Okay, so let's turn in the commission with Count Jannings. Again, we're having no luck at all in terms of generating erudition. That's going to have some implications in terms of these erudition, but we just need 2 more. Okay, what did we get here? Artist reward, so a little bit of money, lots of mystique, lots of glimmering, which I don't need. There's our contentment, more glimmering. There's the erudition that we set aside. Do I have staleness as a result of that, out of curiosity? Nope. Nope, but I do have a fascination. Do I have a season of visions coming up? No, I do not. And the trembling airs are going to turn into vitality, so we're also covered in that regard. We got actually pretty lucky there. So I'm going to take the skill again. In this case, we will grab whatever mystique we can. In this case, I don't even really care what. This is just so I can have something to paint. And again, I'm trying to preserve the life of the erudition to basically get myself up to another lesson learned. In fact, come to think of it, maybe the smarter thing for me to do is extend the life of the lesson learned, because I'm just going to turn this into a lesson learned immediately following. Alright, so we fulfilled Jannings' commission. We can sell the Iron Spintrea if we think we're running out of money. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Please be an erudition. And they love giving me glimmering. The whole point of doing all these commissions was to try and get a bunch of erudition, and I think they've given us glimmering every single time. So, Pope Clifton's a believer now. We are going to talk about the Mansus glimpse so that we can try and get a light in the skull, and also just try and get somebody in the cult. So Cat Caro and Neville, I think, are the 2 people we need to bring in. And we'll also try the Orchard of Lights, just if I can make a... What? Oh! Sorry, just 1 second here. Oh, sorry. I'm actually just getting a couple of details about the locksmith stream element. Sorry, folks. Gotta figure out how to deal with spam here. Steam gives me moderation tools, but they don't give me moderation tools in a... they don't give it to me in all the windows, so... Oops, sorry, let me just take a quick second here. I got a nice message from someone. I just want to check out how... Okay. So yeah, sorry about that. I just had a couple comments I wanted to deal with. Also, I have no idea. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. It is really difficult to figure out Steam's moderation tools. Back to the task. Let's do the Orchard of Lights again. We may get lucky as far as the you know, we may get lucky when it comes to... Sorry, I'm streaming in the dark right now. So apparently I dunked my mobile phone into something that's kind of sticky, and I'm trying to find out what's sticky on my desktop. Oh, I see it. Okay, no, it's actually not that bad. It's just a grape. Okay, sorry. I hope you all enjoy the Mansus music. Let's try the Orchard of Lights. Let's see if we can get the lantern. And it's another glimmer. Good lord. Maybe I should just keep going to the Blue Pavilion at this point. The sun in splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remains walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menascate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. It really is. Actually, I'm Canadian myself, and I'm pleased to announce that. Well, not announce, but I'm pleased to inform you that Mickey Mar Productions, which are the musicians behind, or the composers behind it. The particular Mansus music is an existing piece of music, but in this case, the soundtrack, which is part of the anthology edition. It's actually by Mickey Mar Productions, which is a Canadian-based kind of music group, composing group. I think they do like IMAX films, and they've done a number of different things. But I think they also provided the music for the Sunless game, so Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies. All right, sorry. Let's grab the glimmering. I hate being kind of distracted from the stream midway through, but if it's the people who made the game, it's sometimes nice to just check the phone to make sure that the everything's the way it should be. Particularly if it winds up being, we never agreed to this many hours. My God, that's not what the message was, by the way. But like, just want to make sure that I haven't completely gone beyond people's expectations. I don't even think this is the longest stream that I've done, but I do still want to make sure that I'm putting on like a show consistent with people are looking for. But let's see where we're at. So I've got a bunch of Mystique. That might help me with the notoriety. I've got 86 seconds left on an erudition, but that's going to get combined with this erudition. This lesson learned is being preserved. I've got sickness coming up, but I've got a vitality to deal with that. And do I have a season? Okay, season of suspicion is actually potentially a problem with that notoriety, particularly because it could become damning evidence. So maybe I'll use the talk verb. I'll get Sylvia to go wipe out the evidence. But other than that, we're in reasonably good shape. Oop. Come on. Still getting a little used to it. There we go. There. So what I think I can do when I wrap up the broadcast, maybe the way that I'll handle it is I'll try and get through all of the... I did promise you Lord Franklin Bancroft's diaries, and I have every intention of delivering. But maybe what I will do... You know what? I think I want to hang on to my money for now. Maybe what I'll do is I'll try and clear out my queue of books. We'll try and hit a few milestones, and then when the time comes, we'll, you know, we can try and find a proper ending for the story of Annie Wilkes. After 12 hours, it's a fair concern, but the great content for you at least. Well, thank you, Chun. It's you know, you would think after doing this for a couple of years, I'd learn to take a compliment. But it definitely, it means a lot to me when people take the time to say that. And again, obviously it's easy for people to want to just have storms of applause to everything that they do. But given that, I think the nature of a lot of online interactions, particularly like for content creation, are not necessarily always the friendliest. It does really mean a lot when people take the time to say it, because of course people are often quite closed when it comes to, you know, talking about the stuff that they like. Like I have stuff that I like on YouTube, but I don't really give the comments to people that I like their stuff. So the fact that people actually take the time to say it actually means quite a bit to me, because I know that it's not something that people are familiar with. It's not something that people consistently do, and so as a result, it makes me appreciate it all the more. Okay, so I soak up the knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It is a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So this gives me a slight lease on life as far as the erudition is concerned. So now I've got 3 lessons learned, but I need to find a way to get the 2 more erudition to get that 3rd lesson learned. Although it may be that we've preserved this long enough to be... Oh yes, okay, no, I'm pretty sure I've got my last lesson learned. I just need to be a little careful of the exact timing of things. I'm getting really careless in terms of where I'm putting stuff on the board, but... Okay, so we need to wait a little while on the passion. Again, I'm running the risk of another fascination if I go with 4 passion, but I think I'm still gonna stick with it. Is there anything I can do with a work verb in the meantime? No, I think we'll just wait the 7.9 seconds to try and preserve one of the older lessons learned. And I'm not quite ready to use professional muscle yet. If it gets desperate, we can try and take out the Weary Detective. Well, I guess we have to make that choice now. We still won't try to take out the Weary Detective. Okay, there's the sickness, so... Oop. So we'll cure this affliction in a second. And once again, the Orchard of Lights. Well, It's hard to complain about Forgotten Chronicles. And we do have a Course of the Heart, which I don't exactly need, but it's hard to complain. So, last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. Alright, Forgotten Chronicle it is. So we got 7 of these. We probably have more than enough, but again, just the chance for me to get that extra lantern lore is pretty tempting when it comes to the white door. So we'll set that aside. In this case, I do want to get the affliction dealt with, so we'll combine that with the vitality in the dream slot. And then as always, the question is, what do I want to do with work? And in this case, I want to try and preserve the lessons learnt just so I can get a little extra time with the study verb. And so in this case, we'll try and extend the 201 length. And because we have the staleness, I'll do full passion, but again, there is the risk that I'm going to get another season of, that I get a season of visions, and that comes back to bite me. But that's a tomorrow me problem. How do you get better lore? Because you haven't gotten any for a while. So part of that is a choice on my part in terms of how I've been using the study verb. The best way to get lore is by reading books. And so I've got a number of books here that are available to me. I can't buy any more books from Oriflammes. We've exhausted them, but I can get more books from these different locations. But because I'm at a point here where I've got lessons learned that can expire, I've specifically chosen to use my study verb to focus more on generating erudition and like my ability to try and get that final level for my reason. So in this case here, because like as with, it's kind of, this has been a kind of repeating theme for the evening. I feel like you have trade-offs in terms of how you use your verbs. You ultimately kind of need to decide what your biggest priority is at a given moment. And in this case here, because I'm already so close to being able to get that extra level on the erudition, I'm really making an effort here to try and just push it over the edge so that I can wind up getting that remaining lore. It's also possible to combine lore, but it's one of the less time-efficient ways of doing it, and so I always do that as a last resort. Normally I should be able to do some expeditions to fill that gap. Alright, my mind the library. So we've got another lesson learned here. I think I'm just going to go crashing straight into another read whatever is to hand. Again, if we get lucky, we get a light in the skull. If we get unlucky, then we just try and preserve the length of the lesson learned. All that I am is here. And unfortunately, it does look like they got the notoriety. So this is almost certainly going to turn into damning evidence, and I'm going to need to use the talk verb to destroy that. Got really unlucky with that, right? We've got Mystique all over the place. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I will set my minions to searching for opportunities. And there's another old and happy far-off thing, so if I can, I'll use that to... I'll use that for recruitment. And Cat Caro is the one to give us our beloved light in the skull, finally. So this is the event I've been trying to trigger for hours, it feels like. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So in 27 seconds, an erudition is going to appear. So I've got an erudition here. So it's going to take 38 seconds plus 60. So 90, yep, we're good there. And with 200 seconds, we've got our fourth... We finally got our fourth lesson learned, so we're good. Now, I may be going to jail. It may be a completely moot point. I will be the smartest guy rotting in the cells of the Suppression Bureau, but I will have my top tier intellect. I'll be able to outsmart all the other inmates. And it looks like we still have room for more, to reduce more staleness. I'm gonna wait on the passion first. So we'll let this stuff recover. Then we can worry about the details later. So, question is, what do I want to do with the work slot right now? I might be in a position actually where it makes sense to try and go back to Glover and Glover, because I'm not really doing that many commissions anymore. I guess we can talk with Jannings about what he wants. But yeah, working back at Glover and Glover at least gets me the money to go on the expeditions again, I suppose. So we'll see. You'll actually see in a second here, Chun, how quickly you can get some better lore. Like once the numbers basically once the priorities shift, you're actually going to see how quickly we can start unpacking it, and how much I was just sort of sitting on based on this somewhat chaotic effort to get my lesson learned. Okay, Dreamwise. First of all, let's make sure... Okay, Season of Vision's coming up in 53 seconds. Fascination comes up in 47, so we're safe there. We can afford to go back to the White Door. Of course, the White Door may provoke a Fascination. Exploration. So, what do I want to accomplish with Exploration now? I could try and do an expedition. The cost of an expedition is another notoriety, but of course we'll already have potentially damning evidence, so that's not much of a threat to me right now. The other risk is that my cult is not prepared. That's always been true. So let's go to the Forgotten Mithraeum, because that's less likely to have people who want to murder us. And probably we're going to need to unlock a mysterious door. How about we don't do that, and let's bring... Where'd Slee go? There he is. We'll bring Slee and Enid, why not? Maybe it's good this end runs. It's cursed for sure, grabbing the notoriety between all that mystique. That's twice that's happened, but that's the way it goes, right? I'm not entitled to results. So Curiosity Seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. I'm convinced the Mithraeum still holds secrets that its discoverers never found. It's unlikely to be dangerous, but the search will require funds. So 30 seconds, we'll see exactly what we're up against. Hopefully I'm going to be able to recruit some more bodies. Work slot. What do I want to do with work? I think I was going to paint away the restlessness before I went too crazy on any other details. Alright, so he would like a substantial edge commission. So basically my life of doing commissions is over. So I am going to wait to get rid of the staleness, and then we're going to go back to Glover and Glover, because there's just simply nothing else for me to do with my work verb right now. It's a waste otherwise. In 16 seconds I'll have restlessness that I can use to upgrade Cat, or not upgrade, but bring Cat Caro into the cult with. But where did I put Pope Clifton? There he is. Okay, so let's try and bring Pope Clifton up to believer status before... I just need one more lantern. And I can't use the erudition. Oh god, I'd never forgive myself if I did. Nuts. I'm so close to being able to get Clifton in as a believer. Oh, I just need to wait for the restlessness. So I was originally going to bring Cat Caro in, but why not just wait on the... I mean, as it is, we're still probably going to run into... I think we're still just short of time to be able to bring Clifton in at the time, but it'll be close. It's going to be one of these points where you kind of imagine the score getting really bombastic, and you kind of have that slow motion image of the bearded, shouty, padre running, diving towards the secret door. I trust those of you who are competent with Blender will realize that as soon as possible. So actually, Chun, you'd asked a question about what overexposure does. So this is a good example of the of sort of these transitions. So notice this has got 0.7 seconds. It says restlessness flickers. So I'll just unpause for a second. and now it's turned into proper restlessness. A restless longing has me, that I feel that I want to do something. What exactly? So now we're ready to bring Pope Clifton in as a proper believer. So just a reminder, now Clifton improvises new prayers rich with solar metaphors. He still shouts like a soldier and drinks like a sailor. So we bring in restlessness for the 2 extra lantern. He already brings 2 as a character. And then we've got the Mansus Glimpse, which adds another 4, so we've got a total of 8. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself, and most importantly, we are avoiding the effects of a restlessness turning into dread, although the thing I really need to worry about right now is fascination. Why am I keeping the work verb open again? Right, because I wanted to get rid of the staleness in the painting. At the risk of fascination again, because I'm an idiot. Okay, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I could add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, in this case, we are not yet at the hidden door. Hidden doors can be found with lantern or knock, so we've got 25.9 seconds. It's 48.6 seconds before Pope Clifton is a proper believer. So we're probably in good shape, but we'll let's not take anything for granted until the last moment. So the words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So let's grab our erudition here, exercise the mind. I have picked up odd facts here and there. If I spend the time studying what I've learnt, I could increase my reason. And I'm also interested in 21 seconds whether or not this evidence becomes damning. And I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. I'm gonna regret doing this, but passion for everyone. This is almost certainly going to generate fascination, and this is going to generate fascination just at the last second when this is going to nail me. What am I inspired by? Who couldn't be inspired by Rhaenyra? Something to remember them by, perhaps. Okay. Against my better judgment, because again, there's always the danger that fascination comes up here. Cool. The invisible arts, Christopher Loppley is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night, I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So of course, we're going to be using that to produce more believers. And we, I think, are just going to keep going through the white door. So our senses are sharpened. We should find this hidden door. 23 seconds, 15 left for Clifton, so it should cover us. And the weary detective had us in his clutches, and he blew it. So, oh, what? Apparently there's now 2 tentative evidence as opposed to 1 damning. Well, far be it from me to argue with his investigative abilities. So, yeah, I definitely cannot complain about that notoriety getting pulled out of, out of nowhere, if the consequence is going to be that I just have a second tentative evidence as opposed to a damning. Alright, he navigates. Now you are the map. He illuminates. You were the darkness. He is not compassionate. You will not show compassion. Our compass is knowledge, and our course is glory. Clifton's devotions have grown complex. His eyes have grown wide and shining. His voice has become even louder. And with 6.4 seconds to go, remember it's in slow motion. will almost certainly find this hidden door. Oh, we should probably use this intensity of radiance while I'm enjoying the moment. It would have been wonderful to make Cat Caro something special. Well, it's hard to say no to a good Grail follower, so let's get Saliba up. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. Reminder, Saliba understands blood, but he does not yet understand birth. And this vitality is probably just a spare at this point, but we'll see if we have any sickness coming up. Now, if we do wind up with a fascination, this is a particularly tricky time to deal with it, for the simple reason that there is a season of despair coming up. And so, in the case of the... Well, it's not that bad, because I don't believe it's possible for people to be injured on hidden doors. All that really happens is you wind up wasting some money on it, which admittedly is getting in a little bit of a short supply, but we can go back to Glover and Glover and earn some more. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think to a certain extent, yeah, so the challenge that we'll run into is basically if the Season of Despair comes up, we can't use Dread to mellow out the trembling in the air. So essentially what we need to do is we need to wait for the Season of Despair to end, then get the Fleeting Reminiscence, then have that tranquilize the trembling in the air. And of course, if something else generates a fascination, such as me going through the white door, at that point, all bets are off. I'm potentially going to get hammered by sort of the consequences. So we'll see where it goes. But for now, I'm just going to content myself with watching everything happen. So, utter focus, all that I am is here. Please don't generate a fascination. Also, holy smokes, I almost blew it on the erudition. And it seems wrong to do anything other than lantern. So, brighter illumination, I will follow in the footsteps of the Watchman. 60 seconds, and we are the smartest cookie on the board. My recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. Now, I don't see anything, I don't see anybody kind of climbing up and taking out the, Yeah, so I don't think we got any fascination. Sorry, I'm just writing down some of the stats for the broadcast. Okay. So again, I'm a little untidy on the board here, but so thank you, Rhaenyra. Come on. I got rid of the staleness, which was the objective. So yeah, we're at the point now where I'm going to try and get my job back at... Wait, are we trying to... Yes, we're fine. Let's try and get our job back at Glover and Glover. So we will use our passion. This is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. And finally, let's see how that hidden door turned out. So did Pope Clifton save the day or not? The world as it is, the mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything, no fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. Okay, let's go back to... Okay, it's glimmering. It's not the end of the world. Really, I'm doing this for the lantern influence at this point, and I'm not going to get that every time I go, so, you know, I can't be too disappointed with how the white door turns out. Sunan's Bledder, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Meniscate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. Okay. So, I've been pursuing this reason track for so long that I haven't really been thinking about my follow-up moves. So in 39 seconds, I'm going to be able to get back to my books. Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. So we're going to be able to plunder the vault. I could just try going through the stag door again, I guess, but what exactly am I trying to get out of it, I suppose, is the more important question. Because if I go through the white door, I have the chance of the lantern, which will give me... both of them will potentially give me a fascination, which isn't great. Stag door, I feel like, has a tendency to give me more influence, which is really helpful, except that lantern influence is the only one I can take advantage of right now because of the rights that I have. So as silly as it sounds, I am actually just going to go back through the white door again. It makes the most sense for my current situation, and then that's just an argument that I need to read more books. I think one of the reasons I've streamed so long is my stubbornness to try and get to that third slot on the Steam front page. I've been fighting between, I think it's Sea of Thieves and Shadow Tactics for the entire evening. And it's totally the wrong way to think about this, because everybody, should be happy I'm on the front page. That doesn't normally happen. Used to, but... I've been offered another chance. I am apparently expected to be grateful. So, let's apply ourselves, and let's see if we can get back to that senior position. It'll finance my remaining plunder. He navigates. Now you are the map. He illuminates. You were the darkness. He is not compassionate. You will not show compassion. Our compass is knowledge, and our course is glory. Saliba's pleasures are taken in a room without windows. His companions return to him again and again, even though each time they are a little less. Alright. I can talk. What do I want to talk about? Again, kind of all bets are off at this point, and I want to be considering exactly what the best move for my playthrough is. There's a side of me that says maybe I should be worrying about this evidence, because trying to take out 2 evidence on like a 1 minute's notice is impossible. On the other hand, if I don't generate notoriety, well, I'll generate notoriety through expeditions, so that's already out. We can't talk about commissions because everybody wants things that I can't provide them. Could talk to Poppy for some money, I guess. So let's just keep talking about lore. So we'll talk about the Mantis glimpse and see if we can get Neville. A lonely space, musty with the mummery of blood. We have found the hidden door that the highest grades of initiate used. The higher I rise, the more I see. All right. It's a special moment for us. So we now have a rarefied mind. My mind is glass, my memory light. An extra reason, collect. So, it took us a while, but just to give you an idea in terms of the sort of the impact that all of this has had. This is basically the highest that you can get for any of your stats. So a matchless physique, a skill never know, or rarefied mind. Keep in mind there are 3 other options, basically one for physical, one for passion, one for reason. But basically, until you start using supernatural means, these are the highest numbers that you can get for your various stats. So, of course, if we were concerned about the mundane world, we might even be proud of such a thing. But we are concerned about other matters, so we will focus ourselves on the task at hand, and we will read the most important work, Lord Franklin Bancroft Diaries, 1750 to 1790. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the rose witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between mantis spirits, teaching percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the rose witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. Again, there is a reason this is one of my favorites. I'm not nearly interesting enough to consider myself comparable to Lord Franklin Bancroft, but I would like to think that in a different history, with a decidedly different personality, I might one day aspire to become such a notorious gentleman. Okay, let's also start imposing some order. So, contentment to the side. Contentment way over to the side. Mystique. Sure, we'll stack them up. I gotta get used to being able to stack this stuff. It's like my memento mori over here. Pair of fleeting reminiscences, so I suppose if we ever get bothered by fascination, that'll help us. Figure I can just let all this stuff sort of decay on its own. Alright, the Deeper Sanctuary. The altar tilts back like a jaw. Behind it is the pyramid space where only the Sun Hunters and the Dawn Givers might go, but others have been here too, much more recently. They have left their treasures. So there's the empty Mithraeum. So we have another pigment that we can deal with as soon as I settle down on my spot. So this is Refulgin. A white so pure that it remains visible even in utter darkness. So again, this is pigment, so if I wanted, I could sort of paint 3 esoteric paintings. We have a cracked Noonstone. Noon, the saying goes, is not what it was, but this stone still retains an embery glow. It has been cracked. A Forge-aspected follower could restore it with sufficient resources, or I could use up what power remains in it. So we do have a couple of Forge followers who should be able to help us out with that. We should probably probably drag down some of these locations because we are going to fill up on items right quick. All right, let's see if I can handle the pronunciation of the name. Elagabalin Manacle. God, if only I could just go back and run into someone from ancient Rome so they could tell me what that silly emperor's name was. Sorry, that's not the right way to say it, but yeah. I'm gonna struggle with that one till I'm done with the game. I know he was a Roman emperor, and that's what matters. I've just never heard his name pronounced out loud. Pope Clifton, thank you for saving the day. Sure, we'll stick you there. Got leftover funds. This is just because we only had one obstacle. Enid, thank you. And Slee, I realize I just put everyone in the wrong spots, but that's life. And of course we got some notoriety because we're notorious people. Okay, now, as always, the question is, do I want to try and pursue another objective? Normally I would want to. The concern that I have is that Strathcoynes, the Congregation of St. Felix of Shurin, and the Forsaken Reach might be fine. So let's... I'm willing to risk this one. I'll throw a couple of Forge followers in. But yeah, otherwise, I'm a little reluctant to go into the expeditions that have people, simply because that, I think, raises the chance that somebody's going to be knocked out of the expedition, at which point I might as well just throw away the money. So the law does not touch this decaying fringe of the city. The mud here has claimed many lives, and there will, no doubt, be some wretched criminals or other layering in the warehouse. Now, this does say that there will be people there, but I actually don't think I don't actually think there are people in this one, if I remember correctly. Obviously, I have no basis for complaint if if I'm wrong, but hey, we can make another believer. This is going to be particularly helpful for the Forge followers, actually, so. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night, I walked up there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So I just need to remember to use that in the talk verb, so we'll maybe place that a little bit closer as a reminder. And I think we just grab the white door, put some health on it, and as long as I don't generate any fascination, I should be fine. So this is finding a mentor, so that's going to give me the rumor to explore. Okay, nope, there are people who want to murder me. Well, our expedition plans for the next challenge, it'll consume funds. I could add funds now, or I could send another follower. Perhaps we will bring Super Saliba to try and convince these people that there is a better way forward. But for the time being, let's put Laidlaw in. We've got 6 Forge, and we will pray to the heavens that we can get past the treacherous ground. The younger Glover has taken me out to lunch at his club. I am to do more of the things that I do more carefully, and in return he will give me a little more money. A little more of the money that I earned for his father. Alright, so some much needed cash. But there's another thing that I want to try. So remember how the game had told us that we needed to work? We are now a no. So let's take a look here. A great work. The final fulfillment of a desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fall on my deeds. Well, yeah, there we go. And power require a token of the merciless light of the mantis. Surely this isn't enough. Yeah, not enough, not yet. Not yet enough. The watchman will not attend unless I can merit his attention. I need lantern power of at least the 6th intensity. Although, we can actually get that through other means, surely. So perhaps we would just use the intensity of radiance? I've never tried that. Nya, nya, nya. This right is the key that will allow the watchman's gaze to enter me. I will be changed forever. It takes 60 seconds. We get fired from Glover and Glover. Alright. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. Unbelievable. We just got the 6th power, and that's hilarious so quite literally seconds after we solved that particular problem, the game basically says, oh yeah, here's the thing that solves that thing you just solved. So I am just utterly cursed tonight. I completely forgot that's... I, for some reason, thought it gave me a 4. Anyways, an unmerciful mantra, still nice to have. Mercy, saith the watchman, is found only in shadow. So what's kind of nice about this is that it just means that when we get lantern lore, it's... so we still need to have 7th or higher... we still need to have 7th or higher lantern. But basically now, every time we get a restlessness, we're able to turn someone into a disciple if we want. So we'll still carry on. In this case, let's go for the things that don't require translation. So let's watch Stumm. This does actually have some consequences. So a can of nitrate film labeled Stumm, silent or perhaps mute. The director's name, Yernet Krosa, is shakily appended. The film rattles through the projector, glows silently on the wall. It is the story of a foolish student of forbidden sciences who recruits a dancer to entice the dead back into the world through a flaw in its skin. It's a fiction, but here on the title card is laid out the operation of the declining sun. Sorry, just give me a quick second here. So I have a couple of ideas of where I want to end this. I'm just sort of trying to crash land at it because I'm approaching hour 15, and I think that's got to be my hard cutoff. 4 a.m. is ridiculous. So I'm loving streaming for you guys, but I probably need to just impose some kind of closure for myself. So we'll still kind of we'll play to win, but I definitely need to think about wrapping this up. So last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember, in my diary. So lots of forgotten chronicles to work with. All right, dream. Do I want to go back through the white door? I guess we don't quite have the same urgency of doing that anymore. I think I'm going to give it a rest. Like, I'd like to use the dream slot for other things, but I don't have a lot that I need from it right now. But it does help to still do things that can generate the course of the heart. Oh, did I... With luck, I'll wake refreshed. Okay, well, that's a minute where I'm just not doing anything. That was my bad. I should have... So what do they do, these Forgotten Chronicles? Well, basically, if you explore with a secret history, this is where you find these vaults. In the case of Forgotten Chronicles, so the vaults from Occult Scraps will give you locations in the capital. The Furtive Truth will give you locations in the Shire. And the Forgotten Chronicles will give you locations on the continent. And as you keep going higher and higher in the levels of the different, the different secret histories, it will give you kind of rarer and more challenging locations. So in the case of Forgotten Chronicles, they basically will unlock vaults. Also, there are some summons and other types of rites that you can perform with the... excuse me, with the secret histories. It's rarer, like people will tend to summon things kind of for other, like they'll summon things using other principles, but there are actually summons you can do with the secret histories. Okay, what do I want to use the talk verb for? Because I feel like there's plenty for me to do. I just need to think of the right order. I'm going to be very corny, so I'm going to chat with Sulachana. Sulachana stubs out her cigarette. Yes, if you want to study the language with me, yes. Yes, you can. Was there something else? So, if you ever want to be a bit of a cheater... I mean, okay, so obviously I say this somewhat in jest, and like, you just do whatever. Play the game however it works for you. But one of the things that's kind of fun about Sulachana is that she can have anything as a topic of conversation. It's also true that if you keep a card in one of these slots, the timer stops. So do I not want to get fired at Glover and Glover? I just talk about it with Sulachana for a little while, and she can stop time. I like this drawing. I can't remember the name of it, but I always like... I've seen it in like 3 textbooks. So, the blinding key. The rite is complete. The marks of the watchman are upon me. The first mark is what I have said. The second is what I have done. If I inspect my body, I will find the third. My hungers have been refined now. And we have now gone on the path to ascension, enlightenment. So, if you were to continue on this playthrough, essentially the third mark is kind of like the big milestone in terms of where you start pursuing some other goals. So the Watchman, who is the door in the eye, has touched me. Every day now my curiosity grows stronger, an urgent physical need, like gnawing hunger. I know this to be the third mark. So in this particular case here, what you can do with enlightenment, this is actually where you can start taking actions that will move your desire up to like 4, 5, and 6, and it could also decay back down to 3. What also is true, though, is that when you get to that point where, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it, but like basically, in order to be able to achieve the Ascension ending, you actually have to do a number of other tasks that will that have to coincide with the level 6. So if you just try to rush that level 6 desire, you may still find that you need to do a number of other things in terms of gaining a certain amount of power and such. But I do need to wrap it up tonight, so let's come up with a proper ending for Anne Wilkes. Anne Wilkes takes a look at what is required for the Ascension Enlightenment, takes her senior position at Glover & Glover, curl my hands into the correct shapes and begin. And there is always an option in Cultist Simulator to put the passion in the acceptance job slot. I've given up my dreams. I will live well enough. I will settle into a comfortable existence. The right is depicted in chilling detail. Here is a flaw in the world, an influence shimmering in the luminous paint. Here is the dancer establishing an irresistible rhythm. Here the scholar recites the operation, and now the misty dead whirls through the flaw to consume him. The film closes on the dancer's watchful eyes. Had she intended it all from the start? So we've got dread. Now, what's convenient about this, so I was talking previously, Chun, about using influence in some different rites and how that would make the stag door quite helpful. The sunset rite is actually one of these rites that lets me use influences, and so once I watch Stum, this can be a very helpful. This is where the stag door becomes very useful. The assistant must cry tears of genuine emotion, which are asperged in the place where the influence lies. If all is done well, the sun in rags will consume the influence, acknowledging an ending, and lend its assistance. Oops, someone got wounded, and that's because I... Oh no, was that the... Yep, a promising route reveals itself as a sucking snare. We'll have to go around and try again. Sorry, Valsine. We'll heal you when you get a chance. Guess we can try reading Trespasses. In this volume, notoriously, Gallagher's prose begins to disintegrate, and it is not clear which dreams are in fact her own. So... this was the dream of curios behind glass. In the display case of the Impossible Museum, I always see an apple white as snow and hard as marble, a golden beetle in a stern box, a coy geometry awaiting my touch, a black envelope bursting with spring, a brass opera box for instruments of record and measure, a storm in a tin. I always wake before I see the aisle's end. So this was a mistake. I didn't intend to see this, but there weren't any negative consequences, so... I do need to worry about my health, but we'll just let that pass by. We'll just get rid of that the traditional way. Again, we've got 15 seconds probably before we wrap up. Let's heal up Valsine. We can afford it. It's the least we can do. Evening falls. I have my fire, my books, my clock, my window on the world where they do other things. I could have been unhappy. I'm not. Sorry, let me just bring that down a bit. I have my fire, my books, my clock, my window on the world where they do other things. I could have been unhappy. I'm not unhappy. This was a successful life. And when it's over, the sweet earth will fill my mouth, softer than splinters. This might be considered a victory. Now, one of the reasons why I wanted to do this, it's not to just give closure to the audience, but you can actually hit begin another descent. And what I wanted to do here was just sort of highlight the fact that what I've shown you is the aspirant. Everybody starts in the same spot, but that doesn't mean that everybody has to keep doing the same legacy. Once you have completed your first run as the aspirant, you actually have a little bit more variety in terms of what you can do. And this is what I mean when I say that losing the game can sometimes be a good thing, because it may mean that you have you access the legacy that you're going to wind up having some more success with. So of course, I have the Perpetual Edition. I was a Kickstarter backer of this game, and so basically I have all of the DLC, and there's never been a question about me being able to access everything in the game. I do want to stress here that in this particular window, I actually have 3 paid DLC. This is just spectacularly unlucky luck for me. So if you buy the base game, you are not going to see any single one of these. However, if you are interested, the Dancer Legacy is what I'm currently playing on YouTube. So I am young and I am strong, and for a time yet, I will be beautiful. Always available after evening falls, which is what I just did here. So you start with 2 health, passion, and a contract at the Gaiety. The next legacy, this was one that was randomly drawn, is the Medium. Everyone knows that I speak with the dead. I have been called a prophet and a ghoul. I have no reason to disabuse them of their illusions. So for that, I have a convincing spiritualist routine. I have something joyful, something profitable, and something shameful. This was, I think, supposed to be the last DLC, and then Exile came along, and that is what this one is. Now, if you have just played Cultist Simulator for the first time, it is rather difficult for me to recommend the Exile. Now, again, as always, if something interests you, I highly recommend that you try it. But it is worth noting that I really think you could call the Exile like Cultist Simulator 1.5, maybe even Cultist Simulator 2. It is very, very different from what we played. So where playing the Dancer or the Medium, you're potentially going to be running into some things that maybe are familiar enough that you can do a mapping of what you've understood before. You really can't take anything for granted in the Exile. The Exile is a spectacular DLC. I really think Weather Factory outdid themselves on this one. And like the fact that it costs more is just a reflection of how big of a transformation the game makes. But the thing is that a lot of what we have talked about has been sort of these incremental improvements that you can make of your understanding and kind of progress over several playthroughs towards getting your first Ascension victory. And the Exile will fail you fast. Like there are definitely times where you'll run into the Exile and you'll just kind of be smeared against the pavement before you even know what's happened. It feels like it's maybe not that brutal, but it's definitely quite a challenging but a very rewarding DLC. And particularly for those of you who maybe have said, it's like, okay, Cultist Simulator, I kind of know what I'm getting there. Not a bad game, but maybe I'm not going to try all of the different legacies. I kind of think I've seen what I need to see. Definitely check out the Exile. The Exile is going to be the sort of thing that sort of just breathes back. I remember when I first played the Exile, I was like, my God, this is exactly what it was like when I first played Cultist Simulator. And it was really exciting. Now, this doesn't mean I don't like the Dancer and I don't like the Ghoul. Like all of the different legacies I like for their own reasons. I actually quite like the Priest personally. And, each one has something to offer. But I just want to say here that like if you think you know everything about Cultist Simulator and you've not played the Exile, I strongly recommend you do yourself the favor because it is definitely a very different way of playing the game. And particularly if you think the game is quite grindy, that would be the time where you'll probably see some improvements for Cultist Simulator. But sadly, I honestly probably could have gone much longer. I just saw that 4 o'clock and I said, I need to stop. So the viewer numbers have been great. The experience has been wonderful. One of the major reasons why I've kept broadcasting is actually I've loved the fact that I've had this back and forth with all of you. But I really do need to leave it here. There is one last thing. One of the reasons why I wanted to end on the main menu is I just want to say some of you might have decided that you're interested enough in this game that you get the Anthology Edition. Or some of you may have picked up some DLC, and you may be wondering, like, why am I not able to access that right away? So, It is true, as you saw from the menu, certain endings will always give you a like, it will always ensure that a certain legacy is available to you. So like basically getting a certain ending will unlock and ensure that that ending will always be there after that particular event. So Evening Falls gave me the dancer. But it also makes sense that if you paid for a DLC, it might be the thing you want to play right away, and you don't want to have to kind of go through another playthrough to try and access something that you're eager to try out. So if you're feeling that way, you can click on the Invisible Serapeum. Basically, you can directly access the legacy that you're interested in. So you just click on one of these, and it should load up your legacy. And again, if you've already got a save underway, that will blow it up. You get a warning ahead of time. But again, if you've bought some DLC and you wanna play it regardless of what's happening before, you can just check out the Invisible Serapeum and you're here. I will just do a quick reminder. I'm trying to do the whole advertising thing reasonably well, or at least respectfully to your time. If you like Cultist Simulator and you would like to see me play it more, I have actually started doing regular episodes on my YouTube channel, so you can check that out. Oops, sorry, I forgot the S, so in case your browser yells at you. So if you're specifically looking for Cultist Simulator stuff, I will be uploading half-hour episodes of that every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm currently doing a dancer playthrough, but if you would like to see a full run beginning to end, there's one of an Apostle Legacy, which is kind of New Game Plus for this game. There is one as the Physician, and there is one as the Priest. I'm currently playing the Dancer. In addition, if you just happen to like the sound of my voice, or you just otherwise want to check out my stuff, I do regularly broadcast on Twitch, twitch.tv, and it's the same title there, System Chalk. Please keep in mind that I've been doing Cultist Simulator for a while, so it's less likely I'm going to do live broadcasts of Cultist Simulator there. I have every intention of doing Book of Hours when it comes, but just in this case here, I've got quite a few things on my plate as far as live streaming is concerned, so I haven't been able to put the time towards Cultist Simulator that I'd like. And one of the reasons why I wanted to try and keep doing Cultist Simulator, and so that's why I went to VODs on YouTube. But with that in mind, some of the stuff I've been playing lately has been Old World, Industries of Titan by Brace Yourself Games, also Phantom Brigade by the same developer. And then we've been trying out a couple of other interesting indies like Out There, and we'll be doing a couple of others which I can't quite talk about yet, but I'm definitely interested in seeing the reactions to it. So again, I don't mean to make this a longer goodbye than it needs to be, but I do just want to say again how much I appreciate you hanging out with me and, giving me a reason to stay. Oh, sorry, Book of Hours. Book of Hours is the next game, or the next digital game by Weather Factory. So let me get a link for that. You can wishlist it on Steam now. But basically, Book of Hours takes place in the same setting as Cultist Simulator. But it takes place in a library, and it's designed to be a little bit less aggressive. So Cultist Simulator will definitely kill you rather readily. And in the case of Book of Hours, it's intended to maybe be a little bit more relaxed. And it's kind of a little... Well, you know what? I'll let the ad copy sort of speak about it, but it is... It's a game I'm really looking forward to. I don't know if they have a planned release date for it. I think I don't know if the release date on Steam is accurate. They might have actually pushed it to 2023. And I suspect some of the prototype art might have changed. I think it's going to look a little bit more like Cultist Simulator. But if this is a setting that interests you, and particularly if you're somebody who's sort of said that Cultist Simulator is a little bit more difficult than what your tolerance is, I actually think that Book of Hours may be the sort of thing that is up your alley. And of course, if you're interested in that, you can also go to the Weather Factory website. I should have put that up right away. But at weatherfactory.biz, they've got a mailing list. They've got all of the information about what they're doing up to and including the event that's got the tickets that went on sale today. The Locksmith's Dream. If you're interested in their tabletop game, The Lady Afterwards, the digital copy is on Steam, but you can learn more about the physical product on their website. You can also check out all the other great stuff that they're doing. They've got a couple of nonfiction books out. They've got a podcast. They're very active. It actually makes me very envious about their productivity. But with all of that in mind, I thank you again for making this such a wonderful time. Like I said, I'm definitely feeling like I could do more, but I feel like it would be irresponsible to go any later. And I think it's time for maybe some of you to sign off and try out Cultist Simulator for yourselves. But whatever you wind up doing, have a lovely evening. I will try to upload this video on YouTube as soon as I can. And until then, dream furiously. Take care.